Yeah, that's right. I'm coming in fucking hot. You motherfuckers weren't ready for this, were you? You motherfuckers weren't ready for me to come blasting into here. And you better be ready, because tonight is going to be the show of the lifetime. Kino Alice, Joy Ravioli, Kangaroo, Gynotype, August, Purpley Beachhand, Small Beans, Loaded Kaboka, Mason Baby, Spriggan Crabe, Keenox, and Sprinkle from the site chat, from the Twitch chat. We have Super Spartan, James DM, Swivel Chair 1776, Callum GTV4, and from the YouTube chat we have Unnormal Chris, Ivy Evans, Brooke Brindle, Brindle, Greed, Dave Lapels, Zelfie O'Toole, and Theta Queen, and of course Posadas John. Welcome, everyone. Welcome. Hello, Vermin. Great to see you. You just got the COVID shot? Hell yeah. You're gonna need it. Because, wait a minute. Matt Gaetz is going to jail? True. Oh, you like my black turtleneck? Don't worry. I'll be getting more stuff like that soon. By the way, I ordered a new hat, and it is amazing, okay? So I can't wait to show you my new hat. It'll be here in a few weeks. It is a one-of-a-kind. So it's going to be great. It's going to be fucking great, okay? Now I got my soda here. Hey, thank you, Historier. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Deeply appreciate those primers. By the way, I haven't done it this stream, but I'm going to be doing it a lot. So you better get ready, because I'm going to be asking for your motherfucking likes, subs, etc. all night. So hit that like button. It's free. We want as many eyes on this championship that you can possibly imagine. Okay? So every like counts today, everyone. It's free to like. Just click through to the YouTube video. If you're on Twitch, go ahead and hop over to my YouTube stream and hit like, please, there as well, because it would mean the world to me. Even if you watch on Twitch, that's fine. We stream onto Twitch because I know people love the chat there, and I try to keep my eye on all the chats, though it will be difficult tonight because I will be focusing on winning the belt. Okay? So yeah. I'm not going to give anybody else any free previews. I think only one person got a preview of the hat, and they know who they are. It's going to be awesome. I know I deserve that belt. Listen, we're going to just watch my little call out real quick. Some of you have probably already seen this. Some of you have not, but we're going to watch it together. We're going to watch it together. Thank you so much, Cocoine. Thank you so very much. All right, we're going to watch this call out together, okay? My sincere. Here we go. Ready? Here we go. Let's watch it together, all right? Here we are. Let's do this. Sincerest apologies for running so late. Here we go. My sincerest apologies for running so late with this little speech. Hell had a last-minute visit from the Duke of Edinburgh. So we had to make sure that Prince Philip got a little bit of a warm welcome. Now, if you'll pardon a quick anecdote, I met Vaush at the beginning of 2020. I was a big fan who was thinking about pursuing streaming myself. Just 1 year and a little bit of change later, here I am, the most hated bitch on the debate scene, going up against the reigning champion of internet debate, Vaush. A real David and Goliath story, if you ask me. And, my lovely, lovely imps, remind me how David and Goliath turned out. You see, I've been showing up and bringing the spice here at Hippy Dippy since the Hippy Dippy was born. I've been the flavor to this mayo sandwich since March 2020, and you all know it. But you don't see my face plastered all over the Hippy Dippy promotional now, do you? It should be my face on the promos, my name on all of your lips, because I am the best. Instead, it's Vaush this and Destiny that. Dylan is a 2K viewer Andy, who should be a 20K viewer Titan. But Dylan's audience, yeah, you can't handle the heat, can you? You all just like to see what you're familiar with. A bunch of dudes shouting at one another over whether or not they should have the N-word pass. Now I know all you logic lads and lasses out there don't much appreciate the power of an anecdote. So I've got some mathematics for you, all right? Let me lay it out for you. You know, they say that all debaters are created equal. But you look at me and you look at Vaush and you all know that that statement ain't true. You go 1v1 against a normal debater and you got a 50-50 chance of winning. But I'm not a normal debater. I ain't even a human. I'm a certified rhetorical freak of nature. I'm a demon, baby. You got a 25% chance at best to beat me. Then you add Rob Noerr and John Burk to the mix, your chances of winning go straight through the floor. See, the fatal four-way at Hippy Dippy, you got a 33.3% chance of winning. But I've got a 66.6% chance of winning because Rob Noerr's already been beat by me once and he ain't even going to try. And we both know that John Burk has more beef with Rob than he does with either me or Vaush. So we can just rule him out from the get-go. So Vaush, you take your 33.3% minus my 25% chance, and you just got a measly little 8.3 repeating chance of winning at Hippy Dippy. But then you take my 75% chance of winning, and if we're going to go one-on-one, then you add your 66.6 repeating, and I've got a whopping 141.6 repeating chance of winning at Hippy Dippy. Vaush, the numbers don't lie. And they're adding up. Welcome, everyone. To a disaster come in. For you at Hippy Dippy. But guess what? It isn't too late. For all of you, at least. Anybody can become an imp. We welcome everyone in the pits of hell. And on Twitch, no one knows how you're going to vote. So you don't got to worry about the haters being mean to you because you like Demon Mama. And I know you love Demon Mama. So you should vote for the real queen of debate. Me. And join the rest of the imps in hell as I become the Hippy Dippy champion. See you tonight, folks. Damn! That was a powerful call out, wasn't it, everybody? Yeah? Yeah, you're ready for this, aren't you? You know you want to see me win. And that means that you got to be ready tonight, because tonight we're going to be causing some motherfucking trouble, all right, imps? Tonight, it is the witching hour. All the imps are going to break free, and we're going to run our fucking asses into Dylan's chat, and we're going to make sure that everyone knows that Demon Mama is the rightful champion of Hippy Dippy. We got a lot of bets, huh? Damn! Looks like we know who's gonna be winning tonight, huh? Yes, and yes, I can silent. Silent, our lead mod is asking to make wrestling memes and post them to the memes channel on the Discord. If you have a wrestling meme that you'd love to make it now, post it to the Discord, and we're gonna be spamming this shit. I got sniffles. I got the sniffles because it's fucking that season. It's spring. And Demon's one weakness is spring allergies. That's a soy, space pirate captain. You know it. I know, it's so bad, Vermin. It's killing me. Hey, thank you so much. Also, thank you very much for the raid. Sorry, I was in the middle of things. I couldn't welcome in the raiders. Raiders, welcome. And if you if you're ready to have a fun time, you get comfy, because tonight is going to be incredible. I'm telling you, folks. You just got here. You may not know who I am. You should know who I am. You should, because I've been wrecking shit up on Twitch Debate for over a year now, kicking ass and taking names. But you know now, so you can follow and join us as an imp. We have the best community on the web, no questions asked. And if you don't believe me, check it out for yourself. Discord.gg/DemonMama. It is amazing. We have creative channels. We have active voice channels. We got an amazing gaming channel. Did you know we have actual major game devs in our studio who hang out and chat in our gaming channel? Because that's how cool we are. That's how fucking awesome we are. We have the best emotes around. Like, listen, we're just kicking ass, okay? That's all I'm saying. We're just kicking ass. And if you don't believe me, just see it for yourself. All you got to do is see it with your own eyes, and you'll be like, wow, why did I ever think that Demon Mama wasn't the best place to be on the web? It's pretty awesome. It's pretty awesome. Yeah, it's true. For the last 5 months, I have been living rent-free. There is a 50% chance that when I go on Politics Twitch, my face will be on the video screen on 1 or 2 different streams. People talking about how much they dislike me or whatever. And you want to know why they dislike me? It's not because I'm mean, because I'm super nice in my streams. I'm just a fierce debater. They don't like that I fight back. They don't like that I challenge their white dude hegemony. Yeah? And again, you don't believe me? Check the record. On my YouTube, every single debate I've ever done is up on that YouTube. People don't like it much. People don't like me much. I got a lot of haters. See, Demon Mama derangement syndrome makes Vaush derangement syndrome look like the common cold. Hope you're all vaccinated. Hope you're all vaccinated. I know. I'm glad y'all are liking the. Glad you're all liking the new soy emote, made by the one and only Ziltoid. DMDS is mostly lib shit. Okay, that's true. That is true. It is mostly libs who hate my guts, which is funny because I'm like super nice to libs, all things considered. All things considered, I'm like the nicest to libs. I'm the meanest to right-wingers, but right-wingers just get scared and run away. Libs are like, oh, I can't handle it. I can't handle it. I just can't do it. Oh, look at this. Dylan got us a promo. Ooh. Boom, boom, boom. Fatal 4-way, 8 o'clock p.m. EST. That's 5 o'clock p.m. PST. On twitch.tv/Dylan Burns TV. Fuck yes. That's what I like to see right here. Yeah, I got a nice little collection. Won't it be nice to have the belt right there next to my signed Bible? You want to watch? Here, listen. You want to watch on my channel, but you want to make sure you're hanging out in Dylan's chat as well. That's right, imps. Tonight is the test of your abilities. Can you hang out and chat on my website while also giving the imp hype in Dylan's? I know you fucking can. I know you fucking can. Wait, Vermin, did you see me show it off? It's not signed by God. It's signed by someone cooler than God. You want to know who it's signed by? Watch this. Watch this. Ready? You want to know who this Bible's signed by? It says, fuck God. And this is the signature of Penn Jillette, the famous atheist and magician. The best magician who's ever lived, arguably. And much more real than God, as it turns out. Oh, that's right. Oh, you didn't expect that, did you? Why do I mirror the video? Because it looks better. Because it looks better. Because it looks better. Yeah, Penn from Penn and Teller. I met him, hung out with him, had dinner with him. It was fucking awesome. Is it in Japanese? No, it's not. No, it's not. It's just backwards. True, Rob. Look at this one. We got this right here. Rob fears Demon Mama. It's true. It's true. Rob fears me. I did have dinner with Penn and Teller. It was fucking cool as hell. Long time ago. I'd show you the pictures, but it was before I was out as trans, so I don't really like them very much. Maybe someday I'll show them with my face blurred. But I don't really like showing any pictures of me pre-transition. It really fucking weirds me out. That's why I don't do like before and after or anything like that. It just really fucking weirds me out. I won't. Okay, yeah, I'll flip it. Yeah. What's the debate topic? We don't get to know. We gotta go. We gotta figure it out on the fly. It's super weird to see, isn't it, Vermin? Oh my god. Hey, look at this. Vaush is bringing some good memes right now, too. Trade offer. I receive 1 sloppy toppy. You receive 1 coconut. Good meme. Good meme. Good meme, Vaush. Good meme. Yes. Oh, sorry. Silax made the soy emote. It was Silax right there. Silax. Sorry, I forgot you did a rebrand. My bad. My bad. Yeah, thank you, Ivy. Thank you. You're very welcome, Silax. I've seen the original meme. Yes, of course I have. How could I have not? By the way, just so you all know, you're about to get to witness a new TikTok. Ready? Look at this. Watch this. You get to watch me launch the TikTok. Ready? Steady, go. Bam! New TikTok going live right now. Right now. And watch this. It's not even over because guess what? I'm going to play it for you. I'm going to play the TikTok for you right now, safe and sound on the screen in just a moment here. So let's get this one right up real quick. Let me just get it up. And you get to see what the new TikTok is. And then you can run over to the TikTok. You can subscribe to the TikTok and you can like the video on TikTok. Ready? Here we go. Here we go. Watch this shit.
Poll is in chat. You guys can vote. Let's see who wins it.
I mean, it's been really fun. This has been one of the spiciest panels I think I've ever been on in my entire life. I've really enjoyed it. Again, not the first time I've had a weaselly, spineless, cowardly, conservative try and do subtle, you know, misgendery, disrespectful stuff. You know, it's very obvious. I think they think they're being really sneaky and whatnot. I will say that, again, I've done this a million times. It happens in nearly every conversation I have with conservatives. They really don't like trans people these days. In fact, many conservative channels are dumping those out. So be aware of that. I do appreciate people being willing to call that out.
And the winner of the first ever Hippy Dippy Roundtable, Royal Rumble, is Demon Mama.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Hell yeah. In chat. You see that? That is what it looks like to win. And you know it's going to look even better tonight, because tonight I'm going to be walking away with a motherfucking belt. And I'm excited for that. So, if you haven't gone to my TikTok, here's the links. Bam! Here's the links. Wait. Bam! Enjoy those TikTok links. Here it is. Follow my TikTok. Go like the video. It's cool as hell. What do I think I'll disagree the most with? Vaush? I don't know. It depends on what comes up, right? I have a feeling that Dylan's got some pretty spooky stuff coming up for us. I don't know. We might be getting some weird topics. By the way, my TikTok is exploding, and it's going to keep exploding. I have a plan, and in fact, this weekend, I will be actually finally setting up my TikTok table, where I'll be doing 100% original content from TikTok, not just stuff from my streams. Like, literally, I know I'm sniffling it so bad, I hope it gives up by the time. Vaush Rad is fucking good. Should you market yourself on TikTok? TikTok is a really big place. So I say all lefties should get involved on TikTok. If you're a conservative, don't bother. But lefties, yes. Yep. Yep. And guess what? The cool thing is I'm going to be doing responses and stuff to other lefties. So if you're getting in now, this is the time where I will be able to respond to you and be like, hey, here's my thoughts. And then we're going to help each other grow. And guess what? Might be a couple other people who are already a little established on TikTok that I'm going to be interacting with. I already did one with Vaush. It's real good. It had a cat. It had a dog. It had my dog. It had Vaush's cat. It was cute as hell. We're going to do more. It's super cool. Oh, boy. Today's going to be fucking wild. So, what was I going to say? There was something else I was going to say, but I can't think of it right now, so give me a second. The debate is at 5 p.m., so we got a little bit of time to hang out together and do cool stuff like that. By the way, Lawboy named Troy, if you're here, let me know. Let me know, because I know you wanted me to change your name. Just let me know and DM me in Discord what you want me to change it. How many hours left until the panel? We got like 2.5 hours. It's going to be really great. I got some really cool stuff. What the hell is PST? Pacific time. Yeah, I've got really cool. By the way, the content we're going to be doing before that, we're going to be looking in to John Burk and Rob Noerr's content so we can get some prep, some familiarity. We already did a little bit of a scroll through Rob Noerr's Twitter. Rob Noerr's got some questionable stuff up on Twitter. But we're going to go check out some of John Burk, who is banned from Twitter, what his content is all about. Because that's going to be fun. So we're going to have like 2 hours of that. It's going to be super, super fun. Rob Noerr, here's the thing. I'll give credit to Rob Noerr. He cuts a good promo. I'll give him that much. Yeah. Rob Noerr cuts a good promo. So there's that. There was something I was going to say. Oh, guess what, everybody? I'm getting a capture card. Soon. So we might actually be able to do a console gaming stream. Like, I've been dying. And I know, Vaush just did Bloodborne, finally. But it's not my fault that, listen, Bloodborne is my fucking favorite game in the world, okay? So just because he beat me to it doesn't remove my right to do a Bloodborne playthrough, okay? But I also want to play Doom. I also want to play, possibly Red Dead Redemption. But I'm going to have a capture. And guess what? Cool thing about the capture card. I have some classic consoles we might be able to play, which would be super cool. You can play Doom on PC, but I already have it on the thing. Bloodborne, because Bloodborne is amazing. It is the best Souls game. By far. Like, it blows all of the other Souls games out of the water. Like, not even close. And then the second best one is Sekiro. And then you have Dark Souls 1 and Dark Souls 3, which are almost tied. Yeah. Outriders, I've heard mixed things about Outriders. I've heard some really good things. Sekiro is really good. Sekiro is amazing, by the way. Well, but here's the thing. Why? Sekiro is incredible. Sekiro is fucking amazing. See, here's the thing. Sekiro is really hard. Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Martini Peterson. Sekiro is incredibly difficult and different than Dark Souls. But once you learn it, and also where that game goes is incredible. Sekiro has an incredible story, has incredible storytelling, amazing music. Sekiro was terrible. Wrong, Rain. I'm sorry. You are wrong. You are just, oh my God. Are you, Hold on a second. I gotta prove how wrong this is. I gotta play this song. The battle song with the, 1 second. Yeah, here we go. Watch this. Ready? Here we go. Listen to this. I'm sorry, I'll fix the audio. My bad. This one has too much sound effects. It's supposed to just have the laughs. Here we go. Swinging around the giant polearm. And then the laugh, that creepy laugh comes in. Quang, quang. Oh, it's so good. Come on. So fucking good. Welcome, Lucius. Possum, when the time comes and you reach this boss fight, you're gonna lose your shit, okay? This game is so mother fucking good, okay? It's only, like, one... Okay, actually, yes. You know what, Martian Girl? I will do that. I will do a Sekiro playthrough because it is so incredibly good, and I can't even begin to tell you how cool the story is. This game made me fucking cry, okay? That's how good the story is. And that's like, you think story of like Bloodborne and Dark Souls, and you're like, okay, they're pretty sad, but they're not like boo-hoo, make you cry sad. This game made me cry. Because this game, Sekiro, hey, thank you so much. I will absolutely do that. I will let you know. Thank you. Bloodborne, Demon Souls, Dark Souls, Sekiro, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3. I think that Dark Souls 3 gets a bad rap, okay? I think Dark Souls 3 gets a really bad rap, and it frustrates me. Because people are like, Dark Souls 3, oh, I'm gonna play Kingsfield. Don't you worry, I'm gonna be playing Kingsfield. But Dark Souls 3 gets a bad rap. People go, Dark Souls 3, it doesn't have any, it's not original, it got rid of everything that's good about the series. No, it fucking didn't. Dark Souls 3 is so on point, it's ridiculous. Down to the decline of the open world. The whole point of Dark Souls is that if you try to make something last forever, it will inevitably wear out. It will inevitably turn to ash. That is literally demonstrated in Dark Souls 3 via the gameplay. What a god tier storytelling move. So fucking good. God, it's so good. And also, the weapons in Dark Souls 3 feels... Wait, the gameplay is not subpar. The gameplay feels subpar because you played Bloodborne before you played Dark Souls 3. And Dark Souls 3 and Bloodborne were being made at the same time, but Bloodborne went in a different direction, whereas Dark Souls 3 tried to keep Dark Souls gameplay in place. And just like the story of Dark Souls would tell you, if you try to keep relighting the fire, it will get tiring. Bloodborne is way better gameplay because they decided to do something new. Now, what I want to see is I want to see a Bloodborne 2 with the gameplay style of Sekiro. So super deliberate, super precise monster hunting. Wouldn't that be incredible? Because that's the one thing that was lacking in Bloodborne, was that Bloodborne didn't quite... Now, you felt like a hunter, but you didn't get up close and personal like you do in Sekiro. In Sekiro, you're always an inch away from death. You're always one breath away from your enemy. And I'd love to see that. Bloodborne combat's really good, but it would be so cool. Sekiro is really good. No, don't worry. There's no spoilers. There won't be any spoilers, Rockfin. I'm not doing any spoilers. Don't worry. Play Monster Hunter? I don't know. I don't think that's true, Rain Dean. Is Bloodborne a hard game? Bloodborne is fucking so hard. It took me, there is very few times where I truly rage out at a game. Like, there are very few times where I truly rage out at a game. There were 2 times in Bloodborne where I raged out so hard I almost stopped playing. One was against Ludwig, and the second one was against Orphan of Kos. No spoilers, but those 2 bosses are so fucking hard. It's actually unbelievable how hard they are. I did beat Lawrence too. Lawrence is also hard, but I beat him easier. Oh yeah, and by the way, the cursed Rom that you fight in the Chalice dungeon, where you have half health and you fight in a small room, is the stupidest boss ever. Actually terrible. Actually terrible. Not even hard because of good design, just hard because you can't move anywhere and her attacks kill you in 1 hit. Anyway. Is not liking any Souls game a hot take? Yes. It just means you haven't ascended yet. It's okay, though. It's all right. You'll get there. You just need to increase your insight. No, the ending for Bloodborne is so pog, you have no idea. Michael Henkel, I'm sorry to call you out like this, but the ending for Bloodborne is the best ending of any game ever. True, Low-Tick. Hope that works for you, Silent. Anything else you want? There you go. Further to the right, you want me like this? Or like this? There you go. The true ending. The only ending that matters. Based and slug-pilled. I don't even know what that... I only know that meme by secondhand. I wasn't there for that, so... Haha. Stealing meme valor. I wasn't there for that moment, but it is true. By the way, you want to see something fucking awesome? Wait a second. Hold on a second. Oh, shit! Vaush did an Attack on Titan video? God damn it. Why'd you have to launch that today? I want to watch that and comment on it. Oh, I want to talk about that, but I don't want to give you free press on the day of the championship. God damn it. We'll do it on Monday. Fuck. Oh, hey, I've gotten a support. Let's listen.
Oh.
Let's listen. It's gonna work.
Meow. Meow. Meow.
Damn. Thank you. I appreciate the meow of support. I appreciate the meow of support. It was a tactical video drop. This meow gives me strength. There we go. Am I hyping you up for the debate? I am so hyped for the debate. You have no idea. That is the highest. I know it is the highest. It's a very, very high compliment. And I'm very happy for that. I'm extremely happy for that. Is that Burk guy you debate, the fitness dude? Yes. In fact, why don't we get right into the content? You know, I've been blabbing and talking and arguing with chat for a little bit. Why don't we figure out some of this shit? Oh, it's going to be great, Ellisum. Don't you worry. You're going to have a good time. It's going to be a good time, all right? Don't you worry. Let's find the John Burk. Is this him? Is this the one? Okay. Is this the guy, by the way? Oh, this looks like this is the guy. Is this him? Is this the real one? Is this the guy? The John Burk. This is it. Oh, boy. Here we go. All right, everybody. Let's find out what we're going up against. Okay, so right off the bat, dude looks like a discount John Cena.
Hey there. Welcome back to another episode of How to Paint Like a Complete F***ing Moron, the Stimulus Edition. And I'm your host, John Ross, and if this is your first time joining us, I'd like to cordially invite you to pull up a chair if you still have electricity because you've been out of work for a year because of the government shutdown. So follow along with us as we go ahead and...
You're out of work because of the government shutdowns, huh?
paint this happy little stimulus painting. But before we get started, I'd like to give a big shout.
This is a children's, this is a literal children's, I can't remember what this thing is called.
Out.
Also, it's beta audio. Of course, rightist audio.
To our episode sponsors, Big Daddy Unlimited. You can click the link down below and you can subscribe to a wonderful company that...
Big Daddy Unlimited palette, is that what it is? Big Daddy Unlimited? What is this? Big Daddy Unlimited, revolutionizing the online gun store. Here we go, folks. Here we go. Dear friends, in the turbulent times we are living in the right to keep and bear arms is questioned every day. The left continually infringes on our constitutional rights and shapes the narrative to fit their agenda. Our mission is to help everyone exercise their Second Amendment rights at a price they can live with. Our online and retail stores are stocked with the best guns, gear, and ammo at industry-leading prices to help you protect and defend yourself and your family. Sign up for a 30-day trial membership for just 99 cents, and we will give you unrestricted access to our complete online inventory at the rock-bottom prices you want. After 30 days, if you're loving what we have to offer, just continue your membership for $9.95 a month. There is no long-term commitment required. You can cancel anytime with no strings and no hassles. Okay, I get it. So you don't even get to buy these things. You have to pay. Come to Big Daddy now. Come on down to Big Daddy right now and protect your Second Amendment rights for just $9.99 a month. So you can get the cheap price. Oh, it's a membership club. Okay, so this is like internet grifter Costco is what it is. Come on down to Big Daddy. Big Daddy Unlimited. We got a screeching eagle. All right, cool. All right, good to know. Good to know. Let's get back into here. All right.
I can offer you great discounts on ammunition, guns that go pew, gear, rugged outdoors, various different things such as that. It's only 99 cents to join and $10 a month after that. So you don't have to scramble to look for ammunition anymore because clearly we're about to head into a civil war, so stock on
I'll put
up
that
at
into
Big
the
Daddy
editing
Unlimited.
chat. Thank you,
Tell them I
Furman.
sent you. Actually don't, because the ATF's gonna investigate that and I'm gonna be screwed. So as you can see, I've started by coating my canvas in liquid white privilege to get a nice little baseline there. So it's got so much white privilege on it, it's pretty much just gonna do the work all for us. It's gonna pay for the welfare subsidy programs and everything else out there. So clearly we're already on the right track for the stimulus painting to be successful.
Yes, that was a picture of
So before we get started, I'm gonna have my
a
handy
goldfish
producer run those colors across the bottom of the screen there. We're gonna start with Pelosi pink. Money apparently does grow on trees green. And then last but most certainly not least, and still growing, $27 trillion in debt blue. Man, even conservatives are screwing this one up. We're still escalating that bill.
So what that means, okay, this means one of two things. Either John Burk is so stupid that he actually buys in to debt hawking, or he's in on the grift. Just so you know, debt hawking is like bullshit from the ground up. Literally, you can go, Sam Cedar has done a number of segments on this, but you can watch as Republicans stop talking about the debt every time there's a Republican in office, and then every time there's a Democrat in office, they start talking about the debt again. The debt thing is a grift. It has nothing to do with anything that they're talking about. Yeah, I know. What is this? 2008? What is this? Fucking 1992? They have a debt fetish. No, they don't. They turn it off every single time there's not there's a Republican in office. But this guy's calling out Republicans too, which means he either is just totally trying to play into it really hard or doesn't know what he's talking about.
So we're gonna start with our $27 trillion in debt blue.
I can't.
Which, if you mix it right, you can also
copyright
turn
strike.
it into an offset
do that.
color of bailout purple. But we're gonna stick with the debt blue right now. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and start spreading this across the top of the canvas here. I'm just gonna slap it on there, nice and easy. Put that,
Is he a
that
good
debt
painter?
all over this white canvas, all over. Just look at that. Has been the issue through. For our last little bit, not to that level.
So he's just a literal toddler. This isn't, by the way, you can tell by the sound that this is an actual canvas. This idiot just ruined an expensive canvas. Do you know how expensive canvas is? Dude, oh my God, this shit pisses me off. You know what's annoying? That, oh my God. Conservatives make money off of these dumb platforms, and they literally just throw it in the trash. Like, that is not even, it's not even a funny gag. If I was gonna waste money, I would do something like buying a Fortnite bear head that would make people laugh a whole bunch as I make fun of Nancy Pelosi in a Fortnite bear head. And then I would still have a Fortnite bear head. And it would cost less than a canvas. This has just ruined the canvas. What's he gonna do? Put this on his own fridge? I bet John Burk will take his own children's canvas, like school paintings off the fridge to put his on the fridge. All right, this is totally lame. All right. Okay. All right. God, oh my God. That video got 215,000 views. This video, how to paint like a feminist. Wait a minute, that's the wrong one. He's got the wrong thing here. He put the wrong thing in. This is the stimulus one, not the feminist one. He put the wrong opening. Oh my God. And by the way, 300,000 subscribers, 215,000 views. Oh. 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 Oh, hey, here we go. Wait, how to paint like a victim. How to paint like a socialist. How many of these has he done? Every one of these, he's ruining the canvas. Oh, no. My message to neo-feminists on fitness. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Here we go. Let's take a look at this. This will be interesting.
A message to the ladies and not men. I wonder what this could be about.
Sun is shining.
The pina coladas are
Ow! What the fuck? What the fuck is this audio editing?
flowing.
And everybody's headed to the beach. You know what that means.
Did he film this off his TV? Oh my god.
I don't, but I bet you're gonna tell me, and I bet it's a message with an underlying tone of feminism.
Time for some fun in the sun?
No. It's time to work on your bikini body.
Yo. What the fuck? That's so cool.
Time for some fun in
She's
the sun?
modeling?
No.
And
It's
she's
time to work on
missing
your
one
bikini
leg.
body.
That's so pog.
Before you slip into your swimsuit, you could start a grueling workout routine and manipulate your natural shape and skin tone to reach for an unattainable and oppressive idea of perfection.
Unattainable and oppressive? It sounds like somebody got bit by the feminist bug. You. And is looking for a reason to justify their laziness.
Or you could follow
Triggered! Uh-oh, we got another triggered conservative mad that some people's bodies are different than others.
a few quick and easy tips for a self-accepting journey to the beach.
Self-accepting trip to the beach. You're going to the beach, not pray with the Dalai Lama. What?
Good one, buddy. Good one, buddy.
Want to turn your flab into abs in just 2 weeks?
Well, that's too bad, because that's not how exercise works.
True.
Oh, and you look like the subject matter expert on how exercise works. Tell me more.
Is he saying that it does? This right here is it. This basically sums up every single conservative React channel in the world.
And even if it did, no one else gets to tell you what your body should look like. Here's an easy, guilt-free recipe for your summer barbecue. Go to a barbecue and don't feel guilty about it.
True.
I don't feel guilty going to a barbecue
True.
because I exercise and eat right most of the time. It's called moderation, something that you models don't seem to understand.
Contrary to popular
Really?
belief, your body needs food to provide energy for basic functions. That's science.
You're right. That is true. Our bodies do need food to function regularly. But not Burger King and McDonald's every single day. That's why by the year 2030, it's projected that almost 70% of Americans will be classified as obese. That's science too. Funny how you didn't mention that.
Remember, there is a like 55% chance that this guy has done so much fucking juice in his life that his heart will explode at 37. Just so you know. Like, just remember that. Anytime one of these weird fitness weirdos comes on, there's like a 99% chance that they're fucking constantly injecting testosterone so they can get better gains and clout for from their followers. And there's like there's again about a 55% chance that they're gonna have exploding heart disease.
Worried that your almost naked body is inappropriate for most public places? Toss that tarp with the confidence that nothing is big enough to cover up the inequality that women have been subjected to for hundreds of years.
True,
I'm sorry.
though.
Did my male genitalia force that cheeseburger down your throat? No.
Dude, what? This is the guy who's going to be challenging me tonight. Come on.
You did.
Now it's time for the ultimate bikini body challenge.
Read some literature that challenges the cultural ideas of what constitutes a bikini body.
You could also read that book while on a stationary bicycle getting some.
Also, remember that anabolic steroids, which most bodybuilders use at some point in their life, shrinks your fucking dick and your testicles. Just so you know. Like, really hardcore.
Exercise.
Don't forget, your brain is a beautiful part of your body too.
So while you're relaxing on the beach, casually reflecting the male gaze,
Wait a minute. So first men oppress you, but now you're returning their gazes on the beach like you're wanting something from them? I'm sorry, I'm getting mixed messages here.
What? Did he not get the joke? Did he not get the joke? He's actually too stupid to get the joke.
Maybe it's because I'm a guy.
just remember that everybody is a bikini body. And aspirational tropes of beauty are 100% BS.
No,
True.
it's not. Because you always take health and exercise and turn it more towards the cosmetic side and the looks and the beauty rather than the healthy side.
What? This guy's got nothing.
It's how you justify your narrative. In reality, you're just full of shit. Hey everyone, hopefully you enjoyed that video. Look, there's absolutely nothing wrong with wanting to be fit and healthy and take care of the only body you've got.
By the way, this guy's got some motherfucking patchy eyebrows. This guy should go visit a fucking threading place, because these eyebrows, oof. Oof.
Yes, looks on the cosmetic side are a benefit of it, but it's more about how you feel. The videos like the one you just saw will preach a poison narrative to try and get you to give up like they have. Don't. No matter where you're at in your fitness journey, stick with it. I don't care how obese or how overweight you are. As long as you're trying, you won't fail. You got the rest of us backing you and saying, keep going.
Dude, you just spent time making fun of a bunch of people for saying nothing that contradicts your message. There is literally nothing that was said in that video that contradicts the idea that you can work out to be healthy. Nothing. Nothing.
Don't quit in the arena.
What is this? What is this? What is this? What the fuck? I wish I could make that. I wish I could. Hold on. There we go. I just made our own version. There we go. Amazing. Just peak. Just peak. Okay. All right. So now you've gotten a taste of what we're going to be, what one of the people we're going to be going up against. His name is Burk Zerker 19, everybody. Yeah, the caveman meme, yeah. Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's a he, him gaze, exactly. Sort of Stormy Daniels Day, the All-American Savage Show. This is from a while ago. This is old stuff, though. What's his latest stuff? His latest stuff is just these stupid skits. Oh, that's weird. That's uncomfortable. For some reason, he has Andrew Cuomo in a dominatrix lingerie suit. Burk Zerker? What's Burk Zerker? What the fuck? That's a little interesting. A logical response from a gun owner. Okay, this is from a year ago, so this is a little more recent. Let's take a look.
Trevor Noah did a thing on a show the other night. He talked about...
Dude, holy shit. This guy, unironically, looks like shoegaze. I mean, shoe nice. Look, hold on, I'm going to show you something. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this. Ready? Shoe nice. Unironically, looks like shoe nice. It's shoe nice.
Hey everyone, Shoe Nice again. Well, basically the lady didn't wake me up at the tanning hut. JWoww Tan Enhancer for life. Either way, guys, you...
Shoe nice. Shoe nice. Okay, let's continue.
After these shootings, people are using these excuses such as, you know, after 9/11 we didn't ban airplanes,
you want to put that
and after
into
car wrecks we don't ban cars.
Suggestions.
And then he went on to make a point, and I can see why this point would resonate with a lot of people. And he talked about, yeah, but we locked our stuff up tight and we implemented more security, and that potentially helped. Well, here's the problem that people are calling for here, and it's the one thing that people just aren't realizing. Number one, right now they're talking about that we need universal background checks and maybe implementing psychological evaluation background checks when trying to purchase a firearm. Okay, well, let's take a look at this real quick and let's see how this is actually going to work, because it sounds good in theory, but practical application paints a whole different story. Let me first ask you this in regards to peer-to-peer gun sales, which is what universal background checks cover.
Is this guy wearing blue eye contacts?
How many of the previous active shooters, well, we'll just say in the last 5 years, actually obtained their weapons through legal means and legal process? A good portion of them actually did. Because the problem is that they're not criminals when they actually purchase these weapons. They're actually law-abiding citizens when they do purchase these weapons that then turn into criminals. So peer-to-peer gun sales background check...
Actually, I don't think that's true.
That's not going to fix that problem. Now let's talk about psychological evaluation background checks. Number one, you're violating HIPAA. Okay, let's say we forego that just for the sake of buying a firearm. We're going to appease the masses out there and say that we're going to allow that.
Not really what that means, but I agree. I do agree that mental health background checks are not good.
Well, any swinging Joe, I was going to say something else, but I won't.
What were you going to say? What were you going to say?
Any person off the street could pass a psychological background check. It's not that difficult. The problem is you can't accurately identify someone that has the potential of becoming an active shooter, or a mass shooter for that case. So the problem that we're going to face is, say like they implemented both of these two laws. Say like the federal government said, we're going to do this for the protection and safety of the people. We're going to implement these two laws, and then more active shooters occur, or shootings occur, which they will, unfortunately. And then liberals and Democrats, as well as some conservatives that have caved and bent the knee to the red flag law. I miss Game of Thrones, by the way. And now they're going to call for more regulation. So what we're seeing right now is that the onion of the Second Amendment is being peeled back layer by layer by layer. Well, Trevor Noah talked about
Kangaroo.
that we, locked our stuff up tight after 9/11. We had more TSA. We had a lot of different things there. But the problem that we're seeing here is that we're adding we have over 22,000 gun laws on the books.
Oh, remember we just had this talking point the other night. They always use this, but it doesn't actually matter. The number of laws means nothing. Like, the number of laws around something mean nothing. And also that's a contextless statistic. So we have how many gun laws across 50 states? It's the quality of the laws. And yeah, the number doesn't matter.
Now, some are being enforced at a very strict level, some not so much. But the idea behind this is that we continuously add more and more laws, the shootings still occur, and nothing's being done about it. Well, things have been done about it, they're just not working. So here's my point, and I've said this before. We need to untrain our minds and stop looking to the government to fix our problems. Imagine if the government turned around and said to the citizens, this is a citizen problem, you citizens need to handle this.
That's the government is supposed to be representative of the citizens and actually do stuff for the citizens. What the fuck are you talking about? There are some things that the government is supposed to do. I know I could beat this guy high.
Which is almost kind of what the Second Amendment is for, in a small sense. Not just for the opposition of a potentially tyrannical government, but also for the means of self-defense. What if we said, let's abolish all gun laws, and let's arm the citizens to defend themselves, because we all know, and this statement is true, a good guy with a gun stops a bad guy with a gun. A police officer with a
No, that's not true. That isn't true. No, actually, no, they don't. That's literally the joke. That's a joke. That's not what that you're citing that like it's a truism. That's a joke.
gun stops an active shooter, for the most part, unless it's the Parkland shooting, then you have a coward. But the case still stands. If you have 20 people in a shop that are armed, that know what they're doing, handling that firearm, hopefully they are if they're responsible gun owners, and that one crazy person...
I'm looking at the canvases, and it looks like the size that he's using are between $50 and $70 each. That's way more than I was thinking, and it makes looking at the page with all his videos even worse. Right? Right? I know how expensive fucking canvases are. This dude's just burning money for toddler-style fucking comedy and toddler-style drawings.
Decides to fire. He's got 20 guns pointed back at him. We need to get out of the mindset of relying on the government to save us. For the past, I don't know how many years now, the government
This guy is literally advocating for vigilante justice. That it would be good that if there's an active shooter, for everyone and their mother to pull out a gun and fire back at this guy, which would result in the destruction of a neighborhood, by the way, and a lot of people getting shot accidentally.
has failed. Now,
Yeah, he did just dismiss the fact the method he's advocating for didn't work in Parkland. This
also,
is so
it's
stupid.
not really the government's responsibility to protect us. That's our responsibility. That comes with freedom. Now, people say it's not my job to carry a firearm. Well, it's not your job to protect freedom either, but you still enjoy practicing it. Well, freedom comes with a cost, and that cost isn't just a soldier going and dying on a foreign battlefield. That means right here at home, law-abiding citizens have to defend what they love and cherish.
Yes, we should turn our home country into a war zone in the name of vaguely signaling our support of guns. I'm not even a gun control advocate. I'm a gun owner advocate, and this guy's just an idiot.
Freedom doesn't just cost the $1.05 anymore. It costs you being an active citizen protecting what's his or hers.
$1.05?
Now, any
What does that
person out
mean?
there that uses a weapon or picks up a weapon to kill their fellow citizens for the means of stealing, committing murder, well, they're an enemy of the American free people and should be treated accordingly. Have we forgotten this?
Criminals, so people who are stealing anything are enemies of the free people. Okay. Oh, it's a Team America reference? Oh, South Park? Okay.
Have we become so dependent upon the government to keep the people safe that, well, the government potentially knew about 9/11. It still happened. They knew about Parkland. It still happened. Why are we still looking to the government
What do you mean
to
they
protect
knew?
us?
What do you
when
mean they knew about Parkland? What does that mean? I don't get that.
the government has failed? The
Am I
citizens
missing
need
something?
to arm themselves and protect themselves. That's my point. We had
Also,
more-
how would people, wait a second. How would people with guns stop 9/11? How would people with guns help 9/11? Do you think people are just going to whip out their guns in a fucking sealed aluminum tube and just start firing? Oh my, guns on planes? That is not a good idea. That is how you get the scene from the end of Alien 4 where they shoot the hole in the wall and the alien gets sucked out. His guts get sucked out through a tiny hole in space. That's how you get that.
more regulation, it doesn't work. That's all I'm trying to say. My name is Tom Bodette, and I'll leave the light on for you.
Tom Bodette. Who's Tom Bodette? Is that like a name he was going by for a while? Oh, he's got an Instagram. His Twitter is gone. It's a Motel 6 commercial? Oh. Okay, so here's his Instagram. Okay, so he's got his Instagram up here. Oh no, he has a CBD brand. Oh no, thank you very much, Barbecue. Thank you so much, really appreciate that. My show will always be free. Yes, I'm debating this guy tonight. Thank you very much, appreciate that a lot. My content will always be free, always viewer supported. Thank you so much. He's a CBD dude. Shell Shock CBD. Oh my god. Of course he's a CBD guy. Get vaccinated. We as a society are doomed. This is embarrassing. How much spray paint did they huff? I have one that says, get fucked. Oh my god. Okay. Nike didn't bless off on the changes to the shoes. Nike even publicly said they had nothing to do with it. So he's happy about this? He's happy about censorship? We got a meme? We got a meme? Oh, these are so much. These memes are painful. I want to see a good meme. Let's see a good meme. The Hippy Dippy Championship. A Dylan in every corner. Fatal four-way elimination match. April 9, 2021. Exclusive Dylan Burns TV wrap-up section. Over 7 hours. Whoa! This is awesome. This is awesome. Oh, shit. I gotta retweet this one. Here we go. All right, let's see the other one. Let's see the one Jessica Metal made. Oh, we're getting the memes in. That makes me so happy. That makes me so happy. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at the meme. I want a meme. A meme. Where did meme go? Oh, we got him. Make sure you tag me in him. Oh shit. Oh shit, we're getting him. Oh shit, we're getting them. Yes! Oh my god, they're coming in. I'm so excited. Oh, these are so good. Hold on, I gotta bring all these up. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where's this one? This one, here we go. All right, wait, open it. Here we go. Here we go, look at these. Rob Noerr, John Burk, anecdote. Ah! True, though. True. Then we got this one. Made Vaush Cry Award. Hippy Dippy Champion. Me. Ah! Yeah, I can't wait for it. Demon Mama. Vaush. Dylan. True. Ah! You know it's going to happen. Math. Vaush. Bam. With the steel chair. No, I'm gonna make Vaush cry. I'm not being anti-CBD. I'm anti-CBD grifters, okay? Are you ready? I said, are you ready? I just gotta put my shoes on. Vaush is over here playing with the train. This is great. This is so good. So good. You want this? You want my intro music?
I am the god of hellfire, and I bring you Demon Mama.
There you go. There's my music. Damn, this is so good. This is so good. Damn. I'm excited for this shit. Blood in the water. Have we talked about the Amazon union vote? No, but we are going to be talking about that tonight. I did just get the subjects. All right, let's take a look. Holy shit. Oh, wow. These topics are god tier. Okay, ready for the topics? You ready for the topics? Here we go. Ready? Here's the topics. Here they come. 1. The Amazon Workers Union just got rejected by a 2-to-1 vote in Alabama. Why do you think this was? And should unionization rise? 2. Would a leftward cultural shift in the United States be beneficial for America? Yes. 3. The governor's veto of the Arkansas trans bill was just overruled. What does this say for the future of trans issues in this country? And what are your thoughts on it passing? Yep. We'll talk about the unions. Hold on. We'll talk about those unions. Okay? I actually have a little thing on this that I was going to go over. Yeah. Holy shit. What do you bet the odds of John Burk getting kicked off instead of getting voted out? Oh, there's a possibility. I mean, he already got kicked off of Twitter. I don't even know why he was banned off Twitter. Okay. All right. I have to hit the restroom real quick. Don't you all go anywhere, because we got more shit to look at once I'm back from the bathroom, all right? I'll be right back. We're going to talk about this stuff. We're going to go look at some of Rob Noerr's content. So have fun. We're going to do some more topic stuff. Be right back. I'm back, everyone. I'm back. B plush. Dylan used to be a boxer. Yeah. All right. Real quick here. You got a 13X. Yeah, I'm very proud of you. Great. Hell yeah. Yeah, let's talk about this real quick, okay? I found an interesting video, and I would like to watch it and hear. Yeah, Dylan was good at boxing. Yes, he was. I want to watch this little video. How long is this one? About 10 minutes. Let's watch it. And let's see if there's any legitimacy to it, okay? Hey, thank you, Mother Meerset. I really appreciate the video. The website is awesome. By the way, real quick, I'm just going to check in. Real quick. We have 329 Pog imps in chat, but we only have 180 likes. Today is the hypest day we've ever had on the show. So if you could give me those likes, and if you're not subscribed, subscribe. It would mean the world to me, okay? It really, really would. Likes are free, and they genuinely boost us so far in the algorithm, you have no idea. So slap that like button, and if you haven't subscribed and rung the bell, you know you want to, because I'm always out here churning out amazing, high energy, fun, and informative content every single day. So thank you. All right, let's continue. Let's watch this. Yep. Let's watch this here video. Thank you very much, a fellow human being. Means the world to me. I know we're doing great. Actually, we have right now, we're doing so good right now. We have 430 viewers right now. That is absurd. That's across all platforms. So Mama Stock is going up, up, up. Yeah, I only got them today. It's all good, Dan the Step. Don't worry about it. It's all good. Why is this not working? It's a little weird. How do I watch this video? I want to see this video because I've seen a lot of people retweeting this, and I don't know how good it is. I don't know if this is telling the truth or what. So let's find out. Exposed. Amazon used intimidation tactics. Let's watch it. Let's give this a watch here, right? The claim is exposed. Amazon used illegal tactics, including threats and intimidation, to defeat the union. Now, this is by a small but verified channel. So that's pretty interesting. This channel only has 778 subscribers, but it's verified. So this is probably a legitimate organization. But I don't know. Let's find out. Let's find out what they have to say. I've seen a lot of people sent me this video. So let's check it out and let's see what they have to say.
Suspicious happened in the middle of Amazon's union election in Bessemer, Alabama. For most of the 2-month election, mail ballots trickled in each day to the National Labor Relations Board, a few dozen at a time. But all of a sudden, on February 12, a huge batch of 251 ballots arrived at the NLRB office in Birmingham. The pace of incoming ballots went back to normal. But then, it happened again. On February 17, according to people with knowledge of the election, another huge cluster of ballots appeared at the NLRB, 350 in total, on one day.
Okay.
Sources.
This sounds mighty similar to Stop the Steal. I'm not gonna lie. Just saying.
Say these dumps of ballots were overwhelmingly no votes against the union. What was going on?
Wait, for real? Jessica Metal, can you give me a source on that? If you have that, that would be amazing. If you have that, that would be amazing.
The answer appears to be a serious attempt by Amazon to manipulate the results of the union election. So serious that it appears very likely that the National Labor Relations Board will overturn the results.
Really? Now that would be a citation I would love to see. Well, keep in mind, these are all, they don't use digital voting for these types of votes.
And in that event, should the Retail Workers Union demand it, the NLRB could call for the election to be rerun. Why did so many no votes, roughly 20% of all votes cast, suddenly appear on 2 key dates in February? According to the RWDSU, the only plausible explanation for the vote dumps is that they were the ballots collected from the mailbox that Amazon illegally installed in the middle of the night on the campus of the Bessemer warehouse.
Ooh, now that right there is very sus, okay? So, I will say that the beginning of this sounded like a Stop the Steal thing, but this right here is super sus. That is super, super sus.
On the second night after ballots went out in the mail, we started getting calls from workers that said like, oh my God, they put this box up here and they're telling everybody to put their ballots in it and we're scared. We don't want to put our ballots in there. Like, who has the keys to the box? Does Amazon have them?
More Perfect Union obtained Postal Service documents about the Amazon mailbox.
Oh.
For no apparent reason.
Oh, boy. Oh, my. Now, if these can be verified... Oh, you know it, Kangaroo. Now, if these can be verified, if we can get a legitimate source on here, like, for example, if these can be verified by The Intercept, that would give a lot of credibility to this. Well, this is in the video, though. I doubt they're going to show these things right away. Let's find out. Let's hear it out.
But the documents show that Amazon wanted a ballot box installed as quickly as possible. And the documents discuss how to physically manipulate the box to allow for mass ballot collection.
As you can imagine, that can open it up to a lot of coercion, a lot of intimidation on the part of the employer, compelling or forcing employees to come and use the ballot box that they've installed at their location.
This mailbox, which Amazon installed in violation of explicit guidance from the federal government, is key to understanding how Amazon illegally coerced workers and manipulated the results of the election.
We received reports of intimidation and coercion. We've seen communications where they've essentially threatened that there would be a layoff because of the union. And that's what would be considered a hallmark violation of the act.
So if this is, again, if this evidence shows up, that would be hugely bad for them.
The union election was set to begin on February 8, but Amazon had been hard at work for weeks prior to that, putting in place a systemic, coordinated effort to engineer the outcome it wanted. Amazon hired a union-busting consulting firm, Labor Information.
Yep, LIS is a union buster firm.
Services.
That is true.
To create classes that workers were forced to attend. Workers were subjected to mandatory.
Oh my God, that is so painful. Mandatory anti-union meetings. Okay, by the way, just so you know, I've worked for a company that did just this, where you have to attend meetings where they play anti-union propaganda. It's terrible. And they usually make you come early in the morning to make you fucking miserable so that you're angry when you hear about the unions. I've literally dealt with this personally.
Sometimes 2 to 3 times per week.
Here's the thing. It's questionably legal in the United States, and it depends on your state. Now, some of them are illegal.
So the entire month of January, you went to one every week. Some people went to more than one a week. They'd say stuff to you like, everything's on the table when you negotiate with the union. We could take everything away. You know, you could lose your pay.
So they have testimony from workers at this site. Holy shit.
And some of those who shared with me on breaks is that they're afraid because Amazon told them in the meeting, the union buster said that if you get the union, then your benefits will be taken away. And so some of the younger people are kind of confused and have been told that the union is a bad thing.
When workers asked pro-union questions, managers came back to scan their badges in an apparent effort to document pro-union workers.
I asked like 3 questions to make them tell the truth.
Yeah.
When I got back to work, the PA came to me. I saw her pass everybody, and she came to me and she said, "Let me see your badge." She said, "Because when they scanned it in the class, yours didn't go through." So she scanned my badge and I watched her. She never scanned anybody else's badge because I was the one that brought out the question that will make them tell the truth about the raises or the union dues and stuff like that.
When the election began, the classes were mandated by law to end, but Amazon transitioned to a new phase of its campaign. It compelled Jefferson County to change.
Wait, for real? So they got an order to stop doing them.
Amazon transitioned to a new phase.
Wait, I gotta hear that again.
The classes were mandated by law to end, but
so they got busted on that.
Amazon transitioned to a new phase of its campaign. It compelled Jefferson County to change the traffic light signals outside the Bessemer warehouse to rob the union of one of its most effective messaging tactics, speaking to workers at red lights as they headed into the office warehouse. Meanwhile,
that is so slimy.
Amazon pummeled workers with anti-union messaging via text messages, Twitch ads, and notes on bathroom stalls and break rooms. Do it without dues, Amazon propaganda explained.
Every time we go to the bathroom in your stall, in the men's bathroom, as soon as you go to the stall, you got an anti-union flyer right there in front of you. You got flyers in the break room. You got when you walking in and walking out, you got big banners saying early vote, vote no.
When the election began on February 8th, Amazon deployed a concerted misinformation campaign targeted at its employees.
We've seen Amazon try to confuse people by telling them they needed to vote by March 1st, even though the deadline was March 29th. And the reason for that was to try to get people to cast their ballots right after the captive audience meetings and before they've had an opportunity to engage with the union.
Amazon felt if workers could be forced to vote quickly, they were likely to vote no. And once they voted no, they were not allowed to go back and change their vote. That's where the mailbox strategy came into play. If Amazon wanted workers to vote early, they needed a way to coerce and compel them to submit their ballots.
Not only have I never seen a company install or have a mailbox installed on their property for purposes of mail ballot election, I've never even heard of a company asking for such a thing.
Amazon initially asked the National Labor Relations Board if they could install a ballot drop box in the warehouse. The request was denied.
When the request was denied, went ahead and just disregarded what the board had said to them and installed it themselves. It's the first time I've seen that. And in fact, when I've talked to some of my management side friends on the other side, they're all flabbergasted by what really is pretty audacious on the part of Amazon.
On the second night of the vote, February 9th, the mailbox suddenly appeared, just steps from the entrance to the warehouse.
For workers, it's twofold. It's number one, if I'm a pro-union supporter and I'm putting my ballot in this box, is Amazon gonna know that? Are they gonna track it? Are they gonna steal it? What's gonna happen to my ballot once it gets here? And for those that maybe necessarily wouldn't have voted, maybe they were just kind of impartial to the idea and want to support their co-workers, but they also don't know a lot about the union. But now they've got this manager that's saying, hey, I've noticed you haven't voted yet. You didn't bring your ballot to the box. You should bring it tomorrow. Bring it and put it in the box.
The reason why you wouldn't want to have effectively have a polling place where the employer, at the employer's facility without the supervision of the board, is that the employer's supervisors will go around to these employees and say, you need to bring your ballot in, you need to make sure you vote. And you'll have employees following their supervisor's instructions, bringing in their ballots to work, which they're not supposed to do, and feeling the pressure that they have to cast
God,
a ballot,
that's so fucked.
for the employer. And
Jesus Christ.
That's what the mailbox being installed at an employer's facility and to be used for the purposes of casting ballots creates this pressure on employees.
As the NLRB counted votes, Amazon deployed the last phase of its anti-union strategy. It challenged hundreds of ballots, specific ballots that were cast after March 1. Amazon was well aware that by March 1, the tide had swung in the union's favor in a major way.
And there should be no intimidation, no coercion, no threats, no anti-union propaganda.
Knowing that many of the post-March 1 votes were likely yes votes for the union, Amazon's lawyers aggressively challenged them. Amazon won by engaging in exactly the kind of coercion and intimidation that President Biden warned of.
Under Section 7 of the National Labor Relations Act, employees are guaranteed the right.
Nope, you're not supposed to have ballots in the warehouse because they could spy on them.
The question of whether they want to organize or not in an environment free of coercion and intimidation.
We haven't heard the last from the courageous workers.
We know
who
they
took
spy
on
on
the
them,
line. If the NLRB grants a new election, they'll be back, and it's likely they will have the votes to win.
Okay, all right. So, I didn't like the way they started this one. I really don't like the way this video started. But by the end, that had some fucking very interesting stuff going on in there. So let's see if we can get some other sources weighing in on this. Let's see. So here we have... These emails were attained by FOIA request. These are legit. External mailbox options, redacted for privacy, We have a lot of emails going back and forth. Here we go. Michael, I'm sure they will be happy with the USPS installing one of our collection boxes. How quickly can we get one installed for them? What time does the carrier normally deliver to that location? I have 2 contacts at BMH1 that USPS can work with at the local level. Ooh, that's not a good look. Oh boy, that's not a good look for Amazon. Oh Jesus, that's really bad. Ken Klippenstein is already on it? Hell yeah. Well, that's what we want to see. All right, I'm going to take some notes on this because this is going to be very useful for this conversation. They were ordered by the Gov to stop with mandatory propaganda sessions. Biden called them out directly for intimidation. This ain't looking good. Ain't looking good. Ain't looking good. Yeah, getting them receipts. You know I always get the receipts. You know I always do. Oh, God. Extensive monitoring. Oh, God, this is going to be wild. Yeah, North Korea-style union election. Yeah, pressuring for early votes. Yep, we got to do that. Pressuring for early votes with false information. They told workers that votes could not be changed and were due weeks earlier than they were. Interesting. Yep. Interesting. Holy shit, that's wild. Hey, thank you, Sophia Christina Botha. Just DM me and maybe we'd be able to do something. I don't do like, well, I guess I do some collaborations. Usually I just do conversations with people. I don't do a whole lot of like collabs, but I'd be totally down for that sort of thing. Oh shit! Oh shit! It's end boss time. We know what happens here, right? Slug pill, slug pill, slug pill, slug pill. We know who wins. We know who's gonna win. That's a good one. We know who's the real slug pillar. Fuck yeah. Become Lamprey. I will become a demon. We should have another source. I agree. It would be great if we could have more. But I think we have to wait on this, don't we? Let's see if we can get other sources on this. Let's see if Ken is on it yet. Let's take a look. Oh yeah, contested election. Yeah, contested. Can we look up the FOIA request? It would be fun to do one-on-one Vaush, but yeah. Okay, let's see. I want to see if he's been saying anything about it today. Oh, Jesus. Here we go. Yep, we have it from Ken. We have it from Ken. For the labor reporter for Motherboard and Vice. Our RWDSU has confirmed to me that Amazon challenged ballots at a rate of nearly 4-1. And there are 500 contested ballots. Only a few were contested by the National Labor Review Board. These are likely yes votes and could be important if the gap narrows when the count resumes. Holy shit. That is so much obstruction. Holy shit. That is a reliable source right there. 4-1. That's ridiculous. Holy shit. That's actually wild. Holy moly, that's actually wild. So initially they had 3,000 signed unions card. Is Ken pretty reliable? Yeah. Ken Klippenstein is about one of the most reliable reporters that you can get right now. Let me explain why. So The Intercept, for those who don't know, The Intercept is a magazine or is a online journal that actually does real journalism. They focus on secrets. Here, I'll show you. They're actually legit. They're actually awesome. And believe it or not, they were founded by a bunch of anti-secrecy journalists, including Glenn Greenwald, who was recently fired because he was a super asshole to the editors here and refused to allow any of his work to have journalistic oversight. But at one point, he did have a legitimate stand towards anti-secrecy. This is The Intercept. The Intercept is fucking good. Here you go. The Intercept is an award-winning news organization dedicated to holding the powerful accountable through fearless adversarial journalism. Its in-depth investigations and unflinching analysis focus on politics, war, surveillance, corruption, the environment, technology, criminal justice, the media, and more. The Intercept gives its journalists the editorial freedom and legal support they need to expose corruption and injustice wherever they find it. Yeah, it's a pretty serious organization, and they have crazy journalistic chops. Also, just so you know, the person who we just got this info from is a major writer at Vice. So that's pretty reliable. Now, not all reporters at large magazines are necessarily reliable, but if you're in a prominent position at a major newsletter or a major newspaper, anytime if you report something wrong, your job, your life, and your career is on the line. That's not the case for like you know, the types of news that's breaking news websites like CNN and stuff. You may not have your reputation on the line, but if you write for a serious journalistic outlet and you fuck up, your job's done, your career's done. You will never work again for a serious magazine. Yeah. Well, Substack is literally just a blogging platform. Your life isn't on the line every time. Well, your career is. Just if you break the story on the Panama Papers. That's true. That's true. You break a story on the Panama Papers, turns out you gotta fucking flee. And then get blown up by a car bomb. Weird how that works out, huh? I would love to see the breakdown on that. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at why they're rated mostly factual. Mostly factual. Let's see what they've got. MBFC credibility rating, high credibility. The Intercept has been criticized by both Republicans and Democrats, such as this New Yorker article that reads, Greenwald's focus on deep state. Yes, they fired Greenwald. It was, look, this entire segment is devoted to Greenwald's bullshit. That's because they fired Greenwald because he wasn't actually doing good. Greenwald was carrying them down. If you notice, everything else, look at this. Look at their other stats. MBFC credibility rating, high credibility. Their factual reporting was tanked by fucking Glenn Greenwald writing about the deep state all the time. No joke. I'm not kidding you. The Intercept publishes articles with strongly emotionally loaded language such as the ignored legacy of George H.W. Bush, war crimes, racism, and the obstruction of justice. So they're getting dinged for that. Okay, that's fair. That's a fair critique. A factual search reveals they have not failed a fact check. They have not failed a fact check. Damn. Damn. Kind of major, right? That's why I'm saying they're good. They don't miss. They got rid of Glenn Greenwald because he was bringing down the organization. The reason why is because Glenn Greenwald was a founder. He was a founding member, and he would not let anyone edit his stuff. And so he started writing about the deep state, and people were like, you need to be submitted to editing. This is ridiculous. And then their reputation took a hit, so they fucking ousted him. They ousted him by everyone wanted him gone. Glenn Greenwald is such an idiot washout. And the sad thing is, Glenn Greenwald used to be a legitimate journalist. He just snapped and went fucking batty. They did fuck up the reality winner leak. Yes, they did. They did fuck that up. Hey, cool kid, it'll be here very soon. Why did he go crazy? No fucking way to tell. I have no idea. Squirtle was with Hunter. I did hear about that. Yeah. God, this is so fucking sad. We getting that belt tonight? You know it, Lonnie. You know it. It's going to be sexy. Right here on the mama. You know it. You know it. Oh, boy. We're just doing some research for the stream in advance because I think this is going to be super interesting. Oh, I need to open up something. There's something I need to have open real quick. Which is my previous research document. Here we go. I have this for this one. Yeah. This is I'm going to have open and ready to go. Why did... hold on. Even though everyone gets their own belt, I still think you should have Vaush come over and film him handing it to you. I don't want... But it's virus times. I know. I wish. I wish. Is that John Burk dude showing tonight? And do you plan on talking gun control? Gun control actually isn't one of the issues, believe it or not. Why did Glenn go crazy? Beware that when fighting monsters, you yourself do not become a monster. For when you gaze long into the abyss gazes also into you. True. True. No, there's, no, actually well, listen. Dylan is paying well for the belts, but I promise you, he's being well compensated for it, okay? Yeah. No, you don't mail it. Okay, there's a reason. Hold on, listen. The belt is going to look different every time. It's going to have printed on it when you won, just like real wrestling belts. In real wrestling belts, you always get to keep the belt, just like you get to keep a trophy. The belt is a spiritual transition, and that's always been the case, and it always will be. That's a good thing, because Vaush should always be able to show off that he was once the champion when I'm the champion. He wants, he's got to be able to have the championship belt so he can remember what it was like being the best before I was the best. Well, I was the best already, but before I was recognized for being the best. Let me check in on Twitch chat. Hey, how's everybody doing? Yeah, it does, Martini Peterson. Same way as wrestling and boxing. Same thing happens in wrestling and boxing. Same shit. People destroy their bodies for cool shit. Yeah, it's true. It's true. So much modesty tonight, there will be zero modesty from any of us. That's kind of accurate, Nibiru. It's wrestlers do not often keep belts. Well, okay. Hyun, sometimes they sell it because they become poor afterwards, which is really sad. But usually they will keep their belt. Yeah, it's very sad. As it turns out, the wrestling industry basically destroys professional wrestlers, and some of the best wrestlers of all time, people who genuinely deserve to live in lavish luxury for the rest of their lives, live in abject poverty. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. That's true, Saucy Fox. They're all contractors without health care. Well, it's more complicated than that. They often die alone. Not always, though. That'll happen to the fucking Iron Sheik. I want to talk about that sometime. Oh. Well, okay, but that's like a long time ago, though, right? So is Dylan McMahon? Dylan's always been McMahon. Always been McMahon. Dylan never wasn't McMahon. Oh, boy. Wow, that's a cool-ass art. Yeah, he probably should have. CM Punk. What we got from CM Punk. Hey, I was inspired by CM Punk for my call out. I'm broke and I'm a cop now. Any questions? Seriously, let's do a Q&A. 5 broke ex-WWE wrestlers with new jobs 2021. CM Punk 2021 new job. Is he actually? Is he actually? Say that to my face, sour eggs. I don't know. He's doing a Q&A. It looks like he's just joking. Okay, he's joking. He's joking. He's joking. Ask Punk, how's your cop life going, champ? It's great. I'm on administrative leave. Lamau. 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 Damn. Damn. These are great. Damn. Looks good, though. Oh, Sophia Botha, if you're still here, DM me on Discord. Sorry, I should be more clear about that. DM me on my Discord. I always check my Discord DMs, even though I get so many these days that I don't even know if I'll be able to keep doing that, but hopefully I will. Oh my God, that's nuts, Saucy Fox. Hulk Hogan was a piece of shit. Just how it turns out. Okay, we got to do another thing, though. We got to look in on another person, okay? Hey, Too Much Caffeine, happy to have you. Make sure you join my Discord and follow my fucking YouTube. If you haven't subbed, if you haven't liked, if you haven't joined the Discord, today is the day. All of my links are on my website. It's super easy. You've got to join because I promise you, if you like Vaush's content, you're going to love my content. If you like what you've seen so far, you're going to love what I've got in store for you, okay? Seriously. It's going to be fucking amazing. Now, where was the thing that I was going to, oh yeah, we're going to look up. Here we go. So we're going to take a look at Rob Noerr's channel next.
The United States of America is the greatest country in the history of the world. Our founding fathers understood that what makes a country great, it isn't necessarily its land, it's not its wealth, but it's the people that reside within it. No time in history before them had there been a constitution or a legal document set forth to govern a nation that relied on the individual and personal freedom and personal responsibility. That
sure
is
about
the
that,
idea.
buddy? Sure about that?
Technology that made the United States great and continues to make it great. But as we go forward, we see that that's changing. We stand on the shoulders of giants.
This right here, this timer is before the diarrhea hits. This is how long he has to finish the speech before he has to run to the bathroom at light speed.
Be educators in the past, whether it be our forefathers, whether it be our veterans that fought and died for our great country, whether it be mothers or fathers that raised generations of great children, whether it be entrepreneurs that created jobs, whether it be the slaves that were freed and went on to become successful and do their own job to prove that if they were left alone, they too could succeed. Those ideas of personal freedom and personal responsibility.
Thank you so much, EE. Really appreciate that.
We have before us have made us what we are today. We don't want to be the generation that lets that slide.
Motherfucker.
I don't remember
Today
where
we
I
see
put it.
that it's been going on for decades. That normal Americans and their personal freedom and responsibility
I found
has
it.
slowly eroded away. This is because all of our cultural institutions of power are dominated by the establishment, and particularly an establishment leftist ideology.
I didn't mess
This
up.
means that
That was
things like
perfect
hard work
execution.
and personal responsibility have been replaced with things such as victimhood and claiming that you're perpetually a victim and that's somehow worth something. A normal American works 9 to 5 and they just want to be left alone by the government. I've grown up in rural Pennsylvania my whole life. The people that I respect, the people I think are the salt of this country, are blue-collar workers that I see every day, my family and friends. Whether they be truck drivers, welders, they hunt for recreation and for a livelihood. Whether it be carpenters, whether it be educators or people in the service industry. These people just want to go to work, provide for their family, have a good life, and be left alone. Where is their voice? They've been drowned out amongst a chorus.
Why did he turn black and white there?
Of the establishment left that controls all of our cultural institutions of power that shape the public narrative. Whether it be the mainstream media, which comes almost 95% from the establishment leftist perspective. The same is true of academia. The same is true of our entertainment industry in Hollywood. And you could also say that of the people that control Silicon Valley and many of these social media corporations. Imagine it. You work 9 to 5, you come home, want to relax, you turn on your local news. all of the information you get is from this establishment leftist perspective. So you
Fox News is the most popular news channel in America. Yeah, it's just dripping with paranoia.
turn the news off and maybe you get ready for your night class that you're taking. That academia is almost entirely coming from that establishment leftist perspective.
A night school, a local community college night school, is leftist academia.
So you say, you know what? I just want to forget about it all and tune on some television, something entertaining. So you turn on a late night comedy show. All of it's dominated by the exact same ideology, this establishment leftist perspective. So then maybe you go on to...
What late night show is a leftist? What late night show is a leftist? Can somebody give me the late night leftist show?
Facebook or Twitter or YouTube in order to talk to people that maybe share your life experience. But again, those are all ran by organizations.
John Oliver? John Oliver, does he even late night? Wait, John Oliver isn't a late night. Isn't he a prime time? Is he a late night show now? I can't remember.
And make no mistake about it, this isn't the leftist that's my friend or my neighbor that I'm talking about. These are oligarchs. These are people in the establishment.
He's late night now?
Or whatever you want to call it. That are really the movers and shakers and control the direction of our country. They don't care about normal Americans. The idea that it's left versus right, sure, there are things we disagree on, and I'm honest in this channel that I'm coming from the right. But I welcome my friends from the left that understand also that this corruption in the establishment needs to be fought. Until we fight back against this corruption, it doesn't matter if we're Democrats, Republicans.
True, Nibiru. And guess what? I'm always on. I'm always on at those times. And I know there's a lot of working class people who watch my stuff.
None of it will matter. Because the people that really control this country don't care about me and yours voice. The election of Donald Trump was the first time in my life that we see the possibility of outing the corruption of this establishment. And yet, and despite this, we see that the establishment is laughing. They think that they're still winning. People like James Comey that ran the FBI as a personal mercenary squad for the Democrats and Barack.
What? Comey's a Republican.
Obama laugh as they escape indictment after indictment, even as their crimes are made public for all to see. The media covers for them and celebrates this corruption. Academia and the entertainment industry in Silicon Valley go along with this. Where are the voices?
Academia and Hollywood and them.
For normal Americans. But there is good news. There are people that are rising up. There are people that are running for office. There are people that are doing independent channels. There are people waking up by the millions that understand how corrupt this system is. Just the Iowa caucus starts to show many people on the left that didn't want to see it, how corrupt the DNC and the establishment is. We should be reaching out and talking to all these people and making allies to fight back against this corruption. My channel is about being a voice for normal Americans, whether you're a blue-collar worker in rural Pennsylvania that's been maligned as clinging to your guns and Bible, that's been called a racist deplorable, or maybe you're in...
By the way, just a quick little anecdote. So, a real quick story. I used to go camping in rural Pennsylvania frequently. A small town called Leaper. Very, very small. Now, they had a monthly flea market. And when I went to the flea market in that small town of Pennsylvania, Leaper, L-E-E-P-E-R, I used to camp there. And when I went to the flea market there, the first stand, the number one upfront primary slot stand that you would encounter when you went to the flea market was a Nazi stand. I'm not kidding you. They had Confederate flag, Nazi flag, and all kinds of other. They had a displayed prominently a bumper sticker that showed a man being dragged by a chain behind his car, behind a truck, that said, "Homos get out." Not kidding. I am not kidding at all. Not even in the slightest. That was the front and center stand. So when we're talking about rural Pennsylvania, just saying. I'm just saying.
the inner city and you grew up in a single parent household and you've been told you're a victim your whole life and you're just trying to succeed, but everything tells you, no, you're a victim. Don't try to go out and have...
Don't believe me? Look up Adolph's. Don't believe me that I've been there? Look up Adolph's in Leeper, Pennsylvania. Go look it up. It's a restaurant in the center of town in Leeper, Pennsylvania. I ain't making this shit up.
Personal responsibility and achieve on your own. Or anyone in between. This is a show for you. We are here to discuss the issues of normal Americans, to bring truth to everyday people that it's been hidden from by the oligarchs that really control our country and the establishment. They need to control the flow of information and all of those cultural institutions of power that I mentioned in order to make sure that they could pass their agenda, because they know the secret. If the normal person, if the average American were to find out how corrupt this was, they wouldn't stand for it. The way we win this battle is by bringing information to the millions and millions of Americans that have been lied to, that through the sweat of their labor, through their hard work, have enriched corrupt politicians, have enriched corrupt people in the media and other corrupt people that aren't elected to office like these bureaucrats.
Yeah,
that have outsourced our wealth to other...
Listen, for the record, I don't think that Rob Noerr is personally a Nazi, but he talks about cultural Marxism. He talks about the elites controlling the media and degenerating America. Whew.
Countries to further enrich the politicians that send
the timer is there because he tried to run this as a YouTube ad.
American
Jesus.
wakes up to this, we can begin taking back our country. The war will be fought with information. That is what my channel and so many of the channels I'm associated are trying to do. That's what we're trying to do today. So please, I encourage you, follow my channel.
Can you DM that to me on Discord, by the way? Can you DM me that link?
Follow the people that I'm connected to, and even if you're on the left, follow
Thank you for the donut. Really appreciate
on the
that.
left. But take away this gatekeeping power of the establishment to control all flow of information. Real people with facts and truth on their side do not hide from the First Amendment. We don't hide from open speech and open...
Rob has repeatedly claimed with no asterisks whatsoever that BLM is a terrorist movement. I blew him the fuck out on that. Like, roasted him.
We'll bring diverse opinions on. We'll bring people that disagree because we understand that we're about the flow of information and allowing everyone to make up their own mind. We do not need to censor voices like the establishment.
Thank you, Sophia.
So I welcome to my channel, the Normal America channel, and I hope that you'll enjoy yourself. Thank you so much, everyone, and have a good one.
All right, let's see what he's got to say recently. Okay, so he's just got kind of like raw VODs up right now. Just chilling, taking calls. Yeah, he runs a radio show. Oh, yeah, he does this. Ah! Wait a minute. Left-wing streamer clickbait lies about debate with me. Who is it? Who is it? Is it Destiny? Was this from his debate with Destiny? I think this was his debate with Destiny. Let's hear.
Hey, what's up? Just another roadside video for me, so I won't be able to read the comments. Just
amazing cinematography.
On the way to work.
Incredible cinematography right here.
So I thought I would do a video just about something that I thought was kind of funny that I saw this weekend. So I did the drunken debates on Friday. I actually had fun with it. I thought it was a good one. I thought the panel was better. I'd still like to see less people on a panel. I digress. Everyone knows my opinion on that. But one of the excuse me, frog.
Jesus.
One of the topics was trans issues, and Amazon banning books that said transgenderism is an illness or a mental illness, and surprisingly, basically everyone agreed. Which their take was, it's a private company, they can do what they want, but it's stupid. Banning books is dumb. Anyways, left-wing streamer Destiny stuck around afterwards.
Streamer Destiny? All right. We'll give him a little bit of cred. All right, Destiny can be a left-wing streamer for today, okay? Today.
With me. Excuse me. Or you asked me why I disagreed with the science, because the American Psychological Association doesn't consider trans a mental illness. Instead, it considers gender dysphoria a mental illness. And so the argument is...
By the way, real quick, before we get into the meat of this, have you noticed how every single conservative channel now is talking about trans stuff? They are absolutely obsessed with trans stuff these days. Even the car dads, all of them, they are obsessed.
Dysphoria is basically believing that your body doesn't match what your brain thinks is your correct sex, and you have anguish or over it. But if you just believe your body's in the wrong sex and you have no anguish, then it's not gender dysphoria, etc., etc. So the crux of the debate is trans an illness? I don't know if it's a mental illness, and here's why. I don't know if the science is settled. Now, look, I know a lot of people wanted me to get more into the science. My understanding of the admittedly limited science that I've read of this disagrees with what was going on in the debate, which is the claim that you could do a brain scan of someone and determine whether or not that's a male or a female brain. And so a lot of times there's a trans person who you scan their brain and it's like, oh, that's a female brain, but actually it's in the body of a man. I don't know. I've heard conflicting statements on this. I'm not impressed by the studies claiming that that's fully the case. It seems weak.
Do you think this guy knows how to read a scientific study at all? Not even even a little bit?
It seems selective. I'm going to lose you for a second here, so bear with me. I'll be right back. Again, I'm just driving to work. If you're just tuning into me for the first time, which you're probably not, my quality of stuff's usually better than this as far as audio and visual. I just like to live stream sometimes on my way to work. Apologize that it's dark and all that good stuff, but
that's cool.
In rural Pennsylvania here, we lose internet reception quite frequently.
Rob. All
right.
Wake up! Wake up! Don't crash! Wake
Sorry
up!
about that. I think I'm back. We should be good from here on out, hopefully. So, the issue is...
I think Rob owns a construction company.
That was the debate. So, anyways, let me get to the meat of what this video is about. I stuck around and I talked to Destiny. I thought he didn't look so hot. And then I talked to someone who claimed that they were a clinician or had a doctorate to be a clinician or something like that. I didn't think it went so well for them either. To me, it's an illness, but whatever. That was the debate.
To me, it's an illness in defiance of all current science, but whatever.
Debate about me saying, we shouldn't allow hormone therapy or gender transition therapy. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, if you're an adult and if a clinician recommends something to you, I'm not a clinician. I don't know what the science will ultimately say. I suspect that the science, if it's unbiased and objective, will ultimately say, no, it's not the problem that your brain is the brain of a woman trapped in a man's body or vice versa. I suspect they'll say, no, that's not really the case. So either it's a physical disorder because you literally have a physiological difference because your brain is in the wrong body. That's still a disorder or an illness. Or B, it's a mental disorder or illness because you think that your brain doesn't match up with your body, but you're incorrect.
What?
I'm not smart enough, nor am I well-educated enough to understand which...
God. Oh, God. Oh, my God. Cis people talking about gender is the most infuriating thing that you can ever experience as a trans person. Hell for trans people is having to listen to cis people talk about gender all the time. That is what actual hell is. That's what actual hell is for trans people, by the way. If you go to trans hell, it's because that's your experience.
One of those two it is. I suspect it's the mental illness, and that's why when people say, oh, Rob was being cheeky, he was...
Why do you suspect that? Do you just your feelings? Yes, that's the answer. The answer is he feels that way.
He was trying to flirt with the idea saying it was a mental illness. I'm just saying it's an illness one way or the other. If you want to say, no, it's clearly that the brain is different than the body, okay, that's still an illness or a disorder. That's only my argument. And so you can't have your cake and eat it too when you talk about that sort of stuff, but then want to ban books that claim, oh, it's dangerous to call this an illness. Well, no.
And against
it's not
Vaush.
because it is an illness. And I thought that I won that argument.
Yeah, it's reserved for people like Blair White. Yep.
Destiny then puts a video up, and I understand what happens. I understand the gamesmanship, so I'm not mad about this. Right? It's just funny.
He's mad.
And I'll respond
He's
to it
mad.
more on my show tomorrow night.
He's mad.
So I can show you exactly the way he clipped it. But Destiny's very good at editing videos and stuff, or he has someone that does it for him, and it's very professional looking. So he'll have an intro where he has like a little 1-minute clip of what's going to happen in the debate, and so he selectively takes a piece in the middle of it to make it seem as if, oh, I've totally changed my position. And he clickbaits the title as something to like the effect of me debating stubborn conservative and finally convincing him to.
The one thing that you want to know how I know that Rob is telling the truth here? Want to know how I know that Rob is telling the truth here? Because Rob would never admit he's wrong. Ever. Even if it was in the face of overwhelming evidence. That's how I know that Rob isn't lying, that Destiny hyped it up a bit.
Be pro-trans. But I didn't change my position. In fact, it's actually the exact opposite of the truth. Destiny was the one that ended up conceding my position. I didn't change at all. My position in the drunken debates and in my discussion with Destiny was the same thing the entire time. I don't know if it's a mental illness or a physical illness, but it's an illness.
What? That logic does not line up. Oh my God. Oh. Fucking God.
Or any synonym that you want to use.
The dumbest position. The dumbest position you can possibly take.
Disorder, illness, etc. It's a problem. And Destiny ultimately ends up agreeing, yeah, I guess I could see that, I guess. So, basically, this video is less about whether or not I'm right or wrong. I think that I win the argument convincingly. I understand how these things work. People that are Destiny's fans, there's far more of them than people that are fans of me. They're going to think that Destiny won the argument. That's no problem. I don't mind that. Perfectly fine. But what I'm pointing out here isn't who won the debate, which was me, by the way. I'm pointing out, like, it's a very disingenuous clickbait title. And again, I'm not mad about it. I'm just pointing out how it's laughable. Because it's like, no, that didn't happen at all. Now, first off, am I a stubborn conservative? Sure. I guess that'd be one way to describe me.
True,
I think I'm more of a populist than a conservative.
Hey, at least he's
but I would
honest.
call myself a populist conservative. Am I stubborn? Sure. But
populist.
I don't think.
Okay.
Like,
isn't it really weird though? You want to know something that really weirds me out? This is a really weird thing about populists. Populists always live in underpopulated areas. Isn't that kind of weird? Isn't it kind of weird that like populists always live in the middle of the woods where they've met like 10 people in their entire lives and like, I believe in the people. And it's like, well, wait a minute, but you've barely met anybody. You'd think that the populists would come from the cities where they've met tons and tons and tons of people. But no, it's always some dude who lives in the middle of the woods and mostly talks to his dog and his family.
I don't think that he convinced me of anything. And it's just, and the way he selectively edits this minute where it's like, basically he's claiming that he switched me because he says this is ultimately where he thinks his gotcha is with me. He's like, Rob, let's say in the future that we develop a machine that is able, without looking at a person, just scanning their brain, so you have no idea what the person looks like, if they look like a man or a woman. And scientists will just be able to look at this brain and say, that's a woman's brain, that's a man's brain, that's a woman's brain, that's a man's brain. And then in some of those, we're like, oh, that's a woman's brain, but it's in a male body. Do you think it would be acceptable to have hormone therapy and transition therapy?
Okay, actually, I take it back. I take it back. True hell is having to watch Destiny and Rob Noerr talk about gender for all of eternity. That is actual hell. It's actually worse than just listening to one of them. Well, that's because they're dualists. They think that there's a soul pellet in your head. They think that that the brain is like not a part, that the brain is like its own thing, that when you die, your brain turns into a soul and goes woo and flies away. Destiny's takes on gender are always like painfully stupid.
Sure. Like, it seems like if there's that big of a problem, that you would either change the way the body looks to match up with the mind,
Sorry, guys,
or
you
you
might
would
not
try
like
to
it, but it's
change
true.
what the
Are they
mind
that
is
bad? Yeah,
thinking
they're
to
that
match
bad.
up with the body. But either way, but it's still a disorder or an illness. There's a problem that needs treated. It's that simple. And it matters because we're literally banning books or calling for banning books or banning people on social media. We're taking out terms like boy and girl and fatherhood and motherhood and all of this stuff based on something that's an illness. So it's a clever word game that's trying to be played. They try to say, oh, no, it's not an illness. This is perfectly normal.
Oh my God, this is Matt Walsh poisoning. This is what happens when you turn on your TV every day and you watch Matt Walsh have an absolute meltdown over a children's book.
And then they use that as a weapon to force language and other things to change. And changing language is
how do you know? You know like 10 people. Is there like in your town, is your town library like staffed with radical trans activists who want to destroy every single occurrence of the word man and woman in every book in their local library? Like what the fuck are you talking about? Where do you get these ideas? You've never met anybody.
First step to changing action. And so if they could change and say there is no difference between men and women, or trans women are women, or trans men are men, then the policies follow. Sports would be the first thing, but it'll be other policies. That's why it matters. Again, everyone who's heard me talk about this issue, am I recommending treating trans people like trash? No.
Yes. Yes, you are. By saying that trans people should not be recognized as people, but should instead be seen as a disease, yes, you are advocating for treating trans people like trash. Yes, you are.
Never once have I. I think it's evident by the amount of times that I brought trans people on my show, either on panels or just one-on-one. I've never once have I intentionally misgendered anyone. Never once have I
will give him credit for that. Rob does not do that. Credit to
made fun of them or
credit to Rob here. Credit to Rob here. He doesn't misgender people. He doesn't. I will give him full credit for that. He is super respectful in person. It is the bare minimum, but it's much better than most conservatives. I will give him credit for that. Rob is, of all of the conservatives I've ever talked to, Rob is the most personally respectful, besides Connor. Connor is also there, but I don't really know. Like, Connor's like an enlightened centrist. Real quick, I need to hit the restroom again. That's what happens when you drink lots of soda. But you all can talk to each other and hype shit up. So I'll be right back. Stay cool and stick around because it's going to be fucking Pog. I'm back. All right, everybody. Listen, let's continue. Let's continue right back in. Let's get right back into this.
Again, to me, I would never, my line of work is working with people that have disabilities. I'm not going to make fun of someone for an illness. I don't do it. I understand there are conservatives that do that. I don't care. Like, I'm not kicking people off my chat for that type of stuff. You say what you want. I've given my personal stance on what I do. That's all I could do. And, you know, the idea that, like, oh, Destiny's like, I got a victory because I got Rob to admit. What did he get me to admit? If adults want to have transition therapy, and 20 years from now we have a brain scan machine that convincingly and objectively shows, yes, there are people who have...
Talk about changing language and words. Have you seen Renegade Cut's newest video? Basically, the early Christians invented the devil in the Bible by purposely mistranslating certain Hebrew words. That's really interesting. I do happen to know about that. There is only, I think, only 2 actual references to anything even resembling the devil in the Bible. Yeah, those get massively blown up. Yeah, it's very weird. They also did that with gay stuff, and they've done that now with trans stuff. You can't find any place in the Bible that actually denounces people for being trans or for being gay. Is the devil even in the Old Testament at all? No. There is a reference to Lucifer, a fallen angel, but the fallen angel Lucifer is not referred to as the devil, and he's not even made out to be like like a villain or anything like that. That was all added in like myth that came later on.
A brain that doesn't match with their body. I don't have a problem. What about me ever suggests
Lucifer is supposed to be the devil, but the problem is that there's yeah, Satan is named in Job, but Satan just means adversary. And then there's another reference that references a star called Lucifer, an angel being thrown out of heaven. But it doesn't say that, like, yeah, the devil is Bible fan fiction. Yeah, neither of them actually filled that role. The part that actually mentions Lucifer is like talking about the myth of heaven. It isn't anything about tempting humans or anything like that. Yeah, son of the morning. Yes.
Said I would have a problem with that.
Yeah, I heard.
No, it's science fiction.
Yeah, I'd love to watch that video.
Like, we don't have that technology.
Oh, by the way, just so you all know, this is a really random side thing. I'm just gonna pop. There's a little bit of a side thing here. I've gotten a huge chunk of my script written. Well, my script, it's an outline. My outline for the spiritual deconstruction. That stream is going to be amazing. So buckle in, because that's going to be a massive mama lore drop in addition to a huge conversation about faith. And that's going to be coming very soon. So, yeah, just kind of a shitty snake. Yeah, it's true. The idea was that, like, the serpent was just a misleading serpent. Am I open to religion debates? Of course, always. Yep. Lucifer is what ancient people referred to the planet Venus as. That makes sense. Yep, that makes sense a lot. Just some idiot snake. Yep.
So it's just
the story of Lilith is again fan fiction. Yes, that's correct, yo boy topoy. The only gay reference in Leviticus, is usually translated as pedophilia, not being gay. It's about harming children. The Holy Spirit. Okay. I can explain that in a second. Yeah, you know what? Explaining the Holy Spirit is more interesting than listening to Rob talk about this. I'm sorry. Let's just be real. Let's have a break from Rob, because we're going to have to listen to him a whole bunch tonight. So let's talk about religion shit, right? Let's talk about religion stuff. That's exciting. So, I haven't watched them yet, The Guy Who Could, but I want to. Oh, you made another meme? Let's check it out. Let's check out the meme. Da meme. Da memein'. Oh, shit, there's another one. Hell yeah. Oh, shit. Take a look at this. Here we go. Ready? Waiting for right-wingers to drop slurs on stream despite being asked not to. All 3 of us. Yup, true. Here's the other one. Yes, true. Also true. Also true. I'm going to summon all of the items from my imps to help me. Oh, I can explain the Holy Trinity. Okay. So, let me explain the Holy Spirit. Yes. So, hi, Mom. Hi, Mama Chat. I come in peace from Vaush's channel, but create an account here before creating one on VGG. Aw, thank you so much, Sleepy But Dangerous. Hope to have you on the imp side tonight. You know how bad I want that belt. Hell yeah. Click the link. You want me to click the link? Uh-oh. Why? What's happening here? What's going to happen in this link? Is it going to rickroll me? Let's see. Okay, actually, this is pretty true. 3 persons. Father, Son, Holy Spirit. One God. Actually, this is pretty accurate. This is pretty accurate. Yep. True. That's basically accurate. Yep. Yes, plural God, unironically. Plural non-binary God. No joke. So let me explain real quick. So the God of the Bible is referred to in 3 persons, okay? The Father, aka the Creator, okay? Now they are all the same person, but they have 3 different personalities. They have 3 distinct balancing personalities, okay? The Father is the Creator, the Overseer. He is the Punisher. He is the big guy, you know? He's the dad figure. Very masculine, very wrathful. When he's angry, he's really angry. When he's happy, he's blessing the land. He's loud and powerful. He's the dad god. Then you have the Son, Jesus. Jesus is softer, much more gentle. He's understanding. He's diplomatic. He's sensitive. He is a healer. He's arguably very feminine. And he's a socialist. Yeah. He opposes, in some ways, he checks the anger of God. In fact, he died to satisfy his Father's anger against humanity so that humans could reach eternal life. Then you have the Holy Spirit, okay? The Holy Spirit is silent, okay? The Holy Spirit is not loud, but it intercedes and permeates everything in the universe. It's basically the Force. The Holy Spirit is like the Force, okay? The Holy Spirit, it lives in every person. It lives in everything that has been touched and created by God. The only place that the Holy Spirit is not present is in hell. That is the only place that there is no, and in fact, we are so used to the presence of the Holy Spirit that the main pain, the source of pain in being in hell is not the fire and torture, but rather the lack of presence from the Holy Spirit. So if you step into hell, if you go to hell, the pain you will feel the most is that the Holy Spirit is not there, and you will know it, even though you never knew what it was like before. Yes and no, Keenox. Yes and no. It's kind of complicated. But yeah, welcome, Roman Father. Happy to have you. We talk about a lot of cool stuff here. Pretty funny, but I like to talk about religion a lot. The Holy Spirit is, well, not just that, but also the Holy Spirit will go, the Holy Spirit moves to places in great concentration, much like the Force, okay? So the Holy Spirit will appear, the Holy Spirit will sometimes fill people with energy. So for example, the Holy Spirit came down upon a bunch of preachers one time in the Bible and literally appeared as a flame over their head, which allowed them to speak any language. And they didn't even know they were doing it. They were preaching, and all of the preachers were preaching in different languages that none of them had learned because the Holy Spirit had descended upon them and filled them with knowledge and power. So the Holy Spirit is like a passive force, not truly passive, but it is a passive force that permeates everything. Yeah, it's like an epiphany. It's it is responsible for those types of things. That's what speaking in tongues means. Yes, precisely. Not that's what Americans do when they speak in tongues. Yep. of course remember, just remember that, like, there's a million interpretations, but that is the general Christian understanding of the Holy Spirit. What are my thoughts on the occult? There's a lot of interesting stuff, but boy, oh boy, does modern occult stuff have a lot of Nazi ties. Jesus Christ. Why is there no Holy Spirit in hell? Because hell is the place that God has abandoned. And that is where those who have defied God on the most, like, base level, on the most foundational level, will dwell. Now, some people, just so you know, some people will interpret the Bible to say that there is no such thing as hell, or rather there is hell, but it's only for angels because angels are eternal and everybody else gets just toasted immediately and you just stop existing. That's what some people believe, but it's tough. If God created everyone, why did they literally abandon their creation? Well, they didn't, according to the Bible. According to the Bible, they didn't. Sometimes, Nibiru, yeah. Yeah, closer to Sheol, the idea of Sheol. Yeah. Annihilationism. Yeah, I knew a lot of Christians who believe in that sort of thing. Yeah. Adam means earth and Eve means life. Yeah, I've heard various interpretations of that. Yeah. Oh, well, okay, yes. But that was now teach us about Revelation. Oh my God, Revelation is so wild. You know, Revelation is like unbelievable, right? Like that would be an entire stream on its own. No, that'd be like 12 streams on its own. Yeah, yep, that's pretty accurate, Silent. Silent says, I think the best way to sum up the history of occultism is that there was a pre-Nazi era where it was mostly about having kinky sex, and then a post-Nazi era where it's probably about Nazis if you dig below the surface. Yep, true. I have not read the Book of Nod. Why doesn't the Bible talk about Lilith? Lilith is an implication in the Bible. It's complicated. Yeah. Do you think there's a lot of contradiction in the Bible? Yes, there is a lot of contradiction in the Bible. What sect of Christianity did I grow up in? I grew up in a non-denominational sect of Christianity known as Calvary Chapel. Calvary Chapel has exploded in the last few decades, and they're all over the place. Not all of them are as extreme as mine, but many of them are. So, yeah, I definitely could, Gayfesh. Definitely could. Lilith is mentioned outside of Abrahamic texts. Yes, I know. Yes, but not in the actual Bible. Have I read the Bible Apocrypha? Yes, I have. Yes. There's a lot of Apocrypha, by the way. But if you're talking about the Catholic Apocrypha, yes, I have. Was Jesus a virgin? Not necessarily. Is it just me, or is atheists talking about religion way more interesting than religious folks talking about it? Actually, you'd be surprised. There are people who are personally religious who approach religion from like an analytical lens, and that is interesting. I just think it's a matter of the lens. If you take it as fact, it's super boring. It's like a boring story. If you take the Bible as fact, it's pretty boring. Like, there are way better stories to believe in if you take it as pure fact. If you take it as a historical document, it's super, super interesting. Like, hella interesting. I've studied the Quran a little bit, but I haven't studied it a lot. Yeah. If you could ask a real God one question only, what would you ask? You doing okay, dude? That's probably what I would ask. How are you feeling? You okay? There you go. That's what I would ask. Because I feel like nobody has ever asked God their feelings. Can you imagine if look, that's a little bit of a funny answer, but at the same time, can you imagine getting God to tell you how they feel? That would be wild. You'd probably be the only person to ever actually get in that would give you insight to God. Of course you got to ask that. What do you think is the best translation of the Bible for analysis? I think, okay, it's been a long time since I've been on this. I've been on that train, but the Oxford Study Bible was always very good in my opinion. The Oxford Study Bible was always very valuable. Mac Death, can I talk more about Calvary Chapel? I will be very soon. I am doing a video called Demon Mama's Spiritual Deconstruction. That's going to be very soon, and that video is going to talk about Calvary Chapel to a great extent, in addition to my personal thoughts and my personal experience with religion. It's going to be very, very interesting, so keep tuned for that, because I'm going to go full in on that. Have I heard of the Book of Enoch? Yes, I have. All my likes in YouTube are dropping? What the fuck? What the fuck? Whoa, what the fuck is happening? What? That was weird. All right, we have 425 concurrent viewers. If all of you could go and like the stream, I would deeply appreciate that. I don't know what the fuck just happened, but we just lost likes. What the fuck? That's bullshit. But if you all could please like the stream, please, it really boosts the stream. I know it's annoying for me to ask for likes, but that's what makes this channel succeed. Is the likes and the subs, of course. But the subs are like, you can do that if you like my content. The like is completely free. So if you could do that, it would get more people in here. That's weird. I don't get that. Why did that happen? I just watched it happen. Damn, we bumped back up to 308. We got 455 viewers and 316 likes. So if we could get like, I don't know, 140 likes, that would be amazing. That would be so amazing. Because we're about to go on to the Hippy Dippy podcast. What religious or religion views do I have right now? I am generally would be considered an agnostic atheist. And I'm perfectly comfortable in that position at the moment. Do you believe that all of these beliefs and religions are all interpreting a true cosmic or supernatural force that governs the universe? No. I think that certain religions have stumbled upon various truths. And like, for example, I think that there are like certain sects of Taoism have discovered certain truths about the universe, but I don't think that like they're all hinting at the same truth. I think they're all processing their environment in their own way. The second conservative, we watched him earlier. He's this guy named John Burk. Well, here's all you need to know about John Burk, okay? Here's John Burk, okay? This is the type of content that John Burk makes, okay? There you go. Yeah. There you go. Is one of those truths that you can get so swole that you attain godhood? Yes, that is one of the truths. You can get so swole that you attain godhood. You just need to eat a fuckload of food and work out all the time. See, for me, I am going to get my brain so swole that I reach godhood. That's also why I eat and drink lots of soda. Because I need to fuel the growth, the eternal growth of my brain. The golden rule is a common thread in most world religions. Yes, but that's because I think that that's like a logical conclusion that's easy to come to, right? Oh, that's a little weird. No brain still based. That's very weird. There is wisdom in old knowledge. Much of it is called wisdom simply because it isn't entirely quantifiable. Mysticism is just the stuff we can't explain yet. Yeah, sometimes. I don't know. I don't think that just because something is old that it's necessarily good, right? Yeah. Hinduism is really interesting. It's crazy how Eastern religions really gained a keen insight into some of the basic forces of human psychology and how different minds operate. That's true. That's true. But they also have some flaws too. So I will say that Eastern religions are a lot more introspective. They're a lot more introspective in general. It's just true. Have I heard of the broken God? I don't think so. Am I familiar with the Church of the Subgenius? No. What's your opinions on the principles of Buddhism, like the Eightfold Path and the Four Noble Truths? I can't remember them off the top of my head, but I find Buddhism pretty interesting in a lot of ways. I also find Taoism very interesting, as far as like non-Christian religions go. Like, for example, the fact that Taoism promotes meditation and thoughtfulness and mindfulness as a part of its core, like that is so valuable. Who's on the panel? Who's on the panel? Me, Vaush, Rob Noerr, and John Burk. Sorry, I almost said Brian Turk or something. I can't remember. I want to just get so swole that when I need to eat, I can just go up to a cow, punch them, and have them be cooked to perfection. That is a hell of a goal. What are your thoughts on Gnosticism's takes on Christianity? There's a lot of different takes. That's too hard to answer in one go. Religion may be a thing we evolve because it helps us process the world, not because it's true. Yes, I agree with that largely. I think that's a reasonable conclusion. Some Taoists try to achieve immortality. Yes, they do. What do you think about the Mormon idea of heaven? Sucks. What are your thoughts on the current Church of the Meow? Do I stand the meow? Meowing is pretty cool. I'm not really super religious, though. Thoughts on Sikhism? If I was religious, I'd be a Sikh. Listen, Sikhs are pretty pog in a lot of ways. They have some kind of strange beliefs, but they do a fuckload. Sikhs do a fuckload of no strings attached charity. Sikh, here's a secret. Here's a secret. Ready, everybody? If you're hungry, look for a Sikh temple. Every single service at a Sikh temple, there is free food. Secret, haha. And they will give it to you no matter what. No obligation to stay for the thing. It's just for everyone. Okay? So if you're ever hungry, look for a local Sikh temple. I'm not kidding you. Yeah. Yep. Yep, it's wild. They're very community focused. I think that's probably true, Posadis John. I think that Eastern religions have deeper insight on human psychology because of how much they focus on meditation. But there are but I mean, that's not like a foolproof thing. Yep. Pastafarianism? Isn't that Pastafarianism? I don't remember. Opinion on the Church of Satan? Wait. Church of Satan's the shitty one, and the Satanic Temple is the cool one, right? Isn't Church of Satan the one that was like founded by an Ayn Rand stan? Yeah, that's what I thought. The Church of Satan is like super. Yeah. Kao-san, were you talking about me? And the answer is because I'm fucking excited. I'm excited as fuck. That's why. Yeah, LeVay. What does it mean to not judge? Should we not be discerning on our journey? Wait. Okay, when people refer to judgment, it usually means like an arrogant conclusion about something that you don't yet understand. Yeah, I agree. Vaush is rad, but I'm going to beat him. So, yeah, because I'm going to beat him. Do you think there are things that Abrahamic religions do better? Abrahamic religions are incredibly skilled at mass production, basically. I'm going to get smoked. Not even close. No brain, still based. You have no fucking clue. You have no fucking clue what you're in for. Who am I debating? Vaush, John Burk, and Rob Noerr for the belt. I'll take a look at that at some point. Nah, I don't think so, Dan the Step. The Eldritch Prince? Wait, you mean Prince Philip or whatever? There's Nazi discourse? What the fuck? Well, I mean, that's true, Hillary douche. I'm in a position, right? Hold on. Think about it like this. Yes, you can draw me something to manifest a victory, Max Sips. You can draw me standing with my arms spread in front of an army of imps. That would be a cool drawing. There you go. Me standing like this with a bunch of Mama Mauled imps going in the crowd. Because I'm winning this for you all. I'm winning this for you all. Would you respect our God Emperor as our Savior and Lord? What do you mean by that? A God Emperor? No, I would not. I would be the type who would just get smoked by God just because, just to fuck with him. I don't think that unlimited power is a justification for rulership. So let him roast me. I don't give a shit. Oh no, fuck that. Nah, fuck that. Have I heard of Thelema? Yes, I have. Yeah, I like what I'm talking about. I love streaming. Everybody, I don't know if you know this, but I fucking love streaming. I love streaming. Streaming is my passion. I love watching streams. I love streaming. It's like my favorite. Have I ever read Young? Yes, I have, but not to any great extent. I've just read on and off throughout the years. Hey, Gothless, good to see you. Am I this social and friendly IRL? Depends, right? Like, I've been living in quarantine, but yeah, in general, yes. I have always had, like, I've always been okay, when I was younger, my parents used to say that I was a natural leader. And that is like something that, like, you know, it's like, okay, your parents are doting on you. But I used to be the one who would run all the games on the park, at the park. When I would go to the park, I would get a bunch of kids, random kids that I didn't know, and I would just be like, hey, let's play a game. And I would make up rules on the spot. I used to play games, like before I even knew what D&D was, I made my own rule books that were totally bullshit. Totally bullshit. And like I just made up things, and me and my friend would draw the pictures, and then I would run games based on that, the fantasy games and whatever. Well, you have to remember, when I grew up, like, the internet had just become a thing. I didn't have the internet until I was like 7 or 8. Yeah. Yeah. As a pagan, you feel very misrepresented? Why? But the thing is, when I was in high school, I had severe depression because I was trans, and I stopped being super social for a long time. Yeah, the internet came out in 95, but we didn't get it instantly. What's the stat block for Mama? Constitution, like, super high, like an 18 Constitution, and then, like, 20, fucking nat 20 on Charisma. And then I have a decent score on Wisdom, a medium score on Intelligence, not so much Strength, and like 0 in Dexterity. My Dexterity sucks. Look, my hands are like super shaky always. It's just how it is. My Constitution is crazy high, though. I can survive fucking anything. Unfortunately. I've been through a lot. I have a lot of pain tolerance, too. Doc DM, you can survive a kick right to the balls. I can survive my balls being chopped off. Take that. How old am I? 30. YouTube is bugging again? God damn it. Wait, are we losing likes again? What the fuck? No, we're not. We have look at that. We've jumped up to 472 viewers. What the fuck? We've gained, like, look, see, the likes work. When we get likes, we gain viewers every single time. For all of you who are watching today and are not subscribed, you gotta subscribe. I promise you, my show is going through the roof, and you want to see this because I do the funniest content on the internet right now. So make sure you've subscribed and make sure you hit that like button. I'm serious. You're gonna love my content, I promise. Oh, okay. No, that's weird. It must be the impending hippy dippy. Yeah, but also it's the likes. The likes are good. The likes are fucking good. Yeah, we have a chill ass community, and it will maintain that because I invest in my community. Like, I'm not kidding you. What are your thoughts on human nationalism? I don't know what that term means. You want to subscribe, but you can't watch until after work and college? That's okay. We have VODs for a reason. You don't have to pay to get access to my VODs. Just go to my YouTube channel where you can watch all the VODs. Oh, Gothless, don't worry. The stream, listen, any gifters, anybody want to gift Gothless and Canestri a gifted sub on the website? Canestri and Gothless would sure appreciate a gifted sub right now. If there's any gifters in chat, I'm calling out those two to get that. You don't gotta. My show will always be free. But if you've got some money in your pocket and you want to help out some new imps, give those gifts to them. Well, thank you, SF. I appreciate that. There we go. We got Canestri taken care of. Thank you very much, Cheeto. You are a hero. Do you have any advice for parents who want to support their young trans child? How would you have wanted to be supported when I was young? Let let your child explore stuff like gender freely. And support them, and don't act like it's weird. If your child wants to dress differently and is interested in different things, all of my friends when I was a kid were girls. I played with girls when I was a kid. When I was really little, I just played with girls. And I was even more stereotypically masculine than the other girls. But the girls got along with me, and we played games. And I would be the Pokemon trainer, and my best friend would be a pop star, and we would go. We played a game once where I was the best Pokemon trainer in the world, and my friend was the best singer in the world, based on Celine Dion, and we were performing on stage together with my Pokemon and her music. And that's the type of stuff. So just be accepting of that. When I was really little, my parents were actually super cool about that. But when I got older, they started to think it was weird. Did I ever schedule the Tri-Hex convo? I tried to, but it hasn't worked out. The last one was privated because the VOD broke. I re-uploaded it, though. Cotton D-Pad, it's back up now. It's just a different name. Human nationalism sounds anti-alien, so it's absolutely shit. We support alien rights here. Literally, we do, yes. Ma Bluebird, thank you so very much for the gifted tier 1 subs. Thank you so very much. Really appreciate that. And Gothless, you now got a sub. Congratulations, Gothless, and thank you, Painsama. Y'all rock. Thank you so much. Reloey? Oh, I don't remember the Reloey. Huh. Today you walk from being a Vaushite and become an imp. Yes! That's what I want to see! Though guess what? Here's the secret. Shh. I'm out of character. Out of character. You can be both. You can be both. I am. I'm the mama of the imps, and I still hang out on Vaush's website. You can be both. Cool thing is, we don't even stream at the same time most of the time, which is pretty fucking pog. But don't let anybody else know that. Don't let anybody else know that. Tonight, you're an imp. We're almost at 420 YouTube likes. That's amazing. That is so amazing. Thank you so much, Smile at the Camera. Really appreciate those gifted tier 1 subs. Really appreciate that. And thank you so much, Major Typo, for your gifted subs. That means the world to me. And my Bluebird, thank you for your gifted subs. Holy shit. Bloop. I don't remember all of Mass Effect lore. Reloi are an avian species originating on the planet Turvis, who had first contact with the Asari in 2184. Hey, that's pretty cool. That sounds pog. Oh no. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, me and Vaush are going to debate a lot. I am so proud to have this community. No joke. I love my community. Wooly, thank you so very much. Seriously. What topic am I going to slam Vaush on tonight? Well, we got a couple topics coming up. Thank you, Punk Boobs. Good name, too. Ice Beans, it was a little bit of a wrench in the works, but I'm not super upset. The one thing you should know about me, being a demon, is I'm very adaptive. Demons, the thing about demons is that they're super adaptive. They can adapt to anything. So any change comes my way, I'm going to change my form and be ready to fight. That's how it goes. We are evolutionary as fuck. It's just true. It's just true. Yeah, it's gonna be a whole DBZ battle. It'll be a season-long battle. You thought it was gonna be one night. Is there anything I'm concerned about tonight? Me personally, no. But let's be real. I am not popular online. Well, I'm popular among my imps. I mean, as you can see, I got a lot of viewers, so I'm growing in popularity. But there are way more people who hate my guts out there. Like, you all have no idea how much people fucking hate me. No idea. Like, Dylan's, I love Dylan. I love Dylan. But Dylan's audience hates my guts. They fucking hate my guts. They hate me because Destiny hates me, and Destiny told them to hate me, and Destiny has a huge audience, so it's just true. They just do. Even Vaush called that out. Even Vaush called that out. They hate my guts. So we'll see. What that means is that just means you imps, when the votes come out tonight, are going to have to work even harder. Sorry. It's just what it's like. Imping ain't easy. Imping ain't easy. I know viewership is popping off. It's because I've been killing it lately. You want to know? Yeah, people hate my guts. Yep. Imping ain't easy. Hey, thank you, Nernfernia. Welcome. Welcome to membership. You are now the YouTube imp. Am I a capitalist? No. But wait, what does that mean? No, I'm not a capitalist. Thank you, Tran Pan Trash Can. Thank you. I've never heard of the Greg's pill. Nope, haven't. Am I an imp even though I'm a white name? Yes, you are. You're an imp if you watch my show. That makes you an imp. And you don't hate my guts. And actually, you know what? There are probably some imps out there who do hate my guts. That's how imps are. They're very mischievous little creatures, aren't they? Aren't you, imps? You imps are always so... You imps love making trouble for me. You like trolling me. You like sending me links that don't work. You like playing pranks on me. You like causing shit. You like stirring up drama. You hate how savage I am? No, you don't. You love it. You love it. You love how savage I am. We got 10 minutes. All right, everybody, it's time. It's time to start getting ready. Are you fucking ready? Here we go. It's time to begin. Wait, oh yeah, I forgot I have to switch this. Okay. All right. Whoa, wrong thing. Is that correct? Is that showing up correctly? Can somebody check Dylan's stream and make sure this thing is working correctly? There we go. I think it's working correctly. I can't hear them. Why can't I hear them? That's weird. Can't I hear? That's a little weird. Give me just a second, everybody. Why can't I hear? That's weird. Huh. Wait, it's the URL is going to be flipped on mine, but it shouldn't be on his. Hold on, I got to figure this out. 1 second. Huh. This is weird. Let's give this another try. Wait, now it's flipped on... Okay, it was fine. Okay, I'll flip it. All right, check it now. Check it now. See if it's correct. Are we not using... What are we doing for sound? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. So we're using the Discord for audio. That's why. Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah, John's on, it looks like.
Hello.
I'm just waiting for them to join the Discords. Let me see if they're on there yet.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
What's up, Demon Mama?
Hey.
I appreciated the promo. This is good stuff.
You like that?
The
Thank
Scott
you.
Steiner promo. This is
Yeah.
good.
Oh, hey, I mixed it up with the CM Punk pipe
muted.
bomb.
For some reason, I can't hear you.
Oh, there we go. I don't...
Okay.
Discord is really fucking weird. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mixed it up with the CM Punk pipe bomb, so I thought that would be
Yeah,
a fun
yeah, it was
little
good.
mix-up. Yeah.
See, I debated
I thought
when I
yours
did
was really
mine.
good.
I didn't know if I should go with the full Macho Man voice. Like, I just kept having, like, for some reason, this one Macho Man promo where he's like,
January 3rd, Pontiac Dome, Michigan. You know, and I was like, I'm so bad at impressions. I'll just use my own voice, but go with that style.
Hey, I thought it turned out well. I liked the dollar gag, all right? That was great.
Yeah, and I was hoping everyone realizes it was in good fun, right? I didn't want anyone, maybe not John. John might be ready to kill me.
No problem.
Did you see I cut a wrestling promo for tonight, and I mentioned you in it?
Oh, I didn't know.
So back in the day, Hulk Hogan and Macho Man were called the Mega Powers. And I was like, look, you'd think that me and John teaming up would be like the Mega Powers.
So wait.
But we're not on the same side tonight. And I said, I'm going to make John and Burk be Bon Jerk. And that the only chance he had to beat me was if it was a push-up contest, which I think you would handle.
The cream is going to rise to the top, brother.
Yeah. I love that promo.
I remember growing up watching. It was Hulk versus the Ultimate Warrior. That was the big conflict. That was the big. Oh God, that was like what, the 90s.
Thank you, everybody.
Like
appreciate
late
it.
80s, early 90s.
That would have been.
I apologize.
Like WrestleMania. Yeah, you're looking at I think like 89, 90, somewhere in there. Yeah.
But you said we're not on the same side tonight. What side are we on?
Well, no, they're judging us individually, but you take whatever side you want, I guess. I mean, theoretically, three people could take the same position, but
I'm just here, so I get
positions
fine.
I'll be taking. So I'm not a big fan of any of the topics, to be honest. So here's the deal. I like how you do it, John, where we get the topics as they come in. But the problem with tonight's topics is I didn't even know about this trans case in Arkansas. So literally 10 minutes ago, I read the topics, was like, oh crap, I know nothing about this.
I'm not a big union guy either. Like the top, it's not that I don't care. I just, excuse me, just been busy, man. I haven't even been watching the news the last 2 weeks. So Dylan asked me to do this as a favor. I was like, yeah, well, come on, he's come on my show.
Dude, it'll be fun anyways. Plus, it's a foregone conclusion I'll win, so you don't have to worry about that.
Am
I right, Demon Mama?
I assume.
What's that? Oh,
she gave. I said it's a foregone.
Sorry, I wasn't listening. But that's all right.
I told John not to worry. It's a foregone conclusion. I'm gonna win.
Oh yeah.
You gave me a 1% chance. That's better than the chance you
gave you a
John.
small chance. Yeah. Wait, did I give you a 1% chance? Maybe I did.
I thought you said.
I think I may
there
have
was a 1% chance.
1% chance. Yeah.
So you're saying there's a chance.
I am very happy with the subjects. The Arkansas trans bill is something that I've followed quite a lot, as it is directly impacting the human rights of
I would assume,
my people.
Right.
Yeah.
If there was a bill that had to do with rural America, I would probably know, more about that.
Well, it does, right? I mean, there's nothing that says that trans people don't live in rural America. In fact, I was a trans person who grew up in rural America, so yeah.
I understand. What was I gonna? We'll have to ask Dylan the format. Are we like losing one person after every topic, or are we all four going till the end?
Not sure, honestly. I think it's supposed to be all four until the end, but yeah.
Okay. Well, because then I was going to say, I haven't had a chance to read the bill, so I'm just going to, on good faith, assume that those that did, I have some questions about it that I'll ask. Because even from the write-up that Dylan sent, it's
Merrick,
kind of vague, right? Like it doesn't have a lot of the specifics.
Not really, but we'll get there, I'm sure. So
yeah, but if I'm out by then it won't matter.
I think if I remember correctly, we're all going to stay in unless somebody violates rules. But
yeah, not worried about that.
Yeah, honestly, I give you credit for that. You've always been quite respectful with regard to the rules and stuff like that. Unlike some of the other people who've come on this panel. I'm sure you saw last week's Rumble, but
right. Well, yeah. So here's the deal, right? Like there are obvious things that I incredibly disagree with you about and other people. And we've yelled at each other and stuff like that, but I don't wish anyone ill at all, like for real. And when it comes to like certain like terms of service or like calling people like pronouns they want to hear, even if I disagree on some of the substantive issues, there's no need to be a dick and just, I never got that. So for me, it's like, yeah, as long as it's an ask, I'll reasonably do what I can. Now, if someone's asked me to call them something that's like ridiculously offensive or something like, F-bombs or something, I might be like, but within the realm of reason, I just think that I wish more people would, one of the big fights I had, and this is honestly true. So I'm in Pennsylvania where we had Health Secretary Levine, who's a transgender woman, and she had a bunch of terrible decisions, I thought, but everybody was like getting caught up in the fact she was trans. And I'm like, you just sound like a buffoon, right? If you have substantive things that you're really furious about, which I do, you're just obfuscating by talking about this other issue. Then it becomes the other issue.
And you're not talking about the things that you really had a problem with, like the fact she took her mom out of a nursing home and then forced COVID patients into nursing homes. Like that's what I wanted to focus on. But, sadly, even on my radio show, when people were calling in, they're like, well, she's trans. And I was like, okay, like I don't care.
It's unfortunate to me because like so much of the online right now is just going like whole hog into anti-trans narratives, and it really looks bad. Obviously I have a ton of disagreements. So, I'm
not going to pull punches though. Like I do think trans is an illness, and I think that it's being politicized. The issue's being politicized in ways that I despise. But that's a substantive debate. That's not a personal debate where you have to be a jerk to someone and call them, words that, I just don't see the, I don't see the benefit.
Some might say that calling trans people mentally ill is being a jerk.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Well, not if it's true. That some might say that calling obese people obese is being a jerk too, but it's clinically correct terms.
So. Not really the same
what
thing.
What if I use the clinically correct term dumb for you? How about that?
It wouldn't bother me in the least bit. I'm not so fragile.
Oh, then there we go, I guess. I guess neither of us have issues with correct medical terminology. Guess we'll just have to suss out who has the medical science backing them.
That's perfectly fine. I've already had the debate with Destiny, so.
Sure it went well. Let me get my video.
I don't think it went well on his part. I mean, when he was saying that, homosexuality, he said that, never mind. I'm not going to disparage someone that's not here. It's not cool. So how are you doing today, Vaush?
I'm always doing good. I'm mad though. I just got the call that the gun that I just bought is ready for pickup, and I would have had time to make the drive if I could have started stream at 6 instead of 5. So I'm just here, I'm just chilling.
So we got a mad Vaush that's about to get his hands on a firearm shortly after.
I don't like that implication, okay?
No,
Thank you. I am a fine patron of Twitch.tv and its services, and there's no reason at all to worry about my firearm ownership. Thank you. All right, here you go.
Did you purchase a Loudner with it?
Hey guys, quickly, I have 2 promos I'm going to show, then I'm going to show a graphic, and then we're going to get the show started, okay? Great. Be right back.
Do we have to be quiet or?
Oh, no, you can talk. That's fine.
Okay, good deal.
I'm pretty hyped for this.
Yeah, it's funny. Like, I find the gun issue to be really funny because I think there's this misnomer in my area of the world, right, where people are like, oh, conservatives, rural America, those lefties don't like guns. There are quite a lot of lefties I know that know quite a bit about guns and, exercise their Second Amendment right. I know Dylan was basically on my pretty much even right with me with the gun control debate. And as you were pretty close to it as well, Demon Mama, I thought so.
Yeah. My position on gun control is pretty nuanced, but I very much support gun ownership. And I think that the sort of left versus right misconception about the topic is mostly because people assume that the only thing that is left is like sort of average liberals, and yeah, their position is pretty favorably in favor of gun control, but you go further enough left, you get your guns back. That's what they say.
Well, that's going to be the toughest topic, the second one, because how are we going to define left? That we want a leftwards cultural shift.
I got you covered on that one. Don't worry. You can just let me have that topic if you want to.
Oh, is that it? Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be pretty amazing. Oh no, glued on beard.
I'm going to deafen just for a second to say something to my audience. Just a program.
I'm hyped for this. I'm so hyped for this, by the way. Just so you all know. By the way, I need to... Hold on. I'm going to have to do something real quick here. Hold on.
Sorry about that.
I have to go like this. We're going to... What the fuck? How do I do this?
Looks like everyone's doing some last minute research.
No.
No, me neither.
Hold on, I got to figure out how I do this.
So you want to know what my day was spent doing? My son turned 3 months today. It was my first son. I have the song Under the Sea from The Little Mermaid stuck in my head. I probably heard that song 15 times today. I don't know what it was about that song, but he was just laughing ear to ear when I played. So I was like, all right, that's easy. That's a good hack for a dad.
Said he's your first?
Yep.
It's awesome, man.
And
That's awesome.
my wife just went back to work, so her maternity leave left. And so like Thursday was my first day with like no help. I was there by myself. And like I had this terror in the morning, like they're really gonna trust me with this little guy. Everybody's leaving. It's just gonna be me and him. But no, it's been going good. I'm really pleased. So John, are you going live on your channel? People are asking in my chat.
Yeah, I just went live. Yeah, I didn't want to go live too early because I didn't.
Yeah.
I don't know how long we would take with the promos. Excuse me.
I'm so ready for this, everybody. Now, keep in mind, I'm going to be watching chat as much as I can, but I won't necessarily.
How the judging's going to work and like, because I have no clue. If it's audience participation, I would say us conservatives are probably in a lot of trouble. I'm guessing Dylan's audience probably not. I could just go full heel if necessary. Like, I got the sunglasses just in case.
Yeah. Well, we'll see. We'll see how this works out. I have a feeling this is going to get really interesting around topic 2. Number 1 is the appetizer. Number 2 is where it's going to get super spicy. And number 3 is where it's going to go slamming down. Hell yeah, that's good to hear, Gayfesh. Thank you for monitoring Dylan's
John,
stream.
I don't know if I'll be around next Friday.
Okay.
I'll have to let you know. But that's the only Friday I have plans.
Number 1, the Amazon Union.
A friend of mine,
Number 2,
I guess my
Should America go further left?
She's a park ranger.
Number 3,
and they're having a big thing at this park.
The Trans-Arkansas bill.
Looks awesome. Like the elk are out and everything. So I think we're going to stay in her cabin.
Pretty excited for this.
Nice.
Friday and Saturday.
No, enjoy it, man. That's awesome.
Yeah, I'm really excited. Well, it's just Hank, my son's getting to the point where he got his vaccination so you could actually take him out. And I think it's funny living here in Pennsylvania because I always like the winter. It always sucks. It's like, what a gray, miserable place. But then this time of year, it's like, oh yeah, it's beautiful. All the greens coming out.
Yeah,
so my son
my
gets
area.
to go outdoors for like the first time. And it's like, what a weird perspective that would be for a little guy. Like, oh, I thought these 4 walls were all the world was. It's like, nope, there's a bunch of stuff out there. So
Yeah, I heard about that. R adept. It's all good. They're playing all the promos right now. We'll see what happens. We're all talking to our own chat right now. Dylan's talking on stream right now. Yeah. And then we get right into it. And then it's time. Time to begin.
Baba Booey.
How do I get this thing?
Hello, can you all hear me?
Baba Booey.
Yep.
Welcome. Okay. Is everybody having a wonderful day today on this Friday afternoon?
Always.
doing great.
Absolutely.
Happy to hear it. So let me lay down some of the ground rules. This is how this is going to work. So nothing TOS. I think we all kind of understand that rule. I got to say this after last week's show explicitly. No slurs will be used on the platform. Don't need to go through another I hypocrite situation. Thank you very much. Okay.
My plan out the window.
Then yep, that plan out the window. I'm sorry, Vaush. You can't use any of them tactically this time. So no slurs, and we're gonna do our best to address people in a respectful manner. So I'm not saying that you have to be respectful, but when addressing people, we either use their names or their pronouns. Does anybody have any objections to any of these rules? Okay. Everything else on limits, allowed. Wonderful. Now, there's one last thing I need to say when it comes to the rules. If I start talking, everybody else gets quiet because my job here is merely to regulate. So if somebody hasn't had a chance to talk, I want to make sure that they get a chance to talk and I moderate. I'm not coming in here so I can throw a elbow up the top rope. I'm just here to moderate. Now I'm going to have you all introduce yourselves quickly. Then we're going to go into the first topic. I'm going to get to carry it away. So I'm going to start on the left. With
May I ask a question real quick?
Sure.
What's the judging criteria? Is it just audience voting?
That's going to be, we're going to explain that last.
Okay.
Okay. Demon Mama, you can introduce yourself quickly.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. My name is Demon Mama. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I am sometimes known as the Demon of Twitch Debate. I am a political edutainer on YouTube and Twitch. I talk about all kinds of issues, talk about trans issues. I am trans. And I also like to talk about a lot of lefty issues. So if you like any of that, you can check out my website and come hang out with the imps. There are more imps than there's ever been. And I am so ready for tonight. So thank you for having me, Dylan. And I'm very happy to get into the meat of this discussion.
Happy to have you on. Next, we're going to go to Rob Noerr.
Hey, my name's Rob Noerr. I'm a conservative populist. I've lived in rural Pennsylvania my whole life. My channel is Rob Noerr, all one word, lowercase, on Twitch. Normal America with Rob Noerr on YouTube. And I'm also on some other platforms, but those platforms I don't really do anything live, or I don't really do anything on because I've only been doing live streams lately. I think that I will come out on top tonight as the best debater on Twitch. We shall see. But I do know this. I certainly cut the best promo for this event. So I already got that little title.
I don't know, buddy.
So happy to be here and glad to see everyone. Glad everyone's doing good. So.
Okay. Next is going to go over to John Burk.
Hey, what's going on, guys? John Burk here. I do a lot of politics on Twitch. Thank you, Dylan, for having me on tonight and all the times you come on my debates. I greatly appreciate it. Looking forward to having some insightful discussions tonight to pick people's brains that I possibly might not agree with, have my mind open to possibly having my opinions change on some things. I don't know. But ultimately, it's looking forward to it.
Okay. And last is going to be the current reigning champion who's had a reign for about 2 months. Vaush.
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing here. I'm a Bloodborne streamer. Last night, I was the first person to ever defeat Orphan of Cause, and then the Moon Spirit, whatever the fuck her name was. And I don't do debates, so really, I'm just a wild card here, you know?
Okay. Now, lastly, let me explain how the judging is going to work. Now, since this is a fatal four-way, 3 judges is not enough. Usually you have 3 judges to break any tie, but we could see 1 judge going for John Burk, 1 judge going for Vaush, 1 judge going to Rob, and then you have a 3-way tie. It doesn't make sense. So for this one, in the special edition, we're going to actually have 5 judges. 5 judges, so it's a lot less likely that there'll be a tie. Now, a tie might still occur. There could be a scenario where Demon gets 2 and Rob gets 2, and then it's confusing because there's a tie, or Vaush gets 2 and John gets 2. Now, this is how it's going to work if the champion is involved in a tie. Now, this most likely will not happen, but I wanted to make this clear off the bat because you never know. If the champion is involved in a tie, technically, due to the rules, they retain the belt. That's how it works in boxing. That's how it works in wrestling. That's how it works here. If 2 other people get ties, then they will have a follow-up match on another week to see who gets the belt then with 3 judges, which means it'll be impossible for there to be a tie. Does everybody understand how it would work if a tie scenario occurred?
Yep.
Wonderful.
Yes. It's a great belt, Dylan, you know?
Thank you.
Nice. Oh, there's actually a belt.
Yeah, an actual belt, yes.
Oh,
That belt's going to be
yourself in the
my
reflection.
belt
I keep
soon.
it polished. I shine it every single day.
Giving it the respect it deserves. Now, we're going to go
literally send the belt to the winner.
Yes.
That's awesome. I didn't know
Yeah,
that. That's really
we
cool.
have them custom made. We have a manufacturer who makes belts. If you win, we don't take the belt back. You get to keep it forever. But we have a different reigning champion, just like boxing.
Well, that is really cool.
Thank you. We put a lot of work into the show. And for everybody out there who wants to help fund the making of those belts, because they're actually quite expensive to have custom made, you can, of course, support the channel. So we're going to go into the first topic, which is actually very recent news. It's about the Amazon's Workers Union. The workers voted 2-1 to not form a union in Alabama. Now, a lot of people are proposing a lot of different reasons as to why this happened. And this has also spurred on a different conversation about unionization efforts in the country. So I propose a question to all of you. Why do you think the workers voted not to have a union at this Amazon facility? And what do you think this means for unionization efforts across the country? And also, you can have a wider conversation about just specifically what you think of unions as well. Everybody's going to have a small intro period, and then we're going to open it up to the floor. Vaush, you wanted to ask a question quick?
Oh, no, I just wanted to know whether it was free for all or we had rounds, but you just said, so we're good.
Wonderful. So all of you, you're going to have a 1-minute period. Please be short with the intros. Trust me, you'll have time to talk. I'm going to start it in the top right-hand corner with Rob Noerr.
Okay, so yeah, I was unaware of this until This and the third topic I was unaware of until like 10 minutes before we came on here. So with this issue, I'm not exactly pro or anti-union. I think that unions make sense in certain areas. They certainly made sense in a lot of places historically, but there are reasons for particular places of work and for particular industries where unions don't work out as well. The question of why did these people vote not to have a union? Well, there's two possibilities, I guess. One, because they did their research, which was fair, and they determined that a union wasn't worth it there. And I got some evidence to suggest that that could be the case. Or it could be because Amazon unfairly put their finger on the scale and convinced people not to have a union. Either way, like, I don't know. We'll get into the details of what could have happened. I don't see proof one way or the other. It's probably a combination of the two. Do we need more unions? Not necessarily. I am in favor, though, of workers. I think that this country, through corruption in our governorship, has taken away the value of workers in the last 50 years. And so if unions were a way to do that, that'd be fine. But you also see corruption in unions as well. So to me, the question's more about ending the corruption in our government to encourage workers getting the wages they deserve. But I'm not necessarily anti-union or pro-union. Yeah, that's basically my thoughts.
Okay. Next, I'm going to send it over to John Burk.
Yeah, I mean, basically, Rob just hit it all. I think in the early days of like the 20th century, I mean, even beyond that, unions were definitely needed. You saw the working conditions of, say, for example, women in sweatshops, children in sweatshops, even in America. When immigrants came over, they were treated very unfairly. The unionization actually helped a lot to protect them. But as with any good thing, when it involves money, you tend to see it, just like the government, slowly lean towards corruption. So I can't say that I'm pro or anti. I've never actually been involved in working for a union. I have literally no experience there, so I do need to put that out there first and foremost. But I can't generalize it. I can't sit there and say that all unions are good or all unions are bad. I feel like, according to them practicing democracy in Alabama, I believe it was, and again, I've just saw this the first time. If that's how they voted, that's how they voted. I don't really have anything else to say about it, to tell you the truth. I mean, if that's how the people feel, that's how the people feel. As far as the rest of the country, I think if they're choosing to unionize as a group, I would say look into the issues behind why they're unionizing. Are their conditions, are working conditions not good, poor, or whatever the case may be, and then have the discussion in regards to workers' rights regarding the labor union. But yeah, I don't feel very passionate about this, and it's not that I feel like it's not important. I don't really know a lot about it. So,
okay. Next is going to be Demon Mama.
I find it interesting that the populace so far don't really support unions. Unions are about the best way for the populace to band together and stand up against people who have an incredible amount more resources against them. In this case, there is a lot going on in here. In fact, as it turns out, the National Labor Review Board might actually be ordering this election totally off the books and a second election to be held, because there was so much Amazon tampering in the democratic elements of this election that it can't that there's a very good chance that this election will be redone. Not only has there now been evidence revealed that Amazon was working with the USPS to provide to get an illegally placed ballot box placed on their campus under, of course, the security cameras run by Amazon, but also that in the weeks up, the government had to order them to stop making mandatory propaganda meetings every single week that pumped out anti-union propaganda. Now, I've worked a lot of jobs in my life. I've worked a lot of minimum wage jobs. None of them have ever been able to have a union, but every single one required as a part of their training for you to watch anti-union propaganda. So if you want to know why unions have declined in America, as has the satisfaction of work, America's wages, and the benefits for America's workers, it's specifically because there's been a mass effort of anti-union propaganda pushed out by every single major corporation in the United States. So that's why union efforts fail, not just because of some democratic element. In fact, I just watched video footage this morning that in the Amazon Alabama warehouse, they were putting placards in the stalls that were anti-union propaganda. So you can't even pee in peace. And that's all I got to say on this one.
Next is going to be the current champion, Vaush.
Yeah, I respect the results of democratic elections, but that doesn't mean that those results can't be criticized, especially when there are serious inquiries into the legitimacy of that election and the extent to which other agencies influence the results. People ultimately believe what they're led to believe. And if you are a modern American worker, you are insulated at all times with the message that unions are going to be harmful to you and harmful to the economy and harmful to the business. But of course, the data contradicts this in the extreme. Unions are far and away an incredibly effective way of ensuring the ability for workers to collectively bargain, which allows them to fight for their rights, allows them to fight for higher wages, and for a great many other things. So what we're looking at right now, and of course the dust needs to settle a bit with this particular Alabama warehouse. What we're looking at right now is the consequence, I feel, of a fairly successful decades-long campaign to stigmatize unions in the mind of the American worker. We've seen union membership drop proportionally to the percentage of total American wealth that goes to the ultra-wealthy. It's a campaign they've been waging for hundreds of years, and they're doing quite well at the moment. So while I respect democratic results, barring the results of this investigation, because it seems like Amazon had their foot on the scale, had 2 feet on the scale. While I accept democratic results, we should still wonder, why do workers so consistently vote against their own best interests? Why? What are they taught? From where are they being taught? And why are they being taught that?
Okay, so I'm going to ask you all politely, this won't be a force, of course, to be on your best behavior. Always be nice, make sugar your favorite spice, and you may all begin the first round.
Yeah.
So I do think it's funny that Vaush hedges right out of the gate by saying he respects the results of elections, because it sounds like what Demon Mama's saying there sounds so similar to what people that question the results of the 2020 election were saying. And Vaush even alludes to it when he talks about people putting their thumbs on the scale. We could talk about the intel agency putting their thumb on the scale of the 2020 election, other things like that, government institutions that were putting their thumb on the scale. I understand that's off topic, so we won't focus on it. But the point is this, like, I don't understand if it's Amazon's company, barring that they did anything illegal, even if they, were heavily telling their people not to unionize, why that's not their right to do so. Also, I think that it's naive to think that these people don't have access to the internet and tons of arguments and tons of informations that are pro-union places. So to just assume the naivety of the people that voted for this and say they only made this decision through propaganda, I think that that's tenuous at best.
So this is silly on a number of levels. First and foremost, the reason why we scoff at the election meddling claims with regards to the national election is because Trump's campaign team consistently embarrassed themselves dozens of times over every time they were asked to prove it. Whereas the evidence right now that there was a thumb on the scale with the Amazon election seems a lot more direct and compelling. Additionally, the idea that people aren't influenced by propaganda, what you're essentially saying is, how can people be influenced by propaganda when they have an internet connection? If that was the case, the entire field of advertising wouldn't exist. I think that's a ridiculous concern.
Well, nor would Rob's channel either.
Oh, true. Yeah, exactly. Wait, how could I supply any info to my audience? We all have access to an internet connection. No, people get info from where they get info, and not everyone spends hours typing up research on union relationship to proportion of wages earned by workers. Ultimately, companies like Amazon have spent billions convincing people that unions don't work. Now, they wouldn't be putting that money in if they weren't getting a return on it. I imagine they're getting a pretty good return at that.
Well, and it's not just a matter of just propaganda either. We're talking about, I'm not kidding you, you can get video footage of the Amazon, the Amazon influence. By the way, and this is a matter of FOIA, which is currently being fully investigated, and there's been, I think, 3 very serious journalists who've signed off on this so far. One of them from Vice, one of them from The Intercept, and then a third from a admittedly biased union source who was making the original allegations and are now being investigated. But in these videos, you can literally see where Amazon had the voting or the ballot box placed underneath their security cameras. So it's not just a matter of propaganda. We're talking about active and constant pressure from the employers. This is what we call intimidation. And in fact, there has been multiple reports from the employees at that site saying that their managers were heckling them constantly to make sure that they voted, and with a very strong nudge in the direction which they were supposed to vote. This is a very dirty situation that goes so far to and by the way, this was a story that broke before. This has already been verified, but Amazon pressured the local town to remove a stoplight outside of their facility because the union organizers were handing out pamphlets at that stoplight while cars were stopped. And they literally pressured the town, threatened to close up shop and deprive the town of any tax revenue in order to stop union organizers from getting pamphlets out. To me, that sounds like a company that's willing to threaten its own workers in order to get what it wants. And I don't blame those workers for saying, listen, I can't gamble it. I need to feed my family. I got to side with the company here because it's not worth risking a vote on. And that sucks, but that's terror. That's how this stuff works. That's how you impress these things on one another.
All right. So just to respond to what Vaush said there. So again, he says that's because Trump's team was laughed out. Like, I'm not talking about the claims that vote tallies were switched or Dominion did this or that, whatever. I've never like really been on board with those arguments, but we could clearly see that there were agencies within the government that put their thumb on the scale, such as the intel agencies. In fact, we had 50 intel officials that supported the censorship of a story critical of Biden and his son by the New York Post, which we now know is true. We saw that. Sure, I would love to go down that road. We don't have to in this debate, but I would love to go down that road. The point is that it was clear that the intel agencies, places like the EPA, places like the IRS, places like the Defense Department or the State Department, were all putting their thumb on the scale.
Wait,
and not only that,
Rob,
but I give you a chance to talk about
this. But you'll
literally
have
just
every spewing lies right now.
You'll have
That's
every
ridiculous.
chance to respond when you're done. You'll have every chance to respond when I'm done. So the point is, in addition to that, we also see major corporations, Amazon being one of them, that put their thumb on the scale to advocate for the Democratic Party and Joe Biden. In fact, we see a near monopoly of the control of information online and social media that all went in one direction, favoring pushing the narrative for one side over the other. So it's good to get an agreement from all of you that those sort of things have consequences. So it's interesting that you have a problem with it when it comes to one union vote in one company, but I'm guessing neither of you had a problem with that massive corporate influence controlling the flow of information when it came to the actual biggest election in the history of our country.
So rap god Rob over here just fucking rattled off a fuckload of claims about the EPA, the CIA, the FBI, everybody, the aliens, everybody's in on the conspiracy to make Biden win, right? With no fucking evidence, not a single drop of evidence. So I just find that really, really ridiculous. Well, and it's not a serious part of this conversation because we have evidence. And you don't have anything.
Yeah,
you're just making claims.
It's important to point out that the reason why these claims are kept so deliberately vague is because Trump supporters always have this general idea that the entirety of the media is out to get them, that like the government, everything, every institution except for Trump, which is funny because Trump's campaign was actively using his power as the president to influence election results long before the actual votes started being counted. Trump was doing everything in his power to lie and misrepresent as much as possible to try to slant everything in his favor, up to the point where the RNC was actually held at the White House, using the power of the presidency as a campaign tool for his upcoming term. So again, like this vagueness doesn't fly here. If you could find evidence of like a sustained propaganda disinfo campaign from the Democratic Party, that would go, but you can't because they didn't do it.
Okay, sure. Like for example, I give you off the top of my head, we had an inspector general that found 17 times the FBI lied or had omissions in order to spy on Trump's campaign illegally. They did so using paid opposition research from Hillary Clinton that used as the central person responsible for that a known Russian spy that they covered up for. That IG also said that an FBI lawyer actually changed the results of an email that asked whether or not Carter Page, a campaign associate of Trump, that they used the two-hop role that Bill Benny talks about to spy on Trump's
still
campaign.
talking about Hillary Clinton all
and
these
why
years
were no
later?
charges
I mean,
filed?
you asked for specific
Wait, then why were no charges filed? Because
they were.
People always say this.
He was charged.
The Democratic Party did it. Okay,
no,
charged,
he was.
So with a conviction?
Yeah, they gave him a slap on the wrist, but yes, he was convicted.
Okay.
This lawyer. Okay.
What?
And secondly, he was convicted of falsifying evidence. The lawyer was, let me look it up. I used to have his name memorized, but
yeah, I can't remember. What was the count of the the post-election cases? Was it like 60 cases that Trump lost?
Yeah, it was
with
like
no
60
evidence?
or so.
And now
I don't think Trump filed those cases.
And now the primary representative, who, by the way, I remember because I've been in this scene fucking debating you people for a long time. I know that you all were clapping for Sidney Powell back in the day when Sidney Powell was now saying that Sidney Powell is now standing up here going, "Oh, I was just joking. It was just a joke."
Okay. Anyways, Kevin
Release
Kleinsmith was the name of the lawyer. Kevin Kleinsmith was the name of the lawyer that was charged and pled guilty to falsifying documents. In addition to that, the inspector general said the most shocking thing that he saw was that the actual Russian subsource that made up all of these claims, when the FBI finally, after getting the warrant to the FISA warrant twice. When they finally talked to the primary subsource laughed and was like, "This was all just jokes over beers. I can't believe you're using that to spy on a president of the United States."
What are you
which
talking
actually
about?
happened. We saw.
Great, quick
well,
question.
You asked for evidence.
We're like
I just
three
gave you evidence.
conspiracies away from the first conspiracy.
Chat. Real quick question for the people in chat. Does anybody know what this guy's fucking talking about right now? Because I feel like we've spun off into some weird conspiracy theory nonsense, and it doesn't make any sense. We were talking about
I gotta
Amazon.
ask a question real quick. Sure,
go for it.
I'm sitting here. I'm listening to all of y'all talk because again, I'm not very well versed on the whole unionization thing. The only experiences that I have though is when I saw at the hands of the VA that were federal protected employees that essentially were protected from being fired from the hospital because they, as I just stated, and the quality of work was so subpar that there were literally veterans like laying on the floors being looked over because according to one actual secretary I spoke with, she was only required to make 25 appointments a day. And after that, she could literally still get paid, sit at the desk and do virtually nothing. That's what she was required to do. And they couldn't touch her. They couldn't fire her. Now, I'm not saying unions are inherently bad or inherently good, but my question is, how do you curb that lack of, I want to say, ambition, care for their work? Because it did exist. I've been there many times, and that's a sincere problem. And the other thing that I wanted to point out, though, is Vaush's point as far as propaganda. And I'm not saying propaganda doesn't work. I think both sides employ this. I mean, my God, all of the 2020, 2016, there's propaganda left and right.
Is this real?
The
MSM. Is this a real thing?
I can't sit there and say I'm a Trump supporter. I'm not a Trump hater. I'm a constitutionalist. I take it case by case. But I think the generalizations that I've seen almost everyone in this room make so far, I think it's kind of like, it's not really fair because I like Trump over Biden. There are things I don't agree with Trump on, but to be painted as like this one person that's all or nothing or saying like the MSM is out to get me or the government's out to get me, I think there is some validity to that. But also the one thing I'm noticing is that in regards to the whole Trump issue, I feel like we're kind of going off topic on this, but I hate to say this, but I think Pence did the right thing. He upheld the Constitution. I even agree with Crenshaw on it. The evidence, I'm still waiting to see it myself. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I'm open to have my mind changed. I got to respect the rules. I got to respect the rules, and it's very hard for me to say that because my following, they're going to eat me alive for this. But if I can actually see the evidence, the hardcore evidence, I'll believe it. But in the meantime, Trump took an L.
Damn. How to even respond to this? This is like massively not.
Well, you can start by not being so condescending.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I feel like I can't
accusing people off the bat.
I can't really help. Wait, excuse me. You know, I was talking.
You know.
I know you're getting.
Well, you certainly didn't have a problem interrupting Rob for like the 30 seconds.
Yeah, but that's because Rob is rattling off a whole bunch of lies, and you're just like filling empty space. Listen, it's hard for me to not be.
So now we're gonna start insulting. Is that how this is gonna go?
Excuse me.
No, I just don't appreciate being talked down to like you just did to Rob and myself. And I've been respectful.
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. Let me make a quick apology. It would be a lot easier for me to not talk down to you if either of you knew a single thing about the topic that you came here to argue about. You came here to fucking challenge for the belt, and you didn't even do the basic homework.
Actually,
it would have taken you 10 minutes to read about these things, and you didn't.
I came here as a favor.
Dylan should have put the topics out earlier. It's not my fault.
Oh,
I'm
now
sorry.
You're trying
I
to
came here.
Dylan. Yeah, blame the host.
Well,
blame the host.
Stop.
Ask Dylan if that's true.
Okay,
stop.
Give me a second.
Wait, please.
Give me a second.
John Burk.
Wait. Okay. So let me be clear. This is breaking news, and everybody was talking about it, so I made it a topic. So I don't think people can judge somebody too much for not having all the data on this specific topic. I just do want to. I am going to throw myself in there.
That's very.
That's very kind. I just have to say something. Okay, hold on. So, John Burk. I think your point is well taken that there are instances where unions can protect workers from malfeasance or from, I think, legitimate penalties to their behavior. I mean, I think one of the easiest examples of this would be police unions. Now, lefties tend to like, they say every union but police unions. And while principally I understand that there are elements of police unions that are both valued and arguably necessary for the operation of their force, I could imagine, for example, a world where police had no protections whatsoever, and that led to them being excessively cautious, unwilling to respond to calls because they don't want to be. Yeah, I understand that there could be back-end consequences to that. I think a lot of lefties are generally critical of police unions because it seems like they have a lot of power to the point where they do the boys club in-group protection stuff quite a bit. I don't think that's typical of most union groups. It is possible that elements of this rise up in unions that have a more conventional organizational strategy, like, I don't know, grocers union. But generally speaking, at this point in time, while that remains a risk, I feel as though workers have so little bargaining power that we're concerned about giving too much power to like the ants beneath our feet almost, because we know people in corporations get away with an unbelievable amount of stuff with virtually no oversight, and they can get away with mistreating their workers because workers, I mean, they can just leave if they don't like it. The economy's kind of geared that way. So right now, I think what we should do is we should focus on bolstering unions, workers' rights, and if things dial up too hard in that respect, then we can get a little critical, maybe a little bit more skeptical of the influences these unions are having.
I like
Okay,
how you
and
put
I
that.
can
Actually,
just
I like how you
and
put that.
I'll just say real.
Thank you.
And I'll just say real quick, like just to finish up on this point where you're talking, I don't want this to all be about the election, but you asked for specific evidence. I gave it. You couldn't handle the evidence of the FBI putting their thumb on the scale. Just saying, it's clear that you seem to have a problem with people inside the agencies putting their thumbs on the scale. That happened. Now, on this case specifically with these unions, so just doing some, don't act like we don't know what we're talking about because I don't know the specifics. I'm sure if we start to get into the very specifics of exactly everything that happened in the vote, no one has a total knowledge of it. But I will say this was for Bessemer, Alabama, is where the plant was, where they sought to unionize. I believe there was about 3,000 votes, and they lost 2-1. They've rejected the union. Now, I did a little bit of research. They start out at $15 an hour in this plant. That would make them about making $30,000 a year. If you look at the average annual income in Bessemer, Alabama, it's $16,716. So the members of this workforce in Amazon are making almost double what the average person in Bessemer, Alabama makes. So there is a significant chance that they said, listen, this is a pretty good job for the area. We think that bringing in a union could actually cause dues and maybe won't help us financially. And it might cause people to lose jobs and things like that. So why risk what we see as a good thing right now? I share both the people on the left's like discomfort with what I see as too much corporate control in this country. I do share that, but that doesn't mean that a union is correct in every situation. I'm not opposed to unions despite what Demon Mama said in our opening. I'm saying that there could be specific situations. I'm for giving people the choice to vote for a union or not. I understand that there will be propaganda from the people that own the company to not want a union. And I understand that propaganda can have a serious influence. And if they broke the law, there's something that should be looked into. We'll see if that happens. But having said that, there are good reasons to reject unions. And I could get to some anecdotal stories around here and more stories that we actually have evidence for of terrible unions in the nation if we go that direction.
Okay.
Well, the concern that I have about that mainly is that there are unionized warehouses in that area of the country that are making considerably more, $20, $21, $22 an hour. And additionally, one of the big concerns with Amazon workers is not just their wages, it's their rights. Amazon workers tend to get treated pretty poorly. They're cut to the line on incredibly narrow margins with very, very high quotas. They're held to extremely high standards of performance. And if they fail, if they can't keep it up, then they just get dropped. So a union could go a long way towards helping them with that. And we know Amazon has the money to kick towards these workers. It's really just a matter of, do we believe that unions will do what we know they will do? And I think a lot of the workers in Alabama probably don't. I think a lot of people have forgotten how much unions were responsible for the high standards of...
Well, and I'm sorry, I said your name. I just wanted to ask you a question, though. I'm not being condescending. I'm genuinely curious. You sound very well educated on this.
You can condescend.
My question
me
is,
if you want.
Do what?
You can condescend to me if you want. I'll give you one.
That's not my style.
It's my task for the debate.
No, it's not my style. No, I'm genuinely curious though, because I believe in a free market, and I don't believe that we actually have capitalism in America. I'm a capitalist, but I don't believe we have capitalism. I believe we have corporatism. I believe we have so much influence and interventionism in the hands of the government that is empowering the rich to become even richer. So based upon what you just said, Amazon with the strict guidelines they have, how they treat their workers, which again are protected by labor laws, it would concern me that, how do I say this without coming off like a by empowering the workers, it almost sounds again as if it's kind of like this idea of, I'm trying to think how to actually explain this.
Well, while you think on that, I would like to touch on a couple of things, which is first off, the industry average for that type of work in in the warehouse for warehouse work is $19 an hour. So even though the pay at the Amazon warehouse is higher than the total average of every job in that area. It's not for the industry. It's actually quite a bit lower for the industry. In addition, one of the biggest problems that Amazon workers have had working for Amazon is that they are constantly surveilled. Most of what they have to do, they literally have to carry a phone around with them and press every time they complete a job. This is notoriously bad. This is what's led to stuff like the infamous pee bottles and poop bags, which is because they're monitored so tightly that they literally cannot stop to do anything else, or else their pay will be docked, or they will have a flag go up where they will be hassled by a manager. It's really, really bad.
That's where the poo stock came from.
Yeah, exactly. Precisely. You're right onto it. And like so this is a huge problem. Also, to make a small fact correction to what Rob was saying, the initial union push brought in 3,000 people who were willing to sign up to organize with the union. That's a lot of people. That's more than the amount of final votes that they got in the end. Now, the initial union push came before 3 weeks of Amazon propaganda, which, by the way, Amazon was ordered by the government to stop doing because it was so ridiculous. They were having 1 to 2 meetings of anti-union propaganda that were mandatory. They were making their employees come into work early to go to these meetings, or else you lose your job. Yeah, that's pretty bad. The government already had to intervene here. So they were not just, again, they weren't just putting their hand on the scales. We're talking about just a massive, massive intrusion on workers' rights. And as it turns out, in a lot of places in America, we don't really have great labor laws anymore. So laborers really get the short end of the stick in all this. This is why unions are important.
And I'll say that I would like to see your data on that. Admittedly, just a quick Google search because it's not something that I'd ever looked into. But the source I found said that the average salary for a warehouse worker is $34,938. I put that in the chat. That comes down to a little more than $16 an hour. Now, understand that's the average. We're talking about Amazon. The base level entry is $15 an hour. So I'm guessing at this particular plant, the average is going to be more than $15 an hour because people that have been there for years probably receive raises. So when it comes to the actual salary, they're making right in line with basically what we would expect warehouse workers to make. And it's particular in a place where the cost of living is so much lower in a place like Bessemer, Alabama, where they're making twice as much as what the average person there is working. I could see reasonably people saying,
do you know that
we
the
don't
cost
want
of
to
living
risk
is lower? It seems like you're making a lot of assumptions. You assume they're getting raises. You assume their cost of living is lower. But what actually is the cost of living? See, just
I assume that. Okay, real quick. I would assume the cost of living is lower because the average salary is so much lower, and there's not people just that are completely destitute in Bessemer, Alabama. It doesn't look like a place where there's just hundreds of thousands of people on the street. So if the average salary there is $16,000 and someone's making $34,000, I would say that it's a reasonable suggestion that the cost of living in somewhere like Bessemer is lower than the cost of living in someone like LA, Chicago, Detroit, or an area like that.
Yeah, but you're choosing the most extreme option.
Make there.
Yeah. We also have to keep in mind unions aren't just a press button increase wages thing. They're really about democracy, the ability for workers to even argue or contend or bargain for their salaries. So it could well be that a union could organize there and they could meet with management. Can somebody give me a citation on what year it opened? Hammer out something that doesn't necessarily increase the average wage tremendously, but it hammers out more rights or better protections for like overtime work or that sort of thing. It's not just about like, do we give workers more money? It's do we give them the power to fight on even footing with the corporations who up until this point just decide their wages, because that's how it used to be. And back in smaller labor markets, I mean, back before the modern capitalist, system that we live in today, back 50, 100, 150 years ago, because populations were lower and because businesses weren't as massive and all expanding, for some people, especially people with a certain set of skills that were useful and not super common, they could actually argue for their wages. God, I remember when I was a kid, my parents said, when you go in there, because I was walking around handing out resumes, when you go in there and they hand you a job application form, you tell them you want, and I think it was like $12 an hour, because that was a lot, back when I was 16 in high school. You say that. But of course, you don't get that. Nobody actually argues for their wages, unless we're talking a lawyer or somebody with a very, very high skill set. We're talking about you go on in there and you take the minimum wage. And that's how it's been for decades for millions of people. And unions are the antidote to that. The ability to actually do what my boomer parents told me I should be able to do. Argue for your wage.
Okay, but I don't
one
disagree.
more thing
I
I
don't
want to
disagree.
just bring up. Hold on, just one more thing that is off of what you were saying, Rob. Just so you know, I just had to do a quick fact check on this. The Bessemer location opened in March of 2020. So yeah, there's not any workers there that have been working there for years and have gotten pay raises. Also, it should be noted for everyone who's watching this, the federal poverty line is at $24,500. So when you hear a term like, oh, $30,000, whoa, that's so much. That is Rob attempting to sort of play at your ignorance of the state of American poverty.
No, it's not. So if I could
close
explain,
to the poverty line.
So if I could explain, I'll talk a little about my life. I make about $15 an hour. I make about $30,000 a year. You know what my rent was when I lived here in my little area in Clarion County, Pennsylvania? $300 a month. Right? There are mom and pop stores here that if you increase a federal minimum wage to $15 would literally go out of business because they're literally not making any money. They're just making enough to operate and they're paying people like $8-9 an hour. But people could live off that in this area because things are so much cheaper. So I understand if you don't live in an area like this.
I mean, that's nice. That's nice and it feels nice for you.
But listen,
most
you're
Americans
trying
don't
to
live
say
like that.
No,
Most
listen,
Americans don't live like that. You're just pulling on an
again,
anecdote from your own life.
Vaush,
That's not how
thank you
most
for not
Americans
interrupting.
live.
Like, we could have a discussion. Thank you for not interrupting every 3 seconds.
I'm very
Vaush. I
sorry
really
if
appreciate
the
that.
spice is too high for you.
So
I'm
anyway,
just
so
Googling.
Give a second.
Right.
Okay.
So anyways, to continue on this,
Bessemer's poverty rate is actually 28.1%. That's insane. Sorry.
Okay. So can we have a second here? Okay. So, Dear Mama, you wanted to talk after Rob, I assume. Okay. So Rob,
I wanted to hear John Burke's thing too. I'm sorry. Just
okay. John go before me. He's talked least, so that's cool.
Okay, John, were you talking before?
Yeah,
okay.
I was gonna let them keep going.
Okay, John, you go first. Then we'll go to Rob. Then Demon Mama. Sound good? There you go.
Absolutely. Just to go back up to what Vaush was saying, you're talking about negotiating salaries for employees and things such as that. I'm a small business owner myself. When somebody applies for a job, to empower employees to essentially negotiate their salaries, or to empower them to the ability to do that. I don't think that's just like we set that there and that's just going to be, they have that option. I think naturally they probably would do that. Who wouldn't want to try and negotiate for a higher salary? Well, who dictates the level of salary? Well, the business owner does, essentially, right? I would assume that. Like, they have the negotiations based upon, like, what do we feel is a good compromise in regards to what you should be paid. And I know that local economics take a major play into that as far as pay based upon where you live. But I think the biggest contributing factor is your set of skills, whether they be entry level or you be experienced, what kind of education do you have that actually supports the job that you're going to do and what you bring to the table. So as a business owner myself, I don't pay my employees minimum wage. I actually invest in them. But I invest in them because I think a lot of people don't seem to realize that if you lose an employee, I put a lot of money into training that employee. If I lose that employee, number one, I'm taking a hit financially. I'm going to take a hit in my business because I can't afford that. But number two, it doesn't sit well with me to have the employees essentially leverage something over the business owner's head, saying that if we don't get what we want, then essentially we unionize? I mean, I support that. I think that's, in a sense, that's also part of free market right there. So I kind of see what y'all are saying. I agree in some states. I agree in some cases, others I don't. But it's very concerning to have this idea that employees should be empowered to leverage things against the business. Or the business owner, rather. Now, you said corporation, so maybe that's what you were referring to instead. So I'm just trying to be clear on that one. Are we talking about like small business? Or are we talking about large-scale corporation business?
So it's just the problem to me is that essentially you're fighting to maintain a system where you're the only one who has the ability to dictate the wages of your employees. Mm-hmm. I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, you do make that decision. You pay the wages. They can't write your checks for you. But I think that it's fair for them to at least have an input. So when it comes to small businesses, I think the best kind of union isn't like a workplace union, but it's God, I'm forgetting the term. It's when you unionize everyone of a specific field in a given area. So like a city will have like, this is the grocers union, or a city will have, this is the X, the Y union, sectional union, sectoral bargaining. For the whole sector. Now, if it's true that you pay your workers more than minimum, I'm sure you do. And it seems like then you take good care of your workers, and they joined a sectoral union. In all likelihood, the beefs those unions would cultivate wouldn't be with you. They'd be with the shitty business owners who do everything they can to skinflint the people who work for them. And I think that's a good system too.
And because but could you guarantee that though? That's
It's
the
not
thing that
possible-
concerns me, though.
It's not possible to guarantee that, but I can guarantee that a lack of unions has led to a lot of workers getting exploited and a significant decrease in the average wages of the American middle class. So I can't guarantee there won't ever be issues with solution A, but I know there are big ones with solution B. And we've seen 50 years ago what the system used to look like with widespread unionization, and it seems like it was fairer. And it's not like people were getting thrown out of business back then either. The business owners were doing well too. It's just a matter of how well do you distribute those funds? How amicably do you? But I think that in the case of a sectoral union, I imagine you would be almost unaffected. It would be about the less fortunate people who work at small businesses similar to yours who maybe aren't getting such a fair deal on their wages.
Well, then let's take, for example, a startup business. I'm sorry, I mean, I really enjoy this. So say like Rob wants to start a grossing business, say, for example, he wants to start his own little grocery store. And they created that type of union previously discussed. And he said, well, all I can afford to pay my employees right now is the minimum wage. Anything above that, I'm not going to be able to expand. I don't have the startup capital to support that. That union comes in, they say, this is what you have to do. Therefore, what is Rob left to do?
I think,
and if I go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, sure. No, well, I want your perspective on that too.
Yeah. So, Vaush, I don't disagree with anything you're saying. Let me be quite clear, and I think John agrees with me. No one here, I think, saying unions are a bad idea. We're saying that they shouldn't be forced. I think. Hopefully we all agree with that. So they shouldn't be forced, but certainly you should have the option. And again, if Amazon did something illegal, we will see. I'm assuming it's going to be investigated. They should be punished if they did something illegal. I have no qualms with that. I have no love for Amazon. Don't get me wrong. And I certainly think that corporations are exploiting workers. So I don't have a problem. My point is, though, that unions aren't always a panacea. So in this circumstance with the hypothetical, I could tell you that in the town of Clarion, there was where I kind of have lived around my whole life. There was a company that my father worked for that made windows, and they decided to unionize. And at first, the union actually did a lot of good things, not really with wages, like you're saying, Vaush, but with kind of paid leave time, working conditions, and things like that. The problem was the union bosses that came in started to not really represent the will of the people that worked there. And so they started pushing for a bunch of stuff that the people were like, eh. So what ended up happening was they pushed for increased wages by about $4 per hour. And basically the company ownership sat down with these union bosses for like a month. And when there wasn't much budge on it, they came into work one Tuesday and said, the company's shutting down Thursday, pack your stuff up. So my dad worked there for about 16, 17 years. There were people that had worked there for 30 plus years. And it was just like, now I understand what you're saying. Well, that's one crappy company or it's just one situation. I get that. I don't think that impugns all unions. I'm just saying that there are particular places where it could be more beneficial than others. And the other thing I'll say is it's not a panacea like you're saying, Vaush. Even if it would be a good idea to unionize, there's so many things that have occurred over the past 50 years that aren't just the decline in unions that have led to workers being screwed over in this country, such as free trade deals and the outsourcing of labor to China. Even if you like, there's a possibility, and there's many more we could talk about, but I don't want to go on all day. And this one's very important because what could happen is if enough people unionize for Amazon in the United States, Amazon could just be like, well, okay, we'll take our business elsewhere. We'll go to a place where we could pay people less. And so now you're in a difficult position because of all these outside things like free trade deals that have shipped labor overseas, bringing in like cheap workforce in the form of immigration and things like that. Now the bargaining power of labor is decreased. And so now someone in Bessemer, Alabama has to think, look, the union sounds like a good idea, but I'm making a job that's double the normal rate of people that live in this area. And all in all, things are okay. So I don't know if I want to risk it given what I've seen all over the place. And was it Amazon? Am I wrong that was going to put a shop in? There was this famous story about AOC complaining about her district. Wasn't that Amazon? And Amazon just packed up and was like, fine, we won't come to your district. So those things happen. And I'm not saying that means Amazon's a good company or that's a reason to reject unions, but this is something that's in the mind of someone as they're voting whether or not to accept the union, right?
I want to make sure that Demon Mama does get to talk here because they were.
I want to respond to one last thing, and then
you respond, then Demon Mama.
Right, then I'll keep my hands off. So there's a lot there. So broadly, one of the problems we have with small businesses today and with unions today is that so much wealth has been siphoned off into gigantic mega corporations that it's really difficult to engage in the production of startup businesses because the capital isn't there, rents are extremely high, and people don't want to pay reasonable prices for commodities that you could sell at a mom and pop shop. Everyone wants to go to Walmart and get it for 2/3 that price because it was made with plastic injectors over in China by basically slaves and then shipped on over here through the Suez Canal. So the problem that we have is that the fact that unions can hurt small businesses is a product of a lot of downstream economic consequences that we're facing, not just as a product of globalization, but also business practices that defer to these megacorps. So one of the issues is technically outsourcing should be good for everyone in this country. It means there's more money in this country. If you're outsourcing, that means that you're engaging in I forget the term, but when you're specializing, they do this thing better or cheaper, we benefit from it, we take the wealth. That should make everyone here wealthier because the systems that we've set up in this country should allow that wealth to be distributed, but they haven't been. More money gets stored in offshore Cayman Island accounts, which means the average worker doesn't have as much money to spend. Comparative advantage. Thank you, Chet. That's what it's called, comparative advantage. The average worker doesn't have as much money to spend, which means that they're more likely to be forced into buying from the megacorps and not from small businesses, which also leads to a ton of other problems, like every neighborhood looking the same because all the mom and pops close and everyone just goes to the local Target. And there are a lot of problems here. I mean, maybe you call it corporatism. I think this is an inevitable consequence of capitalism because this is benefiting the people with capital, the people with power. But if we both agree that's a bad thing, I think that unions are a part of the solution to that problem because workers that demand things have power over megacorps too, like Amazon. And if they have power over megacorps, they have a little bit of political maneuverability. Maybe something to allow companies like Amazon to start paying their fair share, both to workers and to the government. It keeps wealth in this country, which means that there's more wealth being spent by workers, which means people can go back to shopping at small businesses. We had an equilibrium. Within the system of capitalism, we had an equilibrium. It was strong unions. It was economic systems which circulated wealth around the country, and that worked, at least for a time. We've thrown the equilibrium off, and unions, I don't think, are the thing to blame there. It's a combination of outsourcing and the government's unwillingness to do anything about the unchecked power of these megacorps. But if we fix that, and I think unions are a part of fixing that, I think we can benefit everyone, and even small business owners will be making more money. That's my belief. And I'll cede my time, by the way, because I've talked way too much. Sorry.
Yeah, so there's a couple of things I wanted to touch on here. The first off is something that we've kind of been ignoring for the last few minutes, which is that Amazon can't outsource. Amazon has to deliver to the people who are buying here. So there is no option for them to outsource. They have to get local workers. I mean, unless they're going to find a way to pass through mass drone laws, which so far have been shot down pretty extensively. That's just not true. They need local workers in order to make, in fact, the hardest challenge for Amazon is, what's it called? I think it's called the last mile. The last 1 mile is the hardest part of Amazon delivery, and that's where they work people and exploit people the hardest. Now, there's a couple of other things that compound with this. One of them being that Amazon is increasingly eating up a chunk of commerce in the United States. These giant corporations, they're the ones that we're mostly talking about with unionizing. See, unions have a vested interest in the businesses that they're a part of succeeding. Otherwise, they don't have jobs, and then the union disappears. So now, while there might be some unions that overplay their hand or that fuck up and that ruin the business that they're a part of, a smart union, which is going to be a lot of unions, or a functional union, is going to be hoping that the business succeeds, but that they're getting their just pay. So when we're talking about that, you don't have to worry too much about small businesses because small businesses don't really need a union in order to be able to bargain. If you only have 5 employees, it's very easy for 5 employees to say, we're not coming to work unless you pay us more. It's companies specifically like Walmart, Amazon, Best Buy, whatever else you want to think of, that we need unions there. And we don't, and because of propaganda, because of constant anti-union thought, because of constant union busting and deregulation, we don't have those unions, which means we have a massive workforce of exploited delivery people all over America, which is allowing Amazon to kill every other business type, by the way. For those of you who don't know, Jeff Bezos has been very explicit about what his goal with Amazon was. His goal with Amazon was to get it bankrolled by investments so that they could run the company at a loss for as long as possible and put out every other competitor out of business, and then they can jack their prices up. That's what Amazon is doing. Amazon wants Amazon to be the only place you can buy anything in America. And guess what? If that ever happens, and there's no unions, America is going to become an Amazon dystopia overnight. And I bet that we'd only see a few months until we started seeing Amazon company towns and Amazon bucks being paid for wages. And that's not the type of future that I'd like. You know?
Okay, but just to be clear here, right? Like, I don't think that the unionization, if Amazon's that nefarious, and I'm not disagreeing that they are, I don't think that unionizing would be a correct fix-all that would solve all this. And I think, look, let's be clear. I think all four of us are talking that unions could be good and that they definitely should be allowed to have the option to unionize. That could exist either in a socialist or a capitalist system. I think we're all agreeing to that. So to me, the more nuance is, one, do we have proof that it was through subterfuge or through some sort of nefarious means that these people chose? I don't think that proof exists. I think we'll see what the results of an investigation.
You mentioned earlier that there was there already is evidence. This is the thing. Now we can't say that the entire thing, that the entire vote is,
which is exactly my point.
Well, I mean, yeah, you can't throw it out entirely, but the fact, it is a fact that Amazon has already been in trouble in this specific incident for taking illegal actions. They've already had to be censured by the state. They are cutting every throat that they can.
Okay, so again, we don't have proof. We'll see what the results of a lawsuit are. And
we have proof of that first one. Yes.
We don't have proof. We have evidence, but we don't have proof that was what tilted the vote to go the way it did.
The government did have to step in.
So, anyways, so just going on from there. So I think that the actual more interesting conversation, because there's a lot of agreement here, is one, what system's more responsible for this type of thing, sort of like more left-wing politicians or right-wing politicians, and secondly, would we, and I'm just going to throw this out there based on a conversation we had the other day, Demon Mama, and I'll just ask this real quick to everyone. Would you force unions?
What do you mean by force unions?
Through government force? Do you think every company should have a union through government force?
No.
Okay.
I don't even know how that would work. I think that I think that we should.
Well, we talked about the other day about wanting a
probably
system
same way
where
around like insurance.
Oh, we talked about in an ideal world working towards co-ops. I think that would be great, but that's a much longer term goal than what we're talking about here.
Fine.
Right now, we're just talking about how to save the American worker from just the absolute atrocious conditions that they're in right now, because they are.
So I agree that the American worker's in terrible conditions. I don't think that that the main focus needs to be unions, though certainly that could be part of the solution. However, I think you could see things, and I think it's particularly by giving the government more power, which has encouraged lobbying, which has allowed companies like Amazon, because you say lack of regulations, the exact opposite's actually true. Because we give the government the power to intervene in these businesses, it allows people to lobby. It allows Amazon to lobby the government and then get laws that are favorable. The best example I could give is why do you constantly interrupt? Please,
no, because wait, hold on a second. I want to explain
you
this.
Say
because
things all
will
the time
make
I disagree with,
claims.
and you say things all the time I disagree with, and I don't interrupt.
Okay. Rob, can you spend 25 seconds finishing your thing, and then we'll go for 30 seconds for Demon Mama. There we go.
Yeah, the best example I could give is the stimulus bills that we saw posted that actually were a huge boon to Amazon and Walmart. It was one of the biggest transfers of wealth from small businesses and workers to large corporations that this country's ever seen, and that was interventionist left-wing policies. Even the Republicans signed on. They deserve fault for this as well. Trillions of dollars that's going to cause inflation and went primarily to corporate America off the back of small businesses and working class America.
Okay, Demon Mama, and then I'm going to ask a question for the room, because since nobody represents the position, I'm going to see if people can engage with it. Demon Mama.
Sure. So, God, there was a lot of claims there. The first off that I would contest is that the idea that we don't have evidence that unions would be a good answer. Actually, we do. We have not only history, but we also have data on our side. Unions were responsible for a massive, revolutionary change in American work conditions around the turn of the century. And also, we've seen that unionized workplaces have safer work conditions, better pay, and higher job satisfaction. The only reason that people fight against unions is because corporations make the most money out of it. Now, I also disagree very strongly with this idea that it's government intervention that made lobbying happen. No, it wasn't. It was Citizens United that allowed corporations to give endlessly to super PACs, that has allowed for corporate lobbying to get out of control in this country. Corporate lobbying is out of control, and that's a result of deregulation. That's a result of the government saying, nah, actually, we're not going to really look into this anymore. So, yeah, that's just factually false. And it really frustrates me too. And also, Trump's stimulus plan, which transferred a lot of money to, a lot of corporations, also, if I remember correctly, I believe we went over this data in the last conversation that we had on this, actually, if I remember correctly, still gave something like 60% of it to smaller businesses. So I do agree that there was a lot of problems with the way that Trump approached it. He gave out a lot of handouts to a lot of friends and allies, political allies and whatnot, through his stimulus package. But I just think that that's a problem of Trump and the Republican Party being horribly incompetent and greedy.
Okay, quickly, I wanted to ask a question. So since nobody, Vaush, is it quick?
I had one quick thing to say, very quick. This is a bit of a side argument there, but it just occurred to me that if you had stronger unions, you could rely on those unions to protect workers and wouldn't have to rely so much on government intervention. One of the reasons why the government seems to keep meddling in the affairs of corporations and their workers is because there isn't really an alternative.
No,
But
hold
if
on, I gotta disagree with you there, Vaush. I'm sorry to cut you off, but wouldn't you just be replacing one overlord for another?
Well, I would rather, if I had anybody advocating for the rights of workers, I would rather it be the workers themselves than a bunch of Washington bureaucrats. I mean, unions aren't overlords, they're bargaining. I mean, union leads are voted on by the people who are.
Well, no, I agree with you there, but I feel like the human condition's being ignored here in regards to like absolute power and by the people for the people. I get what you're saying there, like who better to represent? But the same thing could be said about electing a congressman to represent you in Washington, where the case may be, that comes from your district or somebody from your workforces, which I imagine you're playing.
When we're talking about the needs of a worker in a given workplace, I would much rather have a person who works there, who's been elected as the head of a union, managing and resolving the disputes between workers and the corporation, than like government lawmakers who do these massive and wide swaths with essentially no larger oversight. Sometimes they know what they're talking about, sometimes they don't. I think it'd be better for everybody, frankly, if these discussions were kept more local, more intimate, and more direct between the workers and the corporations than like every couple of years we have some bombshell revelation where the government does X or Y,
But you see, I agree with you there. I agree with you in that point, because that's why you also, like, I'm more state versus federal. But the point that I'm trying to make, though, is if there was a union to form wherever I'm at, where I'm working, yeah, I would definitely want the representative to come from me, from the foot soldier, if you will, the factory worker. But the human condition still exists in regards to as they elevate. So if I'm an elected union representative, am I still a worker, or is that my full-time job now? That's all I do is that, or do I remain a foot soldier?
Depends on the union. I mean, if it's a big enough union, it'll be a full-time job, but for a smaller corporation, it could be. I mean, your argument against like overlords ruling over people is the reason why we need some check for corporations. You get it from Washington or from the workers who you hire, but it has to come from somewhere.
Okay,
that's all I'll say.
I'll be the bad guy quick, since nobody wants to be the bad guy. So suppose like all these, you're doing everything to help these small businesses, but if these larger corporations can give people like cheaper products, better pay, and health benefits comparative to these smaller mom and pop shops, why should the state be stepping in, or anyone stepping in, to help these small mom and pop shops when the workers are getting better conditions and better help from bigger corporations? Why would anybody who cares about workers jump at the bit to help these small mom and pop shops when I can get a better job at Walmart?
I can explain it super easy. Yeah, if you'd like, I mean, why would you light a fire in your house to keep you warm in the winter when you could just set off an explosion instead? The short term is fantastic for corporations like this. They can send out all kinds of cheap products all over the place, but they can't last. We know that their plan in the long run, they've been very open about this, is to essentially be able to raise prices back to what they were. Those benefits will disappear. They are gaming the system using massive amounts of venture capital, massive amounts of Wall Street investments in order to essentially screw over an entire country in the name of their own personal profit. And if we should hope for a wise government that can see forward into the future, should recognize that this isn't sustainable, that this is ultimately only going to serve the interests of the owners of Amazon, the owners of Walmart, the owners of these other big corporations, and won't actually build a sustainable system for us. You don't want just lighting a cup of gasoline on fire and it makes your house really warm for 10 seconds. You want to be able to stay warm all winter. We want our country to be able to sustain itself into the future with good jobs. And sometimes that might mean we have to challenge some of these really, really nice short-term benefits, like Amazon selling all of their products at a massive loss so that they can get cheap products in the short term, but can ultimately screw over American workers in the long term.
Question. Okay, so quick follow-up question for Demon Mom, if I could. Okay, but mom and pop shops are a sustainable model comparative to what? Walmart, who's been a staple of American commerce for a very long time, providing better jobs than mom and pop shops for a good 30, 40 years now comparatively. When is the moment that they're going to undercut and be providing worse jobs than I would have gotten at a random corner store owned by, I don't know,
We're already
Joe
seeing
Dirt.
that. We're already seeing that. We've already seen that happen. In fact, Amazon prices have gone up. I don't have the study on hand, but it's very easy to locate if you want to look into it, how much Amazon prices have actually changed over time. In addition, if we're going to expand this out from just Amazon into talking about stuff like Walmart, well, Walmart has a tendency to create food deserts completely unintentionally, because they will put their Walmarts in locations that are not to serve any need, but to serve their maximum profit, even if that means that local people have to drive. Now, that's not saying that mom and pops are going to be the only thing that ever opens, but sustainable businesses that can last in a long time by their foundation are better than companies like Amazon that can offer in the short term, maybe 30 years or so, to offer lower prices or whatever, as they slowly gut out town by town and ruin the local environment as well as the local work environment as well. That's the problem. That's a huge problem.
Just to kind of so like part of the problem is government intervention in many ways actually causes the problem, and then we say, well, now we need the government to intervene to solve the problem. That's not to say there's never a place for government regulation, but oftentimes we can see unintended consequences. So for example, we had before COVID, we had a very low, almost historic low unemployment rate. Well, this is good because it means more bargaining power for people that are looking for labor, that are looking for jobs. But after then we say, well, we need to import a bunch of people. We need to, shut down things, and they ended up resulting in companies like Walmart and stuff doing awesome, while small businesses did poor. To answer Demon Mama's claim that the stimulus went to small businesses, the net effect of the policies that we saw over the past year, and this is under Trump as well, don't get me wrong. In fact, the bulk of it was under Trump. The net effect of those policies was to greatly enhance the wealth of companies like Amazon and Walmart, the very companies that you're suggesting that we shouldn't do. Many of those policies were endorsed by people on the left, whether it be the lockdowns, the stimuluses, etc. So another thing that you could see is like minimum wage laws. Like I say this all the time. We have a mom and pop grocery store in my town. People do have a sort of civic sense where they were like, hey, instead of going to the Dollar General, we're going to go to the mom and pop store because we'd rather pay a couple extra nickels to give them the business. Problem is COVID shut them down. The lockdown shut them down. Dollar General's doing just fine and will be able to raise their prices. But even aside from that, a federal minimum wage increase would have also shut them down. Now, Dollar General would be more than happy to pay the increased minimum wage. They'll just pass the price off to the customer and they'll cut people's hours. But they've just lost their only competitor in a 15-mile radius. So they're happy. They could raise their price. So we see things like this all the time, which is these disastrous interventionist policies that are actually harming the power, the collective bargaining of labor. And then, again, I'm not saying that unions can't be a good thing, but if we're talking specifically about policies to benefit small businesses, a lot of the problem is the fact that our government has so much power to pick winners and losers, and that because of their intervention and how there's lobbying that's able to then influence them.
Can I real quick respond?
There's just one major problem with
Vaush,
that, and it's that
a little bit.
we know Trump mishandled the lockdown, so I'm not going to dispute your point on that. But with regards to what you're describing capitalism. The economy of scale ensures that larger megacorps will always be more economically efficient than mom and pop businesses, and therefore will always be able to flex their weight around more. It's only government intervention that's kept this problem from cropping up sooner. Anti-monopoly laws, antitrust laws, the fact that it's illegal to engage in certain forms of pricing out your competitors. What you're describing right now is capitalism. Without the government, this would have happened way, way, way faster. If you want to fix
those companies have scaled to that level without capitalism?
Well, no, capitalism is what allowed them to scale to that. Well, are you saying industry can or cannot thrive with or without it? I think industry can do just fine with collective ownership. But now, whatever the reason why we're here, this is the inevitable consequence of the economic system we live in. The solution to it seems simple enough to me. We need to make sure that people who work at big businesses and small businesses alike get the equitable treatment, and then we need to make sure that we can afford tax breaks and other kinds of preferable treatment to smaller corporations. There are benefits to smaller corporations or mom and pop stores. I don't want to walk down Main Street of my town and see nothing but chain restaurants. I want to be able to see the unique and vibrant local culture that I moved to this city for. And as long as megacorps keep swooping up all of the real estate, that ain't going to happen. So we give preferential tax treatment to small businesses to make sure that they can fight on a level playing field. There are plenty of things that we can do, plenty of ways we can legislate to make sure these businesses continue to exist. And hey, if they're a little bit less economically efficient, if it means the government has to spend a little bit of our tax money, I say that's worthwhile. Because I would rather have a 0.2% hike in my taxes than live in a country without any local culture. And a country where entrepreneurship is dead. Because the only way to start businesses is to be born a trust fund baby and spend the 1.2 million your daddy left you on a new yachting business, you know? I want to preserve those elements of what people, I guess, call the American dream. So I'm okay letting the government be the ones to ensure small businesses can maintain some degree of relevance.
So can I try and understand what you're saying here, Vaush? 'Cause I think I actually agree with you.
But after this interaction, I do think we should move on to the next topic of the night.
Yeah,
So
sure.
I just wanna-
Sure.
Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm understanding you correctly. So basically, you're in favor of government interventionism as long as it's not favoring large-scale corporations from coming in and actually forming monopolies, kind of like AT&T did back in the 80s. So you're incentivizing local mom-and-pop businesses to receive tax breaks, favoritism over large-scale corp. Is that what I'm getting from this?
Yeah, essentially. There are significant benefits to small businesses that don't necessarily play out in the GDP, but I think those benefits should still be recognized.
Okay.
Was there
Just
time
wanted
for
to
me
make
to
sure I understood them.
to respond?
Are we gonna do
to
final
what things Rob
thoughts,
said,
or-
or- Oh yeah, I don't know if
Basically, yeah. That's what we're doing. We're doing final thoughts.
I'm good to
now.
wrap up if
Yeah. So each people like just 1 minute. So we'll start with Demon Mama.
Yeah. So I contest the idea that on it, like just outright that government intervention is like a bad thing. I don't think that we have any evidence of that. In fact, I would argue that it is a lack of government intervention in the pandemic that led to us having this terrible, like the worst of both world situations. Because the government was so hands off, the virus got out of control. We have over 600,000 dead Americans, and we also, because there was no support for small businesses, have the only people remaining are large corporations. I know I've seen this with my own eyes in my own town that I live in. Nearly every local restaurant is out of business now, and the only thing left is McDonald's. That sucks. That is a result of incompetent and incomplete government intervention, not government intervention alone. And I think that's important to distinguish. And also, I will remind everyone that we were talking about unions, which I think that unions are a much, much, much better way of like Vaush said earlier, preventing the government from ever having to get involved. Because if people can self-determine in their business and bargain against their boss, who they produce products and labor for, that solves the problem before it ever even becomes a problem. So, support unions. Unions are really important, and unions have all but disappeared in America. We need them back, or else we're going to be facing a Amazon-owned dystopia. Yeah, so that's my feelings on this issue.
Okay, next is going to be Vaush.
Yeah, I think I've expressed my point more or less. There are a lot of people who think this is adversarial, but unless we're looking out for the literal 0.001%, I mean, unless we're out here boxing for
Alias,
Bezos,
it's only on my website.
I think that there are
not on the
economic
actual
solutions to these problems that benefit basically everyone on the supply chain, domestically, locally, workers, union workers, managers, everyone. I mean, it's not to say managers at these Amazon union warehouse or non-unionized warehouses. It's not like they're always doing great either. I know how tough managerial work can be. It's work, and I know that often you're placed under quotas just as stressful as the people below you by the people above you. And the reason these managers are so hard on the people below them is because they know that if they're not, they'll get booted and replaced with a person who will be harder on them. So I don't think this doesn't need to be an adversarial relationship. There's only one group of people who would really hurt from unions, and those are the people who own those Cayman Island, bank accounts. Aside them, and I think they're doing just fine without us helping them. Everyone can benefit with a little bit of wealth redistribution that I think unions could facilitate democratically and fairly.
Rob Noerr?
So I think basically everyone's agreeing on the substantive issue of whether or not unions could be successful. The disagreement, the scale of exactly would they be able to solve all these problems. I don't think that's the case, though. I have no problem with people getting out and talking about, like, if Demon Mama and Vaush and even me would talk about collective bargaining and helping certain businesses out. I don't have a problem with that, with educating people that could be better. I do have a problem with any sort of policy or government force of trying to make that occur, which it seems like no one's advocating anyways. When it comes to the issue of what happened under the law, under the government intervention in regard to COVID.
Hey,
No, the
thank
government
you so much,
intervention
Pink
was
Diamond. I
specifically
appreciate
designed
that a
to
lot.
help these large
Seriously.
businesses.
Thank you.
Oftentimes you could see
Much
large
love.
groups of people at Home Depot, Walmart, other places, but the mom and pop local hardware stores and places were closed down because they couldn't meet the burdensome regulations. We'll talk about COVID at another time, but there's no evidence whatsoever that any of these lockdowns were necessary, were effective at causing any sort of help whatsoever, or that having a larger lockdown would have been something that would have been beneficial. But the point is just this: the government intervening in a lot of the policies we see, particularly coming from the left, actually harm workers as well, such as the importing of people, minimum wage laws, which hurt small businesses.
There's those
but
talking
free
points.
trade bills like NAFTA and the TPP that were pushed that would have hurt small businesses.
Every single
all
talking
of these
point.
things are terrible. And also, businesses don't have
Enjoy
to
yourself,
outsource overseas,
Kubi. Thanks
like
for
we saw
watching.
with the AOC situation with Amazon. They could outsource to a different city. And lastly, I just want to say, when it comes to the question was, why did these specific people vote in a way? I'm not saying that it couldn't have been untoward pressure from Amazon, but if you look at the average salary and how much they're making, there is credible evidence that people could have made a compelling argument that would have been a risk that possibly that company would have moved. And so they decided, because they were making almost twice as much what the average person does in that area, they decided that it would be beneficial for them, regardless if you think it's true or not. But they made that decision not because they were coerced, because they actually believe that. Could be possible either way.
John Burke.
Okay, yeah, there was a lot to unpack there. So the first point that was made in regards to that there was no government interventionism in regard to the lockdown, which that's actually not true whatsoever. There was massive evidence to show that, whether it be at federal or state level, within month 6, there was over 100,000 small businesses that went bankrupt to the hands of the government in their lockdown. So it makes no sense logistically how Demon Mama could sit there and say that there was no government in it. Yes, there was. There 100% was. And there shouldn't have been a lockdown. I'm totally against it. And you can make the face at your TV and hype your crowd up. That's fine. I haven't done that to you, but if that's how you get your people off, go for it. If you want to sit there and say that there was no government intervention, then where are those businesses now? Where are those businesses now? That's the problem. So the other point that I want to make in regards to, as far as like the unionization, is leave it up to the people. Leave it up to the local demographic. If they want to have a union, I agree. Vaush makes some solid points. I get, as far as like looking out for the small workers, making sure they get a fair
hate my
day's
guts.
wage. I
Notice
understand
how
that.
they're all
Also, to take
sucking
care of not
Vaush's dick.
mistreated. So I think, yeah, I like the idea of no government interventionism and allowing the people to vote using a democracy or a democratic process to see if they want to establish a union. But I do like the idea of favoring small businesses in a sense to encourage the small or the entrepreneurship mindset to flourish. And Vaush is right on that. There's like certain areas that unless you have a tremendous amount of startup capital, good luck. Good luck. I had to deal with that myself personally. It was very difficult. And yeah, that's. I mean, I'm open to learning a lot about this, but ultimately, I think my feel for is I just don't like a lot of government regulation in the sense of telling me what I can and cannot do, because I think it's in the best interest of myself as a business owner and my employees to see everybody flourish. Like rising tides raises all ships. So, but I think there are counter arguments to go against that. That doesn't make sense in regards to, well, you do have a lot of corporate greed and things such as that. So I don't think it's so simplistic to say yes or no. There's a lot of things to unpack there. So.
Okay. Next, we're going to go into the next topic, which this one is a little bit more broad, so to allow for more wiggle room. So if you don't know a ton about one certain area, you'll be able to use this to wiggle around a little bit. Do you think that a cultural shift to the left in the United States would be beneficial for America? Broad, but simple question.
Yeah, I'll take
Throw it over to Vaush. Since you're champion, you know what? I'll throw it to you first. I'm rigging the game from the start. You started off.
Yeah, I know. A bit of a contentious take. I know nobody expected it from me, a socialist. But yeah, I think that'd be kind of cool, personally. I have a preference towards that. I think a lot of people on the right especially, have a fear that people on the left just want to flip the perceived imbalances in society. Like Black Lives Matter types want to make it so black people have power over white people, and like women are going to hate men, and like so on and so forth. And look, I'll say, especially if you're on Twitter or the internet or whatever, there are a lot of people who may give that impression. But when we look systemically at what is trying to be done and the power systems that are already in place, I think it's a fairly unfounded fear. Maybe it crops up time from time. You know, I'm not a big Robin DiAngelo fan myself, but generally, I feel like we could all do for a little bit of intersectional analysis. What's wrong with our country? Who's being hurt and why? What are the power relations between the people here? Who's affected by what? Who here is affected by what, you know? And what can we do about it? And I think if we take that and we have an honest conversation about it, then we can arrive at a lot of really, really positive outcomes that would benefit literally everybody. I mean, nobody would go home losing anything. So I'll stand for that, yeah.
Okay, next will be Demon Mama.
Yes, we absolutely should have a leftward cultural shift. It would not only be good for our country, it would be good for the entire world. The right simply, at this point in time, is holding everyone back. Whether you're a centrist, a liberal, or a leftist like me, you're being held back by the far right in this country. The far right that peddles conspiracy theories, that rides constantly on hate, everything from their obsession currently, and this cannot be contested. If you spend just a few minutes looking at the most popular right-wing figures online, they're churning out anti-trans content. They're churning out content that cannot be defended against the idea that it's disgustingly racist. It is disgustingly racist. This is a massive problem, and it's holding us all back. We can't even have basic discussions about the future of democracy with people who, by and large, literally call Donald Trump their God Emperor. So if you're out there and you're thinking, well, damn, I don't want to be too mean to right-wingers. Well, it's not really right-wingers. It's the far right. The far right is like a millstone hanging around the neck of this planet that wants us to go back to some sort of like super, super Christian, anti-degenerate, world where equality is just gone, and we don't actually have to talk about real issues that matter. And I know that not all right-wingers position themselves like that, but a lot of them do. And the most popular voices on the right now are doing that. And I know firsthand. I am a trans woman content creator. I spend my week logging on and seeing that there's 15 new anti-trans videos making fun of my people for being something that they're not. And that's just not acceptable. It's holding back the entire world. We don't even have to touch on economics, although I think we should. But on a social level, we will never have a just world. We will never have a world that can deal with the challenges of things like civil rights and deal with the challenges of things like the environment and climate change and space travel if we can't even get the most basic left-wing reforms in place. We need a left-wing turn. It's required. We won't be able to go to the future with a millstone hanging around our neck.
Okay. Next is going to be John Burk.
Oh, man. Okay, I'll stay on topic. So a little bit about me. I used to be a diehard Republican. I used to think in a lot of terms that I would say Demon Mama actually described. There were some things that she said I agree with, a lot of things she said that I didn't. But I think, yeah, there was a lot of conservatives in the GOP, I think from like the Boomer and a lot of the later Gen X, that embodied the idea of Christian values being forced legislatively upon the people, and I don't agree with that. In regards to America becoming more progressive, here's how I see it.
I have that effect.
If you're trans, if you're straight, if you're gay, I don't care. I think you should be afforded the same human rights as every other American. And in regards to people saying things that, well, I'll skip that. I'll get to that later. But yeah, to my overall thing is that live and let live. Everyone should be afforded the same right. I'll even take it a step further. When people, I used to be against gay marriage. And then I actually, I learned a lot. I got around a lot of people, had my mind changed a lot. And I started to understand. And I was like, you know what? I don't even think the government should be involved in marriage. I think that's a union between two people that if they want to do it, just get a priest, do your thing. But I know it's a little bit more complicated in that regards to taxes and things such as that. But yeah, I think there are some good things that have spawned from progressivism. I think there's a lot more open-mindedness that is coming, especially from like the millennial generation, because no one expected us to do anything worth a damn. We were the give everybody a trophy generation. But I think we've seen a lot of progressive thoughts, and with that, though, does come the bad. If we want to say that the alt-right exists, well, absolutely they do exist. And there's a lot of people that are that do view Trump as God, King, Emperor Trump. That is very concerning. I don't see a lot of mainstream figures saying that. If you're taking into account like Alex Jones, yeah, that guy's like off the rails. But in regards to also, there's people on the far left that are promoting the idea of child drag shows and things such as that. So to demonize one side without showing, and I don't even want to say personal responsibility, because no single person in this panel is responsible for an entire group of people. I don't agree with that. I think individuals are responsible for themselves. So to say that their alt-right is horrible, yeah, I agree. They do try and hold people back. They do want to enforce their religious views on the people. And then I think there's people on the left that do fall into moral degeneracy involving children and things such as that. And it does exist on all specters. But yeah, I think the country will be better off in some capacity going more progressive. But overall, the case should be do whatever the hell you want. The government should not be intervening. If a baker doesn't want to bake a cake for a trans couple, he shouldn't be forced to do it. Freedom for all.
Next is going to be Rob.
Okay, so the problem with this topic is going to be how do we define the left? So in some senses, we do need to go more left in what traditionally were considered left-wing values, such as free speech. Like Berkeley was considered a home of free speech. Now the modern left is anti-free speech. So when they say go more left, they mean more we should deplatform people. We shouldn't engage with people that disagree with us. We need to censor everyone we disagree with. We need to have cancel culture, et cetera, et cetera. So no, we don't need any more of that. The way the left is considered today, how we understand how it's practiced in the country as we see it today, no, we don't need more of it. And the first thing we have to ask is, what direction has the pendulum been swung? Almost every institution in this country has become far, far more left-wing. And could you say the country is better now than it was, say, even what we considered on the left 10, 15 years ago? No, I don't think so. Specifically when the question talks about culture. We could see, for example, academia is a cesspit at this point, and that's because such a radical shift to the left. You don't have to take my word for it. You could take left-wing professor Jonathan Haidt, who founded Heterodox Academy, that talks about the indoctrination that comes with the radical shift in extreme left-wing politics that's occurred in academia. You could talk to James McWhorter that talks about the toxicity and the new racism is anti-racism, where he talks about the elect, the critical race theory people that want to demonize people based on their skin color and make the world focus victimhood and skin color. We'll talk about the trans issues. That's the next topic, so I probably won't focus on it much here unless it really comes up. But yeah, I think free speech and things like that are important. We've shifted too far radically to the left. It's causing division in this country, the likes we haven't seen for decades, and it's a really bad thing. So instead, what we need is a shift back towards the right culturally, while understanding that what we really need in this country is a balance of ideas from the past and from progressing. Like, those things are important. You don't just throw out the entirety of the past. So we'll get into a definition of what we consider left and what parts of the left would be good. But certainly right now, our culture has radically shifted in every institution, including corporate America, that's continuing to exploit people using the ideals of the left and lip service of the left. That's how bad this shift to the left's become. We now have Nike that's going to criticize the United States, or LeBron James that'll criticize the United States while they're dealing with China. Will move, Major League Baseball will move from Georgia over a reasonable law, but they'll still have games in China. And so this is what the left's allowed. Corporate America has totally co-opted this radical shift to the left, and it's leading to a disaster for this country and for workers and other people that we talked about previously.
Okay, so the round is open. You may engage freely. Again, remember the rules. Continue.
You're muted, Vaush. I think you are. Yeah.
Sorry. Well,
champion.
We should have just let him keep going for like a minute.
Moving around. Why didn't you just let me keep going for a couple minutes? Come on, I could have been building to something. Okay, I take issue to several points there. First and foremost, there's one thing that I don't want to discuss here, and it's corporate performative wokeness, okay? Because that is not the left. So right now, there are more Democrats than Republicans in America, more progressive-minded people, I guess, than the opposite. For that reason, corporations stand to make money off of virtue signaling to that demographic. They have done this for all of the history of businesses. Back in the 1950s and 40s, they were virtue signaling with their like anti-black messaging. No Irish need apply. Further beyond that, there were businesses which would advertise themselves as being, you know, like back in the abolitionist days, always. If a business thinks that it can make money by appealing to a certain set of moral sensibilities, it will do so. And right now...
Can I ask a question, real quick question on that? If you don't
sure.
mind? Would you say back in the 50s and 60s that one of the solutions was we should have had a shift to the left?
Well... I mean, yeah, because the civil rights movement.
Right, and it's going to be worse if the culture has shifted so far to one direction or the other that we'll see that it'll be worse. Why do you think you're admitting right here that we've already shifted massively to the left? Right, we've shifted massively to the left. That's why corporations are virtue signaling to it.
Wait, hold on. Well, so
actually,
to me,
Rob,
that's
he's saying that they've done this entire history, like, and I agree with Vaush.
It
was just a different context.
Yeah. But like,
it was virtue signaling for the sake of like racism. Instead, like Jim Crow era, saying, "Hey, we don't serve black people," and it's like, "Oh yeah, I'll shop there." But now today,
they've done this forever. I mean, but this isn't like the left. It's not co-opting the left. That process of corporations trying to make money by repping the values of their perceived customer base is as old as commerce itself. If I wouldn't,
they're doing it to the left now is because we've had a radical shift to the left.
If the reason
we've that shift, corporations wouldn't be virtue signaling.
Well, hold on.
To just ask a quick question on that, are you saying...
Wait, I want to make sure Vaush gets the a period of
I just want to
that.
say society has been moving to the left for hundreds of years. That process has been fairly ongoing. Whether we're talking about the treatment of like non-heterosexual people or non-white people or just basically any minority demographic, society has slowly been getting more progressive. And unfortunately, your concern has been echoed throughout the ages because the stuff you're saying right now is what they said after slavery was abolished. It's what they said after the suffragettes were allowed to vote. It's what they said after the civil rights movement and the gay rights movement in the 1980s. They said it in 2015 after gay marriage was made legal stateswide. Always the criticism is we've gone too far left, but now it's time to shift back to the right. We're going too far into degeneracy. We're going too far into anti-American values. Well, to me, I don't really care how far left or right we are. I care about addressing the problems we face with solutions that work. And right now, we have a lot of problems that I think could be fixed by moving further leftward. I felt that way about the civil rights movement, or I guess I would have if I'd been around back then, you know. I certainly feel that way about, you know, the Jim Crow and slave days. It always seems like a shift leftward helps, and that the conservatives are the ones clinging on to the dust of history, while progressives are the one making the new bold argument that a generation later gets accepted as standard fare. So what we need to talk about right now is what are the problems we can face, and what can we address them with? To me, we got a lot of racism, a lot of sexism, a lot of transphobia. We can address that. We can address it sensibly. Some of these things can be addressed without any government intervention. It's just a cultural shift. And some of it maybe needs a little bit of wealth redistribution. But if we fix these problems once, they're fixed forever. And I think that's something worth investing in.
I got to disagree with you in regards to I don't think that it's going to be fixed forever. I think we're dealing with issues that exist since the dawn of mankind. I think these issues, I think as long as ignorance exists, we will always have these issues. I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. But I do want to bring up, yeah, that I would say yes. We could do our best to make it 100%. But the thing that does disturb me in a sense is that I feel like there's a lot of people in regards to cancel culture, the restricting rather of free speech. Disagreeing with people. I know before we actually started the debates, Demon Mama and Rob were discussing transgenderism and things such as that. And having a simple conversation like that, I think, is exactly what's needed these days. But unfortunately, regardless of what y'all were actually saying, it's like there's a lot of people who don't want to actually have these conversations because it's been classified and labeled that if you disagree with somebody over one instance, say for example, transgenderism, instinctively people naturally go to transphobic. And phobia meaning denoting the fear of. There can be actual disagreements with people and regarding what they stand for and say, I disagree with you. Doesn't mean I hate you. Doesn't mean I think you're a bad person. Doesn't mean I think you're a bad human being. I just disagree with you. And I think that's what we need to get more back
So there's
towards.
like a lot I'd like to speak on this, seeing as how this is something I deal with on a daily basis. And in fact, on the last panel I was on here, I did encounter some pretty explicit transphobia. See, the problem is, it's not that people don't understand or want to understand and want to have a question. It's that they never get to that point in the first place. And I will give Rob a lot of credit for this because Rob is one of the, on this particular issue, though we disagree a lot, Rob is quite personally very respectful to me. And most right-wingers are not. That is just a fact. I have encountered this so much. I engage constantly. I have people in my chats constantly, and I'm always willing to have a dialogue as long as some basic respect can be established. But that basic respect is almost never granted.
Well, Demon Mama, you've been disrespectful to me since we started.
I don't think I've been disdisrespectful because of your identity. I've been disrespectful because you came in here talking
without
actually
regardless
knowing
of what I disagree with you on, you were disrespectful.
Okay.
It had nothing to do with identity. It had everything to do with what topic we were discussing. You were disrespectful.
If your feelings were hurt,
you just quoted me,
I know you're jumping in. You don't want to have me talk, but if your feelings are hurt, I'm very sorry that your feelings were hurt. This was
being condescending again.
It's the championship.
Based upon everything you've just said.
One second. There's three people talking at once. And here's the pro tip. I know John must understand this. He's hosted panels. It's crazy. This is magic, actually. When three people talk at once, you don't get triple A information. You get none of it. So what we're going to have is Demon finish their point, then John, then Vaush. Fair? Demon.
Yeah. So, we have a lot of ways to go. I don't really like the idea that the Civil Rights Act getting basic equality for black people in America should be considered like a far swing to the left, and that we need to go back from that. Like, what, should we just have some slavery? Like, no, I think that's a ridiculous false equivalence. We need to go to the left because the world has been staunchly locked in a far right worldview for most of history, and it's sucked for most people. For myself, there's like a couple of things I really wanted to talk on before I yield my time. The first one being that 10 years ago, I couldn't get healthcare because I was trans. That's it. just because I'm trans. That was considered a pre-existing condition, and I would be ruled out of getting health care that I needed. That's pretty discriminatory. That's pretty unfair. I don't have a choice in that. It's just who I am. Next, the other thing that I wanted to bring up is that the right is the king of cancel culture. The religious right has been the main people trying to stop all forms of artistic expression, from freaking out about metal, from trying to frame D&D as like satanic.
Lil Nas X.
Yeah, Lil Nas X, they're doing it today. It happens all the time. Hell, you could even go so far as to say that the right wing having a collective meltdown, and they did. Every major popular channel on the internet has had a meltdown over Hasbro deciding, or Mattel deciding to say that we're going to have it be Mr. or Potato Head versus Mr. and Mrs. Potato Head, and having a meltdown over, wokeness gone too far. It's just, they're freaking out. They are the kings of fucking cancel culture. And this has been the case forever. The Hays Code was predominantly Christian. It was made to appeal to the traditional Christian Republican right in America. All of these things have been, for the longest time, the domain of the right wing. And so you get mad that a couple of people on Tumblr criticize your shitty Twitter takes. Well, that's not cancel culture. I'm sorry. Now, mob mentality is always going to be a problem no matter what stripe of the world you come from. But the idea that the left is the ones doing cancel culture, when it's only recently that even Tumblr and the internet even existed so that people could call you out on your bad takes, that's not cancel culture. You're just getting a little bit of criticism when before you ruled the culture. That goes out to my righties.
John Burk, Vaush, and then I see Rob is raising their name, so a hand. So I'm going to write their name down. John?
Yeah, absolutely. I highly disagree with saying the right is the king of cancel culture. I'm not going to say the right didn't participate in cancel culture back in the early days of, when Christianity dominated this country. 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Like, and Vaush made a good point as well, talking about that people would virtue signal in regards to being racist, and people would favor that. They'd want to shop there. I'm not going to say that doesn't exist. 100% it did. And that's why I think progressivism has come in and actually done a lot of good in that capacity, to where I think more and more conservatives, I'm happy to see this, are starting to understand the importance of the separation of church and state, and how your religious values should not be forced on anybody else, especially through the legislative process. And I don't agree with that. I don't agree with you being discriminated against in regards to being transgender and seeking mental health, or you said ensure a fucking medical health, no, you shouldn't be discriminated upon that. Again, I think that's not right. But to say that the right is the king of cancel culture, I disagree with that. You had Gina Carano that was just fired from Disney because she made a beep bop boop tweet, and that wasn't even in regards to transgenderism, and they jumped on her for it. So to sit there and try to pin this all on the right and act like the left hasn't had their hand in this pot, I think that's very disingenuous, intellectually dishonest. Yes, they absolutely have. Both sides are guilty of this. They did it with Sean Hannity. When Keurig was going to drop Hannity, then the Republicans rallied and said, we're going to throw out our Keurigs. It's like, okay, well, you're throwing away a good coffee maker. They already got your money. What sense? So to sit there and say that it's just one side is very unfair, and it's very unbalanced. But what I say the right is probably spawned it, yeah, to an extent, possibly. But why are we pointing fingers at this point? If we all agree that cancel culture is bad, pointing fingers at one another isn't going to solve that problem.
Wait,
but it seems like that's what this has turned into.
I mean,
it's just
I can explain that.
No, you've talked. I'm going to speak now. So when you sit there and we want to finger point, we're not achieving anything.
John, can I ask you a quick question first?
Sure.
Gina's the Star Wars person, right? Okay, continue. Sorry, I just want to make sure.
Yeah, Gina Carano, yeah. So there's been a lot of that. And if companies want to bend the knee, I'm not against that. I'm not against Disney firing her for it. If that's the route they want to take, I believe it's your right as a business owner. Do what you see fit. I don't agree with it, but it is what it is. But to go off the other stuff as far as progressive, I think there's been a lot of good that's happened as a result. We've seen a lot more push for equal rights and things such as that. Yeah, 100%. But again, I do feel like, and I do agree with Vaush, that whether it goes left or right, for me, it's I wish it would favor more individual liberty, which I think encompasses what I want, and also what I think Demon Mom wants in regards to you being treated for your health. And I think that should be all encompassing, whether it be left or right. I think that's a basic human freedom. So that's all I have to say about that.
Yeah, I recognize that there are some examples that you could sort of.
I understand. It's gonna be 1 second. I know it's Vaush and Rob next, but a lot of that was directed towards Demon Mama, so I want to make sure they have time to respond.
Yeah, I just have a quick response to this, which is that I recognize that there are some sort of cultural issues that you could probably claim a lot of people got really worked up about. I think maybe you could say even some of that is in the Gina Carano situation. But if you look into the Gina Carano situation, it wasn't just one tweet. There were a lot of tweets that made a lot of people feel offended, and she is one of the front-running actors in a public television show that's run by a corporation. The corporation made that decision to distance themselves from her. I mean, to me, that's not really the same thing as me literally not being able to have the right to health care because the laws in the country that are pushed and defended predominantly by the right wing of America. Right. Yeah, like these are totally different things. I get it. It's frustrating when people get mad about products or they get mad about a person that they don't like in their show. But this stuff happens all the time, by the way. Like this happens even for like non-political issues. Wrestling is a great example of this. We all love wrestling here. In wrestling, there's been a million times where somebody won a fight and half the fan base thought they didn't deserve to win that fight, freaked out, and it caused Vince McMahon to do something to make more money. You know, this happens all the time. Obviously, that is irrelevant. But when we're talking about the right versus left with regard to cancel culture, it was the right that pushed through things like the Comics Code, which outright banned horror comics. Like, that's artistic expression being strongly clamped down. It's the right that pushed through fucking music censorship. The right has a bad track record on this.
But who are you convincing though? Like when you're sitting there saying the right or the left, who are you convincing? Like if you're wanting, I think the ultimate goal is that you're wanting to win me over to your side and support your argument, correct? Which I think is the premise of all debate. But by you continuously finger pointing, it was the left that canceled Gina Carano. But I think both the points that we're making are 100% accurate. The cancel culture is cancerous. It needs to go away. It needs to stop. But again, the idea of finger pointing and saying you did this, you did that, both sides are guilty of this. So if you want to continue the Mr. Potato Head, yeah, do I think we're getting worked up about stupid stuff? I think it goes back to what Vaush said, and I've said that many times in my own following. This is corporations playing upon the dollar bill. They honestly don't care. If you really think large-scale corporations and businesses really give a damn about your individual rights or the fact that you're trans, they don't. They really do. You know why? Because they know you're going to spend money. It's actually reported that black demographic spends way more money on clothing and shoes, and that's why Nike doubled down with Colin Kaepernick and the flag, all that stuff. Go look at the statistics. It's incredible. Do you think Nike actually really cares? I don't think so. I really don't. I think they want to make a lot of money. But again, then your point actually still stands with regards to the right pitch the knip fit of Colin Kaepernick and everything. It's like, oh my God, we're going to boycott him. Again, I'll be completely transparent. When Kaepernick took a knee, it really pissed me off. But then again, I had to take a step back and really think about it, be educated. It's like, you know what? It was actually kind of a beautiful thing. The fact that this guy got to do that, exercise his free speech, protected, might I add, is fucking beautiful. Pardon my language. It's beautiful. I don't agree with it, but I can't sit here and cherry pick somebody's rights because I disagree with it. I think it's a very beautiful thing to see. Now, the NFL fired him, and then we go back into the whole idea of free market. They can do what they want. But again, go back to the original point. The finger pointing, that's not going to fix this problem. If we keep saying the right did this or the left did this, what are we going to fix? We're just going to keep sitting here going around the table like, well, you did this. Well, okay, can we all agree that cancel culture isn't going to fix
I have a point
anything?
on this. I'll get to eventually.
I yield. I'm sorry.
Vaush, you've been waiting a while, then Rob.
Yeah, so I don't know what we mean by cancel culture because there's a threshold where we all agree that it's okay to publicly denounce a person. If an actor won an Academy Award and they went up there and Sieg Heiled and gave a 3-minute speech on the need to eradicate Serbians from the earth, I'm pretty sure. I feel like I hope the conservatives would agree with me on this one. I hope we would all agree that hey, maybe we should sort of rethink hiring this person.
I've already been told what I'm supposed to think by other people on this panel, so I'm kind of like
I'm assuming.
I know.
I'm taking an inference. So we know that at some point there's a type of behavior that warrants, I guess, what we would call cancel culture. What you said, John, is that you want conversations, and I love conversations. To me, the problem is that oftentimes conversations are held in bad faith, or they're basically just held as a proxy to socially manifest whatever oppression is being discussed. So take trans issues. Trans issues are complicated, okay? I got a bachelor's in sociology, and my professors still didn't know what they were talking about with half those issues. I honestly learned more from the internet than I ever did from education, or proper academia. And even online, there are a lot of different interpretations, and it's an ongoing subject. And a lot of what we understand about trans issues runs in complete diametric opposition to what we've been told traditionally about men and women and how all this works. And I think the discourse there is not only going to happen, it's a good thing, because otherwise you can't just expect people to get on board with mantra. You can't just say this is the dogma, this is the party line, roll with it. But we have to recognize that this problem has happened before. We had this problem back during the 1960s, because back before then used to be, you were white, you could just kind of say the N-word, you were kind of okay, you know, like it's just fine. And then it feels like, and it felt like to a lot of people back then, I know this because I talked to my grandpa's friends, somebody snapped their fingers, all of a sudden you can't say that anymore. And all the discourse changed and and now it's not politically correct and so on. Now that's not to say people who have questions about trans issues are the same as people who want to say the N-word. It's just that sometimes these big cultural snaps happen and it leaves a lot of people feeling like they don't have the right to even talk about what's just taken place. So I encourage the conversation. The only thing that I want to be careful about is, are the conversations that we're having good ones? And are they the conversations that might hurt the people the conversations are about? So some people like to, example, converse about, say, black-white IQ gap, you know? Interesting subject for academic discussion, but people don't often talk about it because they're interested in the science. They talk about it because they're looking for a proxy by which to express hatred of black people. Sometimes you see that with the trans stuff too. It's not really a good faith conversation. It's just about bringing these issues to light so they can be used as weapons, as bludgeons to hit people with, you know? So we have to be careful about that. Maybe we'll have a couple of awkward years or decades on these issues, but I think that good faith conversation is the only way forward. But it has to be good faith. That's the only possible way to get through this.
I think based upon I'm sorry,
next was
Robin. I apologize. Robin.
Yeah. So first time to get to talk on this topic. So there's a lot to say. First off, everything that Demon Mama and John Burk were talking about, I could sum up in this. Cancel culture. When the right was the dominant force in culture, I would have blamed the right for that cancel culture. Now the left is the dominant form in culture. Guess who gets the blame for it? Yes, I absolutely agree. I have not changed position on this. I've been pro-free speech from the time I was a youngster. I remember Dee Snider and John Denver going on Capitol Hill to argue against censorship of music. I remember reading about the comic book code and how terrible that was. Heck, one of my favorite comedians is Lenny Bruce, who was routinely arrested for being offensive because he was making fun of the Catholic Church. Yes, all of that stuff was terrible. And so when Vaush talks about like, this stuff used to happen in the past. Of course it used to happen in the past. And it was a sign that the pendulum had swung too far culturally to one side, because it wasn't just them enforcing laws and things like that. The real problem was that was the dominant cultural narrative, which those were the things that you could say. That's exactly what we see happening today, except it's on the left. And I'm not concerned about Mr. Potato Head or even Gina Carano. I'm talking about things like the universities actually telling people that they can't teach right-wing perspectives. That's occurring over and over. Again, not my words. This is a word of Heterodux Academy that's founded by a bunch of left-wing professors that talks about how terrible it is. And even left-wing professors that used to say, look, I'm basically leaning more towards social programs and things. I'm afraid to even teach things on the opposite side of that anymore, because we've gone so far to the left and there's so much power given to these people to just make accusations, such as the professor at Yale that just said, hey, maybe it's okay if someone dresses up like Pocahontas, but they're not Native American. That professor then gets circled and screamed at. This is occurring at university and campuses all over the place, and it's been occurring for 20 years, and now we're seeing it fester its way into corporations, into the media, and into other political ways, political venues. We see this occurring. Now, the other thing that I think is worth talking about is we're just saying that, progressivism, that's all good. So, like, while I agree, and we're going to talk about trans issues, am I wrong? That's the third topic. So we could talk specifically on those issues, but the idea of treating people like crap, well, that's not necessarily just a left-wing value to stop doing that. In fact, many conservatives and many Christians, for example, think that treating people with dignity and respect, even if you disagree with their life choices, is something that should be achieved. In the same time that we hear the left saying, well, we need to treat people with dignity, some of the most vile, vitriolic things are being said, not just by random people on Twitch and Twitter, but by politicians. They're actually encouraging, like people like Maxine Waters is actually encouraging people to chase Republicans out of areas. We see the calls all the time to deplatform Republicans. I could talk about specifically things that critical race theory just being taught in federal government about how all white people are racist. This is being taught in federal agencies. That's how far we've shifted to the left. Again, you have people like James McWhorter, Eric Weinstein. These are traditional leftists that are saying, my God, this is getting too scary. The pendulum has swung too far. So the question we need to ask is this. We agree that if the pendulum swings too far on either side, that it'll lead to that types of forms of cancel culture. Where is the pendulum right now? And you've already conceded the pendulum has swung far to the left. That's why corporations are virtue signaling to the left. If the culture was on the right, then corporations would know it wouldn't be profitable to virtue signal on the left.
So these problems that we see of the actual anti-racism, racism, going after whiteness, trying to reject whiteness, we see that there's now an industry in propagating race hoaxes because there's so, like with Jussie Smollett, there was just one that happened today at Albion College that just came out as another race hoax. These things are getting crazy. The radical push to the left has encouraged victimhood mentality, where the number one goal to achieve is how can I be the biggest victim? And it's encouraged this form of cultural Marxism where instead of looking at people as individuals, I think there was a great man once that said we should judge people based on the content of their character. Now we're being told increasingly by the left that we have to focus on people based on the color of their skin. You even see senators like Duckworth and Humrono that are saying they won't confirm people based on the color of their skin. We see hospitals like in Boston putting out medical journals saying it's time to only disproportionately accept people based on their skin color. We saw the CDC try to give out a vaccine and said that 6.5 more percent people would die. And the number one factor that they gave as to why that was okay based on their recommendation was the people that died would be disproportionately white because elderly people were more disproportionately white. This stuff is running rampant. So all the like nice stuff that you're saying, like, well, hey, shouldn't we treat people with respect, like interracial marriage or gay people? Of course we would. That's not just a progressive mindset.
I told you
to
this,
treat them
Stevie
with
Michelle.
respect. Right? That could be something that's on the conservative side as well. We could have arguments as to politically what the policy should be regarding those groups. But it is clear that right now the pendulum swung too far to the left. And if it goes further to the left, the insanity that you're seeing today will look like a cakewalk. They'll take away your right to speak. You hear people credibly talking about putting Trump supporters, 9/11 style commissions, putting them in re-education camps, using violence against people. We see the violence that's widespread in the name of the left, and all of it's deemed okay. Even people on the left that are in academia realize this is a disaster, and the pendulum needs to start to swing the other way.
Okay, so I want somebody who's on the left to kind of respond to this. Sorry, John, I have your name written down. I promise to get to you.
Go ahead. No, you go ahead.
Got it. Okay.
That was just, there was so much. Like, there was so much there.
Like,
Like,
I do smaller chunks, but I felt like everyone else was
I feel like
giving a
every
big
time, it's one thing to talk, you know, at length on one thing, and it's another thing to just fire off like a list of totally contextless random things that sound vaguely scary. It's a lot of fear mongering, and it sounds like sort of conspiratorial, you know, rattling off of these things. I mean, I feel like anybody could do this. I feel like a 9/11 truther could come on here and do the exact same thing. And what are you supposed to do? Ask them for a fucking book about it? Like, you got to keep your claims down. I don't even know what to tackle there. I did want to comment on one thing that John brought up, and I think that this might serve as a little bit of maybe a small olive branch between John Burk and I, which is that when I talk about finger pointing, it's not because I like hate the right or anything. When you talk about finger pointing, the reason why I point the finger at the right is because they're still doing this to this day. I mean, the RNC, their platform is anti-gay marriage to this day. They are still. So, like, the problem that we have is that the right is still being predominantly the arbiters of the most serious forms of what you call cancel culture. What's that? Sorry?
That's not. Wait, no, hold on. So yes, I will agree with you that definitely did stem from the right. Yeah, I agree with you, 100% there.
Yeah.
But
Right.
and that's what my hope is for in regards to the GOP to progress in the sense of being pro marriage, pro game, but go even further to say pro do whatever you want.
Yeah.
And there should be no government. But my question to you though is who's anti-gay that's a politician calling for this?
Like as far
Anti-gay marriage.
Anti-gay marriage. Wait, that's literally the platform of the RNC in 2020. Yeah, just look it up. I promise you. Just go to the RNC's platform. They were against gay marriage in 2020. This was discussed.
The only reason I disagree with you, I've literally heard no one say anything in regards to that.
Just so you know, Donald Trump, who was the Republican candidate controlling office, banned trans people from the military against the advice of the military.
That has nothing to do with gay marriage, though.
Wait.
No,
I'm talking about examples. I'm talking about examples of what I would consider to be the most serious forms of cancel culture. Yes, it is a fact that the Republican Party has included being for traditional marriage even until this last election, and maybe that'll change. I hope it does, but until it does, I'm not going to stop pointing the finger at where it's due. Sure, if you want to say that like the left gets really mad about Star Wars, to me that's very, very inconsequential in terms of when we're talking about actual legislation that affects the lives of people like myself and and all over the country. And we see this has a downstream effect as well. When you have people who are willing to push blanket bans on trans people who are, you know, a vice president who less than 5 years ago was advocating in favor of conversion therapy for gay kids, that this has a downstream effect on what the accepted standard is in our country, and that is, in my opinion, a much more dangerous form of cancel culture than any of the, I don't even know, other things that have been rattled off here. I hope that we can agree that that's like a little more important than a Star Wars actress who maybe the fans of the Star Wars series are too woke and they don't like her jokes on Twitter and they got mad about it. Like, I recognize this could be a problem in certain circumstances, but it doesn't even compare to an entire group of people, people like me, who were banned completely from serving in the U.S. military. Like,
if I can respond to that, because that was directed at me. I know, Rob, I know you want to get an edge in real quick, but being that, so you keep bringing up Gina Carano, and you keep doing this compare and contrast using her as the example. That example was made originally in regards to leftist cancel culture. So what you're using it for in comparison right now is not applicable. You keep bringing that up. Now, you want to talk about conversion therapy for children and stuff like that. Do you think that that is covered under free speech and somebody's individual beliefs?
Do I believe that the right to torture a child is
No.
protected?
Vote, to speak it, to say it.
Oh, sure, they can say that, but I also have the right to criticize them for that, and I also have the right to point that out. To point out that we have somebody who became the vice president of the United States, and I can use this as a point to say, hey, actually, we haven't really swung very far left if a guy who 5 years ago was advocating in favor of conversion therapy, which is torture, just for the record, is the vice president.
I think one of the problems we have with this discourse is that the term cancel culture equates a lot of different things that cause different levels of harm. So I will say something. I'll acknowledge it up the front. First of all, there are a lot of people on the left, and I mean all the way up to academia, who are very, very sensitive and often engage in these ideas in a performatively bad faith or sometimes in a ridiculously condemning way. Like, they go out to hurt people because they disagree. I think that is a thing that the left does from time to time. And I do think that right now the left has more power generally when it comes to wielding corporate support. There are more people who tend to agree with the left in terms of most big social issues. BLM was supported at like 70% at its peak, gay marriage about 70% right now. So these companies are going to tend to side more with those perspectives because it makes them more money. The problem is the thing that people on the left are concerned about first and foremost isn't really cancellation. It's real world harm that's measured in metrics. So with black people, for example, the generational income gap between black and white people in this country is enormous. When we talk about the prison industrial complex, the disparity in the rates and extent of incarceration when controlling for all of the other relevant factors. So when you're just looking at race, black people get shafted pretty hard. When it comes to trans issues, all the stuff they have to put up with, healthcare and discrimination from employers and gay people, blah, blah, blah. So these are types of harm that aren't just cancellation. I mean, this is serious stuff. This is marked social progress stuff. This is the stuff that people 100 years from now are going to look back and they're going to go, wow, glad I didn't live back then, you know, because everyone 100 years from now will be a black, gay, trans person, obviously. But the problem is, as long as those problems exist, people on the left are going to be sensitive about those issues. It's almost an immediate and inevitable reaction. As long as LGBT kids are at like an 18, times higher rate to get kicked out because of their sexuality or whatever, they're going to be sensitive about those issues. And that sensitivity sometimes manifests in a way that's toxic or unfair. And I mean that when I say toxic or unfair, because I don't think, now I'm not saying this is either of you, John, Rob, but say you're a mom or a dad. I'll just use my parents. My parents are progressive people. Really, they vote Democrat, they're nice folk. But when I explained trans stuff to them for the first time like 6 years ago, they were lost. They were like 55. It was beyond them. And with time, I guess they've acclimated a bit to it, but I know that if they had had that conversation with the wrong type of left-leaning person, they would have been called a fascist. I know that. I know that for a fact. I'm thankful that I was the one to have that convo with them, I'm their son. As long as these problems exist, people will react to them in harmful ways. So I think what we have to do, the only thing we can do, is, grit our teeth, try to ignore the discourse and work on fixing the actual underlying problems. Because once we fix the actual underlying problems, we're no longer at risk of invalidating those concerns by criticizing people who are trying to cancel other people on social media. At that point, the discourse is open season because we're no longer fighting over an underlying set of real material problems, you know?
Yeah, and to build on that, I just wanted to have one thing on there, just while this is relevant.
It'll be quick, I'm sure.
It will be very quick. All I just want to say is that's fine. I just want to say that, like, do you blame people for being a little bit sensitive about this when you might not be able to get the treatment you need to live your life, if you might be fired from a job just for who you are? I can understand why young people on the internet are a little reactive about that. No, I'm just saying in general. Yeah.
No, I do get it. I do get it. It's just, it's just an unfortunate situation all around.
Okay, Rob.
Okay. Yeah. So again, what they're conflating is just something like Gina Carano or Mr. Potato. Like, I agree with Vaush that cancel culture could mean many things, but I think they're erroneous when they say that we're talking about actual policies on one hand versus just mean words on the other. That's not what's going on. Again, I cited in what I said last a bunch of real world implications. We now have sitting senators that are saying that they will choose to confirm someone based on their skin color. We have the CDC offering suggestion on who gets a vaccine, saying that their suggestion will result in 6.5% more people, up to 6.5% more people dying, but that's okay because they're disproportionately white. I could read, like, I'll just read like some of the, like, let me ask you this, Demon Mama, if I could just get a quick answer. What is torture about conversion therapy? Can you explain just real quick why that's torture?
I don't want to violate TOS real quick, but if I might explain very bluntly, many common conversion therapy techniques involve placing electrodes onto the genitals of children.
Well, that's clearly torture. Yeah,
but guess what? That's incredibly common. In fact, nearly every type of conversion therapy, which is basically parents having the ability to ship their kid off to a camp where they are told they are wrong for the most basic form of who they are, is a form of psychological torture.
Okay, let me just ask you this.
Wait, hold on a second. I'm not done. You asked me a question.
Let me rephrase the question. Do you think that telling someone that there's an inherent flaw with them by immutable characteristics of how they were born is a really bad thing? Isn't that part of what's bad about conversion therapy?
I don't
saying
know
that
what
they're more.
Can you explain that further? Because that didn't sound like
saying
it made
that
any sense.
The way someone was born makes them flawed. Do you think that's a terrible thing?
I don't know what that means, so I don't know.
Okay, sure. Right, great.
I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say.
That's fine.
Here.
That's fine. So, in a series of events at the Treasury Department and federal financial agencies, diversity trainer Howard Ross taught employees that America was built in the backs of people who were enslaved, and that all white Americans are complicit in the system of white supremacy by automatic response to the ways we're taught. In the accompanying documents, Mr. Ross argues that whites share an inborn oppressive streak. Whiteness, employees are told, includes white privilege and white supremacy. Consequently, whites struggle to own their racism. He instructs managers to conduct listening sessions in which black employees can speak with their experience and be seen in their pain, while white employees are instructed to sit in discomfort and not feel and not fill the silence with your own thoughts and feelings. Members of the group you are aligned with, Mr. Ross says, are not obligated to like you, thank you, feel sorry for you, or forgive you. For training like this, Mr. Ross receives $5 million. I could put about a dozen examples of just federal trainings
pop in here
where
real
that
quick.
stuff occurs. You're not going to pop in here.
Yes, I am. Yes, you asked me a question about conversion therapy, and now you are trying to play an equivalent between torture.
You seem to be the only person that has a problem with
interjecting. Okay, I just want to be sure to. Okay. So the question is about conversion therapy and like a comparison to the
telling someone that there is something immoral about them based on factors they can't control and how they were born.
Okay, Rob. I mean, Dear Mama. Sorry.
I actually I'm going to be as diplomatic here as I possibly can. That is one of the stupidest comparisons I've ever encountered on any panel in my entire life. The idea that some random jackass who does some dumb presentation to a bunch of half-asleep Treasury workers that happens to have some cringe takes about race on it is at all equivalent to shipping your kids away to facilities where in many cases they were sexually abused in the name of converting them, quote unquote, from their sexuality or gender identity. That is it is offensive on 10 levels. And this is the type of shit that I've been talking about. In fact, I had a note on here about talking about building off of Vaush's point about good faith discussions. These types of things.
Okay, I'm going to interject since she said I was offensive.
Wait,
I guess
actually,
this is how
you're
it
not
works.
going to.
Wait,
I will
okay.
actually.
Correct.
Wait,
next time I want to interject. I want to get in on that.
Okay, there's a lot of interjection, but I do.
But there's only one person interjecting. Let's be clear.
Okay, but there was just 3 interjections. Okay, so I'm gonna have Demon Mama finish their point. Then I'm gonna throw it to Rob. Then we're gonna
I
throw
interject,
it to Vaush.
so now it's 4.
Okay, great. And then John. Okay, Demon Mama, Rob, Vaush, John. There's the order.
I think this is an incredibly bad faith, and not only that, but shockingly inconsiderate comparison to make between some corporate training or government training in some random division that you think is slightly objectionable versus children literally being tortured, which, by the way, it's not just me who says that it's torture. It's every serious medical and psychological organization in the world believes that that's torture. And you're going to try and play equivalence with that. I don't think that I owe that the time of day, but I'm going to give it just a little bit of time of day for the purposes of the viewers here. Conversion therapy is torture. You not liking a presentation that you have to see as an adult at your job and having a problem with that is not even close to the same thing. With all due respect, stop being such a snowflake.
All right, so it's ironic that she calls us snowflake. The entire presentation where we're talking about the left is her claiming to be a victim. She wanted to make this topic about trans because her identity is being a victim. That's totally the identity of Demon Mama, and she tries to interject that into every possible conversation. That's why she feels that she can interrupt people, treat people rudely because she feels she's a victim. And I only bring it up because it's a microcosm of the problem of the pendulum switching too far to the left. So she could behave in ways that are rude or just, it's not a big deal. I don't really care. She could interject. She could make all these proclamation of demands and get on a moral high horse, and it's all in the name of her claiming to be a perpetual victim. Now, if people are having things attached to their genitals, clearly that's a step further than what I was saying. I said it while you were saying that, that's clearly torture. The majority of conversion therapy didn't include things like that. The thing that's offensive about conversion therapy that most people that understand what it is would say is it would be offensive to tell people based on the way they were born, if they were born in a certain way, that they needed to change who they were because there was a flaw with it. You saying that this just occurred in one agency, we're not talking about private people deciding what to do, although that might be immoral or heinous. We're talking about the left. The pendulum has swung so far that you're literally allowed to call all white people racist, and that is taught in federal training programs. I can go through a couple more real quick. There's literally dozens of these I can come up with. It's Sandia National Laboratories, which developed technology for American nuclear arsenal. Executives held a racially segregated training session for white male employees. The 3-day event, which was led by a company called White Men, its full diversity partners set the goal of examining white male culture, making employees take responsibility for their white privilege, male privilege, heterosexual privilege. And one of the opening exercises, the instructors wrote on a whiteboard that white male culture can be associated with white supremacists, KKK, Aryan Nation, MAGA hats, and mass killings. On the final day, trainers asked employees to write letters to women and people of color, and people apologized for their privilege in being white and promised to be a better person. Department of Homeland Security diversity trainers held a session on microaggressions based on the psychologist Darrell Sue. In his academic work, Sue argues that white Americans have been fed a racial curriculum based on falsehoods, unwarranted fears of belief in their own superiority, and thus have been socialized into oppressor roles. Trainers taught that Homeland Security employees are a myth of meritocracy and colorblindness is the foundation of racist microaggressions and microinequities. The trainers insisted that statements such as America is the land of opportunity, everybody can succeed in this society if they work hard enough, etc., was racism. If white employees disagree, his point is dismissed as a denial of individual racism, which is another microaggression. The point is this stuff occurs all over the place at the federal government, in corporate America, and academia, and it's too far. All of the advances, even if we would concede, which I disagree, that all of the advances we were talking about on the left of treating people decently based on all of these characteristics, even if we say that was all part of the left, the problem is the only way we can advance as a society is to have a pendulum that doesn't swing too far to the extreme one side or another. When we have these arguments being made that people can't, this is what I'm talking about with cancel culture. You can't even disagree with this. We all know this. You can pretend that it's not the case, but we all know this. For example, we saw with the Covington kids. Did you ever think we would get to a place where adult black racist and a Native American agreeing with them could surround a bunch of kids, make racial and homophobic slurs, and the media would demonize the kids and celebrate the adult racists that went after them? Right. That's where we're at as a society right now, and it's infiltrating every single institution in this country.
Okay.
Vaush,
you're next. I know that's a lot.
So categorically,
everybody's been shooting off a lot.
Yeah. Categorically, I just want to point out that while I'm not saying the examples you've cited are entirely invalid, the reason you're citing these examples is because you can't do what I can do to prove the opposite. The fact that there are demographic disadvantages experienced by certain groups. So rather than me talking about individual examples or this was a bad workplace training seminar or something like that, I can just point to a swath of disproportionate outcomes for black and white.
Mind if we just
I just want to say, I know that's not what you were trying to do. I know it's apples to oranges. So I just want to say that with regards to your arguments there, look, a lot of what you're talking about, I call it like these Robin DiAngelo, like white guilt conferences, okay? What it usually is it's like white people draft up a big PowerPoint presentation to show to other white people in some government or high corporate position where they explain how being white makes you mean or something. Look, white people, racism's a thing. White people have been dealing with the consequences of them enacting white supremacy broadly in society for a while now. Sometimes they while out and do some weird stuff with that. It's like cuckold porn, okay? There's a big market for that. Big black, muscular black guys having sex with white wives, you know? Is this white people externalizing their guilt and fetishizing it? I don't know. This Robin DiAngelo stuff strikes to me similarly, okay? I'm just not a big fan of how they handle it.
Let me, if I could just ask you a question.
You know, hold on. I think Rob had enough time rattling off.
I want to hear the question, but then I want to finish with the...
Yeah, I just want to. So, like, for example, we would say
no questions about cuckold porn, please.
No. When you talk about like structural inequities, like, and I'll talk about that the next time we get to talk. But just to ask you, you would say one of the examples of the structural inequities, like law enforcement's treatment of Black Americans, correct?
Yeah, it's part of it.
Okay, well then, if would we also say that law enforcement's mistreatment of men, which are incarcerated, in all of the negative factors that compare whites to blacks?
Massively. The criminal
so then how is it
for
the left that's right. So the left has caused the mistreatment of men, correct?
I can't welcome as much right now because we're in the middle of this.
Actually, the issue has gotten better because of feminism. Feminists have fought against many of the discriminatory practices that have led to the disproportionate sentencing of men. But yeah, men do get shafted in the criminal justice system.
That's right. And the point is this: the left and feminism, and what we see is often talking about the patriarchy and it's demonizing men. And the truth of the matter is that
I don't believe feminism is about demonizing men.
Okay, but we could have that discussion. That's fine. But
there are feminists who
like it's
men,
non-falsifiable. Like it's non-falsifiable. What we see ends up happening. You say, oh, if there's inequities in a group that we generally consider a group that's a minority or a group that's underprivileged or oppressed, we say that the left can save them. We need the left. But if we see a group that the left considers to be a majority group or an oppressor group, that they're being negatively affected, you say, again, it's the left that can save them. And I make that point to say, when you talk about these structural inequities, just real quick, when you talk about these structural inequities and how that's different, you aren't proving that a further shift to the left would benefit these structural inequities anyways.
Because the term a further shift to the left is so vague as to be useless here. When we're talking about the disparity between men and women's treatment in the criminal justice system, we're talking about a disparity that has been alleviated thanks to feminism. There isn't some group of men's rights advocates who've been doing the work on this. Feminists have been doing the work on that. In this regard, yes, with regards to the criminal justice system, men are oppressed. It feels funny saying it, but it's true. The disproportionate sentencing of men significantly outstrips the disproportionate sentencing that black people experience relative to white people. Now, do many people talk about this? No, because a lot of people on the left and the right don't disagree with the underlying biases that lead to that being a problem. They say, yeah, men are more dangerous. Men should be locked up for longer. But I feel like that's an issue that the left, while not entirely, has been at least partially working on. So to speak to the broader point there, I don't like these Robin DiAngelo conferences. I don't like this whole telling white people that they're all racist by default of being white thing. I don't think these conversations are productive. And frankly, I think that their content runs antithetical to what I was taught sociologically. The idea behind intersectionality isn't that like some power groups are worse than other non-power groups. It's that we're all bound up in a huge collection of different types of biases, benefits, and negatives that make up and shape our life experiences. So a white person may be racist. That's a thing that can happen. But why are they racist? Probably because they live in a society that allowed them to internalize some ideas about race. But they aren't the only ones who live in that society. Latin, Asian, and black people live in the same society, and there are plenty of black people who have internalized basically the same ideas about themselves that white people have internalized about them. It's all really complicated, and that's why I do not like these conferences, these workplace training panels. It's because they simplify it. They make it essentialist. They tell white people they should feel guilty. I don't think that's good. I don't think any person should feel guilty for a thing they haven't done. But we need to be clear again, while these things are problems, and I do want them addressed, I don't think this speaks to the incredible disparity between the types of real problems conservatives are trying to address and the types of real problems that people on the left are trying to address. Because I would take the left side on those issues pretty much 99 times out of 100. It seems like they have a much better idea of what solutions need to be levied here. And as a final point, very last one, yeah, conversion therapy is pretty bad. I don't know how we got on that topic. I left for a pee break a second ago.
I
Legitimately missed how we got there. But
I got it. So basically what happened was the topic of conversion therapy came up, and Rob Noerr was, I believe, somewhat comparing it to the classes some corporations have on whiteness.
Federal government.
Yeah, or federal government.
Saying that someone's born evil or someone was born flawed and having a conversion therapy for it is wrong.
I would agree with that.
That's not what conversion therapy is. This is an offensive comparison. It is a stupidly offensive comparison, and it actually drives me nuts that nobody's jumping on this. Like with all due respect to you, Vaush, I love you, but holy shit, this is such an absolute fucking false equivalency that I can't even believe it. You're talking about some rattling off so fast that nobody in the audience can even understand it, and thank God, because their heads would have probably collapsed from how stupid it was. To compare some random, like, poorly put together Robin DiAngelo, like, training to systemic conversion therapy that in the best of circumstances involves shipping your kids away to a mental asylum where they will be taught on a daily basis. They will be monitored and taught to reject the most core parts of their identity. A type of therapy which has shown to induce severe and long-lasting mental health issues. And you have the gall to call me the fucking victim here? You absolute sad snowflake. You should walk away from this with your tail tucked between your legs. You sad, pathetic piece of shit. Now I'm gonna go to the bathroom.
Okay, wait. I got a question. Okay, wait, hold on. I had a question.
Okay, to be clear, that was. I mean, that was.
Was that a violation? I'm sorry. Was that a violation of your policy rules, Dylan?
Which rule? Which one?
What she just did? Was she being nice? Was that considered nice?
Well, no, I said nice? I said at the beginning I suggested it, but it isn't a rule. Okay. It's like it's
Vaush, if I said to you real quick, this is all I'm saying. If I had a seminar at the federal government where I said black people are inherently inferior and they need to repent for their blackness, you would be like, that's crazy.
First of all, I need to be a stickler for details here, because usually these conferences aren't saying white people are inherently inferior. It's usually that they're subject to a set of preconditioned biases that are ingrained in them by society, and this affects almost all white people. It's not a moral essentialization in the same way.
All white people are racist. All white people are racist and need to repent.
Well, depending on which academic you ask, you would say that all people are racist, period. And that's a language that I tend to subscribe to myself.
But let's be clear. I read specific
this question very badly. I'm begging you to receive this question.
Sure.
The issue that I have with this comparison. No, wait, I'll answer that in a second. The question that I have is, given the fact that demographically, it seems like the left is fighting for groups which are demographically disadvantaged, what changes would you want made? Because I don't like these Robin DiAngelo workplace seminars, but it seems like they're deviations from an otherwise fairly consistent set of policies and cultural prescriptions which maintain white hegemony. Like, I agree these things aren't good, but the reason why they're exceptional is because in pretty much every other measurable demographic in society, white people tend to be on top, whether it's representation in higher government, CEOs, whether we're talking about educational attainment or wealth disparity. So even though these things are a problem, we're not talking about a problem that is manifesting itself is to such an extent that it's leading white people to be oppressed. So given that people on the left seem to be fighting for the oppressed, what changes do you want made? How do we address that oppression without, in your mind, enabling some sort of backlash?
Okay, that was like the longest question in the world.
But
problem.
Right after that, John Burk hasn't got to talking forever.
Okay,
so I do want to give
oh god, well, shelf it then, I guess.
No, go ahead. I'm interested in hearing Rob's.
Okay. Yeah. So here would be my answer. Just because you're saying that you're speaking up for a problem doesn't mean that you're necessarily solving it. In fact, it seems that a lot of the so-called liberal and leftists that seek to speak up for minority communities are doing so from a position of privilege anyways. And so just because they pay lip service to the cause doesn't mean that they're getting results. For example, we could see the most left-wing controlled political areas in this country claim to be speaking up for African Americans and other populations, but actually they're worse off in those areas than they are in most other areas. We could also see that the left is result of just real quick, like you got we can see that this sort of mentality has led to a like all you have to do is look at, like, the left talks about helping the poor. So let's go to LA and look how the poor are doing. Not good. The left says that they're going to help black people. Let's go to the areas they control and see how things are going. Not good. So you're conflating the idea. And we've already, like, so you're conflating the idea. If we see groups that are disproportional, you say, and we acknowledge those groups, or we claim that they are oppressed groups, then it's the left seeking to help them. But I would argue a lot of the policies of the left
analogy.
No, let me. I would argue that a lot of the policies of the left.
Governors, therefore, the left is causing black poverty is a completely ridiculous point. Black people tend to live in areas that, like inner city areas, for a wide variety of demographic reasons, and they tend to vote Democrat because Republicans have been more overtly racist in the past 40 years. The fact that we're not talking about which leaders are doing what. We're talking about solutions. I want reparations. I support Black Lives Matter. I want criminal justice reform. I want police reform. The ideas that I and the rest of the left are proposing, infrastructural reform, jobs programs, these are ideas I have that assist the impoverished, that assist the oppressed.
So for example,
I don't want to run off
areas,
like
So we can see the areas that have came closest to embracing the ideologies of the left you want are actually worse for the very populations that they're claiming to solve. In addition to other
people.
Well, so for example, Black Lives Matter, you say you endorse. Homicides are up almost 200% in inner city America and in many inner city African American communities because Black Lives Matter pushed Black Lives Matter pushed a narrative that led to defunding police or demoralizing police, which has directly led almost every time
wait, do you have any evidence that the increase in violence is because BLM made police not want to do their jobs? The reason why violence has gone up is because of the pandemic.
Okay, so for example, no, violence hasn't gone up because of the pandemic. There's no evidence for that whatsoever.
No,
for example,
they're absolutely.
So, for example, we can see in Portland, we can see that the mayor of Portland originally defunded the police. Now he's calling for $32 million in increased police funding because they realized it was a huge mistake to defund the police. The same is true in areas like New York, because they cut the salary of the police that they were giving.
They did. They cut them by like 16 million. Hold on. Can I just interject something real quick? So to go off of what Vaush and Rob are talking about here, there are parts I agree and disagree with both of you. I think that in a sense that the BLM definitely had inflammatory rhetoric that pushed into the regards of which helped with the overall idea of defunding the police, which was a horrible idea. We needed police reformation. We needed better training. So I think that's is that what you're saying, Rob, in regards to that's how it led to it? Like, not saying BLM is the cause, like the direct, like they were the ones that went in there caused this violence. It was the propaganda pushed by the BLM in regards to defunding the police, which led to the increase in violence. And actually Seattle, important places like that,
and
it was actually shown. There's articles all over about that. They're actually saying, hey, we cut funding in the wrong areas. We need it back. Now we have police that are not being paid. Police are quitting. We can't hire enough people. We can't get qualified people to apply. Therefore, we're having a spike in violence. So I think, yes, I do agree that violence did increase as a result of the pandemic because people were stuck at home. You have like the case of the Les Miserables, Jean Valjean stealing a loaf of bread to feed his family. I can't blame these people when they're told, by the way, by the government that you can't work. What are you supposed to do to make ends meet? Well, you turn to criminal activity, and I can't say that I blame these people.
Although I called out Vaush in it too.
I would do the same thing to feed my family. But at the same token, yes, I think that a lot of what the BLM supported, or a lot of the inflammatory stuff that got pushed out, and I wanted to lead into this point, is that I think that we're looking at the zealots in each movement and painting the entire movement because of the extremists. And I think that's magnified due to social media. I think a lot of these things that you've discussed, like everybody's discussed, were needed in our society. We did need to progress. We did need a lot of issues. Say, for example, like BLM brought some very good issues to light in regards to economic disadvantage by the black community, mainly inheritance wealth, which had they not pushed that, I never would have actually said, you know what, I want to look this up. This is actually a very interesting thing. And a lot of Republicans will go, no, I don't want to hear that. It's like, no, hear me out. And the reason I think a lot of Republicans' ears are closed, or we are consistently being screamed at and told that, well, you're this, you're that, based upon the zealots of a movement that are like the representation of the whole, according to some, which I disagree with adamantly. So a good faith conversation, I agree, is needed. But when you're screaming at me, when instantly you're calling me a populist or snowflake or then the conversation shuts down. We're not going to have a discussion. If we're going to sit here and virtue signal, pound our drums about how angry and upset we are because we disagree with somebody, we'll make no headway. We'll have no discussions. We will just shut down. But To go back to the overall point, I'm sorry.
I just don't feel
no,
like...
I need to finish that because, Rob, I feel like you completely avoided that point. So,
Thank
yeah,
you,
crime has
Shinigami.
been
I
down
appreciate
in the
that.
past
Welcome,
year.
New Imp.
Murders are up, but it's because of lockdown. People are unemployed, staying in their houses, getting mad, and killing their spouses. The idea, you just spewed off a narrative that is not only not supported by the evidence, like, I think you just made it up on the spot, that crime escalated because BLM demotivated police officers, and you avoided the central question, which is, why is it that all the ideas that I as a left-leaning person have seem to serve the interests of helping oppressed people? And then when I bring that to you and I ask you, what would you do? What would your solutions to these problems be? Instead of answering that, you say, well, look at these Democrat cities. How are they doing? Well, I don't like Democrats. And I don't, by the way, think that cities are doing generally in America particularly well. Find me a major city in America that doesn't have its problem with crimes, homelessness, poverty, racial inequity. What I want are ideas that will work. National solutions or local, something that will alleviate this oppression. We can talk about it with crime, with race, with income. We can talk about the gay or trans people. We can undo the trans military ban. We can make it so that it's no longer possible to fire people for being LGBT in the states that don't have laws protecting as such. There are things that we can do, and I support these solutions, but either you ignore those problems or you find a way to address them that doesn't contribute to this cancel culture you're concerned with. So how do you do that?
Right. So what I was saying was that just because you're saying we're advocating for this group, one, many people do that from a position of privilege, that they're just virtue signaling that they advocate for that group. So it doesn't. And second, just advocating for a group isn't necessarily that you'll bring solutions to them. I would solve these problems in a totally different way. I think the more we focus on race, the worse race issues become. This has been shown to be the case when we look at all metrics of race relations in this country. By the advent of Black Lives Matter in 2013 and
people
things
said
like
that
that,
about
we've
the
seen
civil
race
rights
relations. Race relations have decreased going on since then. We see it. We could see anecdotal evidence, and we could see the actual real evidence when people are asked of different skin colors of what they feel about other people. Now, when you talk about real world solutions, look, I'm pointing out that the real world solutions that oftentimes are employed by groups like Black Lives Matter, that they say they're for Black people.
By ignoring them?
Yeah,
no, that's not what I'm suggesting. Is I said that. So I just want to hit this point real quick.
Rambling Rob.
So no, I'm making the point. It's a twofold point. One, your solutions aren't working, and second, here's what my solutions would be.
Wait, which of the solutions that I just stated to you doesn't work? The ones that I said.
For example, Black Lives Matter and the idea of defunding police. Let's see what the Council of Minneapolis, that defunded the police, said. The City Council of Minneapolis, Minnesota, voted earlier this year to defund the police department, and in July, Council took its effort to reimagine public safety, additional towards dismantling the police department. Further, one of these additional actions was to remove $1 million for MPD. Unsurprisingly, the Minneapolis Police Department crime data reflects a rise in assaults, robberies, and homicides, as well as property crimes and arson. It also reflects more people have been murdered for the first 9 months of 2020 than all of 2019. Now Minneapolis city government shocked to discover after it vilified, maligned, and defunded its police, meaning police are not outperforming their routine duties, crime has risen. Council President Lisa Bender said in June that her constituents' fear of dismantling police department comes from a place of privilege. Got that? Now
Rob,
they're seeking
Can I ask one question? This has been a back and forth forever.
So real quick, I'll finish this section real quick. The point is, oftentimes people that claim to be on the left and push more radical left-wing policies actually cause harm. Now, the second thing, when we could look at actual not focusing on race and just rising tide lifting all ships and conservatism and things like that, we could see under Donald Trump, employment and economic numbers in the African-American community and other minority communities were doing quite well before COVID. So the idea that it's only the left that is offering solutions is just nonsense. And the point is this, I'm not saying, and I'll finish real quick here, I'm not saying that there isn't a place for the left. I'm saying the question asked here is, do we need to shift more to the left? Right now, the status quo is radically to the left, and there is no evidence that's been provided that shifting further to the left would be beneficial. All of the things that you said, I don't really like this, when you were saying about Rob and D'Angelo and all these things, do you think those things are more likely or less likely to occur if we shift even further to the left?
That's the thing. I think they're relatively trivial, but shifting your way would lead to the perpetuation of actual harm. Not like being inconvenienced by shitty workplace mandatory training courses, but actual harm. Your solution to race relations is to ignore it? Where would you have been in the 1960s? Crime rose back then too?
It was
Absolutely
different.
It did. There were
Civil rights movement was different.
Can I ask Rob one question? Really quick.
Wait, stop. Wait, Demon, stop. No, you say it's different now because you're around now. Back then, you would have said, no, hold on. Back then, you would have said it then. because the logic is the same. We don't need to talk about these problems. All we're doing by talking about them is exacerbating the issue. Crime is going up. There is more racial tension between white and black people. The civil rights movement is only leading to more hatred. We just need to chill out and not address it. That was word for word the line used by people back then. And everybody now thinks they wouldn't have been back in support of second-class citizenship for black people back then. But the fact of the matter was that a lot of white people were in favor of second-class citizenship back then, and they used your arguments verbatim, and you didn't address any of the actual points I made. I didn't mention.
I can make the exact argument. So for
Can
example,
I ask
many
one
of the
question of
causes
Rob now? I've been trying to get in here forever.
I'll let. Okay, give me a second. I'll let Rob respond, and then Demon can ask their question.
Right. This is a misnomer because when saying that because the objective reality now is different than it was in the civil rights movement, because I say that we shouldn't have the exact same prescription. And in fact, the less we focus on race, the better it would be. I'm not saying never talk about issues when they deserve to be talked about, but clearly we've gone too far and we make everything about race now, which is causing a substantial amount of the problems we see. If Vaush says, well, if I say that now, I would have said that then, well, we see members of the left, including examples that I just gave, that are advocating for segregated spaces and safe spaces for minorities. So that means Vaush, if he endorses that, would have endorsed segregation back in the days of Jim Crow and in the Democrat-controlled KKK. Of course he wouldn't have, but I could easily say that. I could easily say that, right? If you support segregation today, you would have back then, correct?
That if you're in favor of safe spaces, you would have been in favor of an
course he has been.
apartheid
That's because he
state.
has no
I feel
argument.
like that's a
Destiny
little
is
bit
a
of a reach.
complete
Your
cuck.
argument was analogous. It was a one-to-one argument. It was the
I like
same.
being called mama or demon
the argument
mama.
for safe spaces
demon.
is
I don't like
sometimes
being
there's a
called
supply
demon, but-
cabinet in the back of the room, in the fourth academic building on the left, where maybe people can just like chill out and not argue. That's a safe space. The idea that safe spaces contribute to the same social harm as like segregation did is ridiculous. But
It's not
I mean,
just
your
safe
argument
spaces,
was
it's actual segregation. For example, we see universities that are having segregated classes. We see universities that are having segregated graduations. We see federal agencies that are doing
bad.
segregation. We see, right,
I
all
know-
of this stuff's
I know,
occurring. So if
Gayfesh.
you're for that now, you would have been for segregation and white
But
spaces
I'm
and black
not-
spaces
I'm
in the
not
past.
for that.
Okay, but many on the left are. So why would we shift further to the
Some
left?
people are. Usually, this is
She,
the same
her.
problem as the
I only use
megacorps
she, her
that do the woke
Gryffindor.
virtue
I don't know where the
signaling
they
thing.
came in. Maybe it's
Academics and
because- I mean, I
university
don't mind it,
professors
but I
feel
use
like
she,
they
her.
need to kowtow
That's
to
alright.
a very vocal minority, and as such, they engage in these
I've been
practices.
ignored again.
As far as I can tell, in academia, what you're talking about right now, these segregated graduations classes, are extraordinarily rare, and they're usually like one-off or two-off things that are thrown out there because one action committee was especially annoying that previous semester to the dean. I don't think this is anywhere near comparable to a broader argument in favor of segregation. And to those people, by the way, those people
On my
fucking
Discord,
hate me.
yeah, I
the type
guess.
of leftists who engage in that behavior despise me with every fiber of their being, more so than they ever would you, trust me. So I'm not in favor of that. I'm just saying, like, I don't think that ignoring the
I know they
massive
are. I know they
race
are. Don't worry.
relation disparity in this country is going to fix the problem. I think we need to tackle it head on, you know?
Okay, I'm gonna throw it over to Demon Mama to ask the question. Then we're probably
I've
gonna
talked
move on
so
to the last
much. I
round.
am done now forever, I promise, for this thing.
I just had one quick question for Rob. Do you think BLM is a terrorist movement?
I think that some of the people that have operated in control of BLM and acted under the guise of BLM have acted in terrorist ways, but certainly there could be people in BLM that aren't terrorists.
Okay, because that's really different than what you've said basically every time you've been on here, and I can't help but wonder if that's because you've got more eyes on you this time. In fact, it was literally just, what, a couple of days ago, I think it was, that you claimed that BLM was a terrorist organization. It's interesting. I guess you're losing that
Yes,
spine that you normally
if
come
you
out
were
with.
at a BLM rally and they're advocating for destruction of property, that is terrorism by the definition.
Yeah, but I asked
if
you
you
a
look
simple
up the
question,
definition of
and you've
terrorism, it
answered
is
this
using
differently in
violence
the
or
past.
intimidation to achieve political goals. That is exactly what some people in BLM do.
In fact,
yes.
I happen
and
to know
I said
that,
we talked,
by
for
the way, I
example,
happen
on the
to know-
debate we had the other night.
hold on,
On the
real
debate
quick.
we
I
had
gotta
the other
interject
night.
something here.
I know we're
Okay,
going to get the
stop.
filibuster again, but...
Stop. Namaste. Okay. So the question was, and I know, John, I'll throw it over to you because, John, you haven't got a lot to talk to this topic afterwards. But Demon Mama asked Rob if he believes that BLM is a terrorist organization. And Rob, you then responded, well, certain people at these events have acted in a terroristic fashion by destruction of property, which by the Google definition of it is terrorism, right?
Correct.
Okay. So did you answer the question?
Well, I was just going to say, when we had this discussion just Wednesday, I'm not shocked you forgot, 6% of the events of Black Lives Matter resulted in this sort of violence. if that was any other organization, we would say that they're a terrorist organization or have a serious problem with terrorism within their organization.
So what you're saying is you think it is?
Wait. Can I ask you a question then?
Yeah.
Me personally, actually, I'm not supposed to do it, but can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So then, if I was to like point to the Proud Boys then and say a certain amount of interactions they've had on the ground seems to a high level of it seem to be violent. Then they're a terrorist organization. Or we could look at the Capitol riots and say, well, that Trump spoke there. There was a lot of Trump figures. That seemed like a Trump rally. Would the Trump organization then be a terrorist organization? Are we kind of playing loose here with definitions?
So the Proud Boys would be different because I think that I don't know the figures, but I would say a reasonable percentage of interactions that they've had
What
at
did I
rallies
tell
probably
you,
resulted in
folks?
violence. So you would
What
have a
did I
better
tell
argument.
you?
We were told not just by people like Demon Mama, but people that in positions of power in this country, including people in the Biden administration, media, etc., that there was a terrorist organization and white supremacist insurrection that occurred January 6th. If you look at the amount of Trump rallies that resulted in riots, you could point to one. If you look at the amount of Black Lives Matter rallies that resulted in violence, you could point to hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds in connection with Antifa. No, it is definitely analogous. What it is I'm willing to call out all political violence. But when you see an organization over and over and over, 223 by the Princeton study, locations of violence
John
that occurred during
Burk
Black
is
Lives
squinting
Matter,
'cause he
that's
knows.
more than
Wait,
4%.
when you say organization, do you mean the ILC endorsed violence or people, members of the ILC, or do you mean like the movement umbrella term broadly? Because you said
the movement
organization,
umbrella.
I don't know what you mean. Okay, so we get movement instead of like organization, right?
What about the civil rights protesters? Would they have been terrorists? Well,
No,
Martin
and this
Luther
is,
King...
and again, this is the argument that's constantly used by people that want to excuse violence on the left. They constantly compare it to the civil rights or the Boston Tea Party. No,
Civil
political
rights movement
violence
led to
isn't
a lot of
justified.
riots.
Political violence is not justified. In the one and every one time that it's been justified in
I
history,
only
there's been
need
10,000
5
times that it
words
wasn't
to win.
justified.
I gotta
And this is
agree with
again,
that
but
one,
I'm not.
though.
I'll just say this real
Wait,
quick.
with
The fact that
civil rights
Vaush, so what Vaush is saying, if you were for violence in the past, then you're for violence now, correct,
I'm
Vaush?
just asking if your argument would lead to them being called terrorists, because the civil rights movement did lead to a lot of riots, and there were groups within the civil rights protests that actively organized stuff that you just impugned Black Lives Matter for, flipping cars, breaking windows, and the like. Would you have called them a terrorist group?
If I was there at the time, I don't know what I would have called them. What I would call them now is no, because that was one of the few times in history where something like that was justified. But even some of them would have been
terrorism no
political
longer terrorism if it becomes justified like post hoc?
Right. So if you're a slave and you use violence or intimidation to not become a slave, then no, that's not terrorism. If you do so because, and again, this is the justification that you constantly see from the left that's advocating for political violence today. Remember this, at the end of this, the only people that have condemned political violence from all sides are people like me, people like Demon Mama, and I'm asking you, Vaush, do you think some of the political violence we saw from Black Lives Matter was justified?
I don't have a problem with political violence. You support the police, don't you?
There you go. There you go.
Do you support the police?
The police, giving the monopoly of use of force to the police is one of the best decisions that we've ever made as a society. The government should have the monopoly on use of force when it comes to enforcing the law. The fact that you tried to liken the police to political terrorism is not.
So, okay. So here's something I'm going to throw forward. Do we skip the last topic or do we continue on this one?
I just have one more thing to say. And I know
skip the last topic and keep to this one, or do you want to do the last
skip
topic?
the last.
No, I'd love to do the last topic.
Then I'll say
you've been talking about it the whole time.
I'll just say one thing then. The problem with that is that pretty much every civil rights protest in American and I guess world history has entailed some degree of what you would consider terrorism. Whether we're talking about the abolitionist movements, whether we're talking about gay rights, black rights, trans rights, whether you go back, I mean, were the Stonewall riots, was that terrorism? I don't know. But if you can post hoc remove the terrorist label because you ended up agreeing with their aims, then what you're saying is you don't have a problem with political violence. Fundamentally,
they hate me, Dango
you just have a
Bangle.
problem with
They
how it's
hate
used
me.
sometimes.
I wasn't lying about that.
The police are a form of political violence. We made the decision to give them a monopoly on force, and when we expect the police to suss out situations using their guns and their ammunition, we're deferring to an expectation that political violence should be relegated to a small portion of our population. But there are times when we've gone past that. I mean, you said it yourself, the abolitionist movement and all of the slave uprisings, I'm sure, is something that you would support as well. That's also political violence. I think that political violence isn't bad on its own if it leads to good outcomes, as it has in some cases, abolitionist movement, the Union crushing the South during the Civil War, then I'd say it's good and dandy, you know? And that at times it's not good and dandy. ISIS uses political violence. I am not a big ISIS fan. I don't know if that's a contentious opinion in this room, but I'm not a stan, as it were. I just think it's about the outcomes. It's not a principled opposition to...
Right, and so think of what they said.
Wait, no. Wait, okay, sorry, I'm sorry, but John, you were waiting for the longest of times. You have been an extremely polite guest, so I want to give you the ending thing, and then we're gonna probably move on. Because you were.
I'm sorry. I'm honestly enjoying the conversation. I really am. I'm learning.
I'll pick John's section if he wants.
I like. No, I actually agree with Vaush on the idea that the police. Oh man, again, this is coming from a guy that was once a diehard, back to blue, blindly, and there was the understanding of that when you essentially give all authority to a single group of people, they will abuse it. Authority. Oh God, how do you say it? Supreme authority always corrupts. Absolute authority corrupts absolutely. I agree. I think that was an issue that the BLM definitely brought to light that even convinced a cis white male such as myself that was like, wait, they actually have a point here. I was like, maybe we should actually take a step back and like, wait, there are some things they're getting right and there's some things they're getting wrong, but the conversation does need to be had in regards to there's a lot of brutality behind the badge. There's a lot of authoritarian viewpoints being held by police behind a badge, and I agree with you there. To go back, though, I feel like both of you are missing a kind of a point here to say, well, do you view the BLM as a terrorist organization? Do you view the Proud Boys as a terrorist organization? Here's the issue. Unless you have a standing army and a way to enforce the views of said army through justice or uniform code, whatever you want to call it, whatever regulation or laws, you're going to have those that act in bad faith under your banner, someday. And you can't control that. So what I mean by this is if we all form our own little group here and we say we're for freedom fighters, and then Vaush decides to take the freedom fighter banner and go say, you know what, I'm going to go out there and rape and pillage, and now he's a representation, I'm not meaning that literally, but the example, but now he's a representation of my organization.
Jesus.
I'm sorry, he kicked a puppy, okay? We'll take it that far. And then suddenly the freedom fighters are now responsible for having kicked a puppy. I can't say that that's justified. I say that he did that in bad faith. It wasn't. So I think the overall point is, what is the actual group's message? What's their mission statement say? And judge it based upon that. Now, when you do have leaders of an organization that just came out today that purchased a 1.4 million home in California as a co-person of the BLM.
I will give.
There's something there.
If you
the
time
Proud
how
Boys,
much I talked during this piece,
I think the Proud Boys are a direct representation of what happens when you get little
Discord
government
Nitro
involvement.
for
When
free.
the police are actually not doing their jobs.
I will pay for your Discord Nitro for a
It's
month.
cause and effect. When you have
If
Antifa
somebody
out there
times how
causing
long I
massive
talked.
amounts of violence in the street, well then, with cause and effect, birth the Proud Boys, and they're there to counter Antifa. When both of these things could have been basically avoided if the police actually had done their damn jobs. And when somebody starts throwing a brick, you drop that motherfucker. Pardon my language again. So I think you're both arguing
I want people to
here,
time how much I
but I
talk
think the
versus
overall
everybody
point
else
is
in
that
the
you're trying to
after it's done.
generalize an
After it's
entire
done.
group. The BLM is comprised of like how many millions of people? So if one person goes out there and throws a brick through a window, I actually marched. I shouldn't say marched. I went to a BLM rally and walked with them because I wanted to see. I actually took my phone. I wanted to go see, and nice people. Like it was cool. Now you did have some people that were being like downtown Dallas where I live. There were people that got violent. I saw BLM members saying, no, we don't support that. And other BLM members saying, yeah, we do. So who's right and who's wrong here? But what is the official message of BLM? I think that's what you have to judge by. But I think that you two you're having some really good conversations here. But I think the overall point is that you can't take accountability for the zealots and the extremists. It'd be like, me, somebody that's like considered right-leaning, taking accountability for the extreme alt-right. It's like, well, I don't agree with that. Does that make sense? Maybe I'm not getting that point.
Yeah, but there's two.
So what you're saying is you're a Nazi sympathizer.
Okay.
What? No, don't you pause on me. You
that's the official. That's the official Vaush position. He just stated it. It's very clear. So we're gonna have to wrap this up because we don't have a ton of last time for the last topic. So and we want to get to it.
Of course we do.
So I will be asking the judges for their votes for this round as well as we move over to the next topic. The next topic has to do with the bill.
Can we get final thoughts on this topic?
Sure. Okay. Yeah, we can do it. We'll run a little over the show limit though.
I'll do 1
Rob,
minute.
You can start. Okay.
Yeah. So the important thing to do is look in totality to the totality of what Vaush is saying here. He's saying that we need to shift even further to the left. He's conceding that we're already far to the left. That's why corporations suck up. And then he's saying that he justifies political violence. So he's just given the rationale for increased political violence for the right and the left. Both sides will say that my cause is just, therefore I could use political violence, and we're going to see increased amounts of that. John talks about how we shouldn't totally trust the police.
I know
Agreed.
it is.
I don't disagree. disagree with that. He talks about don't judge a group by a few bad apples. It's not a few bad apples.
I told you. Thank you for being here.
Billions
Happy
of
to have
dollars
you
of
as an
damage
imp.
that these groups have caused. And we have to look at the comparison of how the people in positions of power, which again is pendulum swung to the left, how did they treat the people January 6th and Trump supporters in general, and not just the people that engaged in violence, but the hundreds of thousands of people that were there. They're treated like they're terrible insurrectionists, white supremacists, terrorists, etc. But then the same people doing that in positions of power, then when I say, oh, we should look at when we have a group that committed far more violence, far more often, we should look at them with suspect eyes too. They say no. The important thing to remember is this. We're already on the left. Vaush wants to go further to the left. It'll cause increased racism, and it'll make things worse, and it'll cause the excuse for political violence for both sides to continue to escalate. Terrible idea.
A lot of that wasn't made my final statement now. All the piping hot, fresh tea is still served.
1 second. John Burke?
Sir.
Do you want to do an ending statement, or your last statement fine?
I guess not.
Yeah. No, I'm good.
Okay.
I see.
Vaush? Same?
Okay. Yeah, like, to me, the argument that, like, saying you want to move to the left and saying some forms of political violence are acceptable means that now all violence and all racism can get worse would be like saying that it would be like saying that because you've made it illegal to murder, now soon, like, the state will be shooting or locking up everyone. I think it's a completely ridiculous extension, like a illogical extension of the positions that I hold. I'm not asking for violence on the streets. I'm asking for less. Riots like what took place during Black Lives Matter are unfortunate, but they're also what happens when you have systemic
good. I'll get my
racial
chance.
inequality.
Don't you worry.
That's here in America. That's any other country on earth. You want to fix it, you address the underlying problem. It's going to go that way with any social problem you can find. As long as there's racism, as long as there's sexism, homophobia, transphobia, classism in this country, there will be conflict. And the question is, how do you address it? Do you ignore it? Well, that's been the common hegemonic talking point for hundreds of years. That's always been the default talking point. Just don't talk about it. Don't acknowledge it. But that doesn't work.
You have no idea, Lonely
Eventually,
Aardvark.
these things come
I'll
to
talk about it
boil because the
afterwards.
thing that you want to ignore, the thing you want to shelter away, is a part of the lived experiences of tens of millions of people every day for their entire lives. That's always going to be there. So how do we deal with this? I say we don't focus on whether we're moving to the right or the left. I say we focus on which ideas are good. What will solve these problems?
I doubt that'll happen.
I think left-leaning ideas will solve
Silax.
these problems,
Probably
but I
not.
advocate for them because of the ideas, not because they're left ideas. And anyone who watches my channel knows there are plenty of left ideas that I disagree with strongly. So let's just focus on the issues. I'm done.
Demo.
Yeah, I'm just going to start off by restating what I said at the beginning. The American right, especially the American far right, is a millstone around the neck of all people on the planet. It is pushing for, I mean, God, even in this conversation by people who are probably not necessarily considered far right, we have equivocations being made on conversion therapy, which is just absurd to me. And in addition, I just want to note, just so that we can get the honesty out of the air here, Rob Noerr, Ramblin' Rob over here, just spinning off all kinds of things that he wants to go off on, just 2 days ago explicitly stated that BLM was a terrorist organization. So when he doesn't have as many eyes on him, he sure is more willing. And also, interestingly, I also happen to have some video from my Wednesday stream of this still being a tweet you got up on your Twitter, that BLM is a terrorist organization. So I don't know. I just can't help but feel you're being a little bit dishonest here and trying to run down the clock by constantly filibustering the rest of us with whatever bullshit you could be pulling out of your ass. I don't even know if half those things are real. Does the audience? Does anyone here know? Nah. Look, this is all just a distraction to pull away from the fact that it is true. You would have been against the civil rights movement if you were alive at the time. And so would most of the American right. In fact, most of the American right is against it right now. The BLM protests are the modern civil rights movement. They have been an uprising against genuinely horrible conditions for black people in America. And there are many other movements that are going on alongside this that you just blanket dismiss, and you want to talk about cancel culture this and cancel culture this. It's not a serious approach. You just want to feel good with the status quo, the way it is, nice and comfortable for you and not for everyone else. You want to sit here and make jokes and laugh about conversion therapy, which is torture, by the way, and something that doesn't affect you at all. So yeah, that's what I have to say on this issue.
Okay, last topic. There was a bill, and I always say it wrong. Arkansas. Fuck, I did it again. Okay, Arkansas.
No, some people actually say it that way. You're right. Some people
true?
pronounce it that way.
True?
Yeah.
I just got a big true? Okay, based. Okay. Kansas. Kansas can use whatever pronouns it wants. It has a bill that just passed through. There was a veto. The governor vetoed the bill, but it was a bill that has to do with the medical services that trans individuals can receive in the state. And so the topic is very simple. Was the governor right to veto the bill, or should it have gone through? Simple as. Or any other topics on how this can impact trans issues across the United States going forward, and possibly around the world. I'm going to start on the left-hand side with Demon Mama before going around. 1 minute.
The case out of Arkansas is unbelievably disheartening. I'm not gonna lie, it really hurts to see this type of stuff go through. I was happy to see the governor vetoed it, but it didn't really matter. It's going back through anyway, and this is a law that will functionally bar trans people from getting the health care they deserve, and also penalize doctors. Notice they're targeting the doctors who might want to follow their Hippocratic oath and give the treatment that trans people deserve in the state of Arkansas. And it's sad because I think that we're going to see a lot more of these across the state. Laws that are hidden under the guise of, oh, won't somebody think of the children? And they'll be used to oppress and harm physically trans people all across the country. And we're seeing this rhetoric ramp up more and more. And it is sad because what's happening is that our country is balkanizing over trans rights. We have regions of the country where the ability to get medical care is an almost impossibility, and that's going to, by everything that we can see, that's only going to keep happening until we have what, a patchwork where some people are trapped in a state where they can't get basic respect, they can't get basic health care, and then you have to flee to another part of the United States. This is ridiculous. And I don't know. I feel like some of the opinions that have been displayed on this panel show why this is happening. It's a huge problem, and I hope we can defeat it. Thank you.
Okay. Next is going to be Vaush.
Oh, I wasn't muted. Cool. Yeah, I agree. It's fairly disheartening. It feels like a pretty inevitable consequence of the past couple years of Republican disinfo. Regardless of your position on transgender people, politicians probably shouldn't be making state legislation denying certain types of healthcare. That's very strange to me. Yes, regardless of your position on this, the idea that a bunch of 85-year-old legislators are making decisions on what types of medical care can be done, that's very weird to me. See, at least with abortion, which is also something that gets broadly legislated on, we're talking mostly about a moral question. But when it comes to transgender youth, we're talking about, is this medical care good for the people who take it? Right now, the medical consensus seems to be, yes, the types of transgender identity-affirming care we provide to youth are effective. They reduce suicide rates, they make people happier, they allow for further integration into society. It's just a slam dunk. And now a bunch of legislators, for political reasons, have decided that no, not only can you not get this care, but if a doctor attempts to provide it, they go to jail. It's abhorrent, it's anti-scientific, and it's completely unjustifiable. I can't fathom a good explanation for this, apart from one which defies the medical consensus on the issue. You'd have to argue that, no, all these doctors and all these associations are wrong. That's the only counter-argument. But that's a tough argument to take.
It's all good, Koala.
Okay. I'm going to throw it over to John Burk.
Yeah, based upon the article you shared, everything y'all had already stated, yeah, I 100% agree with. I don't think any politician should be able to sit there and say medical, everything. But the article that you'd shared, Dylan, unless I'm misunderstanding, this is in regards to providing puberty blockers and things for transgender minors, which I thought, am I misreading this, misunderstanding this, or is this the way y'all want to go with this conversation?
19
I'm not saying that,
or 18 and younger, for this law.
I think that's definitely something that needs to be brought up, because I feel like we're kind of missing the overall point in regards to people that are under the age of 18. We're talking about providing puberty blockers to children. No, I don't support that. Now, if we're talking about in a case of somebody that is transgender, needs to receive medical treatment, go to the doctor for, I have a cold, I'm dying, whatever, then yeah, it's discriminatory 100%. But in regards to providing somebody with something that's going to change their body, if I can't get a tattoo until I'm 18, if I can't drink or smoke until I'm 21, which again, I disagree with that, we're going to sit here and provide the means for a child whose brain is not fully functional nor developed to change their sex, no, I don't support this. When they're 18, yes, 100%. That's their right to do so. But as a child, no, I can't support that. I would never support that.
Okay, next is Rob Noerr.
Okay, so let me first say this. In order to agree with this law, I'd have to say that the passing of it, I would have to say that the overwhelming preponderance of evidence is this healthcare would not be acceptable for anyone, right? And I have to admit, as this was a topic that just came, I'm not the most well-researched in puberty blockers for children and things like that, right? So it is difficult because I do have libertarian concerns of having the government intervene and say that you may not choose this healthcare or another. However, having said that, I think that I can make a case that it's probably more likely that we don't have evidence that these kids are capable of making these decisions, and that there aren't adverse side effects and things that could happen that are negative to them. So first off, that you would have, because these people are children, I find it very ironic that we're saying that children as young as, well, I guess we'll get into it, 9, 10, 11, 12 are capable of making these decisions, when in any other area of life, we know that 9-year-olds, 10-year-olds are not capable to make these decisions. Furthermore, that we could see evidence that 80 to 95% of young kids that think they experience some sort of gender dysphoria, if not treated, actually grow out of it. So the overwhelming amount of people, if not treated, will grow out of this. We also see that there are lasting effects that could happen from puberty blockers, even though people say it's completely reversible. That's not true. First, as we'll talk about, like, there's psychological impacts that may not be reversible. At 9 years old, as you're just entering puberty, maybe you have a different view of your gender than once you're 12 years old and you've went through puberty. So you're stopping that natural course of progression. In addition, there's also side effects that occur from these drugs. And there's been many people that have transitioned later in life or took these drugs later in life that said that they thought it was a mistake. So I do err on not allowing children to make these life-altering decisions with their body, but I do understand, and I'm willing to listen to the science and have that discussion. I do have reservations about the government being able to tell people what sort of treatments they can and not exist. I just don't believe a 9-year-old is qualified to make that decision, and the parents shouldn't make it for them.
Okay.
Mind if I?
Yep, you can grab it.
So, John, I wanna puberty blocker pill you in a moment. There are a couple of concerns I want to address, though. First of all, the idea that 90% of people who experience gender dysphoria end up recovering later on their own is not true. That's an often miscited statistic. It was like 90% of people who have ever, under any circumstances, ever demonstrated gender nonconforming behavior don't go on to transition within the purview of one set of data. It was like utter nonsense.
Yep.
In reality, among people who take puberty blockers, I believe about 1% of them end up not deciding to go ahead and properly transition with hormones, which is an unbelievably high rate of success. And thankfully, puberty blockers are highly reversible, meaning that for that 1%, we're talking about maybe a slight variance in bone density, later puberty start, relatively minor physiological issues that were assented to, not just from this kid, but from the doctors around them. See, we talk about this like these 9-year-olds are just going on in there and making these decisions on their own. Not at all. Usually what happens with the prescription of puberty blockers to a child is a child demonstrates extensive early symptoms of gender dysphoria, which can emerge in a billion different ways. I won't even get into it. So if the parent picks up on this, the parent takes the kid over to a pediatric psychiatrist. The psychiatrist evaluates, and that psychiatrist might then refer that child to a gender clinic or to some psychiatrist that has a specialty in that particular subject. And then that psychiatrist works with this kid for years. I mean, this is not like a snap decision. We're talking about extensive, long-term psychiatric intervention to make sure that this kid actually is demonstrating gender dysphoria, not just, flipping about a little bit, not just likes wearing dresses, who doesn't, hey. And only after all of that do they start putting on a highly reversible, safe, and well-tested medication, puberty blockers, that have been used on cisgender children with thyroid disorders since the early 1980s. Tested provably, even if you don't transition afterwards, this is medication safe enough that kids have been taking it for decades. And hey, if they don't decide to transition, they get off it. Very, very minor, very, very unlikely side effects. Definitely worth the risk, which is the consensus of the medical industry at the moment. So I think this is safe. And we know, by the way, that we're comfortable prescribing mind-altering substances to children because I know that Because kids can get Ritalin. Kids can get antidepressants. As long as a psychiatrist is here through the process, making sure that everything's above board, I don't see any problem whatsoever with allowing gender dysphoric children to have the opportunity to experience puberty in the gender they want to be.
Yep. There is no evidence that there's any long-term harm from puberty blockers. We wouldn't deny a kid the right to have an antibiotic. Why would we deny them the right to have the puberty blockers that they need? This has been well studied. I mean, beyond compare. And the fear mongering on this and the disinformation mongering is just so wild to me. There's this idea, again, Vaush, you mentioned this slightly, this idea that like they're just blasting them out of a cannon into the hands of kids. It is so hard, even for adults, to get HRT in most places of the United States, let alone kids getting puberty blockers, which aren't HRT. They're not the same thing. They're very different. There is an entire process. There's never less than 2 doctors that are going to be weighing in on this. The fear mongering on it is just outrageous, and the result is that is a demonization of basically whoever can be blamed at the moment, whether you want to blame the trans agenda, some vague thing like that, or you want to blame parents, which is just, parents transing their kids is just a non-existent thing. There is no evidence of this ever happening. Or whether you want to say it's doctors secretly lying about the medication that kids need. I mean, no matter which angle you approach it from, it just doesn't make any sense. It's just fear mongering. That's all that it is. And it's really funny because there's just about no process that's more reversible than puberty blockers. You just stop taking them if you don't want them anymore, and you can immediately begin puberty with no real problem. In fact, it's happened, like you mentioned, many times. In addition, the trade-off is that you have an incredibly dysphoria-inducing puberty that changes your body in ways you don't want, that's traumatic, that leads you feeling ostracized and being targeted by your schoolmates, which is a very well-researched phenomena, and suffering greatly from an incredibly highly increased rate of depression and suicide for having untreated gender dysphoria. There really is no leg for this argument to stand on except for bigotry, and that's the thing that's so sad. Because I recognize you're laughing at that, but in reality,
I'm laughing because you sit there and you ad hom left and right, and you create these fallacies from out of nowhere. Nobody on this panel has displayed any sense of bigotry. No one's tried to create any fear-mongering except you.
Excuse me.
You pander left and right to your own audience. Multiple times I've sat there and I watch you accuse Rob of saying you're doing this because more eyes are on you. You're the very same one who said, I'm going to do this for the sake of the audience, the viewership. You're very hypocritical in a lot of the arguments that you make.
What are you
talking
talking
about? You go ad
about?
hom left and right, and you create
I'm sorry. It was my turn to talk.
And fear-mongering. No,
John,
I'm done with you.
John,
I'm done. No,
John,
you have interrupted
John,
nonstop.
John,
The name calling is
excuse me.
but the
I
one
think
thing
that
I
is
do wanna
objectively
point out
verifiable.
is that
And I'm about to name call on you. This is the definition of an ad hom.
Transition-related surgeries and referring to this. You two keep utilizing puberty blockers.
Yes,
but what you're
because
not
that's what we're talking
are
about.
the permanent things that are also in the bill.
You don't know anything
ignoring.
about that. I promise you, I know
How do
more
you
on this
know
issue
that?
than you ever
You're making
could.
assumptions based. I'm sorry.
I
are you a
promise
parent?
you
Do
that
you
I
have
know.
children? Do you have children?
Okay. Give
Do
us
you
a
have
second.
children?
Give us a second. Okay.
Because if we're gonna go anecdotally, do you have children? Answer the question. Do you have children?
Wait. Okay. 1 second.
Because I don't know if I'm not trans. Do you have children? Can you be justified?
Sorry. Is this on? Is this on? Sorry. 1 second. 1, 2, 3. Can everybody hear me?
I find it
nobody
very
can hear me. Nobody can hear me. Okay.
I can hear you.
Do I have to restart stream? Okay. So people can't hear me. Okay.
I can hear you.
Does anybody? Okay. Just want to be clear. Does anybody have a history of hearing problems in here?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Does those hearing problems in any way impact the way to hear me when I speak?
hate this bit.
We're good. I'll assume no. Okay. So let me just make clear one of the earlier rules. That when I'm talking, I'm not talking to jump in because I gotta save my best friend John Burk. Me and John, we grew up in the same high school. We go back real far. We were buddies in the war. We support each other. But I'm not here to save John. I'm just coming in to moderate. Okay. So, Demon Mama, I want to give you a piece of time to respond to that.
Thank you. Yeah, so it's funny you bring up an ad hom. What you did is the textbook definition of an ad hom. You ignored everything that I was actually saying. You didn't let me finish, and you tried to say
That's not an ad hom. That's not an ad hom. Look up ad hom. That's not ad hom. That's deflection. What you describe is deflection. Get it right. At least get that right for me, please.
D-Mama.
An ad hom is when you try to discount an argument by making an attack against the character of another person, which you did when you brought up the idea that somehow I'm playing it up for my audience. Now, I have insulted Rob a few times on here, and I think it was I personally think it was a little deserving given the experience last time. But you didn't even let me finish what I was saying before, which is that I wasn't talking about you or Rob's positions here. I was talking about things like the state of Arkansas, which has just against all science, against all recommendation, defied, by the way, a bunch of random state senators who don't really know the science. They're not scientists. They're not people who actually know about any of this. They're not trans people, that's for sure, have voted to defy everything that we know to be good for trans people. And they justify it along all kinds of silly fear-mongering lines that aren't backed up in data. In fact, they're directly contradicted by the data. And you're sort of, childish blow up there was pretty emblematic of the type of stuff I'm talking about here.
Childish blow up.
Yes, that was a childish
You've interrupted consistently. You
I have not interrupted.
You sit there and you do this to your. You want to talk about childishness?
Does that make you scared?
People that
Are you
you claim to represent, if you are a representation of your people that you've continuously said, you're a very poor representation because there can be no conversation with you.
I love that you're doing literally.
Childish. You are
literally doing the same thing every other conservative.
Whom I actually disagree with on a lot of things, but
I
I
wonder
enjoy the
why
fact
you would
that
enjoy
Vaush will
Vaush and not
reason
me.
with people
Okay.
and actually have a conversation. It's like talking to a petulant child.
Nice.
You literally said, "I feel he was deserving of said insult."
Yeah, I do feel like
Rob
I do feel like Rob was. Yeah, definitely.
But that's still insulting
No, I can
somebody.
own that.
Whether you feel it's still insulting somebody.
Yeah, guess what? And guess what?
Rob-
He insulted
Rob
everyone,
wasn't insulting
including
you.
me. And
No
guess
one
what?
insulted
And guess
you.
what?
So
he
you've been treated
insulted
with
the
nothing but
entire
respect on
audience.
this panel, and all you've done is thrown a temper tantrum.
That's not
like
true.
a baby. Yes, you have.
No,
My
I mean,
God.
watch the record.
Can I-
Everybody
can I-
else,
can
the
I ask you-
audience will decide. The judges will
Okay,
decide.
okay. So I
still haven't
agree.
finished my point, by the way.
I like a good derail every once in a while. Okay, I like a good derail. I like a few clotheslines. They're fun, but I do want to make sure that we have enough time to actually talk about the topic because we are on a tight time schedule. So I saw that Rob wanted to ask Vaush a question.
Yes.
But
Right, or
so
Demon
Demon
Mama,
Mama,
either-
or Demon Mama. But Demon Mama, you were making an original point earlier. So I do want to give you about 30 seconds to finish that before throwing it over to Rob.
Yeah, again, my point is that this is based off of fear-mongering. It's based off of disinformation. The decisions made by the Arkansas state governance were not based on science. They were not based on rational decisions. They were based on bigotry. There is no other way around it. The evidence disagrees with any other position except for to allow doctors to treat their patients, regardless of their age, just like we would for anything else. It's just bigotry and lack of understanding that backs this up.
Can I jump in with one quick thing?
Yeah, if it's quick, that's cool.
Sure.
I just want to say that on an intuitive level, I understand hesitance about this topic. Actually, when I first became supportive of trans people, because I mean nobody's born believing anything. When I got into it, the whole child puberty blocker thing felt really weird to me. I'm not dismissing that point of view because it was something I initially felt, but it does feel weird. Because these are these really big pivotal decisions that you're making about life and sexuality and identity, and the kids are young, and then the far right, sometimes they run off really crazy, it's some crazy grooming scandal thing, but that's always been dumb, and I'm not even going to dignify that with a response. But the more I thought about it and the more I looked into the available research, I became more confident in how solid the science was on the issue. And to me, it stopped being a matter of scientific ambiguity, and it really just became the moral question. To what extent do I think it's okay for a child to influence the quality of their future in a medical setting? And we know what our answer would be if this wasn't a trans issue. If it had to do with a surgery, if it had to do with depression or with a psychiatric condition, if it had to do with something like that, even with non-medical stuff sometimes, like their identity or hell, even a decision what job they might prepare for in the future. It's not the same as transitioning, but it'll have consequences down the line. The more I thought about it, the more I realized that my concern really just was a sort of intuitive rejection of the idea. The more I thought about it, the more comfortable I got with it. Maybe everyone won't feel that way, but I just I want to say that I'm sympathetic to the you know, the base concern with how it all plays out, you know?
Rob.
Yeah. So one, that directly answers Demon Mama that the only justification for having concerns is bigotry. That's not true, as would be easy to
We're
prove.
not
as
talking
even
about
Vaush proves there.
concerns.
Oh, sometimes
Secondly,
it's bigotry. To be fair.
But sometimes is different
Not in this
than
case,
this is
but
the
not in
only
this case.
reason,
Yeah.
right? So let
That's
me
where
ask
I
you this,
take issue
Vaush.
with when we're talking about this
Right.
case.
Let me ask you this, Vaush. So, like, we're talking about kids as young as 9 years old. How does a doctor determine whether or not someone has gender dysphoria when they're 9 years old?
This is I mean, if you want, I can explain what I've read in it, but it's really complicated. I mean, I probably couldn't explain to you the total process for a doctor diagnosing any other.
Can I slightly change the question? Does the input of the child heavily weigh in? You just said it did, so I assume you would agree with
Obviously.
In the same way that a psychiatric evaluation for depression would. Yeah, like you need their input. I mean, you can't just measure a chart in their brain, but it's not something child psychiatrists are
Yeah, it
aware
was
enough of how
predominantly
flippant
conservatives.
children are that they don't make mistakes in this regard, which is the reason why so few people get on puberty
it isn't.
blockers and then later decide not to transition fully.
Okay,
the reason why is because there's a stringent process for this.
Okay, so here's what. So this is again, we're talking about children as young as 9, them making decisions about how they identify as they're hitting puberty for the first time. Like, this is nonsense. Like, we would not like.
Wait,
we don't allow
I just
children
answered
to
your
make-
question.
just-
What
No,
if
no,
a kid,
because-
what if a kid was feeling depressive? Like, what if you had a young kid, like 10, 11, they were feeling depressive, let's say a psychotic, they were hearing voices in their head. From time to time, they would feel a compulsion to do things they didn't feel they wanted to do. Now, the only way for a doctor to properly diagnose that, and you should diagnose that, by the way, it's probably as early as possible. The only way to diagnose that would be a doctor working with this kid, learning about their experiences, talking with the
Cookie,
parents
it's disgusting.
getting input from the kid, and considering the fact that when you're getting that input, the kid is a kid. I mean, kids aren't reliable narrators, but you still need input from that kid. Now, that decision to put a kid on anti-psychiatrics is a big one, and it can have severe.
That's a completely
psychiatric
non sequitur. It's completely non-analogous.
No, it isn't. It's
because
super
we're
relevant.
talking
Non sequitur.
I mean, again, if people give me a second to finish my point,
A
I'll explain
second?
why,
You've
right?
been talking
because we can see that 80 to
fucking
95% of
machine gun
people, kids
Rob.
that experience gender dysphoria pre-adolescence, once they get to adolescence, they lose all signs of that.
No,
that means
I
that
just-
80 to 95%. No, you said that
Lying
number wasn't
right
accurate. I
now.
have the study. I could link the study.
You are
Wait,
lying.
you want me to link
I'll
you
link it.
mine? Detransitioning is incredibly uncommon. Like, that's just a fact.
I'll link the study.
Detransitioning
Why
isn't
would
common.
so if you could
If Rob
provide
could link
evidence
the
that
study, I
speaks
would
to
love
the
to read that.
opposite, I'll link the study.
Yeah.
It's
Sure,
from a
yeah,
medical
here.
journal. I'll
Wait,
link it. If
wait,
you
wait.
can find evidence, I'd
Rob,
be willing to read
Rob,
it. Yeah.
could you please link it in the Discord? I can't access
Oh,
it,
sure,
so
sure.
whereby.
Yeah, my bad. So just our Discord group chat, or
Yeah, just the group chat we have for the thing. Yeah.
Okay, so I'll link it right here. And the point is this, like, so there is a significant chance that if every kid that just said this, a 9-year-old, and the doctor's heavily relying on them, that there would be people that would be misdiagnosed and they would receive this treatment. So then the question becomes this: if there is a chance of misdiagnosis, and also if there are potentially long-lasting effects to puberty blockers, why wouldn't we be skeptical of allowing these children to have it?
I can't engage with this hypothetical because you're operating on a false presumption that a majority of people who get treated for puberty blockers later end up going off of them. But
they
it's
don't.
factually incorrect. I can't engage with it. The vast, vast majority of people who get puberty blockers go on to transition because they were correctly diagnosed. And then of those who transition, either surgically or through hormones, only a very, very tiny percentage of them experience regret. And a lot of the regret they experience, and some detransitioning, gets listed as such, even though the only reason they're doing so is because they can't afford to continue buying the hormones that they need to continue their
Correct.
transition.
Yep.
So we're talking about the people who are hurt by this are a fraction of another fraction of a smaller fraction. Now, you're telling me this like 90% get misdiagnosed. I can't engage with this because it's not true.
False. Yeah,
It
this
is
false.
true.
No,
The
this is
data's
absolutely
until-
unbelievably
Now,
false.
just
No, you've talked
again,
a lot.
I'll wait
I
for
want to
some-
have a say here.
I'm
all right?
tired of
Okay,
your
give us-
constant
give us a
interruptions.
second.
It's
give us-
not
okay,
constant
give us-
interruptions. I never
okay,
talk on this
incredibly
damn
polite.
panel.
I've been
Okay.
incredibly polite, and
Okay.
I
You
I
have
don't.
not been polite. Give me a break.
Okay, both are muted. Okay, so this is how I'm
Muted,
going to do it.
by the way.
So, Rob, this back and forth's been going on for a while. I haven't heard much from D-Mama and D-Submit, and same with John Burke. John Burke actually hasn't talked for so long that he evaporated, and he returned.
Sorry.
He now exists again. So I'm going to give it over to Rob for about 25 seconds, and I'm going to go over to Demon Mama. Okay.
Okay.
until
Rob.
someone provides a different piece of data, the 80 to 95% of people. We could also see the study that says that a decrease of suicide was 89 people that said it was literally only 89 people that said that they had family support and that they got puberty blockers and they thought that was a good thing and lowered their thoughts of suicide. The problem is that's only 89 people, which is the only study I'm aware of that says that it lowers suicide. The second problem with that is they all admit that they had familiar support. So it could be correlation, not causation. Chances are if you're a trans person who has family support enough to get medical care, that means you would be less likely to have thoughts of suicide than it's someone who didn't. So we don't have evidence that the only defining factor was these arguments and then are these treatments. And lastly, bone density and psychological impacts of puberty blockers in addition to side effects are quite relevant, which if I ever get a chance to speak about the studies as long as everyone else, I'll get into it. So.
Dear Mama.
Okay. So first of all, I just want to remind everyone that Rob opened this by saying, I don't actually know very much about this. And now he's trying to unilaterally represent studies from 2008, which, like Vaush correctly stated at the very beginning of this, were about anybody who ever had an issue, quote unquote, with gender. Not anybody who ever went on puberty blockers. The detransition rate, the desistance rate for puberty blockers is incredibly low. And in fact, it gets even lower when you control for societal factors like familial mistreatment, societal mistreatment, income, things like these that can strongly impact your ability to live a good life as a trans person, okay? And the other thing I want to address here that has been just sort of totally ignored is this is not an issue of concerns. Concerns would be the state of Arkansas appoints somebody to go talk to a whole bunch of doctors and figure out what the science is. This is a bunch of uninformed, bigoted people acting on their own prejudice and outlawing the worldwide medically accepted treatment for trans people because they don't like trans people or because they don't understand trans people. This is not.
Can I ask you a question real quick, Demon?
Please, no. For the love of God, no. This is not a matter of concerns. This is so far beyond concerns. There's 100 different ways that you could voice concerns. Nobody has a problem with anybody voicing concerns. What we're having here is people like you stroll in here, misquote studies in order to literally just so disgustingly saying that, like, oh, anybody who starts puberty blockers, 90% of them stop. That is so false. It's unbelievable. It's abject
That's not what I
lying.
said.
Yes, it is. And we all know
it's
it
not.
because we'll be able to watch the VOD and you'll be able to see what it was that you said. It's going to be great. I love having things on record.
Okay,
also,
real quick. What I said
I'm
was
not
that
I'm not
we
done
know
yet.
you, Philip.
This has nothing to do. Yeah, I mean, nice. I know you wanted to grab my little dig I got.
Okay, I
earlier.
will say that D-Mama, it was a back and forth between Vaush. I do want to give D-Mama a decent amount of time to talk.
Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. I love having a little bit of time. Yeah. So the concerns are not the issue here. This is a matter of people trying to justify their bigotry under the idea of just asking questions. But you can ask the questions. The questions have already been asked. The science has been done. There were thousands of people dumping their life and fucking blood and sweat into understanding these issues. And you and the people of Arkansas, the Republicans who voted this down predominantly, or who voted this up in Arkansas predominantly, don't care. They don't give a shit about the science. They never bother actually looking into it. They don't care about the truth. They just want to justify their belief that trans people are bad, that kids shouldn't be able to have access to medical treatment, and it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Okay, yeah, of course. And then John and Vaush, you posted links. Do you want to comment on that afterwards?
There's really not that much to say. The data supports my position. I could provide more if I need to.
Okay, Rob?
The data that I provided was 80 to 95% of people that experience gender dysphoria in pre-adolescence grow out of that once they hit puberty. I did not say 80 to 95% of people that are on puberty blockers later then get off them. That is something that Demon Mama, as usual, has to misrepresent. She only has interjecting.
Maybe we agree. Do we agree then? So you acknowledge that I acknowledge then there were a lot of kids who demonstrate gender nonconformity, but of the kids who do get put on puberty blockers, almost all of them go on to transition. So would you agree then, given those two data points, that pediatric psychiatrists are exceptionally good at determining what actual cases of gender
Vaush, do you
dysphoria
think
are?
a child should be able to surgically transition?
You mean like bottom
Under the age of
surgery?
18? Yeah.
That one I'm not super
Why not?
comfortable on. No.
Why not?
Well, The main reason is because the success of those surgeries tends to correlate, I think, with types of growth, like physical growth, that make it easier for those surgeries to succeed. That's mostly a data-based argument. If it could be argued to me, though, that if a person was like 15, 16, and you could make that surgery, then I still think, because puberty blockers are reversible, even to an extent. Hormone therapy, not fully reversible, but it's, whereas a surgery of that caliber is not really.
The reason I asked that, Vaush, is those are
this,
two important things in the bill that we're not discussing. Y'all keep focusing on puberty blockers, and I'll be the first one to say we can run around this all night, but that's not what's left in the bill. The one that Dylan shared. We're also talking about hormone treatment. We're also talking about we're talking about more than just puberty blockers.
Yeah, and we're talking about
kids weren't really getting. I don't think kids were really getting those surgeries. Actually, the last time I checked,
it's not a matter of people are or not. That's what the bill entails. That's
if a bill, if a waiter brings me a sirloin and 2 piles of shit, I'm still going to be mad at them, even if there are some provisions in that bill that aren't particularly harmful. I mean, the puberty blockers thing, I think, is pretty anti-scientific.
Yeah,
charitably.
As is the
okay,
provision.
Demon Mama, please. It was
the
my turn to
provision.
speak. If you could please be quiet. You've had your turn interrupting people and everything. So. Yes, I asked. Vaush interjected as I started to speak.
Yes,
so
yeah.
Vaush
did interject. Vaush did interject.
And I didn't mind. It was a fair interjection. So to answer Vaush's interjection there, no, I don't. I think that you're assuming that the only possible explanation for that is that the doctors were so successful. But here's the problem. If we know 80 to 95% of the people that experience gender dysphoria grow out of it, what is the chances if you start with the puberty blockers that then totally psychologically impacts them to where they decide to go? And if they wouldn't have had those puberty blockers, chances are 95% of the time they would have grew out of it. You saying, oh, no, that proves that the doctors correctly. No, it's also complete conjecture on your point that you assume the 5% of times that this occurs. How could you prove that you're right any more than I could prove that I'm right?
So wait, because there are 2 possibilities, one where you're right and one where I'm right. We both have to make an assumption. So my assumption is that people whose job it is to detect gender dysphoria in children are good at their job. And your assertion is that puberty blockers make people trans 99% of the time. Now, I think my argument is way more reasonable than yours. I admit I can't deductively prove like the proficiency of these doctors, but your assertion that like puberty blockers make little boys into girls and vice versa, there's no evidence to suggest that.
That's what it leads.
Okay,
to,
and so anyways,
no, it
doesn't. So I think that the assumption is strong that if 95% of the people that experience gender dysphoria, if left untreated, grow out of it, I think that shows that there's something. It's most likely that there's something negative going on with the doctors that creates some sort of impact.
Be good at finding out.
Again, I
can explain this. I can explain this.
I've heard. Demon Mama, please. Thank you. So in addition to that, right, we do see that there are long-term side effects, such as I could read the side effects of bone density. We could read psychological side effects and things like that. For bone density, for example, there's an obvious self-fulfilling nature to encouraging young child with GD to socially impersonate the opposite sex and then institute preparatal expression. Purely from a social learning point of view, the repeated behavior of impersonating being treated as the opposite sex will make identity alignment with the child's biological sex.
Yep, it is. As always,
I'm just reading. Okay,
he's actually.
So
you don't. He's actually reading the data.
I was reading a doctor's opinion. I won't read it. Like I'll just do like you all do and say, "Oh, your studies are nonsense, and we're not going to read them."
No, you're just misrepresenting it. You're misrepresenting this completely.
Does anyone dig? So after Demon Mama misrepresented what I said, you acknowledged that data is correct. Vaush, correct? 80 to 95% of people that experience.
But your interpretation of it is insane. That pediatric psychiatrists can't do
this. Yes, it is absolutely.
Wait. Your assertion is that puberty blockers are making kids trans.
Wait, stop. Okay. So when somebody asks a question and somebody starts to answer it, I would like to hear like them answer the question before we like jump down people's throats. It's just
this is so painful.
More productive. So Vaush, answer the question, please.
There we go. Back to Vaush.
Yeah. So the bone density thing is a fairly minor problem, but I think often gets overstated. It's not that it's not real. There are some bone density consequences to puberty blockers. Though interestingly, as I understand it, taking puberty blockers when you're younger means that there will be less decrease in bone density. So taking them starting at 10 will lead to less of a reduction starting at 12. Not sure why that is, but the data seems to bear that out.
I win because I got all of you.
Studies, data isn't just data. It needs to be interpreted. And when your interpretation is that actually it's not that pediatric psychiatrists are good at diagnosing gender dysphoria, it's that puberty blockers have a side effect of making people trans and nobody's found out yet, is ridiculous.
Okay, if I could, and so I'll finish up with this.
And then after you're done, we're going to pass it over to Demon Mama. I just want to be clear.
The reason this is in an absurd position is follows, because think of the situation, how this occurred. You're 9 years old. You think that you're the opposite gender of what you were born as, right? So you go to a doctor, and through whatever magic they use, they say, yes, we agree that you're the wrong gender.
Psychiatric analysis. It's their job to find out whether that kid is being
so a
sincere.
9-year-old, so we're talking 9-year-old. So you mean starting at 6, they realized that they were non-gender conforming?
No, they would probably start at 9 or 10. Usually puberty blockers aren't assigned as early as 9. They're usually assigned around 11, 12, or 13.
Okay. Anyway, as the evidence of the bill that I read said that people as young as 9 have received puberty blockers. Anyways,
as young as sometimes, but generally.
Okay, right. Okay, so you get well, that would prove that the doctors aren't always doing the right thing then. Anyways,
they're doing fine if they diagnose it correctly.
So you're told by your family, you're told by your doctor that you're okay. Your belief that you're the opposite gender is correct. Then you never go through puberty because you take puberty blockers. Do you think? And we know that 80 to 95% of people that have experienced what this very kid that went in and said,
We don't know that.
I need puberty. Yes, we do.
No, just because some giant. Wait, hold on. Wait, you're doing it again. Just because some signs of gender non-conforming behavior are demonstrated by so many children doesn't mean that every single one of them who demonstrates any form of gender non-conforming behavior gets diagnosed with gender dysphoria. The doctors select for the real cases. That's their entire job. It's not like kids are going in there with lipstick and then the doctor's like, "You're a girl."
Okay. So I'm using executive authority right now. Okay.
I didn't vote for you. I'm sorry, I couldn't help. I couldn't help it.
I'm
voted for you.
sorry, I used Dominion. Okay, so too bad for you. I used Dominion, and all of my votes were mail-in. So I'm throwing it over to Demon Mama, who's been waiting for a while. So I want to make sure Demon Mama has time to speak.
Okay. So this study talks about people who ever express any gender dysphoria whatsoever, and it's a very broad categorization that it uses. Okay. And you are comparing this to people who end up on puberty blockers. To get on puberty blockers, you have to have expressed gender dysphoria for a long period of time, multiple times. The study, anybody, you might have one issue with gender dysphoria, you end up on the study. But you have to have many in order to get puberty blockers. Do you see how there's a difference there? That is the main difference that's being ignored here, and you're plowing through that in the name of trying to make it sound like everybody who ever has gender dysphoria is just being handed puberty blockers, and that's not true. You're comparing things that aren't comparable. We're talking about a study that talks about any person who ever experiences any gender dysphoria whatsoever, and you're comparing that to people who get puberty blockers, which those people have experienced gender dysphoria many times, discussed this with their parent, discussed this with their doctor, and eventually get puberty blockers for that. So this is just an unbelievably ridiculous point, and I have to say I agree with Vaush that the way that you're interpreting the point is insane. Also, there's another thing that I've been trying to comment on for some time, which is the issue of surgery. I believe that if a doctor and a whole bunch of other people who are involved in this, usually at least 3 different doctors, if you're going to be getting surgery, sometimes more than that, all weigh in and say, yep, this person has had consistent genital-based dysphoria. They've gone through their puberty blockers. It's still not helping. If they want to get that, then that is perfectly fine. And they should be allowed to do that because it's a medical decision. As it turns out, I happen to already know about this because it's very, very rare for anyone to get sexual reassignment surgery, sometimes referred to as bottom or top surgery, depending on the type, before they're 18. However, it does happen in certain cases where it can be demonstrated that someone is suffering massively, okay? And that is perfectly fine. The same way that we would give somebody a surgery if they needed it, if it was somebody under the age of 18, if they needed a serious surgery to save their life, then we would do that. The idea that they're just handing out surgeries is, again, fear-mongering based on bigotry, based on the idea that transness is some sort of like social contagion that can catch, or that it's some sort of conspiracy that doctors are dropping pills trying to turn children into trans people. It's totally in your imagination. That is not reflected in data. It's not reflected in reality. It's not reflected in any of the decisions that would have led to the Arkansas state government banning the proper medical care for trans people. And if you try to contest that, you're simply lying, as you have so far. Okay? That's how it goes.
I'd like to get through a point without some. Thank you. So as I'll go back to saying, so think of how this works. By the way, great Demon Mama just suggested physically castrating people as children. So that's fantastic.
Nice meme.
Here now. So anyways,
nice meme.
you're 9 years old, 10 years old, 11 years old, you're talking to your family, you think that you have gender dysphoria, you talk to a doctor. Now, we know 80 to 95% of the people in your position.
Here we go again, the talking points, same ones. No NPC shit.
This isn't helping, right?
You're just restating things that I just argued against. You're not even responding.
That's how debates work.
You're not responding. You're literally just restating things that we've already contested as if...
Would you please be quiet? No one, even your crowd, could not enjoy the content of you just interrupting people that are trying to have a civil. Please be quiet. Okay. Now, anyways, so 80 to 95% of people that experience any sort of gender dysphoria and prepubescence end up growing out of that. Now, there could be people that obviously
he just
there's
said this.
15
He just
to 5%
said this.
of
It's
people
the same
that don't do
words.
that. But anyways, you've been told by your doctor that, yeah, I think you have gender dysphoria. They give you puberty blockers. Therefore, you never go through puberty. What do you think the chances are of you then later being like, oh, yeah, actually, I think these puberty blockers were wrong? How would you know? Like, you already have your family and your doctor telling you you're the other gender. And now you don't even go through puberty to see if that experience would have said, oh, wait, no, I was just going through a phase like 80 to 95% of people that have this. So, of course, so when Vaush says this is a ridiculous assertion, it's not a ridiculous assertion. You're far more likely to continue to say that you are non-gender conforming or have gender dysphoria if you never had the chance to go through puberty. And there are long-lasting effects that matter. And you could see the slippery slope that this is leading to. You actually have Demon Mama suggesting, yeah, how young? 11 years old, 12 years old? Can you have the surgery at 11, 12, Demon Mama?
Maybe we should let the doctors figure this out.
Yeah, maybe the doctor.
Hold on, I gotta
Simple
ask you about that though, Vaush.
Also,
do you trust doctors implicitly?
I was.
Well, not every
Wait,
doctor in
to
all
be clear.
situations. but-
Okay. Very quickly, but that was directed at Demon Mama pretty explicitly, so I want to give Demon
Okay,
Mama
I'll hold
some
off.
time.
I'll hold off.
Yeah.
Okay,
So
Demon Mama.
again, we see fucking rambling Rob over here restating his exact same talking points in the most robotic fashion you can imagine. No response to anything that I actually said. And then going on to make some sort of weird snide remark about 10, 11, what are you going to do? Castrating kids? That is fear-mongering. My lovely, lovely audience. That is what we call fear-mongering. And
Why are you
it is
talking to
based
the audience?
out
You
of
talk to Rob.
bigotry.
Why do you keep pandering to the audience?
Because I don't
You're doing
care
the
about
exact same
you,
thing
and
you
I don't
accuse
care
Rob of
about
doing.
Rob. I care about the people out there who are going to be voting on laws that will determine whether my people can
Why are
get the
you being
medical
so
care
angry?
that
Why
they
can't
need.
you just
Please
have a
shut the fuck up
conversation?
because I'm talking right now.
Well,
I am-
excuse me.
Yes, please shut the fuck up because I'm talking right now.
No, absolutely not.
Well,
That's- You don't have to be disrespectful like that.
I will
Why
be
are
as
you- why are you
disrespectful
so-
as
why
I
are you
desire.
so emotional?
Okay.
Why are you so emotional?
So, okay.
My God.
Oh.
May I speak now?
Namaste. Demon Mama, please finish.
I believe that I have a right to be very frustrated when I have people on here who are completely misrepresenting facts, who are totally and utterly lying to every single person watching this right now, repeatedly, just repeating the same talking points, refusing to engage in any way with things that matter to me and many people like me's life, okay? I think I have the right to be a little pissed off about that, with all due respect. And secondly, especially when we get snide little comments like, oh, what are you going to do? Chop off a 11-year-old? You're going to castrate him? That's ridiculous. As young, listen, please, are you going to actually let me answer it, or are you just going to get triggered again? Because that's what it seems to be happening. Here we go again, and here come your talking points, right?
Okay, let's be clear. Rob, when she was talking during your thing, you shut her down and she stopped and made sure that happened. I just want to make sure that she has the same right to do the same thing here. Okay. Yeah, Mama.
Doctors will make the decision that is necessary. The earliest I have ever heard of someone getting surgery, and I am pretty well versed on this. This is sort of something that's important to my life, is 16. And that was, again, in the case of somebody who was experiencing extreme dysphoria based on their genitals. That was made with the consultant of many doctors, not just one, not just some magic doctor who came in and was like, I'm going to trans you. Also, it's clear that you're incredibly ignorant about the state of familial support for trans people in the United States. Just so you know, most trans people do not get the support of their family. In fact, their doctors often have to combat with their family in order to even get them basic health care, as in, when families find out their kid is trans, they often do things like what my family did, which is they try to get you siloed off to a Christian therapist who will introduce you to conversion therapy or conversion therapy light. That's what they try to do. They fight the doctors. They fight science. They fight science just like you are, just like Arkansas is, just like every other state that brings these ridiculous, anti-intellectual, anti-science, trans anti-trans laws into place, and it is bigotry. It is. And yes, you making stupid snide jokes about whether people are going to castrate an 11-year-old is unbelievably, first of all, unbelievably stupid and embarrassing, but also it is bigoted. Yeah, I'm going to go there. I'm going to say it. That's bigoted.
Okay.
So
Rob, and then Vaush afterwards, because
like,
Vaush.
5 minutes and answer a simple question. We're not talking about the youngest that you heard of someone having transition therapy. You were quite explicit. You said, yeah, John made a point. I didn't think anyone would argue it. He just made a point.
I
like,
don't care,
look, this
semen
bill
driller.
also says you can't have, adolescents having this surgery. And you took it upon yourself to get a chip on your shoulder and say, yeah, I'm going to go there. If you went through the puberty blockers and stuff and you still need the surgery, then yeah, you should have it. So I thought it was a reasonable question of my point to say,
no, you didn't. Don't lie.
Young as 11. You're purporting yourself in a very unprofessional and idiotic manner. I think if this is the content that people want, that's fine. I heavily disagree with Vaush, but I think he's been nothing but gentlemanly the whole time. And I think we could have had a much better conversation if you weren't here. I'll be honest. All you really do is talk about
feeling is mutual.
Your personal feelings and how you're a victim, and then you repeat Vaush's talking points. So congratulations, I guess, but I'm tired of this idea that somehow that you're entitled to some sort of ground on this because this is an issue that you're heavily concerned about. That's fine. There's all sorts of issues I'm heavily concerned about. I would never think
Vaush's arguments came over the dead bodies of trans people.
Wait, okay.
That's where they came from.
Okay, let's be very clear.
I didn't realize you could speak for Vaush.
Wait, okay, let's stop.
You represent him too?
First of all, as part, yeah. Huh?
Okay. I'm gonna say a few things. Rob is gonna be able to finish because I shut Rob down when Rob tried to intervene on Demon Mama. So now Rob's gonna be able to finish. For everybody complaining in chat, shove it. I no longer care. You're not criticizing my debate style or my moderation style because you care about moderation. You're just going rah-rah for a team right now. Shove it. If you don't like it, tell me. I don't care. Got it. Continue, Rob.
Okay, so again, I just want to get back to the idea that I think that the analogy that I made, or that the scenario I painted, regardless if you have familiar support or not, if you have a doctor telling you that, yeah, they agree with you that you're the opposite gender, even though 80 to 95% of the people in your position ultimately will grow out of it when they hit puberty, and then you take puberty blockers to never go through puberty, the chances are that you will remain that transition gender for the rest of your life. That seems to logically make sense. There is no evidence one way or the other, as Vaush admitted, so we're going with which story makes more sense. That the doctors are just almost always impeccably right when they're relying heavily on what the child says when determining what their gender is, or that if you give puberty blockers to someone that the doctor's acknowledging might already be the opposite gender, that they'll never go through that puberty to become the gender that they would have naturally grown out of. The other thing is there are serious side effects, as we talked about with the bone density. There's also serious psychological side effects. How many people's lives have been detrimented because they would have been in that 80 to 95% population that would have transitioned back, or would have admitted that they didn't once they hit puberty, they were actually the gender that they were born, but then they don't. So there's possible psychological side effects. In addition, there's specific gender or puberty blockers like Luprin that have actually resulted in horrible side effects for people that take that drug for puberty blocking in this case and in others. And lastly, I just want to say Demon Mama says that this is the medical information of the entire world. The NHS in the UK, which we are told in America oftentimes is better than the United States, has ruled you cannot give puberty blockers because the Tavistock Institute figured out that, or claimed after a research, they said that these puberty blockers did have long-lasting effects and that children were not capable to make these decisions and that the doctors were not able to make these decisions successfully. So it's not the entire world. There's clearly a debate about this, which one, I side with the people on that side of the debate. But even if not, even if you're someone reasonable at this area like Vaush that's saying, no, actually, I disagree with that. It is clear that there is room to have disagreement. That doesn't just mean that you're a bigot or that you're hateful or that you're ignorant and things like that. So it's just really childish debate tactics. And I think that there is we should heavily, especially now when we're talking about literal castration, manual castration of people that are underage. I think that you can see where this is going, and it's a really bad place.
Don't worry.
Okay. So, D Mama, I'll give you 30 seconds to respond. This is a back and forth. Then Vaush. I know Vaush. I'm sorry, but D Mama, you got 30 seconds at Vaush.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know how to respond to that. It was just the exact same robotic NPC talking points that we've heard this entire time. I don't really think I need to restate all of my arguments over again so that Rob can just do it again 5 minutes from now. But yeah, one study. I will say one other thing that's unrelated, which is to the new information that was introduced about the UK study. One study does not a consensus make, and the WHO, the American Psychological Association, disagrees with these findings. So, yeah, it just sounds like you're trying to find post hoc justifications for the fact that you came into here not knowing anything about trans people and trying to make your uninformed opinion a matter of fact when it is not.
Okay, Vaush.
Okay, I have a lot to say, actually. First of all, it wasn't the NHS that decided that puberty blockers shouldn't be given to children. It was the courts. That was not a medical decision. That was another political one, exactly like what we're dealing in Arkansas. You say right, but that completely refutes your argument. We're talking about the medical consensus here. You're talking about what bureaucrats and legal experts decide. But sorry, they're not doctors. Second of all, Rob, I'm really sorry. This has been explained a few times, but you seem to be critically incapable of understanding this data. Your argument that because some children at some point in their life experience some kind of gender dysphoria means that almost all of the children who get puberty blockers are actually like turning trans because of the puberty blockers instead of the doctors just being able to discern is absurd. Why do you think they spend years with these kids? Do you think every single child who's ever expressed even a slight bit of gender nonconforming behavior gets to survive? I mean, gets to run through years of psychiatry from a pediatric psychiatric professional? That's ridiculous. Like every kid who ever put on lipstick is like, all right, off to the doctor with you, and they get shepherded for 6, 9, 12 months on this issue? Ridiculous. No, that'd be like saying that just because like 99% of kids who go to the doctor with an arm pain end up getting a splint, but 95% of kids who injure their arm at all end up recovering without a splint. So like, are splints unnecessary? No, the job of the doctor is to determine when the pain is severe enough to warrant a splint. That's the job of the psychiatric professionals. Additionally, first of all, as part of the Biden transition team, all political rhetoric on the left stems downstream from me. Demon Mama doesn't copy me any more than I copy Destiny. Third of all, I think it's a little bit crass to repeatedly accuse her of being uncouth or tone policing, when what we're essentially arguing right now is the extent to which the medical treatment surrounding her identity is valid.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you.
I can understand a person being frustrated under the best circumstances given those preconditions. As a white guy, I mean, I guess I'm pansexual, so I fuck men, but beyond that, really, I'm pretty hegemonically accepted. All the discussions that I have on these issues are a product of me being completely alienated from the actual consequences. Trump could win again. I don't care. I'm rich. I'm white. It doesn't matter to me, okay? The only reason I care about these topics is because I have some abstract moral allegiance to them, but some people live them day in and day out. I can't really blame them for getting frustrated. So with all of that being said, with the what do we get? We got the NHS, we got the analogy, we got the all of that. Look, yeah, okay, look. The science on this stuff is relatively new. The sociology on this stuff is relatively new. But just because it's new doesn't mean it's unfounded. I understand some trepidation on these topics, especially since we're dealing with children here. But when we look at it, children have been subjected to, fairly and with good research prior, decades and decades and decades worth of medical treatment that is to their benefit, whether we're talking physical, psychiatric. It's to their benefit. And when we do it because we know it works. And it seems like this stuff works. So if we're going to discuss the edge cases here, I would do what I think is most responsible to do when talking about a highly technical profession and defer to the expertise. Because I'm not a doctor. I never will be a doctor. And while I understand this issue better than most laymen, I certainly don't understand it as well as a researcher would. So all I can do is try to see how well they're putting this info forward. Now, I don't trust, to say what you say earlier, John Burk, I do not trust all doctors flat out. Doctors have incentives to lie sometimes.
I do my best.
Take a look at the pharmaceutical industry, the opioid crisis. They overprescribe pain medication. You know, you get a little step, you get a splinter in your toe, and all of a sudden you're being given, 12 months of opioids. I'm not here for that. But the difference there is that in the case of the opioid epidemic, in the case of the pharmaceutical industry, there is a direct link that I can point to. These companies are pushing these doctors to prescribe this product. It's easy, it's verifiable. But there isn't some multi-billion-dollar trans lobby that's like pressuring doctors to give puberty blockers to kids. There is a conspiracy theory that that the psychiatric industries in this country, the APA,
they hate
changed their definition on the homosexuality, whether or not it's a mental disorder or not. They changed it back in the 80s. And there are people who say the only reason the APA changed that definition in the DSM is because there was a big protest outside of their building. They say the only reason doctors do not believe that gayness is a mental disorder today is because of a protest. But I don't believe that. And I don't believe that the public progressive pressure that we see today, the pro-trans lobby, is influencing decades of medical practice.
Hey, good
I
to see
think
you.
they're pretty on the
We're
nose
having
with
fun
this.
over
And hey,
here.
maybe there are some mistakes. Maybe in the future there will be amends. But right now, I feel like we're looking at a pretty decent set of data that affirm a pretty effective set of positions, which are necessary to address a very real-world problem. Because I'm not a parent, but I knew that if I was, I wouldn't want my kids committing suicide. I'd want them to be happy.
Thanks,
and I
Nobby.
would fully
Appreciate that a lot.
investigate whatever research allowed me to realize that dream.
John
That's,
Burke?
you can even count that as my final statement, by the way.
John Burke.
While I agree, well, actually, I disagree in regards to what Vaush said, that he doesn't feel like there's kind of trans lobbyists trying to force opioid or a specific kind of trans medication for treating children. I think that's a little bit beyond the point. What I would rather discuss is the idea that if we agree that we're dealing with an opioid epidemic, we're dealing with an opioid crisis, that pills are being forced down children's. You talking about Ritalin, things such as that. Yeah,
Those
I
are
don't think there's
opioids.
like realistic like these
Those are
companies are saying,
opioids.
well, based upon what we want to see happen, this is the medication we're going to force, versus it's about money. They just want to make money. In regards to that being said, I'm trying to. I disagree in the sense that to sit there and say if doctors have the possibility of being wrong and misdiagnosing, which has been shown to be done, malpractice. I mean, my God, and just in the VA alone, I think it was in 2019, was over like $6 billion. It was insane. The fact that it even exists, would it not make more sense? And this is me just speculating here. Would it not make more sense to say, for example, bring that child to a therapist to get help until they become to the age of a consenting age to where they can make that determination? And I'm not trying to argue that people should not have access to receiving the surgery or the medication. I think it's your body. You do what you want with it when you're an adult, when you're 18 years of age, to make a permanent reversal. To go back to what was also said in regards to
reversible. That's the.
But that's
point
no. Hold on. Now we're not phrasing just puberty. Y'all keep doing that. That's
Well,
not
that's
what's
what I'm
in the
mostly
bill.
arguing
no,
for. The
but
surgery
that's not
thing
what's
is
in
more-
the bill. That's what we can't just cherry pick one. We're talking
we
about the
can.
bill. That's what we're talking about here. So we keep missing these other two more important things of surgery and hormone. These are we keep missing this. But anyway,
So
the
you
point
okay
is,
with the puberty blockers then?
no, absolutely not. No.
Well, in that case, I mean, we know what the medical treatment here is.
These are not
but that's
rational
not the bill.
positions.
Kids therapy, but the therapy comes alongside treatment that seems to be most effective. It just, I mean, with all due respect here, and again, I understand the position, but it seems like your opposition to this treatment is an intuitive one. That the bulk of medical analysis seems to overwhelmingly verify that this leads to lower suicide rates, higher rates of happiness, but it feels like dangerous, or it feels wrong. But we used to feel the same way about surgery. Germ theory wasn't even around until about 170 years ago. And up to that point, the idea of surgeons washing their hands between treating patients was seen as like a backwoodsy, like phobic,
But
you're
we're
a new
still
guy
not
on the job.
practicing that. We're not worshiping certain gods that don't or don't exist, or worshiping. You're making very inaccurate comparisons here. I think that we're in an age now where common sense is pretty well, maybe wrong. I shouldn't have said that. I would say that we're very well educated. I know. I shouldn't have said that. Common sense is certainly not so common anymore. But I think the consensus across the board for I think a lot of people that agree with me is a sense of these are children. Children go through phases. Children sometimes
good.
are
It's all
unhappy,
good.
where there could be depression. But
Doing
if
my
there's a
best.
possibility
Care,
of
Bear. Thank you.
misdiagnosing just one person, and possibly, as what this bill is saying, what was vetoed, that they could undergo the transition therapy permanently, irreversible, wouldn't it be worth saving one person from being misdiagnosed and having that permanent thing done? Or, and this does exist, as far as parents trying to
How many
influence
of
their
the
children
people
into
you
being
don't
trans or
treat
gay?
kill themselves?
But here's the thing. But the other point that I wanted to make was in the sense of parents not trying to change their children, that actually does exist. It actually happened here in Plano, Texas. A big court, Governor Abbott, Ted Cruz got involved. The mother was saying the child was trans. The child was saying it was a boy. The mother saying no. Court custody. This does happen. To say it doesn't is actually a fact. That's false. It does happen.
Every medical procedure has a risk of there sometimes being malpractice or harm.
Yeah,
Should
you
we
can
never
push that
do
back
like
forever.
triple heart bypasses? Should we
Misdiagnosed,
never do radiation therapy for cancer? I mean, literally all medicine could be condemned because there's always a possibility. You can give minor anti-allergens to a kid and they could die from a reaction to that. But that doesn't mean you can't give
We're
these
talking
medications
about a
to...
surgery, though, a permanent surgery.
you're fixating
What
on
about
surgery.
anti-psychiatric meds?
Okay,
Those
I'm
have a
just
severe
gonna
effect.
intervene. Like,
Wait.
one, I wanted to respond to something that.
Wait,
Vaush said
I
to
do
me
want
where
to
he
be
said that-
clear. Wait, let me be clear. We have 13 minutes left before I have to end stream because I got to get to an airport.
That was my
at
closing
6
statement as
tomorrow,
well.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
that was-
So it seems Rob and Demon Mama both want to say things. So Rob, then Demon Mama, then we're gonna wrap it up.
Right.
Okay.
So Vaush said that it was just politicians and a court that ruled in the NHS. But the problem with that is the court made their decision basically on the findings of the National Institute in Healthcare of Excellence, which said the quote, evidence for the use of puberty blocking drugs to treat young people struggling with their gender identity is, quote, very low, an official review found.
What was the name of that
assessment-
organization? I just
the
want to know.
National Institute of Health and Care Excellence, NICE. And I'll link this. This is from the BBC, but I could link it to you. So here's the problem, right? So this is the misnomer that, like, what I think the disconnect with Vaush is saying. Vaush is saying, well, he even admits, he says, there's not a large body of evidence about this. Think of what we're talking about. We're doing something that throughout human history and evolution, we know is something that is homeostasis and normal for humanity to go through the proper puberty criteria to basically non-interfere when it comes to puberty. The problem,
It's a
no, it's
fallacy,
not
yeah.
a fallacy.
Naturalistic
Again,
fallacy.
Didn't used to
but
fly.
no, Vaush, maybe I
Humans used
was
to have
wrong.
a
Maybe
heart, they were
maybe
born
you're
with.
rubbing up. Maybe you're taking cribbing demon
No,
on
but like you could,
strategy,
again, you could
intervening all
argue
the
against
time.
any
Like,
medical
I mean, I
procedure
sit
that
here
way.
quietly. Like, it seems like every time I talk, 30 seconds in, someone else chimes in, and then I never get to finish my thought. So,
You're just
anyways, here's the
excited
deal.
to talk
Why
to
would we
Rob.
do something like? Why would we do something against what we know is normal human health until we have evidence to suggest a big body of evidence to suggest that it's
We do.
beneficial to do so? We don't have a big body of evidence,
want
as
more
you even
evidence?
admitted. Excuse me, please stop interrupting. As even
I'll
you
link more.
admitted, you said there's not a big body of evidence on this. We have
No, I didn't.
yes, you did. You said that it's new. We don't have a lot of evidence on it. It's
Here's
a
a
new field, so
meta-analysis
we
of
should trust the
52
doctors.
studies.
Again, you can keep interrupting because anytime someone's making a point that you disagree with, that's the only option that you have. I understand that.
Pediatric
tendency. So I'll
Association.
finish my point and I'll just keep talking. So again,
Okay.
we
let me
have
be
an
clear for
actual
everybody.
medical
we will
journal.
have
that's-
we have a 1-minute ending statement. So anybody who wants to say anything
The
right now,
meta-analysis.
just remember that. Okay. Rob, finish.
Yeah. So, anyways, so even this organization in Britain that the court based their decision on shows that there's not enough evidence or a body of work to suggest that puberty
Maybe I'll
blockers
pull it
work.
off.
So why would we take a radical solution for children as young as 9 years old and put them on these puberty blockers when it can have long-term serious health effects? Right? The evidence that you're citing that says,
I appreciate
suicide
that,
rates
Mr.
go down.
Mellon. Thank
Again,
you.
as far as I know,
Much
and I'm
love.
willing to be proven wrong. Demon Mama says one study does not make a consensus. Well, I've only seen one study that suggests that the suicide rates go down, and I already talked about
Sure, I'll
that
provide
study.
more.
Sure, that's great, and I would love to read them. That study interviewed 89 people. These were, and it was, we don't know if it was causation or correlation because these people that received that treatment clearly had the support network to be able to get that treatment in the first place. So yes, later in life, they said, I had less suicidal thoughts. We don't know that they would have committed suicide if they don't get this treatment. We don't know if it was the hormone blockers or the puberty blockers that caused them to not have the suicidal side effects, or the fact that they had doctors and family that were clearly closely taking interest in their
Thanks,
situation.
Danny.
We don't
Appreciate
know.
that.
Now, I'm
You're not
willing
just
to
a
look
part
at
of
other
this
studies,
community, you're
but
part
one
of this
study of
team, Danny.
89 people
Thank
doesn't
you.
seem to be enough to outweigh the fact that we're doing something to people's bodies that is would be a serious medical intervention that has serious
all
long-term
good,
consequences
Gay Fish.
such as bone
I always
density,
tell people to trust
psychological
me, but
impacts,
I
and
get
we
it.
could be changing people's life. Again, 80 to 95% of people that experience gender dysphoria, if untreated, will grow out of it. How many people
can't
took these
keep doing
hormone
this to me,
blockers,
Rob.
how many people took these puberty blockers and then they never experienced puberty that would have elsewise said, oh, wait, no, I was just going through a phase.
You can't keep
know.
doing this to me.
Okay.
Sure.
I really have to go to bed at midnight, so we got to throw it over to Demon Mama, and then we're going to have final statements, and I'll announce who won. Okay, Demon Mama.
Yeah. I don't even know what to address here. I guess we're going to go into final statements after this, so I'll take this second to just address something that John brought up before. there's an attempt to fixate on the surgical thing because it is, you know, it's the most shocking, the most extreme version. But as I stated before, it is very exceedingly uncommon at this point for any person who's under the age of 18 and especially under the age of 16 to ever receive it. It's only reserved for the most extreme, most well-vetted cases. And so that part of the law really doesn't matter. It's touching on something that basically doesn't exist. What does matter about this law are the two other the two other major I can't even think of the word that I'm trying to come up with. The two other pieces,
Hormone
which
and
is the puberty blockers, and then the other one, which is denying adult trans people health care, which can happen. It is now legal in the state to deny trans people, for an insurance company to deny trans people health care coverage, which wasn't previously legal. Now it is. And then we didn't even talk about that. But yeah, with regard to the puberty blockers, this is the bigger issue. The bigger issue right now is that there are states that are trying to restrict this, and we just found out that Arkansas is willing to do that, even though the science disagrees with them, and it will continue to disagree with them. We've been studying this stuff forever. The downsides are next to nothing. It's much less risky than almost anything else, and it has massive positive benefits. But I guess that doesn't matter at the end of the day, because, I mean, really, we just witnessed this whole thing. We witnessed Rob come in here and say that he didn't know anything about it, but now he's suddenly an expert on every study that's existed. And we've seen a complete disregard for the actual impact of these things. And also conveniently ignoring the fact that these decisions are not made by medical institutions. These are made by highly, highly politicized, often right-leaning groups that push these things through into law and intervene between the medical treatment of a trans person and their doctor. So, yeah.
Okay, so let's do final statements. We're going to start with Rob.
Okay, yeah. I think that obviously this is a topic that people get emotional about. That's fine. I don't have a problem with that. But at the end of the day, like, my final statement is basically what I just said. It's that there's not a large body of evidence of this. There's clearly disagreement, and we should resist the idea of allowing children to have input on serious, life-changing, life-altering medical decisions. Children as young as 9, 11, things like that we don't trust to make serious decisions about the rest of their life. It's not completely reversible, and we don't know how much influence them getting these puberty blockers leads to them making a decision they elsewise would have not made and would have grown out of if they didn't get these puberty blockers. We know that there's serious side effects of bone density. We know that there's serious side effects with some of the particular medications that were used that would harm people's lives. There is nothing that says that when you turn 16, 17, when you get to be an adult, that you can't make these decisions. There are all sorts of treatments at that point. There are all sorts of surgeries you can get at that point. I fully support anyone who's an adult getting any of these medications or any of these treatments.
Go vote in the poll, everybody.
Necessary.
Go vote in the poll.
However,
the Twitch chat
having
of Dylan's
children
Twitch
do them
chat. Vote,
is a
vote.
huge problem. And you can see the slippery slope we're leading to,
Vaush
where
is
Demon
gonna
Moment
win,
says, yeah,
obviously.
it doesn't matter. We should be able to have the surgeries as well. This is devastating. We could see that I presented evidence from other places that talk about how most of the people grow out of it. I presented evidence from a British source, a British NICE, National Institute of Children something, I forget the name of it, that talked about how there's just not enough body of evidence to show that these puberty blockers are successful. And the study that we've been talking about the whole debate was 89 people who said, yeah, I guess I felt less suicidal after I got the puberty blockers. Maybe there's more studies out there. I would be interested to see.
If you're watching, go to twitch.tv/DylanBurns TV and vote.
Going down to we're having these serious medical interventions for children, and it's something we should strongly resist, because if it turns out that they're wrong, they have just sanctioned doctors ruining the lives of countless children, and that would be devastating.
Next is going to be John Burk.
This is absurdity.
Oh, yeah. Well, for starters, Dylan, thank you for the invite, man. Thank you for always coming over on mine as well. Thank you for being an amazing moderator tonight, man. A lot of love there. Vaush, always a pleasure, sir. It's the first time getting to actually have a conversation with you. Heard a lot about you. Certainly not. I'm sorry. It's been a long freaking day, and I'm tired. It's been very nice to have a conversation with you.
You were going to say you heard bad things, weren't you?
No. I said you certainly lived up to the expectation I had in regards to just how intelligent you are. I would love to have more conversations with you in the future, because I think there's just I love talking to people that I probably don't agree with, but at least they're able to explain their point in a very intelligent manner that does make me think, and I do appreciate
Slippery
that.
slope is a fallacy.
Demon Mama, I know we're probably not going to see eye to eye on a lot of things. I don't hate you. I want nothing but the best for you, and to have access to the same human rights as every other American in this country. But yeah,
Thanks.
And then Rob, as always, my man, always a pleasure being on here with you as well. Love the points you make. And yeah, that's all I got to say. So thank you for inviting me.
Okay. Now I'm going to throw it over to Vaush.
Yeah, It was always a pleasure. I appreciate these conversations. I thought that we actually were able to get a lot of really interesting discussion out of this, which I appreciate. I didn't feel like it was too circle jerky at any point. To anyone who's still on the fence about like the child transitioning thing, I understand that it's a fairly complicated and I guess intuitively, I don't know, concerning topic, but there is a lot of data out there on it, and I would encourage you to look at it, maybe segmented, you know, bit by bit, puberty blockers at first, because a lot of the stuff there, I mean, hey, listen, okay, I'll sell you on a different argument, okay? Not just is it cool and seems to be medically functional, we're laying into transhumanism soon, okay? Trans people are on the forefront, okay? They're the vanguard of this, because we are getting better and better and better at making people the way they want to be, and I think that's phenomenal. I really do. Anyway, so that's great. Hopefully it's
thank you, Val.
better
9.
than Cyberpunk 2077
Appreciate it.
was. Dylan, thank you very much. I appreciate you hosting this as always. You look lovely in your robe. John and Rob, thank you both for taking the time to talk with me. Demon Mama, you know we buds, so doesn't even need to be said. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, that's I cede my ending bit.
Okay. I'm now going to send it over to Demon Mama for the last statement.
Appreciate that. Yeah, this is a pretty heavy issue for me. And I get pretty frustrated when I see the level of sort of blatant and willful misinformation, the rattling off of lies and misinterpretations. It really, really annoys me. And it annoys me because I have to live every single life, not only knowing that a lot of this stuff could eventually affect me, but that will affect people that I care about deeply. And I've watched this. I've watched this for decades. I've watched this for my whole life. I've watched us, trans people in the trans community make very minor wins and then have those things stolen away from us. And then we're told that we're irrational or screeching or mean or whatever when we try to fight back. And, I get used to it. It happened on the last panel I was on. And of course, immediately afterwards, I was subjected with thousands and thousands of comments about how I'm a horrible monster, not a woman, and all of these other things. And it's just another day in the life of being a trans person in America. And this panel really displayed exactly what I'm talking about. There's a complete disregard for any actual seeking of truth. It's all just concern trolling all the way down. And these types of laws are fueled at the end of the day by bigotry, and they come at the cost of trans lives. And that's why I get pretty worked up about it. And also why I get so mad when people come onto public platforms, state that they don't know anything about it, and then rattle off a bunch of pre-prepared NPC-like points. It is very annoying. It's very annoying because it affects me and it affects the people I care about the most. And if it bothers you that I get mad about this, well, with all due respect, die mad. And that's all. Trans rights and trans thriving forever.
Wait,
Thank you.
You said you care about people dying, but then you tell someone to die?
Yep.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
I said die mad. Everyone's going to die.
Still die, though.
I'm waiting for
She could be saying, like, when you're 98, surrounded by your family, like the last second
do you know
before
what the term
death takes you.
Die mad is a common slang term. I know you might not be caught up with the youngins these days, but yeah, it's something that people say. Yeah.
I kind of have my own thing going on right now. I'm not hip. I'm not with it, I guess.
Fair enough. Yeah.
This is interesting. This is an interesting result. Okay. I have the results.
Let's find out, everybody.
Are you all interested in hearing what the results are?
Sure.
More pause, champ. Everyone in chat.
The way the voting worked is there's 3 rounds. Each round, there are 5 judges who all decide who did like the best during that section. And then you add the 3 rounds up to see who the winner is. The first round was a tie between Vaush and John Burk.
Wow.
The second round, Vaush.
Vaush wins.
The third round.
It's going to be Vaush.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Am I reading this right?
Vaush is ready for it. He's ready to get up.
It's
It's gonna be Destiny or something. It's gonna be soaked on left.
And still the Hippy Dippy champion. Vaush wins the third round, meaning he retains the championship.
Thank you for taking that
Congratulations.
bribe, Dylan.
Congratulations.
Bring it in. There we
Told you,
go.
everybody. I want to recount.
Wonderful.
Banging
Stop the
Chads.
steal. Bring it in. There we go. Hold on. How fat am I? Let's find out, huh? There we go.
Happy to see.
Still got it. Oh, wait. I don't even have it on. There we go.
Does it help keep your pants up? Will it fit through a loop?
It does look good on Vaush.
Depends on the loop, huh?
It has the little clicky things. It clicks it together, holds it in place.
It's actually a really nice belt. Like,
It looks good.
unironically.
Each single little plate is custom designed with a different thing that represents either Twitch, YouTube, mics, the world, etc.
I can do it. Hold on. Bring it in. Yeah, there we go. Oh, yeah? You say I'm fat, huh? That's 4 notches in. Last time I did this, it was 3. How about that, huh? Yeah.
Look at him. The retaining champion. For anybody who wants to see how the votes went for the specific rounds, that will be posted publicly on Twitter later. And I can tell you the amount of detail some of these judges sent me in documents after the fact to how they actually judge each round. We're really improving the game on how the judging system works. I'm happy to see Vaush retain. For anybody else, last comments before I ask Vaush what he wants to do next as champion. Rob Noerr, what do you have to say?
Oh, just thanks for having me on. I really appreciate it. We do debates on Wednesday if anyone's interested. Normal debates. Other than that, you can find me pretty much every night live streaming on Rob Noerr on Twitch or other places. 8 p.m. Eastern time. Only on weekdays though. Weekends I take off usually. So thanks so much.
Wonderful. Next is going to be Demon Mama.
Oh yeah, Vaush, congratulations. As always, the reigning
all
king
bribes
of debate. Congratulations.
And John Burk as the only person who tied around with Vaush today.
I think Rob did far better than I did. I think Rob did way better. For me, it was a learning experience. I like getting to listen to other people with very good intellectual background or intellectual solid points to at least get me thinking about things. So yeah, I was a little bit quiet. I still have a lot to process after this, a lot to think about, but doesn't mean I'm going to agree. But I do at least want to give it some consideration. So, but thank you for at least having me on here and having these good debates. I love this.
Happy to hear it. And
holy
Vaush,
shit, Crabe.
You're the retaining champion.
Holy shit, Crabe.
What's next for you?
What the fuck?
Well, now that I've beaten Bloodborne, and that's kind of the whole reason I got into this, I'm probably going to be deleting
I will give you a special shout out after
so
this.
this
Thank
was
you
kind of a
so
last
much.
hurrah for me.
Holy moly.
I'm going off the grid now. No, you know what's next? You know who I want you to get on here? Get Jordan Peterson on here, okay? I've got to beef with that guy, all right? Make it happen. You're the youngest foreign policy advisor in all of American history. You can do it.
Jordan Peterson. You're challenging Jordan Peterson for the Hippy Dippy Championship?
I'm challenging Jordan Peterson, okay? We're gonna talk about a lot of stuff, all right?
Wow. Well, I'll do my best.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Holy
Jordan
shit,
Peterson
Craig.
via Vaush, coming to a theater near you 2040. Thank you very much. Thank you to everybody for tuning in. And you may all leave. Thank you again for coming in. Vaush is the retaining champion. We'll see the fallout on Monday as we look at tear through the different analysis of the debate. See you guys later.
Yes. Thank you all very much. Everyone have a wonderful evening.
You too.
See ya.
Where am I at here? Oh.
Well, everyone, we knew that was how it was going to go, didn't we? I told you that at the beginning. But we tried, and I fought my hardest. Oh, I fought my hardest. That I did. That much I did. Give me just a minute here. I just want to get this open back up, get all my stuff back set. Damn, we got a lot of viewers. I fought like a demon, as always. I always do, always have, always will. I will continue fighting, as always. By the way, real quick, Crabe, thank you so very much for the incredibly generous 100 gifted tier 1 subs. Holy shit. That was a rough panel. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. I knew it was gonna be like this. Listen, everybody. Let me just tell you something real quick, okay? Can we just take a minute and just talk about something? Every single time I show, oh yeah, I'm gonna give Crabe a fancy name. Absolutely. Aw, thank you very much, Vermin. Appreciate that. Thank you for all the donos. I'll try to go through the donos. That gift was incredible, Crabe. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all of your support. If you're not subbed to me, please do sub to me. I would really, really like that. Would love to show you all the great content that I'm going to make. Yeah, I'm actually really surprised. I mean, I don't know. Every time I go on a panel, I know that there's a very good chance that not only will I be ignored, disrespected, I don't need to politically canvass right now. It's too much for me. I'm too weak. To be completely honest, that is true. I'm not at that point in my life yet where I can handle that. Just can't. It's too much. I do so much work for this, but someday maybe. Someday I'll get to the point maybe where my stream is a little more stable and we'll do that. But for now, it's not in the cards. So, that was exhausting, and I get very, very, very frustrated when, I remember that if you show even the smallest bit of even the most justified anger, you will not be treated with respect. That Rob Noerr can walk up onto a stage and make comparisons between a PowerPoint that has some words in it that he doesn't like and conversion therapy, which is literal torture. Very, very frustrating. I know they do. They weigh civility from men heavily. I mean, they weigh civility from women heavily. There is no way that I ever would have won that, you know? Like, I hate to say it, but I knew there was no way that I could win this debate. There's no way. It's not possible. It is not currently possible. Maybe someday. Vaush is kind of performance reviewing. I'll catch that tomorrow. I don't think I'd really enjoy watching that right now, to be completely honest. I'll check that out in a bit. Thank you all for your donos. Really appreciate that. How do you define winning a debate? It's not about winning the debate. These are popularity contests. These are. Yo, I appreciate that, Vermin. Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. It's just, I'm not trying to say that, like, I don't think that Vaush is going to tear into me. It's just like getting away from the debate. That was really exhausting, Vermin. Like, I'm not going to lie. I'm pretty tough against this kind of stuff, but that was pretty fucking exhausting. Literally watching as every time I open my mouth, I get two different dudes jumping down my throat. Every time Vaush talks, just dead silence. And that's not Vaush's fault, by the way. That is not Vaush's fault. I think Vaush was supremely kind to me, and I appreciate that Vaush called some people out. But this is just a reality. We know Dylan's chat hates my guts. We know that most of the mods, most of the people who would be judging this in this space hate my guts. It is what it is. Uncle Gumbald, it's part of the deal. I know what I get myself into. I know what I get myself into in this. I've known this from the day that I first ever appeared on a panel. It's rough. It's fucking rough. This is why I tell people that it's not nice. Because the Dylan crowd is like 40% overlap with DGG. Not to be parasocial weird, I'm disappointed, obviously. I wanted to win so bad. I really wanted to win. I put a lot of work into winning. I've been putting a lot of work into this. Of course I wanted to win. But I knew there was a good chance I wasn't going to win. Okay? And so, yeah, I'm a little disappointed, obviously. I would be lying if I wasn't. Hey, see you soon, Blablato. I hope you have fun over there. Appreciate that, Prime. And I really appreciate the love that you're all tossing over my way. Yeah, I'm being very emotional. It's par for the course, aristocracy. Literally, I've talked about this 100 times. I'll talk about it 1,000,000 times over again. I know how this works. I know how this shit works. And yeah, I would be lying if I said that I wasn't a little disappointed, because I really did want that. Yeah, I hope I did good by you imps. Yeah, I try to bring you guys an entertaining show. I'm sure it was entertaining in one way or another. I did get unironically frustrated by the end. The second topic was where it started to happen, and the third topic, I may as well have not been there. You made a meme in case I lost? Let's take a look. True. This is true. Oh, now I'm going to cry, though. Now I'm going to cry. This movie used to make me cry really hard, but that's true. I'll be with you even if you can't see me. It's true. Damn. I'm not dying, 85D2D Derek. Jesus Christ, I'm not dying. Whew. I'm not dying. I'm not dead. Jesus Christ. Oof, though. This does sting, I will say. It stings to lose. But come on. Everybody, let's be real here. Let's take a minute. Me, a little fucking... Thank you, Sparkly Void. Really appreciate it. Hyun, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And we'll see. Yeah, you're welcome. No problem, Hyun. I appreciate all the love. It means the world to me. It does. Well, I wasn't really an accepted offer. It just kind of happened. I think I educated a lot of people, but maybe I failed. I try, but it's very, very hard. It's really hard when you go up against propagandists like Rob. Nah, Nibiru, I don't think so. I think it would have been great to go up against Vaush 1v1. I'm not sure, Posadist. I'll check. Yeah, just remember. Just remember, everybody. Me... I've somehow rocketed up to 500 views, 500 viewers. That is unbelievable, honestly. Absolutely fucking unbelievable. Thank you so much. Stefani, thank you so much for the incredibly generous $50. Oh my God. And I still need to do a special shout out to Crabe. Crabe donated 100 tier 1 subs. Unbelievable. Defending your existence sucks. You are actually great with not being emotional. I tried. Debrief with Vaush? I don't know. Is Vaush want to do a debrief? Maybe. Yeah, I know. A lot of people felt that. I know, because it's true. Because it was true. But it's all right. Yeah, because it's true. It's true. Aw, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Lynn the Potato Cat. Yeah, they don't like me. I told you. I'm not lying about that. Sometimes I make a show about stuff, but it's true. They don't like me. Thank you so much, Eccentric Mudkip. I really appreciate that. Vaush is debriefing. Oh, cool. I don't know, Bob Coomer. That was Dylan's decision. Simone, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. Bat Canary, thank you so much. You almost tied Vaush in the fan vote. Wow, that's wild. I know the imps are very passionate. That makes me happy because I'm passionate about you all. It's true. I'm passionate about you all. I'm always going to bring you the best stuff. You're like the Undertaker. You transcend title belts. You don't need them. Belts are for dumb fucks. Nah. Listen, I'm not that good yet. I still wanted the belt. I'm still subject to human desires or to sinful desires. Okay. Yeah, I'll talk with Vaush tomorrow night. Sure. Yeah, I'll talk with him tomorrow night. Sure thing. Yeah, I'm not streaming tomorrow night, but I'll pop onto his stream. Absolutely. Yeah, that'd be cool as fuck. Yeah, that sounds great. I'll review it a little bit. Nah, I don't need my own belt. We'll get one. I don't think I did at some points Neuron Fire, but that's because, but let's be honest. There's a reason for that. Oh, thank you so much, Lawboy named Troy. Really appreciate that. There's a couple of things that happened. One, it's very hard to get your points in when no one will talk to you. And you'll notice that I did not get addressed except for to be insulted at almost any point. Multiple people asked questions of Vaush. And that means that Vaush gets to make the points before I do. Aw, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I really appreciate that. And Vaush, you all know of all people. Absolutely, I'd be totally down for that, Vermin. And much love to Vaush as well. You know I love Vaush. You know that. Thank you so much, Mr. Feeney. Holy shit, thank you so much. You're all being so generous. I will be doing something nice to myself. I'm going to be drinking some beer and chilling. Aw, that's so much love. Well, I love Vaush too. There you go. Bing, little heart. Yeah, seriously. At the end of the day, there was just remember, at the end of the day, there's this one little thing, okay, that I want to say. 1 year ago, Vaush and I met up in person, yeah? And I said I was going to start streaming, and he told me to do it. Oh, would you pick up takeout? Oh my God, that'd be so good. Wait, how late is it right now? It's 9:17. Is Ezel's still open? Ezel's would be so good. Also, Gynotype, would you pick up an infused joint from the weed store? I would fucking love that shit. I would fucking love a nice fucking power joint. Oh, thank you, Neverek. I try to do my best. And I'm only going to... by the way, this is not like the end of the Demon Mama arc. This is still the beginning of Season 2. This is just the beginning of Season 2. Hey, thank you, Adam. Let me see if I missed it. Let me see if I missed something. Oh my God, I missed a couple. Thank you so much. Everybody who... the super chats, thank you so much. Meadowsweet, thank you so much. Adam Flores, holy shit. I don't know why my super chats aren't coming through. Thank you so fucking much, Adam Flores. Holy shit. Thank you, Meadowsweet. Thank you, Fundum Hero. Thank you so very much. Holy shit, so much love. Oh my God. Thank you all so very much. This was just Season 2, Episode 1. Look at all the love. Seriously, my God, it's so much love. Holy shit, thank you so much. I'm gonna put this to good use, by the way. I just got a fucking awesome ass hat I'm gonna wear on stream. Y'all are gonna be amazed. I'm also gonna be getting some nice little cool trinkets to keep this backdrop nice and sweet. And I'm gonna be upgrading this thing soon. This fucking terrible thing. Yeah, people don't... I know I'm aggressive. Yeah, it's still happening, but it's calmed down. He's banned off of almost every platform now. I think he got taken off of yes, they can, of course. Well, this mic is great, but it's this mic holder that sucks. I'm keeping my mic. My mic is great. I'm going to be getting a new mic holder. Yeah. Hey, I mean, I appreciate you all watching me. No, this mic is fantastic. I love this mic. You seemed more aggressive than you were because they overreacted. I mean, they did. That's the thing, right? They can do that. They have the luxury of overreacting to anything. Anytime I said even the slightest thing that came off as mad, they freaked out. Has anyone criticized my optics in good or bad faith? Yes, extensively. All I get is critiques of my optics. All that I get is critiques. I promise you. Listen, guys, let me just tell you something. No, okay, I am getting a lot of love tonight. I'll say that much, but I promise you. Yeah, I am slowly. Thank you so much, the Unit Chain DM, and thank you for Serene Sensei. Okay, yeah, I might need help, Danny, because I haven't been able to find one. Most of, like, I get a lot of critique, okay? Everyone, I promise you, I see so much critique. You can't even believe it. I promise you. Hey, thank you so much, Snowfison. Really appreciate that. Damn. Yeah, I have my own, yeah, exactly. I got my own Tone Police precinct. Biblical again? Maybe at some point. Oh my God, that's so awesome now, Janota. I'm gonna keep fighting, don't you worry. Why didn't you end up doing the 1v1 against Vaush? It just changed. That's just how it went. Dylan's audience doesn't like the idea of a 1v1 between me and Vaush, so we got this. It's all good. Yeah, well, Dylan can do what he wants. It's his show. He's the, whoa, that'd be awesome. More monkey game? Nah, I don't think so. I think I'm done with that one. I think it would have been fantastic, Snofison. People underestimate how good of a conversation I could have with Vaush. It would have been super entertaining. We had a lot of things to talk about. I know that people think that we can't disagree on anything, but we actually do have some disagreements. It would have been super, super interesting. People got to have some faith in me, you know? Listen, I've blown up. I'm at 530 viewers somehow. By the way, listen, I'm sorry to do this, but today was a hard fight. So I would love If you thought that today was Pog, this ain't even the best content I do. This isn't even the best. Sub to my YouTube, join my Discord. Discord.gg/Demon Mama. The Discord is fucking incredible. I'm not kidding you. We have an amazing Discord. And subscribe to my YouTube, because my YouTube is where I post everything, including this. Now, I do stream to multiple platforms. I'm sure some people did. Yeah. Yo, thank you so much, Rory Blue. Happy to hear that. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that chat, too. Do I like tactical RPGs? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. You would unironically like to see me host a panel? Maybe. Check OK Buddy Mama. Do we have a lot of memes on OK Buddy Mama? Let's check. We'll do an OK Buddy Mama segment real quick. That'll be fun. But anyway, what I was going to say is, listen, I want to, thank you so much, Mr. Mellon. Really, really appreciate that. Thank you. Check by new. Okay, we'll do. I will say, obviously, I would be lying if I didn't say I wasn't a little disheartened by all of that. Oh, 100% aristocracy. Anytime you want to work together, we got it. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I wouldn't be. I would be lying if I said that it didn't you know, make me feel a little sad. I worked really hard for this, and I really wanted to win it. But there's always the future, and I'm not. Do I look like the type that gets beaten easily? Huh? Do I look like that type? After the beating, you saw me fucking tank? Did you see me tank through all that shit? I was pulling heat from every single direction. And fucking bing, 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 nothing touches my HP. So sure, maybe a couple of HP points did flip off here or there. But I'm not even close to done. And they all know that. And that's why they freak out so hard, by the way. Yeah, it's what's it called? Ultimate Instinct. I almost lost my shit on Rob. Okay, so some things I think, you have to call it out, Rory Blue. There's almost nothing you can do, right? That's hard. It's very difficult. It's super, super difficult to, it's super, super difficult to deal with somebody like Rob who just fires out a bunch of points over and over. Hey, thank you so much, Ico Rules. Really, really appreciate that. Managed to survive that crazy rant from John. I think you can survive anything. Maybe. Yeah, the loop was, I mean, I told you, Rob learned from the school of Rush Limbaugh. Yeah, it was so tiring. It was an NPC. Fucking rap god NPC. Yeah, of course he was. Hey, thank you so much. Getting robbed is starting to take on a whole different meaning. Thank you so much for the bits. Really appreciate that. Trying to keep track on top of everything. Is there anything I will do different when I face Rob again? I don't know when I'm going to face Rob again. There's a couple of things that I would do differently. The first thing that I would do differently is I fucked up a couple of my lines because I didn't know how to follow up from what Vaush said. Vaush is really, really good at debating these things. By the way, one thing that did bother me just a tiny bit, and again, this is not at Vaush, but people were like, oh, you're just repeating Vaush's points. It's like, no. And that's why I said that thing about Vaush's points came from the blood of my trans fucking siblings. You know that? Because Vaush didn't invent these arguments. Vaush just put them together. Just like I would do. So that annoyed me, but I understand that was what they were trying to do. It wasn't a matter of me speaking first. Wait, hold on. When I start the segment. That's great. But also, again, it's super, super, super hard. It's super, super hard to, that'd be great. That would be super great. Radical Left. I'd love that. If you're willing to do that, I'll give you, if you do that, if you give me that sort of analytics, I will give you a free nitro. No joke. It's just, it is a little silly. Yeah, I'll be speaking. I'll talk with Vaush tomorrow. Hell, maybe I'll even do a bonus stream tomorrow just to talk to Vaush. Totally worth it. Yeah, absolutely. Give the imps some bonus meat. Shake things up a little bit. Oh, you know I'm gonna. Did it go well? It was interesting. It was a little painful. I can understand that. I mean, again, at the end of the day, there is this, okay? Let's talk about this real quick because they didn't like me. Yeah, they don't like me. These people, but that's because everybody here except for, well, John Burk doesn't really have a history with me, but Rob does. What's this? Let's see what this is. I got a clip. You got a clip for me? What's this clip? Let's take a look. Let's watch this clip together. I love clips. Let's watch a clip, all right?
Snowman's Sky? Yes. Oh, God. Pull up!
Uh-oh.
That's why we put the suit on before flying. Oh.
Uh-oh.
That's why we put the suit on before flying.
True, Bromine Lucid. That's true. Hey, wake me up
Plan
inside
from
666.
beginning.
Oh, it blew up! This game looks cool. What is this game? Is this Outer Wilds, right? Oh, that looks so cool. What the fuck? I've never even heard. I've heard of this game, but I've never played it. Oh, it's so cool. That looks awesome. Maybe I'll play that game at some point. It's amazing. Yeah, I've heard it's good. Have I started FMAO 3? Not yet. Wake me up inside? Yeah, I know. Everybody tells me that I come off as very aggressive. I know. I catch you. I get you. I know. Everybody in the world has told me how aggressive I am. Uh-huh. Cover this on stream? What is this? No, I don't want to do that. No, Occam's Blazer, I don't want to do that. I take others' views personally. Hey, wake me up on side. You want to talk with me? Why don't you come on? I would love to talk with you right now. Why don't you come on here and talk with me? I would love it. I would love to feed my imps some bonus content. Come on up. Come on, Wake Me Up Inside. Get on into the Discord. Somebody help Wake Me Up Inside get in the Discord right now. Somebody. I've been wrecked. Anarcho-Bidenism. Damn. Thank you. Let's see. Let's get this up and running. Where's this person? Where are they? Tell them to get in here. It's discord.gg/demon mama. You got to click the imp to verify and we'll talk, all right? We'll talk. I'd love to hear you. Yeah. Isn't it great, Gare Bear? I love my imps. My imps are incredible. They're amazing. Imps are so wonderful. They're cute. They're strong. They're fiery. They're little troublemakers. I love it. See you soon, Nibiru. Yeah, I know Snowfinson. I know that. It's just, it's one of those things. It's like people love to hate me. And you know, sometimes I wish people would just love me. But I get it. I'm gay? Yeah, me too. It's all right. We'll get here. I just wish all... Oh, look at this meme. Look, we got a Crabe meme. We got a Crabe meme. Hot and fresh. By the way, thank you, Jesse Van Wee and Elizabeth Duplantier. Thank you so much. Seriously, so much for your kind donations. Everybody's been... Look at this. I wish all Crabe a very thank you. Thank you, Crabe. Seriously. I wish all Crabe a very thank you as well. It means the world to me. Means the world. Thank you, Crabe. Here's the article Rob was referring to, which later states the methodology of those studies is very flawed because they didn't study gender identity. I know. Oh my God, it's so annoying. I know. It's so fucking annoying. So fucking annoying. All right. So, you low-key want to make an Imsona? Do it. Elizabeth Duplantier. Did I say it wrong? Elizabeth Duplantier. There you go. My French pronunciation has been fugged lately because I haven't learned French ever. Imsonas would be cool as hell. See? They'd be pog as hell. Crabe, thank you so much. Seriously. Means the world. Duplantier. Oh, that's cute. Okay, Duplantier. Yeah, I'm pretty tough. You know, I'm pretty tough. Yeah. It is really bad. Yeah, if you go into the waiting room, if you want to talk with me, get in the waiting room and then I'll bring you in and we'll talk, okay? We'll talk. Yeah, listen, the funny thing is I'm usually actually okay, I'm a little aggressive, but I'm not as aggressive as a lot of people think. Go watch, if you want to know aggressive, go watch old Vaush debates. Please. I challenge you. Go watch an old Vaush debate. Watch a Destiny debate. Just once. Just go watch one of those and you will see aggression that's like 10 times more. People do overrate my aggression. 90% of my content is super chill and not aggressive at all. Oh God. Oh God, everybody's in the waiting room. What the fuck? It's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I like aggression. That's why, but I don't know. I don't know. Sometimes people just like to pretend they don't like aggression because, I don't know, it's bad or something. Oh my God. That said, let me just be a little positive for a moment. Vaush killed it. Okay? Vaush fucking killed it tonight. I gotta say, he did really good. Now, I don't know if he could have done it without me, but he did really good. And of course, I'm still a fan of Vaush. How could I not be? Let's be real. Come on. Well, I'm ready to debate and talk with that person who wanted to talk with me. Who was the person? Who was the person that wanted to debate? I don't want to just talk. I don't want. I don't think he phoned it in. I think he did good. Wake Me Up Inside, I think is their name. I don't know what their other name is. Who was the pussy that kept crying about being bullied? That would be John Burk. Well, remember, there's just a certain... Aww, this is a good meme. Aww, corporate needs you to find the difference between this picture and this picture. A freaking awesome and beautiful person. They're the same picture. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Oh my God, that's so cute. Thank you. That's so cute. Who made this one? This would be Mother Mere Set. Oh, I gotta give this. Demon Mama meme, Mother Mere Set. I always save these. Thank you so much. That's so nice. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this top I haven't worn. I don't think I've ever worn this one on stream, believe it or not. Maybe once or twice. Hello, base department. Evidence Demon Mama is overly aggressive is that clip? Which clip? Which clip? This clip? Which clip? What clip? Hey, thank you, AD5D2D Derek. Thank you so much. Where the fuck is this? What clip? Also, I really want this person to show up. Oof. Whoa, tons of follows. Thank you so much for all the follows, everybody. Thank you so much for all the follows. Wait, are we getting like, did we get hosted or something? Did we get hosted? Did I miss a host? Thank you for all of you coming in. Please be sure to follow my YouTube. Follow my YouTube as well, please. The YouTube, yes. The YouTube is where all of my videos go up, so make sure you follow that YouTube. You're on PC, that's okay. It doesn't matter which platform you're on, just get in the Discord. Thank you so much for all the follows. Really appreciate all these. Oh yes, and the Discord, yes. My Discord, Demon Mama, discord.gg/Demon Mama. Here, I think I can do a command in Twitch chat. Look at all these people in Twitch chat. Wait, exclamation YouTube. Bam. Ah! There it goes. There you go. There's the link right there. Click that linky. Just click and subscribe. You won't regret it. I do fucking amazing content, and the stuff up there is amazing. Oh, am I getting bot spammed? Oh, am I getting bot spammed? Oh, I'm getting bot spammed. Oh, I hate this. I hate that so much. God, it never ends. Oh. You did the praxis? What praxis? Let's see what praxis. What's the praxis? Oh, hey, thank you, Tree Dad. Really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Let's find out what this praxis is. We got the praxis in here. Wait, I can't see it. It's private. I can't see it. I can't see that link. I can't see the praxis. But thank you. I can't see the praxis. God damn it. Oh, thank you, Ziliad. Well, no, wait. I was gonna, hold on. I don't know. I'm overwhelmed. There's somebody who's supposed to come in and tell me something about how wrong I am or something. Jesus Christ. Somebody, no, this has happened many times, Humphead Sassy. I get bot bombed all the time. Yeah, it's probably, yeah, it happens all the time. What does that emote mean? It is Fawn. That is Fawn's fursona. Fawn's little fursona, Eloise, smoking a joint, offering you a joint, passing you the boof. Why do people bot spam me? Because they hate me. You made my praxis public? Sick. What do we have to do to talk to me? Okay, well, listen. I'm going to do call-in streams in the future, but I just thought there was going to be a debate, and now it's becoming, like, really problematic. It's, like, becoming a huge problem. All right, I'm going to bring you both on real quick, and we'll just talk real quick. There you go. Here, I'll bring you both on. Here. Hello, hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Oh, hello.
Sorry, hold on. Okay, I fixed it. Hello.
Why did you move? Yeah, I can hear you.
I don't know, cause didn't you want to say something to me or no?
Look, I want to piggyback. I want to piggyback from the debate you had yesterday.
No, we're not doing.
All right. I feel like we should be able to fucking shoot the people who jumped the line in Walgreens. Like fuck these people. I feel we should be able to kill them all. And
you mean in Call of Duty? In Call of Duty, the Call of Duty. No.
I'm sorry. I have to view Occam. Occam is drunk right now, so none of the statements they say.
We were talking about Call of Duty, the Walgreens. It's in Call of Duty. People call it's the pharmacy. Actually, the zone is called the pharmacy.
Yeah. Listen, Twitch. Okay, we love Occam, and then they have stated on record that they are very
great.
drunk.
They're great.
So please disregard any statements they made. And I was just the moderator, ready to move someone in and brief them.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cause any further trouble. Yeah, I'll move you back out. If we can get this person in, that'd be great.
Also, one more thing, Demon Mama.
Yes.
Oh yeah, as the winner of the Demon Mama Casino on Twitch, I made let's just say a lot of people lost a lot of channel points.
Oof, I'm so sorry. It's okay, trust me. I promise you that your channel point loss is nothing compared to the type of the loss that I'm feeling right now.
I won the casino.
I know you run it. House always wins. Points. Thank you, Ania. Really appreciate that.
Okay, I'll just make sure Occam is okay later.
All right.
Also do an Okay Buddy Mama now.
Okay, I'll do an Okay Buddy Mama before I end the stream. Don't worry. I won't keep promising. I can't. Okay, yeah, we're waiting for one person. Oh my god, this bot spam is so ridiculous. It's actually destroying Twitch chat. It's okay. Everyone, don't worry. I will be doing a call-in stream, okay? I will be doing a call-in stream in the future. I promise. I promise you. I will be. When we hit 10K, I always do a call-in stream for each major milestone, so we'll do one. But right now, this person wanted to debate me, and they're still not coming in. So I'm about to, like, keeps logging into the wrong Discord. Who cares? Just go in and talk. Just go in and talk. Who cares? Okay, until then, I know you're willing to debate me. Hexogram, you're always willing to debate me. No offense, but you're always willing to debate me. I get you, okay? I get you. I get it. Dylan, well, guess what? I'm not fucking Dylan. You're watching me, aren't you? Where's Okay Buddy Mama? Here we go. Okay Buddy Mama. Here we go. Let's go in here. Let's take a look at some of the Okay Buddy Mama memes while I wait for this shit to work out. Here we go. Here we are. We're on Okay Buddy Mama. Will Demon Mama win the Hippy Dippy belt? 94%. Yeah, she's going to take the W. No, sadly. Oof! I'm so sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry. Oh, God. Sniping's a good job, mate. Windleby banning chuds. True! Penness mean, I love owning a casino. Me running the Demon Mama casino on Twitch. True, though. Oh, damn, though. Doo-doo fart. True! Damn, these are some okay buddy memes. Holy shit, Gay Fesh. Don't worry. You'll get them back. I promise you. This one's really good. Demon Mama mod team. What the imps think we do. What chuds think we do. What other communities think we do. What Demon Mama thinks we do. What we think we do. What we actually do. Unmute site chat name. True, though. Oh my god. You're in? You're in? Are we gonna talk? Okay, now get in the voice channel. Wake me up inside. Okay, now get in the waiting room. You gotta verify and then get in the waiting room. Okay? We're so close. So close. Okay Buddy Mama. Let's get back to the Okay Buddy memes. This is a great meme, but I can't watch it again yet. It's not been long enough. This meme is amazing. We'll watch it again in the future. All right? Okay. All right, bring him in. Bring him in. Bring him in. Whoever it is. Is this on the gay spectrum? Is that who it is? Hello. Hello. Are you Wake the 666?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, cool. All right. So, what name would you like me to list you as, and what are your pronouns?
You could just call me Lana. I go by she, her. And I'm sorry if I'm really quiet. I just had like surgery today and they had to like put like an intubation tube. So.
Oh my God, you need to be resting. What the fuck are you doing arguing with a dumb shit like me at this time of night? You gotta be resting.
I don't know. You know, I have no other hobbies.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I was like watching you and I've watched you before and I watch a lot of Twitch streamers and like
cool.
You're really cool and like I like watching your YouTube channel and I like the things you talk about.
Sick.
But sometimes when you're debates I'm like, "Oh, you're so close, but you just like it's really difficult." But yeah.
So close, but what?
I think like obviously like I agree with a lot of your ideas. Like I'm really left and stuff. But like, for example, like I was watching you with Vaush and that Rob guy and John or whatever. Yeah. And I feel really bad because like, okay, have you ever seen like, did you watch like the debate with Kamala Harris and, oh my God.
Oh yeah.
Former VP.
Yeah.
I can't think of his name.
Mike Pence?
Yeah. So like Kamala Harris is obviously fucking right. Like I would say we probably both agree with her, obviously a lot more than Pence. But the problem is like, and it's not to say that she shouldn't be judged based on like being a black woman, right? Like obviously like we need to get rid of that. Yeah. But it sucks because she is a black woman, like she has a lot higher standard of like what is like conduct. And also like so like you're the only woman on the panel, and even though it's wrong, you come off as really aggressive, and then it's like difficult for you to talk to people because you'll end up talking past each other so often. And like, it would be one thing if you just disagree, but the problem is like you'll get to the point where I feel like neither of you are hearing each other, and it makes it a lot harder on your end. And it is because of discrimination, and that's not fair.
I hear
But,
them loud and
like,
clear.
you know what I'm saying?
You know, at the end of the day, yeah, I hear what you're saying. But the difference between me and Kamala Harris is that Kamala Harris is trying to be vice president, and I'm not.
That's fair.
And
That's fair. But in a debate, there is
Yeah,
a
but-
different set of conduct than when you're talking about
Maybe.
someone. Is
but
that
this
fair?
isn't. I mean, yeah, but this isn't just your everyday debate. This is blood sports. I just acknowledge that the table is never going to be fair. I've been kicking ass and taking names in the fucking politics blood sports bullshit for over a year. Nothing that I do, no matter how nice I am, will ever win me. I'm just not going to win. I know how that goes. I know how it goes. But I'm here to win something else, you know? I'm not here to win, let's be real, I'm not here to win a belt. I'm here to win all the imps. That's what I'm trying to do.
All the what?
All the imps. I'm trying to win all the imps. Yeah, those are my imps. Hell's numbers swell greater and greater by the day. And that's what I'm here for. I'm here to reach out to people, to make people laugh, to make people learn, and to show people that it is actually possible to stand in the face of these motherfuckers and not have to be all, to change yourself for them. And does that mean that maybe there's some cases where I'll lose a little bit on optics? Yeah, but there's no winning those optics. No matter what.
Okay.
Here's the deal. Let me just tell you something real quick. Because if I went into that conversation, when I walked into that room, Dylan's chat hated me already. They already hated me. Yeah? So I know this. I know this because I spend time there in my time off, and I see what they say about me when they think I'm not around. I know how many people hate my guts in the online sphere, and at the end of the day, I know because I've done it before. Just so you know, I don't know how much of my content you've watched, but most of the time, a vast majority of the time, I'm super chill. I'm like the nicest person you can possibly imagine. If you don't believe me, ask Aiko, ask Aristocracy, ask people who've had long conversations. I'm like the fucking chillest person in the world. But when I'm in a debate, no matter how nice I am, it's not going to happen. I know that. I've learned from experience. And so
there's a different card you can play. Right? So in debates, okay. So like Vaush, okay, would you agree with me that Vaush is one of the better debaters on the left?
Oh yeah, he's probably the best, yeah.
So he
Besides
used
me.
to be so he would definitely come off as uber aggressive a lot of times. And over the time that he got popular, he did tone down a lot. And like he's gotten very good at like just being very calm, even when people are being actively ignorant and stuff like that. And
Sure.
and that's not to say that like people in random conversations are like, oh, everyone like super niceness or whatever, like stupid white
Yeah.
bullshit. But I think that like I think you can definitely speak in a slightly different way. Like I don't think you'll ever necessarily get all of the audience to agree with you.
I won't get any.
That's never true in a debate.
No, do you want to
But
know? Well, here's where I disagree with you because not only will I not win over the audience, I won't get anything. Because see, the thing that made people love Vaush, and still to this day, by the way, the thing that makes people really love Vaush is that Vaush is willing to go there, that he's willing to call people out, that he's willing to say what everybody in the audience is thinking. That's what I can do too. The problem is that people don't like me. They like me for other reasons. They dislike me for all kinds of reasons. I could do the exact same thing that Vaush does, but you notice also, by the way, that Vaush exploded in popularity in the middle of his most aggressive portions. That aggressive rhetoric is what people love. People love that from me too. It's part of the reason why I've done well as well. It's just it also generates you a lot of enemies. And and if I was to go onto a panel and just play it super nice and play it super, think about the optics all the time and just, tone it down, nobody would remember me because they already barely remember me except for as the person they hate. So I either die in obscurity or I fight tooth and nail and just accept the fact that most everyone's going to hate my guts.
I'm not saying that like you don't have to like push, like especially as like a content creator in general, that you don't have to like push for other people to like notice you and like you and stuff like that. I just think that you could definitely do it in a different way to make your arguments more effective specifically. So for example, there were like specific portions of like your debate where I agreed with your point. But the way that you explained your point was not only just like, at least some of it was like very clearly like just insulting them, and I don't blame you for getting very heated, but I feel like there's other ways that you could totally play it that make you look like the good guy in more circumstances. And obviously there's going to be issues where like if you're talking about trans stuff, like they're always going to just discredit you based on the fact that you're trans, and it sucks because it applies to you so like heavily. But like there are definitely ways that I feel like you could play it better. And I feel like it would, I'm not saying like be nicer or whatever, because that's like, but I think like I feel like if you have like good research on your hands and stuff like that, and you know what you're talking about, and I think you have good ideas, but you get very like into the conversation. Like sometimes you'll like talk with someone and you and that person that you disagree with, and it's more so with conservatives, like you don't really do this as much with people on the left because you're on the same page, but when you're talking to because you don't have to, but like when you're talking with people that you disagree with, you'll talk past them because you hear the talking points rather than their point. Like there's a way that you can agree with certain concerns that they have.
I won't do that.
Well, you don't have. Okay.
So you might want me to, but I won't. That's the one thing. Like with regard to that, I'm not going to just stand by.
Not about trans people stuff.
No, not about anything. I'm not going to do this with regard. I mean, fucking Rob Noerr is a great example of somebody who will just rattle off talking points. If I didn't call him, Vaush wouldn't have been able to call him out on the fact that he was just fucking patently lying about his own positions on BLM to play up the audience. And I know, because I debated this guy a million times and we did our little due diligence, that he's a liar. But calling him out is rude. But I'm going to do it.
No, you should call him out. But you should call him out more so on his ideas than like I've learned when I talk to white people about racism, they are a lot more susceptible to having that conversation if I just ignored the word racism. And that's not to say that that's the best way to do it, but it is more convincing at times. So I just think there's certain types of language that when you use it and you try to like agree with people on certain points and then trick them into agreeing with your argument, they're so much more susceptible to agreeing with more lefty shit than like if you kind of like prove in a sense the like certain stereotypes they have about people on the left. You know, do you know what I mean? Like even if they're wrong and they're full of shit, there are certain things that you do agree with people on, and it is difficult, but I think you're good enough that you could like do that and rhetorically be effective. Does that make sense? And I'm not trying to like attack you as a person.
No, it makes sense to me what you're saying. I just don't agree with you. I don't think your analysis is correct. And the only reason for that is that I mean I've lived it. You know what I mean? And maybe you've discovered something I haven't. But on these panels, if I don't speak up, if I don't wrestle my way in, which inevitably always makes people angry at me. I mean, if I say one thing and John Burk and Rob both jump down my neck and they only ever ask questions of Vaush and they praise Vaush for being so, Vaush is so nice when all I'm doing is fucking making my own points and trying to get in and I get ignored like 50,000 times, I just won't exist. My channel won't exist. I won't have a name for myself. I won't have anything. So I am stuck. What I'm saying is that the audience is slanted against me in such a way that there's no fucking way that I can't walk out of there without somebody hating me. Yeah, thanks, Xander Hall. I appreciate that. But it's true. When I go into there, if I say nothing, I'm boring and I get ignored. I've watched this happen in the comments. I've watched this happen to other women too. And if I speak up at all, I am a horrible, emotional bitch, and that's all that ever happens. So, I mean, at the end of the day, part of the reason why I decided relatively early on to just embrace my demonic nature is because I know for a fact that no matter what I do, no matter how much I try to clean things up, this is a hostile audience, and especially it's a hostile opponent. Now, I do think that there are, I think there are times in which, you know, maybe I could go a little lighter or whatever, but I don't know that that would necessarily be good. I don't know that that would necessarily do anything for me. I think it would just mean that I sit in silence and don't get to have my say and let somebody else take the spotlight. And I don't really want to do that. You know, I don't really want to have to spend my whole life adjusting my style that people like me for, just because a bunch of other people hate me for it, you know? Like, I don't know.
Fair.
Like, I feel like there's a lot of parallels to like, to a lot of like wrestlers early on who like black wrestlers had a fucking shit ass time in wrestling. Just so you know, like wrestling audiences were super racist. It didn't matter. So a lot of them ended up playing heels just because, hey, if I play a hero, nobody gives a shit about me because they want white people. They don't like black people. But if I play a heel, they hate me so much that I'll make a living and I got to deal with their hate anyway. So, yeah. I feel like that's the situation I'm in. I feel like the situation that I'm in is that if I go in and try to play a face, if I try to play a hero, no one sees me as the hero. I can't sell myself as the hero because nobody believes it. They think I'm a villain whether I do hero shit or not. So I may as well just be as fucking much of an asshole as I want to be and do it well.
I definitely think that, like, when you're a woman, especially when you're talking about politics, like, you do have to, like, interrupt people and stuff like that, for sure. And you have to be, like, very aggressive in your tone because otherwise people will ignore you. But
it happened even while I am aggressive, and then I get double hit. If I don't talk, I didn't talk enough, and I was just sitting there doing nothing, and they'll be like, "Why is this dumb bitch even on the panel?" Which I've seen, by the way, hundreds of times. That exact comment, not only directed at me, but directed at other people. And then if I do speak up, then I get the treatment that I got tonight, which is Rob and John both jumping down my throat and comparing me unfavorably to the other person they're supposedly supposed to be arguing against. Yeah, it's happened. This has happened to me for a year. It's like it's second nature. I know no matter what, wherever I walk, that's what's gonna be. It's like I said, you think VDS is a disease. That's the fucking common cold compared to DMDS. You go see that. Even Vaush called out how fucking mad these audiences hate me. They hate my guts. They hate my motherfucking guts.
I've definitely seen how they treat people like Merrick and stuff like that too.
Yeah,
like,
it's weird. And Merrick's the nicest person in the world. Merrick is so fucking nice.
Oh,
come on. Are you serious? Merrick will sit on a panel and have Destiny screaming at her, have fucking the Scrub King like talking down to her the entire time, and she's just like, well, maybe you consider it. Merrick is the nicest fucking person ever on panels, and she gets so much shit.
To be fair, I've only seen her on Vaush like venting about people shitting on her, and she comes off as like obviously very mad for like justified reasons. I haven't actually seen her on a panel, and I would be really interested.
If you think Merrick came off as mad on Vaush's stream, oh god, like I feel like, see, you're kind of demonstrating this right here, right? Like even the nicest, I watched Merrick's appearance on Vaush's stream, and it was the nicest shit I've ever seen in my entire life.
No, not mad at Vaush, like talking about people who were shitting on her and being really mad, but like that's justified. Like I'm not saying she was like mad at Vaush. I'm saying she was mad at the people who are like bullying her off Twitter, which I don't blame her for.
Though, right? Like she's super chill. That was like one of the nicest, chillest conversations. Maybe she expressed a little bit of frustration, and that's enough to be like, oh, America's like aggressive. Oh my god. I don't know. Like I'm getting the feeling that like you're kind of demonstrating what I'm talking about. I've tried to be nice a million times. I've tried to sit there and just be patient. When I first started on panels, I was super, super chill. I didn't even do the aggro thing. I didn't do that until later on, and it didn't work. Nobody gave a shit.
That's fair. I did only come in like halfway through because I was completely knocked off because I was on fentanyl earlier today. Like,
Jesus.
Yeah, like it was pretty intense, and I'm like still in a lot of pain, but but so I didn't actually see the whole thing, and like I do understand that like the two people, like the two conservatives that you were debating with, like they are definitely a lot more mean to you. And I don't think that necessarily like doing the whole like we go or they go low, we go high necessarily works. But there are certain times. Yeah. Oh yeah, it works so well for her. But I do think that there are times where like the certain insults you use while you're arguing take away from your argument. Like if you're insulting someone while you're arguing against them, sometimes that just makes you rhetorically less effective. And that was like really my only point. I don't think like I do think you should interrupt people when you're a woman, honestly, because people won't listen to you. And I do think that like I understand like the whole style of like blood sports debate and stuff like that, and how you have to like you want to be edgy and stuff like that, and that's an aesthetic. But there are certain insults that I think are not helpful to your
Like
debates,
what?
if that
Like
makes
which
sense.
one?
There was like a certain point where I'm blanking out but there was like a specific point where you were talking to Rob, and you guys were like both talking about the oh god, it was the stupid conferences, and like obviously you would probably agree that like the anti-racism conferences, the way they are done is not very effective, like in certain aspects, because like
I don't even know. I've heard of like two examples that conservatives have astroturfed just like they do everything else. There's like one random Coca-Cola thing that I heard about where they're like, being white is bad, you should feel bad or something. I'm like, okay. Was anybody even awake during this presentation? And then this is being equated to literal like the system.
Oh yeah, that was
torture.
total bullshit. He was.
But like that's why I call him.
Fair,
don't you feel like there's a lot of people out there, like there's a lot of queer people out there who probably wanted to see me fucking, I mean, because like, and this is one of my small critiques of Vaush in this, is like Vaush just let that slide. Like Vaush just let that slide. He would never let that slide. Yeah, so I had to do it. So it puts me in a position, right?
Wait, but I would say this. So I think I think it might be a more effective. So like, I don't think that Rob guy would have supported like actual gay conversion if he knew what it was, and he genuinely believes he doesn't care, but on stream he would never actually defend the sexual abuse of children.
He did,
and like all the stuff that you were talking about, but you got too caught up in insulting him, like to by the way, for all of you people like talking shit about me, I fucking got my tubes tied today, so shut the fuck up. Anyway,
don't read chat.
Yeah, I usually don't, but like they're being like, oh, fentanyl, like, dude, it fucking
559, 555 people are watching. I didn't see anybody insulting you, but don't worry, just don't let him be.
Yeah, but anyway,
never read chat. It's just people's unfiltered thoughts.
It's just people being ignorant. But anyway, like, so I do think that like you fucking going in and talking about like how gay conversion therapy actually works and how it's super harmful. I feel like that's something that conservatives like might not even know. And if they heard the shit they actually do there, they might care and they might not. But I feel like that is a stronger argument than like pretending. Like, instead of, like, entertaining his false equivalency, I don't think that he would even agree with what he actually said if you just explained, like, how bad. But like, instead of just going in on gay conversion therapy is horrible, and I don't even think that you would agree with it, you were kind of, like, you're downplaying how bad it is, but you're assuming that him and his audience actually know what happens. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
your argument was very good.
Like,
your argument was very good.
Yeah, I just don't agree with the prescription that you've given. I agree with your analysis. I just don't agree with your conclusion, because to me, I mean, first of all, Rob doesn't care, and people who don't care are going to peddle things that are very damaging to their audience. It's like, I don't know, like if somebody came in doing Holocaust denial, I would come down hard on them, really fucking hard on them, like really, really, really hard on them. I would come down really super hard on that, even if they didn't mean to, even if they were being nice and they were personally stupid. That'd be a horrible thing.
Nazis are always trash.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know if you know this, but Rob literally regularly says that BLM is a terrorist organization and that our schools are being injected with cultural Marxism. Like, I don't know, maybe, but I don't know, maybe, I don't know.
I think there's definitely degrees of like. There's degrees of propaganda, you know what I'm saying? But yeah. I don't think that you could get him to verbally agree that's like sexually abusing and like torturing children.
He would just deny that it exists. He'd be like, I mean, he literally did that today. I'm like, you do realize that's what, like, that but like the lightest form of conversion therapy is horrible. It's considered torture by every major psychological association in the world, and he just wants to play that off. And I think it is dishonest, and I think it should be called out, and I think that people should feel afraid to say things like that because someone like me will blow them the fuck out.
That's fair.
Yeah. And sure, it's going to make a lot of people hate me. There's going to be a lot of people who fucking hate my guts, just like they currently do. I got a billion fucking haters. I got more haters than I ever ought to have. Look, I guess tonight I'm a 555 viewer Andy. Like and subscribe and join the Discord, please, for the love of God. I know you're going to love my content. Subscribe to my YouTube channel, the YouTube channel. That's where you want to go. That's where all my content goes. Here you go. Bam, YouTube channel. You want to go there. Anyway, yeah, so I'm pulling pretty major numbers tonight, but the amount of haters I have is unbelievable. Like, it's actually unbelievable. I wish I could even tell people, but there's no possible way to even show people how much fucking hate I get. I get thousands of hate comments, and I have hundreds of viewers. Like, you know what I mean? It's like, it's so disproportionate. Anytime I've had like, people talk about cancel shit. I've been like canceled by a massive figure like 3 separate times. And I was like, this was when I was like 100 viewer Andy. And somebody just decided, I hate this bitch. I'm going to send my entire fan base in on that.
That's why I do think it's like really ridiculous when the right brings up cancel culture as if they even get like a fourth of the shit that you do.
They don't even
like
know.
That,
they would
that
cry.
doesn't even make sense. Yeah. They would fucking cry themselves to sleep every night if they experienced even a fourth of what you get. Because you don't like, they don't understand that like they can just turn off Twitter. You can't.
Yeah,
like you leave
job.
Twitter and people are still like this.
Oh, 100%. I mean, again, like, there's a lot I could talk about. I've whined about being canceled a million times. But yeah. Well, listen, I appreciate the good faith critique, even if I don't always agree. And I appreciate you being willing to come on here in front of 500 people. And on the day of your surgery, my goodness, like, again, get some rest and have a nice time. I do appreciate you coming on. And feel free to call in the future if you want to. I hope you'll check out some more of my stuff, and maybe you'll have other critiques for me in the future. But I really do appreciate you coming on and being willing to come on in front of all these people and tell me your thoughts. So
yeah, you're super awesome. So
Thank
honestly,
you.
like,
Appreciate
good
that.
vibes. Like, I hope you have a good day.
Yeah, it's been a pretty fun one so far. You know, these fights are kind of my deal, you know? So
be safe, bud.
Thank you. Talk to you soon. All right. All right, sick. Okay. There we go. I'm gonna pop out here and yeah, I told you Babylon done left. I told you. By the way, welcome to all of the Vaushites. Zan, I don't think I got the energy, but thank you. Thank you. I don't got the energy tonight, but maybe on Sunday, because on Sunday is my gaming stream, so I might be totally down for that. What's this? Yeah, here you go. Yep. John, the same argument. Vaush, Demon Mama. Vaush. Yep. True. We got another person wanting to come in and talk to me about it? What? Sure. I don't know. Look, am I so wrong? Am I so wrong for wanting to call these fucking grifters, like right-wing, far-right grifters who are peddling shit that will get my trans siblings killed, an idiot? Am I really so wrong? Am I really so fucking wrong? Are you so fragile? You all can't fucking handle the heat. And it's funny because you want to know what happens when somebody goes light? You want to know what happens? By the way, thank you, Panic Stasis. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. You want to know what happens when somebody softens up? You all fucking roast the shit. Roast the fucking shit out of... You know, Vaush just got a... Remember when Vaush... I watch Vaush sometimes. I watched Vaush going over that critique thread where they're like, Vaush has lost it. Vaush has lost his touch. And it's like, you're fucked if you do. You're fucked if you don't. So guess what? Fuck you. That's what I have to say. Nah, but honestly, at the end of the day, I know it's an uphill battle. You know that I've known this for as long as I've been here. You all, a lot of you are new to my stream. You know, a lot of you are coming in. I've been doing this shit for a year. I know that everybody hates my motherfucking guts because everybody fucking tells me how much they hate my guts. Some of you aren't new. Some of you have been here forever. Some of you are OGs, like Windleby and Nuts. Okay, let's see. What's this?
Look, I love debate. Ask anyone. Ask my mom. Ask anyone in my tiny ass apartment building. Look, I'll show you. Hey, transgender women are valid. Cis women are fake. Black people should be in video games. In fact, only black people should be in video games. Capitalism is stupid and so are you. The website says this is one of the participating locations, and if you don't bring me a McFucking double mushroom and Swiss burger with...
What is this? What is this? What? Hassan. Hassan. Fucking Hassan. What is this?
Extra large fries and 6 ranch packets. I'm going to call corporate. No? No?
Vaush won the belt. Why the fuck you sending me Vaush shit? What the fuck you sending me Vaush shit? I love you guys. I love Vaush too, but what the fuck? He just got the belt. What the fuck do you want from me? You come over from a Vaush stream and you send me Vaush shit? I'm gonna lose it on all of you. You motherfuckers. Fucking imps. Jesus Christ. I'm gonna call you fucking Vimps instead, because you're really Vaush fans. Average hippy dippy viewer. I love blood sports. Teehee. Demon Mama raises her voice. Average hippy dippy viewer. Why, lady, so rude. True. Who wants to? Okay, fine. Come in. Bring them in. Bring them in. Come on. Come on. Bring them in. All right, we'll do this. Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh my fucking God. Bring him in. Bring him in. Come on. Come on. Thank you, VM. I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Hello.
Hello. What's up? Name and pronouns?
I'm Miffinity. I use he, him. I'm a mod for Sonsol.
All right. All right. Cool. Sonsol's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, not really. He's a rad lib, and he drinks soy. So.
He drinks soy. Okay. Cool.
Sansoy, it's in the name.
Sansoy. Oh, okay, I get it. All right, cool. So, what do you have to say to me?
So, I wanted to kind of express that I think talking to Rob Noerr is very difficult, and I don't know if it should even be like done. Not as in like it's an irresponsible thing to platform him. That's not really what I'm arguing here. But I think that he doesn't absorb any kind of information he gets.
No, he doesn't care. Yeah, he's I've said this like after my first debate I was ever in with Rob Noerr, when I was on a panel with him, I pointed out that he's a demagogue. By the way, just so you know, Rob Noerr was like bottom of the viewership vote. So, as much as people hate my guts, I can't help but think that people saw what I was saying about him and they see him for a grifter every time he goes up against me. He also got fucking owned in the first debate he ever had one-on-one with me, but judging by the comments on both Dylan's and my video, looks like that was before I got canceled, so they actually were okay with liking me.
Yeah. I hope people do see past him, because what really I was able to see just by watching that, you and Vaush brought up that one like study that is totally irrelevant to what you guys are talking about.
Yep.
Sorry, is it okay if I say like you guys as like a general?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. All right, I just want to make sure. When y'all were doing that, he kept bringing up the same old study, 80%, 90% of these people, yada yada, and he just wasn't taking, he wasn't taking the hint that, hey, this isn't relevant to the conversation. It's just, it's very annoying, and you can absolutely tell he's not engaging with anything you guys are throwing out there at him.
He never does.
Because he wasn't changing anything he was saying. He was repeating the same exact things. He wasn't taking in the critique of the study. And, he used a lot of very common Republican or right-wing talking points that just totally unsubstantiated. It's really frustrating. I've never personally talked to Rob, but I don't know if there really is a way to meaningfully interact with him, because I don't think he's ever going to change his mind.
Hey, he's a demagogue. Yeah, he's a propagandist. Yeah, I've said that about Rob for a long time. And the way that you do that is you make him look like a clown, which I did. He looked like a complete clown. He was the calling him. Listen, I know that it doesn't win me. Like, I know that it's not going to win me Judge Love to call him Ramblin' Rob all the time and to call him the rap god and all that shit. But oh, you know that discredits him. You know he fucking hates that shit.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really.
More. Yeah.
I don't really see much of a better approach, to be honest, because I don't know how you could like appeal information to him in a way that's palatable.
You can't.
Because I do think that with certain conservatives that we interact with, by we I mean like people who are trying to change minds.
Sure. Well, I'm not trying to change the mind of Rob. I know I can't change Rob's mind.
It's mainly an appeal to the audience when you're doing a debate like this. Yeah. But when you're trying to like talk to these people, I feel like there's I've always compared it to Pokemon. You know how there's different stats that are more effective or least effective against other types?
Yes.
I think that there are different approaches to talking to conservatives that are more or less effective.
Oh yeah,
like,
totally. I agree with you.
Somebody like critically thinking veteran CTV. I'm sure you're familiar with them. I'm sorry.
Yes, I was on the first panel he was ever on. Yes.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
It's all good.
I have talked to him like very, very briefly, admittedly, but I've seen interactions of him with other people, and he seems to be very focused on anecdotes and personal experiences, and that's how he seems to learn. So I'm wondering if there's any way with Rob Noerr like that'll be possible. But honestly, I don't really know. I think he's just kind of he's super inclined to not have any dialogue. He just wants to parrot his ideas.
Rob knows what he's doing. I'm not kidding when I say he follows the Rush Limbaugh school of demagoguery. He knows what he wants. He has an agenda, and he's going to push it. Simple as that.
I guess
yeah.
It might just be like repeating myself here like ad nauseum, but I don't know. I don't think there's a big way for like anything to get to Rob. He's kind of like a brick wall, but
yep.
I don't know. He exists in the political sphere, and
well, we're not in a disagreement on that. Like, I agree with you. I think that Rob is a dishonest person. I mean, I called him out on it front and center, and everybody in my audience knows that's true because we looked this all up on stream on Wednesday. He said BLM was a terrorist group on Wednesday. He tweets this shit all the time. He said this in the fun fact that a lot of people don't know, and I know there's no way I can show this, but the original debate I was going to have, it ended up being about Antifa, but originally it was going to be, is BLM a terrorist group? And he was arguing the yes position. That was going to be a formal debate. I wish we could have had that one because damn, it would have been nice to have that title for this debate. But yeah, so.
Sorry that it wasn't like super contentious coming in here. I just kind of wanted to. I wanted to throw that out there and see if there's like any way we can appeal to Rob, but it doesn't seem like.
I mean, I don't really know. There might be some way, but it's not, like, in my opinion, it's not that big of a deal. I'm not trying to win over Rob. I know Rob's not interested in that. His entire show is branded around it. You know what I mean? He's not going to have some like come to Jesus moment, most likely. It's very unlikely. And probably most of his audience isn't either. I'm trying to reach the broader audience, the audience of everybody in my chat, everybody in Vaush's chat, everybody in Dylan's chat, everybody in Destiny's chat, because I know Destiny was watching this, in the chats of everybody else who's fucking streaming this shit and who's going to be reviewing it over the next couple of weeks. My goal is to get my point across there, even if they hate my guts. That's my
I wanted to talk to you about that as well,
sure,
if I'm able to. I don't know how much time.
Yeah, go for it. No, I got all the time in the world.
All right, cool. I do see a lot of what I believe to be like really unfair criticisms of you, and I think that's mainly because people they feel threatened when they see like a trans woman very passionate about things they believe, and it probably goes back to 2016, like those kinds of stereotypes people put on political advocates.
Yeah.
And, there is
definitely
like
some of it for sure.
Sexism as well. I think like with all those factors coming into play, I don't know how, like, what's a good way to appeal to conservatives in general, because they with somebody like you, they're definitely going to have a lot of, preconceived notions about you. And, if you get upset during a debate, they're going to call you emotional and triggered, SJW, all of that, like, awful shit. I don't know. I'm just...
Yeah,
I'm learning...
so I can't, unfortunately.
There's just, like, no winning.
No, I am, like, okay, so you talked about, like Pokemon, right? You know how, like, when a Pokemon evolves, like, there's some Pokemons that have different evolutions, there's, like, the ones like Eevee and whatever, and you can't go back, right? Once you pick a tree, you're evolving down that elemental tree. You can't go back. Well, by being born a trans person, I evolved down the cannot appeal to conservatives tree. That's just not what I can do. Now, Vaush can, and that's great for Vaush, but I can't do that. I can't. They don't like me. They will never listen to me. They will rule it out right away. Now, they might listen to Vaush and then someday be able to listen to me, but conservatives, they ain't going to listen to me. They hate my guts. And in fact, a lot of other people do too, and we can get into that as well. Some of that's just misfortune. Not all of it is explicitly sexism. But
yeah, I don't mean to interrupt, but yeah, I've seen a lot of people that just really don't like you. I used to join like Prime Kai panels in the past. I don't really anymore. Just don't have the time.
That's fair.
But a lot of people just get really upset that your presence is on like Reverie panels and things like that, and I never really understood it.
I mean, I could touch on that if you want. I can tell you the basic story of it.
Oh yeah, sure.
Like,
is there something like specific to Prime?
Yeah.
Okay.
Basically, it really started when I first debated Destiny. Listen, you can watch it for yourself. I had a very good time in that debate, and I don't know. I don't think Destiny liked that I kept up with him in Bants. Now, I don't know. I wouldn't say that I won that one. I think it was a little bit of a mess, but I definitely kept up with him in Bants. And after that, a lot of the DGG sphere, a lot of the like second, some people call them orbiters, some people call them,
Yeah, there's a lot of those folks in like Prime's community.
Yeah,
that often host the channel.
They're basically all over Twitch. They kind of have a chokehold on Twitch. Political Twitch, yeah. But that they got mad at me, and I had a second debate I had another debate like a month later with DGG Orbiter, who made a take, and it was just like kind of an off-the-cuff debate. It wasn't super spicy. It got a little spicy towards the end, but they got really mad in response to that, and they wrote like a 1,000, literally like a 900-word essay titled "The Demon Mama Manifesto," which ended up getting somewhere in the ballpark of 1.7K upvotes on the Destiny subreddit, which made them flood in. And now I was very small at this point. I had like 75 average viewers at that point, and I got thousands of comments from this. And of course, it was covered on stream by Destiny because Destiny didn't really like me very much, and so that was really bad. Then the third thing that happened was I had a very random, out of nowhere fight with a friend of mine. Some people may know who this is, RGR. Yeah, and that was milked for the most drama you can possibly imagine, and I didn't. I chose not to because I thought, I figured, hey, well, we can sort this out off stream. We couldn't, and it ended up being the videos that we're talking about me. I'm talking about like somewhere in the ballpark of somewhere between, like, for Destiny it was like 16 hours of content. For Riley it was somewhere in the ballpark of like 36 plus hours of content made exclusively talking about me. Those got cumulatively somewhere in the ballpark of like 200,000 views, more views than like my entire channel. And those were explicitly framing me as the worst faith person, a piece of human shit who is damaging trans people, who is a danger to women. That was the tone of the discussion that was going on around me. So about 200,000 viewers, that was their first contact with me. So when I say that people hate my motherfucking guts, I mean they hate my motherfucking guts. More people than I have in my audience hate my guts. Oh, cool. Thank you, Gynotype. I'll be out in just a minute. So yeah, that's where it's been. And I haven't really, I don't, like, that kind of changed everything, to be completely honest. Like, I knew that there was a lot of people who didn't like me after the Scrub King thing, but after the RGR thing, it was like, it was done. It was sealed. I have forever become a villain or an attempted villain. And it's very frustrating because I don't really care about any of that stupid shit. I make my own stuff, and most of my content is totally unique. I have not talked to Destiny since that last panel where he crashed, which was really funny, by the way. But other than that, it has affected my ability to enjoy my time on Twitch, and also to actually do stuff on panels, because people hate me so much that they will like vote down stuff that involves me. They will fucking spam people over not platforming me. And when I appear on Twitch, half the time I'll go into a chat and I'll get a bunch of like content creators who like me giving me like, you know, little pompos or shooting a heart my way or a trans heart or whatever. And then 4 or 5 people will pop in and just be like, "You're a bad faith piece of shit. Get the fuck out of here." I'm just like, okay. So that's my experience now. But, you know, hey, now I'm starting to pull viewers that are a little closer to the amount of hate I get, right? Yeah.
When I actually watched that conversation you had with RGR live, and I was getting like secondhand like sadness. Like, I don't know, it made me upset because I like both of you guys as creators. Sorry for saying guys.
No, it's fine. I get you.
I like both of y'all as creators. And it made me upset seeing both of you fight. And I feel like that discussion absolutely would have been better suited for like saying offline.
I agree.
I
came
was
out of
saying
nowhere,
that,
but
yeah, I was saying that in RGR's chat, and I don't know, it was frustrating to watch. I was like, hey, you should probably take this offline. I don't know if that was like trying to like preach, or I don't know, if I was, you know, inserting myself into someplace I didn't belong. But
no, that was everybody. Everybody felt that way. All of my entire mod team was in unity and saying, "Now let's end this." But I couldn't get out. I tried. You know, I could have done. I said this in my response video. You know that I felt very pressured into that conversation, and I didn't want to hang up on a friend. Like, to me, that's like a thing that you wouldn't do. I would never hang up on my friend unless I wanted to basically burn a bridge. I would never hang up on a friend on a call, especially on TV on TV, quote unquote, on a show with 300 viewers. But I also would respect if somebody said they didn't want to talk about it anymore. But that didn't really happen. Now, I don't really care if people like, I honestly want people to go watch RGR if they like RGR. RGR just does not like me, and that's been made abundantly clear. I do believe that a lot of the things that were said about me were just completely out of line, like beyond. But I've already accepted that that there is no way that I am going to like bounce back my reputation from that. I'm going to be fighting the accusations of being like a transphobe who tried to cancel RGR, which is hilarious because I made one response video and she made 9 videos talking about how horrible I was. Like, yeah, I've recognized like that's just not a battle you can win. But, you know, whatever.
Maybe it's because, you know, like, I'm a cis guy. I probably didn't like understand a lot of the contention there. But from my perspective, it didn't seem like something like, you know, like worth, you know, that reaction that Riley had.
Oh,
like,
I mean, I don't think so either. I mean, I literally didn't post the video. I privated it. I did everything I could to not make drama, but she blocked me and just went on a Destiny fucking PR junket for 3 days, and then immediately afterwards published, like I said, 9 videos about it. And she was on video 4 before I even did my basic response. And the only reason I did a response was because I couldn't use social media. I couldn't do anything. I was getting torn to shreds on every single website. All these accusations of me being a transphobic danger to the trans community, a genocide denier, like all kinds of ridiculous shit you can't even imagine. Like, that was a cancellation of epic proportions, which somehow I survived, mostly because my imps are not fucking idiots. You know, and yeah, they do pay me, so I'm going to be a little nice to them, but they're not. The people who follow me are like, mostly, I found this out. Most of the people who watch my stream are stream lovers. They're stream lovers, so they watch lots of streams. They don't get like as roped into like random drama as yeah, you're an imp if you want to be, absolutely. But yeah. Anyway, you know, it is kind of wild.
I'm a Vaushite, so
you're a Vaushite.
Yeah,
the VGG crew.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh no, site chat died. Oh shit, site chat, no.
No.
Oh, site chat, I love you. You can go to Twitch chat. Okay, oh, they're back. It's back. Oh, thank God it's back. Yeah. Yeah, no, I've been reading Twitch. Don't worry, I've been watching. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I just wanted to talk about that really. About like Rob Noerr, and I don't know. I don't really think you're a bad person, you know,
I hope
despite
not.
like despite the perception like I've been given from other people.
Yeah.
You know, being a true person on the left, I believe that, you know, people can change. Like, I'm not familiar with a lot of your past takes. Like, if you said anything yikesy, I'm willing to look past that, and I hope that
find my yikesy takes. I'm sure that I would love to discuss them. I promise you,
I don't know.
if
I
I've
don't
had
know.
a yikesy take, I promise you that I've been put through the ringer over it already, because my non-yikesy takes get put through the ringer. I have like literally, by the way, just so you know, just so you get an idea of what type of thing, after the Descrub King debate, which was a totally milquetoast, like my chat, by the way, when we did our debate review, that was rated as like one of the least spicy debates I did. After that, I had a 9-hour stream where the entire stream, other content creators just popped into my chat to tell me how, like, what I did wrong. And then I said, actually, were you actually paying attention? And then they said, I don't know. And then I said, okay. So I take a lot of criticism, and I don't know. Again, all of my takes get fucking shredded. You know, it's like they get put under a microscope. So, you know,
I don't want to say that I've said that you've or implied that you've had a lot of bad takes in the past. I legit don't know. I'm pretty new here, so
yeah. Wait till you hear about 2-1.
Oh shit. 21?
No, 2-1. It doesn't matter. It doesn't concern you. Don't worry about it.
Okay. All right. I didn't think so. All right. That's about it. Thank you for talking to me about this. I hope
no problem.
Say anything like bad or
no, you didn't at all. It was wonderful talking with you. Thanks for coming on and sharing your thoughts with me. Yeah, I appreciate it. And you came on in front of 600 viewers. I can't believe I've never even had this many viewers in my entire life. It's actually shocking.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. I've been working hard at it. It's been basically a solid year of me doing 8-hour streams every other day, with 1 vacation, 2 vacations maybe. Like little vacations, I mean. And by I say vacation, I mean last vacation was the entire thing was me building all of the furniture to go in here and reworking the room and cleaning everything. So, you know, I'm working hard. I'm glad to see some people coming and catching on to my work because I put a lot of love into it. So, yeah.
I'm happy for you.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to have you here, and thanks for coming on. All right?
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, have a good night. Sick. All right, everybody. Well, damn. That was a good conversation. See, I like that. I like that. We are getting some issues on the website. Yeah. Site chat seems to be going down, unfortunately. I know, site chat's struggling, but it's okay. It'll get there. Hey, thank you so much, Poetic Poser. My assumptions on what you said on Dylan's stream a bit ago in response to a Vivian comment, might have read it wrong. Maybe you did. Yeah, I know. Well, hey, it might be. I mean, there's a very good... Well, just remember. I mean, it's probably just overloaded. There is a chance that whoever is going after Vaush is going to target me. Anyone want to fill me in on what the RGR Demon Mama drama is about, but maybe not with extreme bias? I can tell you right now what it was about. We had a debate about gender that got really spicy. And then it turned into, it was used as a PR junket. There you have it. That's the entire thing. It started as a debate between friends on gender that kind of came out of nowhere and I wasn't ready for at the end of a stream, and then it blew up into a mess. Yeah. Thank you so much, Poetic Poser. But yeah, I've noticed that, by the way, that people who watch my stream are stream lovers. They are stream lovers. My stream is a stream lover's stream. And I'm a stream-loving streamer, so I guess that makes sense. Kind of cool. It's kind of cool, honestly. I have, like, connoisseurs in my audience. I have, like, the fancy stream likers, which is cool. Chad stream liker, Virgin 1 stream watcher, Chad stream appreciators. Yeah. Yeah, I watch a lot of streams too. All my days off are like me watching streams. I can't get enough of it. It's like, I'm so obsessed with it. It's ridiculous. I'm so obsessed with it. You are a Chad. That's because you are a Chad. Yeah. So, all right, everybody, listen. Actually, you know what? You know what? I'm feeling, I don't know. I'm feeling like maybe we should do a little bonus. I might be. I don't know. My site's getting roasted right now. Maybe I should do a bonus. Maybe I should do a bonus. I wonder if Lexi's still here. Hi, Lexi. Thanks for coming by. I always love seeing you in chat. Love seeing you in chat. I've gotten 1 million pings. Y'all are great, by the way. Listen, you know that my mood, just talking to my imps, has made my mood go, like, straight back up? Like, I'm in, like, the best mood ever right now. Like, seriously. I feel so great. Even though that shit was exhausting and it made me feel bad for a little bit because I lost, I feel super, super good right now. So thank you. Thank you. Thanks, imps. I don't know. What should I do? What should I do? I feel like I want to do a little more before we end this. I got so many viewers. Let's think. Want to do a cooking mama? Want to do a cooking mama segment? Those are always fun. You ping me in the gallery? Ooh. Ooh, what you got for me? Oh my God. That's so good. That's so good. Boop. I love it. I love it. Impo mods. Ah, it's so good. So good. I fucking love it. Oh my God. Oh, damn. Okay. So, real quick, let's do Cooking Mama. Let's give the new imps. By the way, if you're watching right now, whether you're on Twitch, YouTube, or the site that's currently down, which I'm going to hide the site chat for the time being, because I can't. I will be responding to chat, but site chat's down. So I'm going to watch the other chats. But if no matter where you're watching from, you got to sub to my YouTube, okay? Sub to my YouTube, okay? Because that's where all my videos are. You can catch all my content. You can catch up so that all the imps will think that you're an old school OG imp, and only I will know whether you've actually been here forever or not. Huh? You can go catch up on all the mama lore. Catch all the cool-ass streams that I've been doing for the last year. You got to sub to the YouTube. And if you're into the chatting thing, the Discord is actually incredible. My Discord is fucking pog. Hey, Alexandria. Good to see you. Thank you. Up for a brief little talk about the panel? I think I'm all done with it for now, but thank you. We'll talk more about it. I got more streams coming. Poggers. Dono alerts are not appearing because I got bot spammed earlier and it busted everything. So I'm really sorry if I missed donos. I'm super sorry if I missed donos. I was getting, I'm going to do a bonus stream tomorrow. Yeah, I'm going to do a bonus stream tomorrow. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, fuck it. For sure. May as well. Let me just, let's do a one little bonus Cooking Mama segment, because you know, what would a stream be if it's not 9 hours with a Cooking Mama segment at the end? And you all are gonna love this shit, because Cooking Mama is it is one of my most popular segments that I ever do. Okay? Holy shit. Oh my God, I think I just discovered gold. Oh my God. Do we want to watch this? Hold on, let's see. Let's see what I can get. We got to check and see if Dave's got anything new. I don't think he's got anything new, but we're going to watch it anyway, because we're going to watch one that we haven't seen, okay? Here we go. I'm going to pick one. Ready? Ready, chat? Look at this. Take a look at this. Oh shit, I got to hide chat again because it's all fucked up. Take a look at this. You ready? We're going to want to do the Fat Vito, the Skinny Gino. We already did the Pussy Burger. Everybody's seen the Pussy Burger. Buffalo Chicken Panini. Oh my God. Oh, no. Not that one. We're not doing that one. Mamma Mia to Panini. Nah. Nope. Ooh, I like the look of this one. This looks fucking scrumdiddly-umptious, and by that I mean it looks like shit. Let's watch it. Let's do it! Hey, site chat's back! Fuck yeah! For now.
Okay.
So, for those of you who don't know, this is our favorite terrible, terrible cook, Dave. And whenever we cover Dave, and we always cover Dave, we always love to watch the abominations that he creates. Some of you may know Dave as the Lord of Patriarchy, also known as War Corpse 666. Hey, thank you so very much, 85D2D Derek. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Yeah, so this is War Corpse 666, also known as the anti-SJW guy who screamed at a 6-year-old. Yeah, that's right. That guy. Yeah, he's a Gamergate piss baby, but he still makes cooking videos. And it's great, so let's watch.
Does everybody remember the chicken panini that I made? Well, this is a recipe I came up with just using the leftovers. And it's basically a chicken bacon
so something
pesto.
we always notice about the meat that Dave cooks with is his meat is always very slimy. You can actually see how slimy it is, and I just don't get it. We've never been able to figure out why the fuck his meat is always slimy. It's disgusting, but it always is. Even in the new videos. This is a slightly older video, but even in the new videos, his meat is always wet.
So you want to get about a pound of the leftover chicken, and you want to cut it up into fairly small little pieces like this. They can be smaller if you like. Doesn't really matter. And also make sure you chop the bacon.
I love this like grandma's house music.
Rigatoni in a pot of boiling salted water. Okay, get your rigatoni in a bowl, squirt it with just a little oil, and you want to stir it around just so it can get, nicely cooked.
If you couldn't see him there, you would guess that someone took a shit in this bowl. You would guess that somebody just fucking shat in this bowl. Come on. Every single time he makes a sauce, it always looks putrid.
Put the pesto in the bowl. You'll need about 3/4 of a jar.
Bacon?
About 4
Pre-made
strips of
bacon?
chopped bacon. I think that's what I used. And, that chicken I cut up earlier. And then you just want to stir everything until everything gets all nice and well incorporated.
Thank you, Samael. Appreciate that.
Serve. Perfect use for leftovers.
That's it. Done. Pisto. There's just so much. Like, his things are always really messy. Honestly, that one was too short. We got to do another one. Let's see if we can get another one. Let's see here. Uh-oh. Oh, yeah, this is another thing he does. He always puts weird pictures of women kissing. It's very, very strange. I would love to challenge this guy to a cooking contest. Oh, God, this looks abominable. BLT dip? Oh, God. Oh, I got to see him do a quiche. I'm sorry. I got to see him try and do a quiche. Oh, but the meatloaf sandwich. Oh, the pizza egg rolls. Look at this. Is this Bean Dad? Nah, this is our boy. This is our boy Dave. The pasta from Blighttown. True.
Okie dokie. Let's start these pizza egg rolls off, or you could say maybe homemade
He spills.
pizza.
Okay, that's another thing that Dave always does. Another signature Dave move is to spill something that he's using. Every video, he almost always spills something. I don't know why. I don't know why he doesn't do a second take, but he always spills something. In the most recent video we watched, he was stirring and it like splattered a bunch out onto the counter. It's like a fucking Tim and Eric skit.
Rolls. First thing you want to do is wet the entire surface of an egg roll wrapper.
Okay.
You can just do the edges if you wanted a little starchier, but these things are drier than a fucking bone.
Custom pronoun roll?
And
just
then you
DM,
want to take
DM
your
a
favorite
mod.
pizza
Just DM a
sauce
mod.
or something you picked up
Specifically
in a squirt
DM
bottle,
silent. Why am I
and
here?
you want to lay
Just
a
DM silent
little
and
line
silent
of
will
that
do it for you.
shit right down there. Then you want to take some shredded mozzarella cheese. Lay a little bit on there.
Yeah, no problem. We should get... Oh, my God. If Kay reacted, oh, by the way, another thing we frequently do here, I know a lot of you are new. So happy to have you as brand new imps. Something new that we do all the time on Cooking Mama is we watch Kay's cooking. We love Kay, and guess what? Kay loves us. When I post that we watch something with the imps, Kay always responds now. Just so you know, Kay knows who we are. Kay knows who the imps are. So when I comment and I go, I watched this video with the imps, we're very happy to see you happy, she responds and goes, thank you. It's awesome. It feels so cool. That's why we love Bomb Kay, because Kay's great. Even though Kay was a little grumpy, but yes, Kay is the Scottish. Well, I don't think she's Scottish. I think she's like, I think she's English, but yeah. We love Kay. We fucking love Kay. But I would love to see Kay react to a Dave's cooking video.
Then you want to take some mini pepperonis. If you can't, for whatever reason, find mini pepperonis, just take regular size sliced pepperonis and just chop them up a little bit.
Oh, thank you, Nani.
But you should have mini pepperonis because life sucks without them.
Life sucks.
Then just a little bit more cheese.
I think you held your ground well during the panel. However, instead of making arguments about statements being offensive, I'd argue how it's harmful. That's true. That's fair. That's a fair critique. But I don't know. Yeah, probably was the wrong word choice, but yeah.
And just a little bit of sauce on top.
Okay, I've never seen pizza sauce in a squirter, and I don't like it, okay? I don't like it. I do not like squirting pepperoni sauce. Whoa, what's this? Whoa! What the fuck? That's so pog! Holy shit! That is so pog! Zygote. Okay, I'm gonna save this Zygote. Hold on, I gotta save this under your name. I always save every piece of fan art that I get. Holy shit. Zygote. Oh my god. Thank you. Hold on, let me download that real quick. Oh my god. That's so pog. What the fuck? Thank you. I gotta put this in the fan art. I always keep all my fan art. Every fan art I get, I always save. Let me put this here at the end. By Zygote. There we go. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Wow, that was really nice of you. Thank you. That's super awesome.
And then we basically damn near roll this up like a cigar or a burrito.
Oh,
take one corner there. And you do have to be somewhat gentle with this.
Hey, look at that.
Because the wrapper is fairly fragile.
I like it, Gorillas,
Put the three corners together.
Oh, I love Rain Tanix art, of course.
Trying to keep everything inside. By the way,
yeah,
this is my...
for some reason he shoots all his videos in 60 FPS, even though like the lighting is done, so it doesn't even matter. I think he shoots in 1080p too, but the lighting is so bad that it's really grainy.
First time doing anything with egg roll wrappers, and then you just want to roll it like there. Keep the seam side down.
So sloppy.
And let's get ready to fry. Then an oil that's been heated to about 350 degrees. You want to fry.
Okay, $20 says this motherfucker's going to burn the shit out of
these up. And this will literally take about 30 seconds aside, so make sure if you have to go take a whiz.
I can tell right here, it's already burning. It's already fucking burning. It's already fucking burning.
Do so beforehand. One thing, as I'm flipping these here,
it's charred. It's turned to stone. It's been made into coal. Oh, God. Oh, God. He's generated 3 Minecraft coals.
Around. That's why you want a nice deep pan. With
oh, no. This one's totally burnt. This one's just a briquette. It's just a fucking briquette.
When you fry anything like this, because you don't want that fucking oil getting anywhere near the top of that fucking lid.
Oh, God.
So about another 15 seconds and we'll be ready to serve. Okie dokie. And then just put them on a plate. Little bowl of pizza sauce for dipping. And that's it.
Okay, I'm sorry. The pizza sauce is not going to hide this flavor. These look like 3 turds. This is the plate. The title of this plate is 3 turds on a plate. That's a baked potato? No, it's not. It's a cheese blob that's been burnt to a crisp.
Pizza egg rolls. Done.
Bruh. Oh my God. Oh, there's another one. Listen, should we rewatch the Pussy Burger? Should we just rewatch the Pussy Burger? Look, I gotta watch. We're gonna rewatch the Pussy Burger, everybody. All right, listen. Most of the imps have already seen this, but there's so many new people here tonight. We're gonna watch Pussy Burger together. We're gonna watch the Pussy Burger, and then we're gonna watch the Kate Middleton Burger, and then we'll end the night because I'm getting tired and hungry. But we're gonna do these two first. We gotta do Pussy Burger first, and then we gotta do the fucking Kate Middleton Burger. Here we go. Ba-da-bum, ba-bum. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Ba-da-bum, ba-da. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da.
Whenever I see a ticket like that, it always brings me back to the start. Because here at Pussy Burgers, we've been making these burgers the same way for 80 years. First, we start with pussy sauce. Now, legend has it, my grandpappy, well, he got this recipe by beating a blind Civil War widow.
That one, I've seen this video so many times, and I still can't figure out what that's supposed to mean. I still can't fucking figure out what he's supposed to say, what he's trying to say with that. What does that even mean? What the fuck does that even mean?
But we always make it the same. 2 tablespoons of ketchup, 3 tablespoons of mayonnaise, and just a teaspoon of Dijon mustard. And we stir it the same way, with a spoon. And then we chill it slowly in an old-fashioned fridge. You know, the kind that can kill a child.
Again, what the fuck? Just what the fuck? Sometimes you can catch a look at his fucking toenails in every video, and I'm just like, dude, what is with this angle?
And then at the last second, we stir in some freshly ground black pepper.
Nice.
Then we cook our burgers.
Oh, yeah. Now, this is something I always get at Dave at. Listen, Dave has never scraped his grill clean in his life. On here is the putrid remnants of 1,000 failed meals, and he puts more food on there, and then he eats it. This is just congealed, burned, carbonized, triplicate, fucking rotten fat all over here. Just, oh God. And never, it still hasn't been cleaned to this day. When you watch a new video, it will not be scraped. There will just be more rotten, congealed fat on the grill. And it's so easy. All you need is a wire brush, and you just go like this from time to time, okay? No, it's not flavor. I know. Some people will say, oh, it's flavor, it's flavor. That's not flavor. That's death. You are killing yourself. You are basically doing the modern equivalent of drinking the sarcophagus juice, okay? Don't drink the sarcophagus juice. Please, for the love of God.
Old-fashioned way. Over lumped charcoal on a grill out back. Now, our burgers are 100% pure beef. They're bought from the finest unmarked vans in all of the city. They're also seasoned the old-fashioned way, using what some fat ass on YouTube calls an all-purpose seasoning mix. We stole it from him. And then at the last...
They're burnt! Oh, they're burnt again. By the way, he burns his food a lot. He burns his food a lot. All the time. Burns his fucking food all the time. I don't know why he doesn't do a second take. You're running a cooking channel. You're running a motherfucking cooking channel, and you burn half the food. Why? Just do a second take and don't burn it.
Possible second, we put down a slice of American cheese from the finest dollar stores around.
I'm not gonna lie, that doesn't actually look like American cheese. This looks like cheddar.
Let it melt for
looks
about
like,
30 old-fashioned
mild
seconds.
cheddar. Doesn't that look too thick to be American?
And finally, it's time to assemble our old-fashioned pussy burger. You put some sauce on the top bun, you add the iceberg lettuce, and there's your patty. Next, we're going to add some pickles that we picked up at a supermarket. Fancy here. And finally, last but not least, you want to add some onions. But no fucking tomatoes! There is no fucking tomatoes on this fucking burger! Tomatoes are not old-fashioned! If there is tomatoes, on this burger. Your waitress is gonna get an anal plug up her ass the size of Cincinnati. So come down to Pussy Burger today on Route 9, just past the Crazy Hermit's cabin. Make sure to bring the kids and the old and the infirmed.
And there you have it. That's the Pussy Burger. Yeah, he kind of loses it a lot. And what you're going to see now is that, just so you know, this one, we're going to watch the Kate Middleton Burger yet. Now, this you will learn nothing from, okay? There's not even much to laugh at with regard to the cooking. But what you will discover is how weird Dave is about women, okay? Because this is fucking weird, okay? Seriously. Watch. Just watch with me, okay? I warned you. I warned you.
Okay, today on Dave's Cooking Show, we're going to make the Kate Middleton Burger. And, you know, she's kind of hot, but...
Okay. Just a quick reminder, you know, no shamerino. No shamerino. But this is what Dave looks like, okay? This is what Dave looks like. Okay? And he's talking about Kate Middleton. I mean, he's not called Lord of Patriarchy anymore. Well, I guess now he is, but yeah. That's him. Yeah, that's him. You've seen him before. You know you have. It's the guy who's famous for screaming at an 8-year-old girl.
Not like a scorcher or anything, but... It's kind of hot.
Kate Middleton is the Duchess of, oh my god, I can't remember where she's the Duchess of. She's the older prince's wife. Wales.
Anyway,
Canterbury? Wales, I can't remember. Cambridge? No, come on. You're all just saying names now. You're just saying fucking random British sounding names. You're like, oh, she's the Duchess of Wimbledon upon Grongelgird. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here.
This makes for this here burger.
None of you know.
Really
You're all just
quite
guessing.
Simple. You need a tablespoon of paprika, then 1.5 teaspoons of
Is she the
garlic
Duchess of
powder,
Cambridge?
1 teaspoon of onion powder, 1 teaspoon of salt, a teaspoon of cayenne, and a teaspoon of freshly ground black pepper. Mix everything together, and then form whatever burger patties you might like. I just decided to go with quarter-pound patties.
So this is like the saltiest seasoning you can possibly imagine. There is so much salt in here. This is like the ocean. This is going to taste like the ocean, okay?
That's just me.
Duchess of Cambridge, okay.
And
more
then,
salt.
Let's go out to the grill, and we'll have the next step. Okay, as you can see.
And look, this is a different grill, just as putrid. Look at this. What is this? Can anybody tell me what this is? Anybody in chat? If you could identify what this weird congealed white substance is, I'll give you a high five. But guess what? I don't think you can. There's also a bunch of like weird dead bugs over here, and it's fucking gross, okay? It's fucking disgusting.
See here, they're already seasoned on one side, and they're kind of going on the grill. And then you want to generously season.
God.
Don't worry about over-seasoning your burgers because you lose about half the seasoning when you go to flip them.
What the fuck?
And then because, of course, you're...
Okay. I will teach you one thing, okay? What? He's cooking on a different grill now. What the fuck? He's cooking on 2 different grills.
You're making a Kate Middleton burger. Your grill has to run out of gas halfway through the cooking process.
I forgot about that
and you got to fire up a batch of charcoal. So you want to cook these till they're 165 internally, which over lump charcoal will be less than 5 minutes most likely. Okay, and through the magic of cooking show...
Burnt again, burnt again, burnt again, burnt again. Just so you know.
Burgers are done, and it's time to add a slice of American cheese because, 1, if a burger doesn't have cheese on it, it's fucking garbage. And 2, it's a Kate Middleton burger. Do you think I'm going to waste any decent cheese on that fucking bitch?
What? That is so unnecessary. This is what I was talking about. This is why I said you're not going to learn anything. The cooking isn't even that bad. But he does say a lot of horrible things about a woman for some reason. Why? Who fucking knows?
Fuck that British bitch.
What?
And then you just serve them with whatever condiments you want, toast up a couple of buns, you'll be fine. And that's the Kate Middleton burger. Done.
Done. He didn't even put it together. Dude couldn't even put it together. By the way, that's just the pussy burger, but with more salt. It's just the same recipe, but with slightly more salt. Okay? Fucking stupid. God damn it. But this is why we watch Dave, because it helps us appreciate good cooking and appreciate how our lives are not nearly as bad as Dave's. Yeah? Say? But yeah, this is... Dave has a lot of interesting things to say. Actually, you want to know? Let's check in. Actually, hold on. Let's just check in real quick. Oh my God, I'm about to eclipse him. I'm about to eclipse him. I'm about to eclipse him in subs. Holy shit. Leftist Tube is in trouble. For real? What's he got to say? Let's just take a quick scooch through. Okay. Oh God! What? He's got a giant beard! Oh my God, he changed his style and his beard is horrifying. What the fuck? Is that a beard that grows into his chest hair? Holy shit.
They have to resort to strawmanning their opponents, because if they actually... Right, you made such a great point.
Watching Mike Huckabee.
Guilty of a hate.
Now, AOC did win her seat handily, but the Republicans
Remember, the majority of them flipped GOP seats.
are scared of losing their seats to vote no, and you're fucked.
Okay, so something you should know about Dave is that Dave gets increasingly drunk the longer he streams, and eventually he just becomes completely incoherent. It's absolutely hilarious. I fucking love it. But his streams are incredibly boring to watch. Once he got really mad at me and banned me from his chat. Oh, wait a second. Wait, I just saw a name on there I recognize. Hold on a second. Who's this? Wait, I saw a name I recognized. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Where was that? Where'd that go? I saw a name. What the fuck? Wait a second. I gotta find this. Here we go.
These things.
Jamie Dark. Wait a second. Jamie Dark. I know Jamie Dark. What is this? Lord of Patriarchy cracks 1 million. Formal debate challenge from Anna Haven. Jamie Dark. I know Jamie Dark. Isn't Jamie Dark? Wasn't Jamie Dark used to be involved in... Jamie Dark streams now, right? Interesting. Anyway. All right, everybody. Listen, I'm hungry as shit, okay? I'm super hungry. I had a great day today. The imps have made me feel so good, so incredible. Oh, by the way, hold on. I got to read these off. You did great. For people upset with Vaush, Rob said the conversion therapy thing in a more charitable way to him than when he said it to you. I think he would have reacted harsher and not missed the original comment. Much love. Thank you very much, Jesse Van Wee. Very appreciated. Ania M. Love you, DM. One trans femme looking up to another. You're the only one who represents my stance on trans issues. Always. Trans thriving. To MVM. Vaush is a cheat and a thief. He stole the vote. Stop the steal. True. And from Poetic Poser, thank you so very much for the $5. Really appreciate it. Real quick. We're going to raid, okay? We don't do that. Well, we do whenever we're on Twitch, and now we're on Twitch all the time. So real quick, we're going to raid out. Oh, wow. Damn. Somebody's reacting to me. That's kind of cool. Do we want to raid in? Let's raid it. Let's give No Comment Chick another raid. Listen. I love No Comment Chick. So raid No Comment Chick. We're going in. We're raiding No Comment Chick. Raid begins. All of you, join the raid. Make sure you shout and show your imp love to Irene, okay? Much love to all of you, and I hope that I will see you all again in the future. All 500 of you new imps. Subscribe to my YouTube. Join my motherfucking Discord, because you know I'm going to be bringing some God tier comments, okay? God tier content, okay? Have a great time. I don't know how to do how do I click the raid? Wait a second. Oh, shit. Wait a minute. I don't know how to click the raid when I've done... Oh, fuck. I got a lot of... Oh shit, I got some fucking troll ass DMs. I don't know. Is it gonna go? I don't know. Will it go automatically? Well, regardless, I'm gonna host her on the website as well. So that way everybody gets in there. Okay, click through. Make sure you send no comment chick my love. I'm gonna do the host here, and then we're gonna head out. Okay. All right. Much love to all of you. Much communal love to all of my imps, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye for now.